I know it's late, but I just need to whine and complain and rant about a movie I just saw really quickly. You know how much I love bad movies that are so bad that they're good. I think it's the most fun you can have is getting together with friends and watching absolutely atrocious movies or shows that you can laugh at and make fun of together. And there was a new banger, or so I thought, that was coming out called Pope's Exorcist. This is Russell Crowe as what I thought would be like a John Wick of exorcists, going out there and just slapping demons around, like actually kung fuing them and like overpowering them, fist fighting. Like that's the impression I got from the trailer. I thought it was gonna be like absolutely wild and nutty. And I just came back from the theater after seeing it, and my God, there's just a lot that I need to talk about in terms of disappointment and bewilderment that this movie even got made in the first place. So I'm going to treat this like a little confessional here and own up to some sins. Seeing this was a sin. And I understand the Lord forgives all sins, but I feel like after he takes a peek at the Rotten Tomatoes 83% audience score, he's going to flood the earth again out of pure embarrassment for even making our species. This movie is so far from an 83%, it's laughable. It is not good by any means. I don't know why the audience score is so high. Like, it is guilty of more sins than any of the demons in the film. Well, even though there's only one main demon. It is the most generic horror schlock of all time. But its biggest crime is being boring. It borrows every single generic horror plot point, every generic horror movie cliche of like, you know, sitting up from the bed like the Undertaker because the child's possessed and he has like a deep demony voice. Every single like horror movie trope is just ham-fisted into this. All of it dumped into this witch's cauldron and brewed into a disgusting stew. Like, it is not even done in a fun way. There's nothing creative or enjoyable about it. It's boring mostly, though there are some fun moments, like fun bad moments that I'll talk about. But overall, I am just blown away by how uninteresting the film was after seeing the trailer. The trailer got me hype. I knew this wasn't going to be a good movie. I don't feel like anyone with a working pair of eyes would watch the trailer for The Pope's Exorcist and be like, wow, that might be pretty damn good. Like, that was never a thought that crossed anyone's mind, I doubt. But I as well as many others, I imagine, were under the impression like, wow, this will be like entertainingly silly. But it really wasn't. It didn't even try to be scary, first of all. Like, that was the wildest thing to me. It really didn't even try to be a horror movie. Its scares mainly consisted of the standard lift people up using, you know, Jedi force powers and throw them around a room, or knock over a couple of crosses. Well, and I guess there is, of course, the cliche of, like, bone snapping, walking on all fours. But past that, it doesn't even really try to build tension. There's not even jump scares, which is like the easiest slam dunk for horror films where they could just throw in a bunch of jump scares and people are like, oh my god, it was horrifying. But it didn't even bother with that. It just does nothing. It's just so bland. It's just an empty calorie of a film. I did something I very rarely do. I took notes during this film because I was so dumbfounded by what I was watching. So I'm just going to go over it start to finish. There will be spoilers. There's a lot I want to talk about. So Russell Crowe hops back in the saddle here, dusting off the acting chops to tackle the lead role of a powerful exorcist named Gabriele Amorth. And the film opens with him performing an exorcist on a guy who's struggling with the devil coming over him. So he's bouncing around the bed all crazy like a toddler going through a sugar rush, and Gabriele's asking him questions like a little interrogation, you know, what's my name? What do you want? Who are you? You're Satan, aren't you? You're Satan. And then he's like, yeah, I'm Satan. I'll possess anyone. I know everything. And then Gabriele's master plan is he brings in a pig and he's like, I don't believe you. You're not Satan. If you were Satan, you could possess this pig. And he's like, yeah, I could possess that pig. I could fucking possess him. Watch me possess that pig. And Gabrielle's like, do it. Possess that pig. So then he does, and then the guy is back to normal. And then once the Satan is inside the pig, they just blast the pig's head off with a shotgun. Which honestly set the bar pretty high immediately, because I was like, okay, that was fun, silly, bad. He just literally did, like, fucking middle school reverse psychology on Satan. What a fucking buffoon to fall for that one, the oldest trick in the book. It's then explained a few scenes later that this wasn't a real possession, this was mental illness, and Gabriele was just doing a bit of theater. But he really did just execute that pig right in front of that guy. in order to convince him that the demon was no longer there. And because he executed that pig, he then had to go through like a religious legal proceeding where he stood trial with these other bishops that were like, this is unnecessary. You're performing exorcists. It's not, there's no such thing as this evil, we don't need this kind of big exorcist position anymore. You're out of line, Gabriele. We don't really need you anymore. So Gabriele's like, you guys don't know what real evil is. Even if 98% of them are like mental illness and not real possession, there's still 2% that's just pure evil and you need me. So then he walks out, but not before making a goofy noise. So as he turns his back to him, and it turns out Gabriele was also like a lawyer at one point or something, I believe he mentioned. So this was actually like a Saul Goodman moment where he was just like defending himself in religious court. And it ultimately ends with them being like, yeah, we don't really need you. So Gabriele storms off, and then as he's about to exit the door, he goes, for no fucking reason, because it was something he did earlier to a group of like nuns that walked by him. I guess that was like a catchphrase they tried, or like a calling card they tried to use for the very beginning of the film and then forgot about it because he never does it again after these two scenes. But there was a group of nuns that walked by him and he goes like literally blowing raspberries at them, and they giggle and walk by. So then he does it again after that whole religious legal proceeding. And he drops it after that. But it started fun bad. It was like, oh, this is super silly, but it seems almost self-aware and I'm having fun. But then it totally loses all of that charm. The core part of the movie then unfolds where a family just went through a loss with their father and a woman's husband passing away, and the only thing they have left is this giant estate, this holy ground that they're getting like renovations done to. So there's a ton of workers, and they end up unearthing something unholy. Now, before getting to that, the family is as cookie cutter as it gets. The mom's, strong on her own. She's mentally sound, like she's doing everything she can for her children. They mean the world to her. The daughter is a rebellious teen who, I'm not exaggerating, first thing when she gets in the house is goes up to one of the workers, grabs a cigarette, asks for the light, gets a light with the cigarette, then sits on the balcony over the front porch, and the mom's like, put that cigarette out, what are you doing? And she's like, ugh, and then walks off, storms off, mad at her mom. So this was as cliche as it gets with a teenage girl and teenage angst. And then, of course, she's always listening to, like, loud music and hates her mom. Like, oh, Mom, you're being such a square. Get out of my room, Mom. I'm busy listening to music. So that's her whole character, which means nothing because after, like, 10 minutes, none of this shit matters. But that's her, and then they also have a son, a younger brother. He's like 12 or something, I don't really know. But he's traumatized because he watched their dad die. So it wasn't like some kind of normal passing or anything. It was some kind of car accident that wasn't fully explained, but he ended up getting impaled through the head, and the son sat there and watched it. So he was traumatized from it and refused to talk. Now, after all of this is established over the course of like a 5-minute speed run of getting across the most two-dimensional characters of all time, that child is exploring the house, and he goes into the basement and he sees like this glory hole, and he takes a peek through it, and there's like a door with symbols on it, and it ends up kind of possessing him. It sinks its fangs into him. This is how the demon gets in. He literally comes in through the fucking glory hole in the basement. So the child ends up immediately getting possessed within the first couple of minutes of being there. And then some of the workers go into the basement, and they also notice the glory hole. They're like, oh man, this is absolutely absurd. Is there no decency? Where's the class? So they're peeking through the glory hole, and one of them lights a flare and was going to put the flare through the glory hole, but it ends up turning into a flamethrower and cremating them, which scares off all the other workers. So then all the other workers leave, and then it's just the family left in the house with their child who is now possessed. Everything I've explained right now happens almost instantly. Like, all of this was so quick, there was no build up to any of it, no tension at all. It was done as quickly as possible to get to, like, I guess what they deemed to be the scary parts, with the child having like a demon voice and saying crude, creepy things. But anyway, after the possession, the Vatican gets word about this, and then they send Gabriele out there, like, Gabriele, I've got real scary stuff happening at this location. He's like, I'm on it, chief. Give me my badge and my gun, I'm going in. So Gabriele is then sent there like some kind of fucking religious assassin to take down a demon. And I really thought he was gonna roll up in like some kind of Justice League jet, like or something right out of the X-Men where they have like crazy fucking jet. I thought he was gonna fly in on some high tech shit, but then he rolls up in a moped. So he just kind of scoots on in on his moped, shows up to the house in order to start attacking the demon. And the demon, which is possessing the boy, is a real wacko. Like, this guy's a goofball. So before Gabriele gets there, like right before he gets there, the mom notices something's wrong with the child. He's kind of bedridden and he looks pale. And then he starts talking in a not really deep voice, but you know that like goofy voice you'd make as a child growing up, like the like that kind of shit where you like vocal fry yourself and then try and make it deeper. That's the voice, the very cliche horror movie demon voice. And the mom then hugs the child in order to like, calm him down. And while that's happening, she looks down and it turns out the child is squeezing her titty. And then she's like, "Oh, goodness gracious." And he's like, "You didn't breastfeed me enough, mommy." I shit you not. That is what he says. And she's like, oh God. And she like covers herself up even more. And then he starts laughing about like squeezing her tit. And then he says, "Bring me the priest." So they brought in a priest that wasn't Gabriele first. His name was Thomas, and it was a bigger mismatch than when Krillin tried to fight Frieza. Thomas shows up and immediately gets fucking ragdolled by that demon. He gets thrown out of the room and he's like, "Good heavens, this is a little much for me. We're gonna need the big guns." So he leaves and then Gabriele shows up. So then it's the two of them and they try to tag team the demon in order to, solve this situation. So Gabriele gets in there and he starts his interrogation. And the demon immediately showcases that he's more powerful than all the other ones Gabriele's seen because he knocks a cross off the wall. Like, I'm so tired of seeing that in horror movies where, like, this really powerful demon can only do, like, a couple of trivial things like blow over a vase or move a chair slightly or throw a bucket of dirt against a wall. It's like, who cares? It's not intimidating. That's fucking embarrassing. But Gabriele's like, "Oh, jeepers creepers." And then he's like, "What's my name?" And the demon gets it right. He's like, "You're Gabriele Amorth." Then he gets blasted with memories from his past, sins that he hasn't fully forgiven himself for. So there's like a moment where he's in a war, and then there's like a lady, and then the demon pukes up a bird, and then Gabriele's like, "Oh, I'm out of here." So then he fucking waddles out of the room, goes up to the other priest, Thomas, and he's like, "Okay, that guy means business." So then he instructs Thomas to confess his sins to him so they can't be used against him when they go, talk to the demon again. So Thomas is like, "All right, it's been 8 months since I went to confession." And he starts to confess his sins. And Gabriele's like, 8 months? Okay, this is going to take too long. He's like, "Okay, Lord, all of his sins are forgiven. He's very sorry, trust me." So he literally uses a cheat code to forgive his sins on behalf of God, which I thought was like almost disrespectful. It's like, what the fuck? Can you do that? Like, are you allowed to do that? Like, do you have the power to just say, like, all of his sins are forgiven without him actually confessing it? I was like, damn, that was weird. He had no interest at all in hearing, like, the sins he was going to confess to. He's just like, "Yeah, whatever, you're fucking good." Literally just gives him the stamp of approval, and he's like, "All right, time to go." And when they get into the room, unsurprisingly, the first thing the demon does is show Thomas his sins that he has clearly not been absolved of. It looks like Gabriele didn't have the authority to do that, so he immediately just gets blasted with his sins, and the demon calls him Panty Sniffer. He says that he fucks the daughters of members of his congregation. And then this makes Thomas very upset that he'd mentioned that. So Thomas goes over to him, the child that's possessed by the demon, and two hands strangles him and shakes him like Homer Simpson strangling Bart. It was so goofy. And Gabriele's like, "Please, Thomas, no, don't do it. That's what he wants." As the child's like, getting fucking strangled by Thomas. That was a good fucking silly scene. But after that, then the demon laughs and then he targets Gabriele. And he's like, "You know what I want to do, Gabriele? I want to fuck you. I want to fuck you so hard that when you start coming, you're going to feel ashamed by the release." I'm not kidding. That was his statement. Like, when asked about his main goal, it was to fuck Gabriele. And not, like, in a literal sense, to fuck Gabriele, at least from the way he was speaking about it. Which was jarring to hear that. It was so weird. It was so fucking weird. And then they start trying to get, like, the religious artifacts out on him, like, the power of Christ compels you type shit. And it's not working. The demon then turns off the lights, which for some reason makes them stop immediately. And I'm kind of just giving you like an overall plot summary of everything that happens here, but I want to stress, and I can't stress enough how there is at no point any attempt to even build tension or show you unnerving things or make anything scary. It's like AI generated a script of a horror film without figuring out how to execute on the scares that they're copying from all of the horror films before it. Like it is so bland. But anyway, after the lights go out, Gabriele and Thomas split up. Gabriele then goes outside and notices that there's a seal of the Vatican on like a well. So he ties a rope to the top of the well and then his moped and drives it, and then which takes the lid off the well. Thomas is still inside, posted up, making sure like the demon child's not up to any silly stuff, any fishy business. But then things start popping off. The mom has like a giant arm come over her while she's sleeping, and I don't even know how she's able to even like fucking find the time to go to sleep with the demon child always yelling and screaming and like throwing things around the room. Well, that's an exaggeration. Knocking things around the room lightly. But she's like in bed trying to sleep, and then a giant hand comes over her face and drags her into the mattress slowly. And then the daughter, who's in her rebellious stage, is trapped in a closet with like a bunch of like scratches going across the wood next to her. And Thomas is there, and he approaches the demon about it, like, "Stop it, demon." And then the demon bites his ear, like full-blown Mike Tyson bites a piece of his ear, and Thomas is like, "Oh my, you didn't just do that." Like, he didn't yell or scream or anything. He gets his ear bitten off, and he just looks more like inconvenienced than anything. He's like, "Ugh, there goes a piece of my ear, zoinks, god damn it." And then he just like walks back out. So Gabriele then realizes that there's a lot more at play here than they originally thought. There's a bigger mystery afoot now that he's opened this well, and he sees a bunch of like skeletons. And then he drops a piece of fire paper in there to see how deep the well goes, which of course causes it to erupt like a goddamn volcano again, just like what happened with the glory hole. And then Gabriele rushes back in, sees all the chaos. He pulls the mom out from the bed, and then he opens the closet door where the daughter was getting attacked by little scratches, and he's like, "This is not a good place to do that, so please stop. Cease that foolishness." And the demon stops, and then the girl leaves the closet. And then we have the most generic plot device when it comes to horror films ever. Gabriele reveals that all they need to do in order to save the day is learn the demon's name. This is something that has been used in every fucking horror movie that deals with demons or possession since the beginning of fucking time. It is so lazy and boring, but that's the major plot point. It's them then needing to find out what the demon's name is. So they start exploring. They also confront the demon again, who reveals what his real plot was: to possess Gabriele. He didn't want to just possess the family, he wanted Gabriele. So they're exploring the premises. They eventually find that glory hole and they bust it open. They go inside the area. Turns out it's a catacombs where there's a bunch of these skeletons all over the place. And then while this is happening, the like super high tier bishop, like max level bishop that sent Gabriele here in the first place, then starts having a panic attack. He's like, "It's worse than we thought." He read like a letter or something from like a book of reports that they keep getting about the situation. He's like, "Oh my goodness." So he starts freaking out. He's like, "Ah." And then he has like a little mini heart attack. He ends up in the hospital. And as they're exploring the catacombs, they're learning like, wow, this dates back like fucking 400 years ago. Like, this demon's been around for a long time, and the Vatican tried to seal it off and cover it up. And then while that's going on, the priest is laying, like the high bishop is laying in bed, surrounded by some of the priests that were part of like the religious legal proceeding. And then he pulls off his oxygen mask and just pukes up blood on one of them. So I guess he was starting to get like possessed too to some level, or he was really just stressed out about the situation. But they eventually find this almost ritualistic chamber. I can't remember exactly what it was for, but it has like a torture device in there. It also then has like what was a very strong priest back in the day on like a throne, and they read his diary, and in that diary they learn the demon's name. It's Asmodeus, and he can possess a lot of different people. He's like a fucking puppet master. And Aaron, I saw this with Aaron as well as Ridley, Eli, and Tiana. Aaron made a great point. If the whole thing is you only need the demon's name in order to win, that super strong priest must have been really lacking. Like, he must have been fucking, overdosing on Xanax or something and really dropped the ball, because he literally had Asmodeus' name not only written down in the diary or written down in the book, but had a full fucking picture, hand-drawn painting with like a stylized Asmodeus name under there. So like the name was readily available and was still unsuccessful in the exorcism and saving the day. So that guy must have fucking sucked. He must have been terrible at his job. So they learned the demon's name is Asmodeus. As they learn that, one of the other priests that was really mean to Gabriele walks through and sees that the Lord on the crucifix is bleeding a little bit, and he's like, no! And then he takes a sabbatical and leaves for some reason. So now they have the demon's name. They then confront the demon. They're trying to like win, but the demon, starts possessing the daughter. He still has the son. He's like writing things on his chest like, God isn't here. God is not welcome. No God allowed. This is a demons only club. And he's like, strangling someone with Thomas with his tie. The demon girl that he's now possessed is like slapping the mom around. And then Gabriele, in order to stop the madness, is like, all right, fine, just possess me. So he does. Asmodeus then possesses Gabriele. His plan was to infiltrate the Vatican in order to cause mayhem and wreak havoc. And so he goes downstairs into the throne room and he grabs a giant scepter, and Thomas walks in like the fucking action movie hero. And then he sees the girl that he fucked from the congregation. She's got like her titties out and shit and starts fighting. They get into a fist fight. She's covered in blood. Gabriele is still trying to fight back against Asmodeus, but it's not winning. Thomas then has like this little coin or something that he pushes on the forehead of the girl, which blows her up, literally insta-gibbs her like it's Team Fortress 2. And then Gabriele's in like a one-on-one battle with the demon. I also totally forgot a core component here because I'm getting lost in the sauce explaining it. But one of Gabriele's big sins that the demon keeps showing him is a long time ago, there was a lady who they thought was possessed. Gabriele went there and learned it wasn't a possession, it was a mental illness. She was just talking about like sexual abuse, trauma and stuff, and Gabriele's like, I'm not really equipped to handle that. And then she bit the head off of a bird in front of him, and he's like, yeah, this is just mental illness. And then she ends up killing herself right in front of him, and Gabriele feels immense regret for not helping her and working on the mental health side of exorcisms. So that's why he swore to like do that from that point forward, but he never forgave himself. So the demon's showing him that, and then after Thomas blows up that girl, they also, the sound effect they used for the blowing up was fucking fantastic. I'm actually pretty sure it came straight from Counter-Strike after you armed the bomb. It sounded outrageous. So after that, Gabriele is wrestling with that girl, shaking her around, and then Thomas throws him like a powerful religious artifact, and he fucking sticks it on her head, throws her into like this pit of water, and then starts reading the demon's name to it and vanquishing it to hell, and saves the day. Family's safe, demons back in hell, and then we have the ending of the film, which once again brought it back to a silly bad state, where the high bishop that puked blood, I guess, is totally fine now. Maybe that's just something he does when he's stressed out, I guess, but like he wasn't even possessed or anything. He's just like totally fucking fine. The other priest that took a sabbatical gets replaced, and then they bring in Thomas and Gabriele, and they're like, yeah, this was a serious situation, but it's 1 of 200. You've only solved 1 out of 200. There's still 199 more to go. Are you willing to take up the task? Like actual Marvel Avengers, Nick Fury recruiting them level shit. And Thomas is like, let's get to business. And Gabriele reaches back for a handshake and says, let's go to hell. And that's where it ends. Literally setting it up for sequels, like a fucking Men in Black style universe for this, where they're just going to different places and performing exorcisms. So that was the whole film in a nutshell. The reason I wanted to explain all of it is because explaining it makes it sound far more fun shitty than it is. Everything I explained in theory is fun bad, but in execution is fucking awful. I don't really know what the purpose of this movie was, because like I said, it doesn't even really try to be scary or unnerving. it's actually just kind of a genuine waste of time. There are entertaining moments, like I said, there are times where it is goofy, fun, bad, but that's not the overall experience with the film. Like, there were times where we laughed at the silliness, but most of the time it was just sitting there in silence, wasting time watching it. It just didn't do anything in general. Like, it just didn't do anything. It was just kind of a fucking mess of a film where it had like DNA of all of the horror films before it, but didn't even bother to execute it in any meaningful way. It didn't even try. Like, it literally feels like they didn't try at all. That just they had some kind of contractual obligation to fulfill, so they just fucking pooped this out as quickly as possible. It really seemed like it was very rushed. But yeah, I wanted to talk about it because I was very excited to see this movie. I've talked about it on stream a few times about how like I'm really confident that this will be a fun bad movie, and I was just wrong. It really wasn't fun bad at all. So yeah, I just kind of want to talk about it a little bit and rant. That's about it. So yeah. I wasn't always this fearless, hulking testosterone tyrant that I am today. It's embarrassing to say this out loud, but actually at one point in my life, I was a child. And as a kid, I was really afraid of horror movies, if you can believe that. Nowadays, I find them to be enjoyably bad. I really like horror movies a lot, but mainly because they're so bad, they're good. But this wasn't always the case. When I was in middle school, just some Lunchables eating, algebra studying little idiot, I couldn't stand even the idea of a horror movie. I used to cover my eyes during the commercials for horror movies during football games, or I'd just leave the room till the horror movie advertisement was over. It was too much for me. And I did finally nut up one day, and I went to the mall with my friends in probably 6th or 7th grade and saw my first horror movie, One Missed Call. It's widely considered one of the worst horror movies ever made. I think it still has a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes, but it was a movie that scared me to my very core. It changed me. It's probably the reason why I'm not afraid of horror movies now, because I got all of the possible fear one could experience across their entire life out within those 2 hours of watching that film in theaters. It was traumatizing to me. And to make it even worse, I saw it with a girl I had a crush on at the time, and I was like, okay, this is going to be big for me. She's going to see how strong and cool I am when I'm not afraid of this. I'll just fucking buckle down and make it through it, no problem. Pretend it was easy. But that plan fell apart, went straight in the shitter almost immediately. I was screaming at every jump scare. I was even tearing up at one point. My blood pressure must have been at 500, and my heart was probably close to exploding with how fast it was beating. It was miserable, and there's no way she thought I was cool. She probably thought she was going to need to call 911 or something. Like, my whole group was probably concerned. I was the only one reacting this way. I was going nuts. From outside that theater auditorium, people must have thought there was a kid being tortured in there. It must have sounded like that scene in Casino Royale when James Bond is getting his nuts fucking blasted by the villain. I was going crazy. And the horror movie, like, looking back on it, wasn't like a good idea or anything. One Missed Call is basically you get a phone call, they leave a voice message, and it's the sound of you dying. And then as the movie goes, the person who receives that voice message does die in that same way that they heard on the phone. Not the scariest of ideas for a horror movie ever, but this was during a time when the Motorola Razr was still new and I had one, so I had like my own custom ringtone, which was Let Your Shoulder Lean by them Franchise Boys, and you know, technology was this like weird and wacky new thing, so that idea was enough to scare me. And then the movie itself had a lot of jump scares, which also like I'd never experienced a jump scare before, so when that shit was happening, I couldn't contain myself. So I found a video that I actually recorded, I think almost 2 years, maybe even 3 years ago with Jackson, where we went back and watched One Missed Call, kind of like as a way of going back and conquering my fear, because it was time for revenge. Like, this movie scared me one time, but not this time. So Jackson and I went back and watched it. He wanted to see what movie actually scared me, and I wanted to see if the movie was even scary to begin with. So I'll just show you some clips from that.
So wait, were you scared because of the contents of the movie, or did the quality of the movie scare you? Which one?
It was definitely the movie itself. Like, it set out to scare people, and it certainly worked on me. It wasn't like an ironic thing.
So do you remember anything about this? I swear every one of these movies ends the same way.
They really do. Wow. Yeah, I just saw the Winnie the Pooh horror movie, Blood and Honey, and it is without exaggeration one of the stinkiest horror films I've ever had the pleasure of watching, and undoubtedly in the top 10 worst films I've ever seen in theaters, which is truly an honor because I've seen all kinds of worthless, absolute trash. Now, I'm sure you all know Winnie the Pooh's public domain now, which is why this film was able to be made in the first place. This isn't like an official Winnie the Pooh production. It's not canon. This isn't going to be part of the established Winnie the Pooh lore. The property went to the public domain Thunderdome, meaning anybody could use and abuse it freely. So a lot of people tried to latch on to the tit and suckle some milk out of the power of the IP. And this led to this production here. It was a very cheap one that was haphazardly thrown together, clearly trying to capitalize off the wackiness of its concept. What if Winnie the Pooh killed people? And that's about it. That's as far as the creativity goes. And it's very clear they rushed the fuck out of this because nothing works. This is the laziest, most unapologetic cash grab I've ever seen in my life. But it doesn't even have the decency to be self-aware. It is bad at everything it tries to do, and it doesn't even do it with like a smile on its face. Of course, I knew going into this it was going to be bad. Anyone with eyes could see that this would be dog shit. I mean, just look at the costume. They didn't even bother putting any effort into Winnie the Pooh or Piglet. They just found the cheapest masks available at Party City and then just had two guys wearing the masks. That's it. They also have human hands. And also a lot of times the mask kind of rides up a little bit so you can just see like a normal human actor underneath the mask. It's just a disaster. This is one of the few films where I actually took notes during it because I felt like I was so insulted and I couldn't believe what I was watching. So I jotted down a few notes during this, also because it was basically just me and Aaron in this movie theater watching it together, fucking stunned by what we were witnessing. It is truly a catastrophe on every level, but I will openly say it was fun bad. It was. I'm happy to report it wasn't boring bad. Its sheer incompetence and its inability to do anything right while not being self-aware made it a fun, enjoyably shit film. So I'd like to walk you through a lot of what happens here. Clearly we're going to get in spoiler territory, so fair warning, though I don't know why you'd give a fuck about spoilers for this kind of movie. It's not exactly heavy on the narrative at all. So let's go ahead and dive in. Just to give you a quick example of how much they cared about doing this cheaply, they don't have Winnie or Piglet talk. They clearly wanted to save money on the budget by not having additional voice actors try and impersonate Winnie or Piglet. So they came up with this. During a harsh winter, Winnie the Pooh hatched this genius idea to eat Eeyore in order to save the rest of them. So they sacrifice Eeyore for the greater good, they eat him, and then take a vow of silence because they were so traumatized by what they had done to their friend. So they never speak. So that saved them some money. The story is as follows. Christopher Robin meets Winnie and the gang in the 100-acre wood. They're friends for a while, but Christopher Robin goes off to college, and during that time, the group goes fucking hog wild. They go insano style. Their minds break. They turn to madness, and they become these ferocious killing machines for some reason, because they felt abandoned by Christopher Robin. But Christopher Robin is now engaged, and he wants to bring his fiancée into everything that was important in his life, which includes Winnie and the gang. So they visit the 100-acre wood looking for them, and his fiancée doesn't believe him. But then we get like Darman level acting throughout the entire film, but immediately it starts to shine because his wife is like, "You are so successful because you are creative. And even if these are imaginary friends, that business that you have made and you being as creative as you have been has led to you being one of the best people in the world, Christopher Robin. But I'm not sure if they're real." And Christopher's like, "But no, fiancé, these are real." And then sure enough, they eventually stumble upon the cabin, and then Piglet grabs a chain and strangles his wife till she dies. And then Christopher Robin gets cornered by Pooh and Piglet, and he drops what I believe to be one of the most iconic lines in horror movies now. He says, "Pooh, you've got to help me. Something's wrong with Piglet. He killed my wife." and then that's when it sinks in on Christopher Robin that they're all, off their gourd. So Pooh and Piglet start closing in on Christopher Robin as he's yelling and screaming. And he's saying, "We were friends, but we were friends. We were friends. What happened to us being friends?" And then they kidnap him, and that's the intro. A fierce and fiery start to this one. And I'd like to mention that the two actors in the Winnie and Piglet costumes, I wouldn't be surprised to learn that they're like 80 years old because they move around so fucking slow. Especially Pooh Bear. Pooh Bear fee-fi-fo-fums around like he's carrying 1,000 pounds on each ankle. I thought for a second every time they moved, they slowed down the footage by like half. Like they moved at point 0.5 speed. It really looks like they're riddled with arthritis. Every movement they make is extremely stiff. When they kill somebody, it's almost like animatronic to a certain degree. Like it's so jarring. I would have expected them to be a little more limber since they're supposed to be like these crazy, agile, unstoppable killing machines. But my God, they are painfully slow and stiff. It's weird. But anyway, moving on. So that's the intro done, and then we get to our main characters. And I couldn't even tell you any of their names because it just genuinely wasn't important. They are actual just meat balloons for Winnie and Piglet to pop. So it's a group of girls that go to this cabin in the 100-acre wood for a vacation. And this is a no technology vacation. They want to go off the grid, you know, like in fucking witness protection, basically. So they turn their phones off and everything is when they get to the cabin. But unfortunately, one of their friends was a little late, so when she was calling them to ask for directions, they didn't answer. So she pulled over outside, like next to the cabin, a little far down the road, and was trying to get like them to answer. And as she's calling, Pooh Bear spots her. And this is very bad because Pooh Bear's got a taste for blood, and he's gluttonous. So Pooh Bear starts chasing her down like this. The girl's screaming. She eventually makes it to some kind of like warehouse and takes cover underneath a wood chipper. You can see where this is going. As she's hiding, Pooh happens to find her, and I shit you not, I swear this is going to sound like I'm making up, but I'm not. Pooh grabs her and then rips her shirt off, and then her tits are flopping all over the place for a minute, and Pooh's like moving her around so her tits kind of jiggle, and then he starts slamming her head against the wood chipper till she dies, and then he puts her in the wood chipper to make a blood sundae out of. So it's shooting all of her blood and guts out of the wood chipper, and that's it. I don't understand what the point was in Pooh Bear stripping her nude, basically. Well, I guess not fully nude, making her topless. I don't really get it. I thought this was going to be like some kind of narrative plot point where like he sees her tits and his eyes just go like awooga or something to indicate that he's like a pervert, like truly just the most, you know, reprehensible menace of all time. But it played no role in anything because Pooh doesn't talk, he has no emotion, he has no real character, he just kills. So what the fuck was a point in just like having her tits all over the place for like 20 seconds? And that's another thing. All of these kills, the directors confused tension with just general time and dead silence and dead space. So when she's hiding, it is painfully long of her just sitting there and Pooh's feet by the door. It'll go on for like 45 seconds of nothing happening. It's not building tension, it's just overstaying its welcome and it's just dead space. It's fucking worthless. And that's for every single kill. The director really just thought like holding a still frame of something in the background is building tension, and it's just not. It was just really mind-numbingly boring, and it really lasted a long time. Like in the intro, when Christopher Robin was saying, but we were friends, and Piglet and Pooh were coming in, that scene was probably about 2 minutes of them standing there, slowly getting closer, as Christopher Robin repeated the same 5 lines over and over again, like it was an NPC malfunctioning in a video game. It was painful how long those scenes would drag. But anyway, moving on. So that girl got thrown in the wood chipper. Back at the cabin, one of the girls is an Instagram model, so she's in her downtime playing music in a hot tub. And while Pooh Bear is dispensing of like this corpse, this skeleton of one of their victims, he hears the music, so he looks around, and then he sees the hot tub. So as she's taking Instagram pictures, you can see Pooh in the background, and the girl notices that too, and she's like, oh, what the fuck is this? That's a weird looking creature back there. So then she turns around, literally knows Pooh is there and knows that it's some kind of fucked up abomination back there, and she's like, I know you're there, but you're not gonna ruin my vacation, or what was the line? You're not gonna ruin my hot tub or something? I don't know, it was a terrible line, but she recognizes that there is a complete stranger in these fucking woods, this giant fucking animal recognizes that, and then just says, you're not gonna ruin my time, so she gets back in the hot tub, where she gets chloroformed by Piglet and Pooh Bear. So then they fucking hog tire on the front porch and then steal one of their cars, and Piglet puts his foot on her while Pooh Bear slowly drives over her skull and then you get a close up of her skull slowly exploding, so her eye pops out at the camera, and then blood starts squirting, and they're using the worst CGI of all time for the blood squirting, and eventually her head just pops and blows up. The genre that this movie's in is torture porn, pretty much. Like, that is basically all it is. It's just Winnie and Piglet torturing and killing people. I even forgot to mention that Christopher Robin is being tortured by Pooh. He was hitting him with Eeyore's tail, just like fucking flogging him with it. And this is what I'm talking about with a lot of things they try, they didn't even bother to follow through on. There's a moment where Christopher Robin's like, I know you're still good in there, Pooh. This isn't you. You killed my wife, but I know you're still good in there. And then Pooh has this moment where he, like, cries, and then he breaks some boxes, and then he looks at himself in the mirror, and then he goes back to hitting him with Eeyore's tail, and it's never explored again. Like, ever, at all. Like, there's just this brief moment of vulnerability, but then he goes right back to just being this two-dimensional killing machine. So now, back to the cabin, they blow up that girl's head with the car. It turns out all of the other girls, for some reason, spread out across the land, so two of them are by, like, a pond, talking. Another two of them are literally like doing nothing, just standing around doing nothing. But they hear their friend scream and they all run back to the cabin. They see her corpse, they freak out, they go inside, and Pooh is written "Get out" in blood on the window. So now they recognize they're being hunted, they're under attack, and they're trying to find things to defend themselves with. And then the main girl remembers that she brought a gun with her on this vacation. Her backstory is she had a stalker, so she's been a little scared of things, so she has a gun. And when she mentioned that, both Aaron and I thought it was going to be like a Glock or something, like a normal gun, you know, like a normal kind of gun that you see in movies. Well, it turns out the gun she brought is a fucking revolver. But not just any revolver. It's like a goddamn six-shooter straight out of Overwatch. Like, she was fucking McCree. She had this giant goddamn revolver. She came out here with that big iron on her hip. So she pulls out this massive revolver, a fucking 50 caliber hand cannon, and they're like, okay, now we can defend ourselves. But then they still split up, and so the girl with the revolver and her friend, they get into like a sniper's perch, and Pooh is just standing in the middle, like looking down, looking all confused, as they have like a clear shot on him, but they're not taking it for some reason. Then Pooh walks into the kitchen. So then we go to the other group of two girls that for some reason split off near the pool, and Piglet's over there, and they freak out. One of the girls falls in the pool. The other one, Piglet pushes, and she gets knocked unconscious. And then Piglet... Fuck, it is so hard to describe how awful this is. Piglet is after the girl in the pool, and he has a chain and a sledgehammer. And he starts, like, slapping the chain against the pool water, trying to get her, and the girl's, like, moving backwards, like, slowly in the pool as Piglet's hitting the water. And this goes on for, like, 2 minutes. It's terrible. And then eventually he's like, this isn't working, I'm going to get the sledgehammer. And while he's getting the sledgehammer, the girl, instead of like getting out of the pool, like a normal logical decision, like getting out of the pool and running away while he's getting the sledgehammer, she instead like gets closer to him in the pool. And I thought this was going to be like a fight back moment where she's going to like grab the chain and yank him in and try and kill him. But no, she just gets closer to him as he gets the sledgehammer. Then he gets the sledgehammer and she starts backing up again in the pool, like slowly swimming her way back. And then Piglet hits her with the sledgehammer and kills her. And then the girl that got knocked out from the push, they take and chain up back at their camp, and Winnie the Pooh slaps her after eating some honey. So he's eating some honey, the girl wakes up, he notices she wakes up, and he slaps her, and he slaps her again, and then he slaps her again, and then he slaps her again, and then he slaps her again. It goes on for like a fucking minute. That's what I'm talking about. All of these scenes last for so long, and it's so unnecessary. It does nothing. It doesn't make it more tense. It doesn't make it more brutal. It just makes it really fucking weird and uncomfortable. Anyway, that's another one of the vacationing girls dead. Don't even know her name. None of these characters had any level of depth to them whatsoever. The other two girls that have the revolver and her friend, they try and, you know, track down where her friend got taken. They eventually track it back to Winnie the Pooh and Piglet's hideout. And there's now another girl that's been captured and she's screaming. So they free her and she's been mauled by Piglet, so her face is all fucked up and it makes her mad. Then they free Christopher Robin as well at some point, who's still alive, just being tortured. So now they have Christopher Robin freed and this completely random girl that also happened to get tortured by Winnie the Pooh and Piglet. And the girl whose face is all messed up from Piglet grabs the gun and says, I'm going to make that bastard pay for this. So then she shoots a shot in order to lure Piglet out, and he comes out from a fucking trailer. and he's got his chain, and they're circling around a fire in what I expect they thought would be a cool action moment, like a cool action shot. So they're circling this fire. He's got a chain, she's got a gun, and she's ready to go fucking John Wick on him. But then she tries to shoot him, and it's out of bullets. It turns out the girl only packed a single bullet in that revolver, which leads me to believe that her plan for the vacation was to play fucking Russian roulette with her friends. Why would she only load a single bullet into the revolver? And that's not even the stupidest part about that scene. Because they freed that girl, they freed Christopher Robin, Piglet and Pooh had no idea that was going on. I think they both went to sleep for some reason. They could have all left. But when the girl took the revolver and said, I want to make Piglet pay, the other two girls, well, three because they had freed her friend, the other three girls just decided to watch. So they get in the closest proximity they can to this showdown, which happens to be a single keg, like an actual beer keg they hide behind, and they're watching it, like peeking over the side while this complete random woman has their gun and is about to shoot Piglet. They all just came over to watch for no reason. They could have just left. They could have left and they would have survived. They would have been fine. But they decided to be spectators here, and it's like an episode of Scooby-Doo. Like they couldn't help it. They're just peeking over to watch it go down. So once it's clear that the girl's out of ammo, Winnie the Pooh comes up behind her, knocks her down, pours honey on her face, and Piglet eats her face off. And that's when Pooh notices that the three other girls happen to be behind that keg of beer watching. So then he's like coming at him like this. And two of the girls run away, but the other one hides and grabs a sledgehammer and ambushes Piglet. And she hits Piglet twice in order to get revenge for the friend that she killed. The other two girls are running through the forest, which is, I believe, miles away. Like, they ran miles, like, in a matter of seconds, and Pooh's following them like a goddamn robot. But after Piglet gets hit twice, he screams, and Pooh hears this miles away, and somehow Pooh instantly teleports back to the camp, and right after that girl delivers the killing blow on Piglet, Winnie the Pooh kills her by stabbing a machete through her throat and hanging her up on a post. Every character in this movie has super speed or like Dragon Ball Z level instant transmission because they're teleporting all over this place. They'll teleport from the cabin to the Pooh hideout to the woods, back to the cabin, all in a matter of actual seconds. It's fucking crazy. But anyway, now we're down to our last two survivors. Piglet's dead. Pooh's very upset about all of this. Sorry, just checking my notes, making sure I didn't miss anything. I'm skipping over some other shit. Like, it's so bafflingly fucking terrible. But anyway, the next important plot point is the two girls make it to a road, and there's a pickup truck of some goofy dudes in there. One of them comes out looking like the fucking crypt keeper, and they're like, what's wrong with you girls? You're not making any sense. What do you mean you're scared? Who are you scared of? And then Pooh's on the road, and they're like, you scared of this joker, this clown? All right, we'll get in the car. We'll take care of this. And they march up to him with baseball bats, beer bottles, and a crowbar. And they're like, hey, bub, what did you do to scare these girls? You're not a nice guy, are you? So then they start beating up Pooh Bear, and he's just tanking all of the shots. And then I wrote down how he kills them because it's so wild. So after it becomes clear that what they're doing is ineffective, Pooh slaps the entire side of someone's face off. Like, literally turns him into Harvey Dent, Two-Face, slaps the side of the guy's face off, which kills him, and then he karate chops another guy's arm off, and then curb stomps him. Then he karate slices another guy's throat open, killing him, and then the last guy, he summons a swarm of bees to kill. So Pooh Bear can control bees in this universe, I guess, and he uses that to kill that guy who runs away. Then the girls freak out, but they have a car now, and they try and get away in the car, but Pooh's latched on to the back, and then they brake real hard. Pooh flies off, but for some reason they broke so hard that their heads hit the dash and they pass out. So then one of the friends gets grabbed by Pooh, and then he rips her head off and then throws it on the windshield. And then our protagonist turns on the windshield wipers because the blood was gross, I guess, which is so stupid, so fucking dumb, because I guess she was still going to try and get away and couldn't see with their friend's head in the windshield. But she wasn't able to clean it off fast enough and start the car, so Pooh grabs her, and he's about to kill her, but then Christopher Robin comes speeding in another vehicle and hits Pooh, which stuns him, but it doesn't kill him, so then Pooh grabs that girl one more time, slits her throat in front of Christopher Robin, and then says the only line that Pooh and Piglet have, and he says, "You left us." And then, after, kills the girl, slits her throat, and then just starts stabbing her a million times as Christopher Robin cries and runs away. Roll credits. I just summed up the whole movie for you. That is the whole movie. I am convinced that they were padding for time with all of those very long, drawn out sections of like nothing happening. I think that was in order to fill time, in order to make like the bare minimum for a feature length film, because this movie is fucking short. Like, way shorter than I would have ever expected. It's over in like a single blink of the eye. And everything that happens is so half baked and terrible. All of it looks terrible. None of what they even attempted to do lands in even the singlest, slightest capacity. I thought this would be self-aware goofiness. It's not self-aware. It is goofy, but for all the wrong reasons, which almost makes it better. Like I said, it is enjoyably bad. It is fun bad. It's no Moonfall, unfortunately, but I did enjoy my time watching it. It was something special. Like, oh bother! I tell you, this one was a super stinker. And I just had to come home and vent about it and talk about it because holy shit. It has a 5% on Rotten Tomatoes, which I actually agree with. It's very rare I agree with Rotten Tomatoes scores. That one's right on the money. 5% sounds about right. The audience score of 51%, though, I can't understand because it is enjoyably shit. Like, it is a fun, bad movie. It's something wild. That's about it. So, yeah. It's pretty rare that I see a movie that's so abominable, so atrocious, that I actually feel embarrassed for even having wasted my time watching it. And that phenomenon just happened with the new horror film Tarot. I was squirming in my seat. I was getting so mad at what I was watching. Like, I was steaming. My body performed an involuntary gesture of shaking my fist. Actually got him with a why I oughta. I was fuming. I started fucking Fortnite emoting in anger. That's how bad this movie was. So it's got a 5% on Rotten Tomatoes, which sounds about right. And I knew going into it was going to be irredeemable garbage because it is written and directed by one of the 3 writers of Moonfall. I sing the praises of Moonfall at least once every couple months. It is one of my favorite films of all time because it is objectively one of the most dog shit films ever produced, but in the most entertaining way possible. I think it is a masterpiece disaster of a film. It is so trash that it becomes immaculate. So I love Moonfall, and Spencer Cohen, who helped write Moonfall, wrote and directed Tarot. So I knew this had no chance of being good. But I didn't expect it to be this bad, like mind-numbingly bad, in a way that sucked all of the joy out of the room. Watching this film was like a Dementor sucking my soul out for the entire hour and a half that it played. Now, of course, it was basically an empty auditorium because no one cares about this movie. No one's really, fucking jumping out of their seats to be first in line for tickets to Tarot. But it was a pretty much empty theater. And man, I was embarrassed to just be there watching it. And it was painfully obvious that all of the actors in the movie were embarrassed to be there as well. It seemed like they were ashamed that they accepted the paycheck to appear in Tarot. None of them tried at all. Especially Jacob Batalon. You probably know him as Ned in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. He's in this film, and oh my god, it felt like he was giving the most sarcastic performance ever. Like, all the material he was given to work with is all really shittily written, but he took it and made it like a complete flat joke throughout the entire film in a way that I think was him just giving like a subtle wink and a nod to the audience that he knows that this is a bad movie he's in. To give you an example of what I mean, Jacob, while he's being hunted by the scary clown, is trapped in an elevator, and the clown's doing his like scary routine, which ends up kind of looking like it was more of like a flash mob that the clown was doing. It wasn't even scary. It just went on for so long of him doing different bad dance moves. It's like it was trying to mimic my choreography that they see me bust out at the club, which is horrifying, no doubt. But here, in this context, man, it is so stupid and goofy. So the clown's doing all that choreography as the elevator doors are closing and opening, and Jacob's character is just going, ah, 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 almost exactly like that, until eventually the clown ambushes him and he goes, ah. He just couldn't even be bothered to pretend to care at all about the performance. Like, unironically, Matt and I's acting in our green screen merch shoots is better than anything you'll find in Tarot. And I really think that's because the actors were probably so deflated once they got the material to work with, they were probably like, oh boy. Oh, brother, this guy stinks. Damn it, Steven, you've swindled me into this one. But they've already signed the contract, so now they have to commit and continue. So anyway, let's get into like the meat of the movie. It's about as generic as you will ever see in the horror movie genre. And I mean that in the truest sense of the word generic. It literally starts with them at an Airbnb, just as like a group of college friends just doing a getaway. We know nothing about these characters, only that one of them has a birthday and now they're at this haunted little Airbnb. And they happen to find this box of tarot cards, and our main character is really big into astrology. So she does this tarot card reading for the entire group using these really creepy cards that are hand-painted tarot cards. And she goes through all their signs, like, oh, you're a Capricorn, you're a, Leo, so this, that, and she gives them all their horoscope readings. And I really feel like Steven, or whoever helped them with this movie, must just be big into TikTok astrology, because it just starts borrowing a lot of things TikTok astrology enthusiasts are always talking about that's just very silly stuff, like, if you use someone else's tarot cards, oh boy howdy, you better brace for a bad time. Or, the most powerful combination of divination is using tarot card readings on top of I already forgot, a wet blanket. I forgot what the other thing was. But they mentioned that multiple times, like, doing tarot readings on top of blank is the most powerful form of divination, not to be taken lightly, type shit. So it feels like this was made for TikTok Zoomers almost. But even they, I think, are going to be extraordinarily bored by this film because it is not scary and it's just really, really dumb. I think these are the stupidest characters I have ever seen in a horror film, and I do not say that lightly, especially with horror films like Wish Upon and Slender Man. I think the characters in this movie are even stupider, if you can believe that. Now anyway, she gives everyone their horoscope readings, and it turns out that the deck is cursed. There was, back in the 1700s, a woman who was wronged and decided to place a curse upon those tarot cards where she took her own life, and now anyone that uses those tarot cards and does a horoscope will be cursed and die from it. So the horoscope readings that she was giving are starting to come true in twisted ways. So for example, one of the readings was, you'll make some money, your financial situation will improve, but then don't follow the hermit because he might lead you down the wrong track. And it turns out he gets visited by the hermit after winning $700 from a lottery scratch-off, and the hermit starts chasing him around the subway station until eventually he falls onto some train tracks and gets hit by a train. So it's like the worst diet Final Destination concept imaginable. So now they're all being hunted by their horoscope here, and they're getting killed by it, and it's so underwhelming. Oh my god, it is pitiful, the attempts that they try and make here to scare the audience. Like, there's a couple of jump scare attempts, but I feel like maybe that was like a little icky for Spencer, so he's like, no, that's too loud, that frightened me. Tone that down a bit. So not even the jump scares are enough to frighten or startle anyone, because they're not even like loud or anything, and they're not even like startling, as weird as that is to say. For example, one of their jump scare attempts, they have one of the evil creatures lurking, and he pokes his head out in front of where this girl was hiding, but it's like completely muted. It's like super muted. So it's like in slow motion. And I know it's supposed to be a jump scare because then it kicks on the music right after that happens. But like it completely missed the timing of the jump scare. And that can be said about a lot of things in this movie. So Jacob's character, his name is Paxton. He's supposed to be the comic relief character, and he draws the fool card, so that's why he gets hunted down by the evil clown. And his jokes are the worst timed jokes ever. Like, the comedic timing in this film is non-existent. Like, anytime Paxton is going to make a joke where he's like, yo, you guys are fucking, I gotta go, well, I can't think of anything he said, actually. That's about par for the course for Taro. Just had myself a Jimmy Neutron brain blast. I remember one of his jokes was, as they're doing the tarot card readings, she's asking, who wants to come up next? And he goes, I'll go to the bathroom, and then walks by her. And like, that's like the timing of that scene right there. It's so bad. And then like the whole group laughs at him like, ah, Paxton, you got her. Oh, fried. Nice. Like, that's the level of humor they try and insert in here. It sucks. It super sucks. Oh my god. Like, everything in this movie fails. Like, all of it falls so flat on its fucking face. It's almost impressive how they couldn't even accidentally get something as simple as a jump scare right. So anyway, let's talk about why I actually started getting heated, because usually these kind of things I'd find to be like fun bad and maybe even a little bit charming, but this one was actually just making me upset. So they figure out early on that those tarot card readings that were done is most likely what's killing them. So, like, the birthday girl dies, she falls off a ladder after her prediction was she climbs a ladder, but be careful because there might be a crushing blow from the high priestess to, do this and that. And she dies by falling off the ladder. And then the high priestess, which looks like some kind of Party City costume that was trying to emulate, like, the nurse from Dead by Daylight, comes out and starts hitting her with a ladder, and she dies. And then after that was the guy who got hit by the train from the hermit, and they're like, oh, that's interesting. They're all dying kind of the same way the horoscopes said. Weird. That's probably the cause. And all of them except for one guy immediately buy into it, but they still go and visit like this old lady who they found through a Google search. The most stereotypical horror movie cliche ever. Just like a random old lady who is just the exposition vomiter. She just is present because the writer wasn't able to figure out a way to convey this story in a way that made sense. That they just have this random character that knows everything, so she explains to them and the audience exactly what's going on. And all the characters confirm, like, okay, that's 100% what's going on. Now we know. So in the readings, she kind of says, like, what you need to do to avoid being killed. Like, oh, maybe don't follow the hermit's light because it might lead you down the wrong track. So basically it would be, all right, don't let that light scare you and lead you in different directions and you wouldn't have fallen onto the train track, that kind of thing. So they all know this now. It's the horoscopes. And they're all very well aware of what their predictions were what her predictions were because one of the girls actually filmed her prediction. And their car breaks down, and the prediction was, technology might stop working, but don't be alarmed, just sit tight. There's no reason to run away, because else you might find yourself hanging. That kind of thing. Her card was the hangman. So the car breaks down on this bridge, and the girl is remembering, like, oh, okay, I need to not panic, and I need to not run away. But then, like, on, like, the glass, the hangman draws a hangman, and she's like, ah! Opens the door and starts running. The thing that they just reminded her and herself reminded herself of to not run, she immediately does in this inexplicable panic when what was just established seconds prior is to just sit tight and wait it out. And then she just fucking freaks out, starts running, and then ends up getting caught by the hangman and hangs. And then, even after that, Paxton, who now knows beyond a shadow of a doubt that all he needs to do to survive is to not do what the horoscopes said. And his horoscope was, don't be bullheaded and make rash decisions. And then after that hanging thing, the group gets together and he's like, I'm gonna go back to the apartment, fuck you guys, this is it's PG-13, he doesn't say fuck you guys, he's like, poopy to you guys, this is a bunch of baloney, I'm not gonna be caught, out and about because it puts me at risk, so I'm gonna go back to the apartment. They're like, no, listen, Paxton, you're being bullheaded. That means you're gonna die if you go through with this. You are being bullheaded. Remember with the horoscope reading? And he's like, patooey, I'm going this way. I'm gonna be bullheaded. You don't know what you're talking about. Even though, minutes ago, he just witnessed what happened when it's crazy. It's actually crazy. It's like every character here is like Drew Barrymore in 50 First Dates. They just keep forgetting things that have just happened. So, he goes being bullheaded, and what do you know? He gets attacked by the evil clown, the Fool. I actually was so mad. I had no reason to be as mad as I was, but it really felt like Spencer himself was just giving the middle finger to the whole auditorium, like, you guys are stupid for paying money for this, ha ha ha. Like, he was the ultimate evil tarot card slapped on the table here. Like, we just saw these characters describe in detail exactly what not to do, and then two characters do exactly what both of them said they will not do immediately. One of them, I guess you could write off because they got really afraid and frightened, so they stopped thinking rationally. I think that's a lame excuse for it. But Paxton, he was cool, calm, and collected, and then still just said, alright, I'm gonna go die anyway. Like, what? Huh? Like, there's so many things I could really pick apart here, but who gives a fuck? No one's seeing this movie anyway. I know none of you watching this had any interest in it, but man, this one is actually worse than Imaginary and Night Swim. I didn't think we'd find any horror movies for the rest of the year that would compete with those, but man, this one does it. This one actually does it. It is worse than both of those films. Leave it to one of the Moonfall writers to strike a new low in the horror genre of all things. I didn't even know it was possible. But I will talk about one more thing in the movie, because it was another thing that just got me heated. So that old woman that I mentioned earlier, Well, eventually the crew goes back to that house to get the tarot cards because they eventually deduce that, hey, if we destroy the tarot cards, we probably break the curse. So they go there, get the cards, try and burn the cards. The cards don't burn. They're like, oh! They do like a fucking Mr. Beast thumbnail shock. And they're like, okay, let's call the old woman. Which, I guess that's a fine idea. But you know what happened like 30 minutes before that? They tried to call that old woman, and it turns out her phone doesn't work. Like, it just goes straight to voicemail because her phone doesn't exist anymore, which is why they drove to her fucking house and snuck up on her in the middle of the night because she doesn't have a phone that works. Yet somehow, during this moment, not only were they able to call that old woman with a phone that didn't exist or didn't work, but she shows up instantly. She literally Goku instant transmissions to the front door there in a matter of seconds, even though it took them like an entire day to drive themselves to her previously. Like, this is just such a poorly made movie from top to bottom. Nobody gave a shit at all. Like, I don't know what you were thinking with this one, Spencer. I really don't. Moonfall is a beautiful disaster. This one is a tragic disaster. It's so shit. So the old woman shows up and I'm like, okay, she's going to be like really helpful here. She's going to be instrumental. So she sets up like this ritual where she was going to reverse the tarot card readings to try and flip it on the evil entity, the old woman who was wronged and cursed the deck. And as she's doing it, the old woman immediately just gets possessed. Like, she gets force choked by the evil entity and then stabbed with 6 swords. Because the evil entity did a tarot card reading on her where she drew the 6 swords card, whatever the fuck that is. And she's like, uh-oh, whoops-a-daisy. So then literally force grabbed and then drops her corpse with 6 swords in it in the middle of like the hallway. And that was the entire role of the old woman. That's it. She showed up just to get stabbed 6 times and contribute nothing. So eventually our main character's like, what if I get a horoscope reading for the evil entity? And like, yeah, that kind of makes sense if you turn your brain off. Why would that work? It's her tarot cards. She is the curse. If she doesn't want to curse herself, she won't. It doesn't matter if you do a horoscope reading. She is the tarot cards. But anyway, she does this reading on the evil entity, and she draws death as the final card. And the entity looks down, I shit you not, as she's strangling the main character. She looks down and goes... and then immediately just gets fucking deatomized. So somehow her reading also killed her, even though she is the reading. It's so stupid. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. And it's even more criminally trash with the way that it wraps itself up, because it turns out Paxton didn't die. So Paxton cruises up in his car in the middle of the night after they defeat the evil entity by giving her a horoscope reading. And he's like, hey guys, I'm like actually totally fine. I was trying to reach you guys. You guys weren't answering. What's up with that? And they're like, how did you survive? And he's like, oh yeah, my roommate opened the elevator door and like scared the jester away. He thought it was like super weird. He was like really wondering what was going on with me. Like, okay, so that's how you beat it? Like, you could just have your roommate come up and like throw the whole thing into disarray? Like, it's all cattywampus? Like, the whole curse doesn't work if there's a witness to it all of a sudden? Like, what? That seems like the easiest thing to do. Like, you probably wouldn't even need to turn the curse around on the evil entity. You could just have his goofy-ass roommate follow you around and save you every time. It's just so dumb. The movie was so fucking bad. Oh, I can't wait to see what else Spencer works on, because man, he's got a really incredible batting average here with terrible trash movies. Anyway, I think 5% for this movie is about what I'd give it on the Moist Meter too. I have to agree with Rotten Tomatoes on this one. 5% for Tarot, absolutely accurate. What a bad film. That's about it. See ya.
There's a new movie out right now called Imaginary. I bet most of you watching have never heard of this film before in your life, and those of you that have heard of it, I imagine 0 of you had any interest in going to see it, because even just from the first trailer, anyone with eyes would recognize this movie had no chance at being anything even close to decent. It was doomed from the start. It's a movie about a haunted bear imaginary friend. It's as creatively bankrupt as it gets. I would sooner buy a ticket to watch the feature film of The Poop That Took a Pee than going to Imaginary. But I actually did go see Imaginary, so that point doesn't really work. That's moot. I saw it yesterday and can confirm beyond a shadow of a doubt, it's horrible. It's trash. It's terrible. This is the latest super stinker from Blumhouse, more like Butthouse because this shit is ass. I am no stranger to bad movies, as all of you know. I have a huge passion for seeing them. But man, Blumhouse is pumping out some extraordinarily boring ones. It feels like they're not even trying with anything anymore. They just know that because the budget is so low for these movies, and there's so many people in the world that just want something to do, they'll make a profit off those just curious enough to buy tickets to pass time. So they don't even bother putting in the bare minimum amount of effort to even produce something that has a single redeeming quality about it. Like, I'm pretty sure Imaginary was probably filmed in like 2 weeks because they just used the first take of everything that they shot and then just called it a wrap and said, print it, good enough. So I saw it yesterday with Aaron. Aaron and I have been seeing pretty much every bad movie of the last year or so together, and this is definitely a bad movie that we experienced, and I kind of want to just dissect it here. Not for any reason other than I saw it, so I kind of just want to debrief about it. I know none of you are interested in seeing it, but I don't care. I'm going to peel your eyes open and make you understand why this movie turbo sucks. The best compliment I can give Imaginary is it's better than Night Swim, which is a very low bar to pass, but it is better than Night Swim. That's the Blumhouse movie from January, which is all about a haunted pool. Big congrats to Imaginary for being able to beat that. What an achievement. The accomplishment cannot be understated. It's better than Night Swim. Put it on the back of the DVD box. Before getting super deep on Imaginary, I want to go ahead and thank World of Warships for sponsoring this video. Big thanks to World of Warships for sponsoring this video. I've been working with the World of Warships team for quite some time to design some custom in-game content, so I'm a commander in the game now. I go by Chuck Blast on the seas out there, and I'm an absolute menace. The name of our ship is the Blastmaster. We sail under Chuck's flag, so I help design the assets, the camo, just kind of top to bottom. It looks like me, it sounds like me, because I do the voice acting for it. Dead on target. I'm, for all intents and purposes, engaged in war out there, and it's extremely fun. Just as a reminder, sales to purchase my custom character, my commander, Chuck Blast, which has my voiceover, as well as the custom skin and flag, ends on March 24th. So make sure to get it before it's gone. You can of course still use my invite code Penguinz0 as well to get all of these goodies too. It's available for PC and consoles, and the code is for newly registered players, but existing players can acquire these items by purchasing my bundle or through the new internet's containers. So you can click the link in the description to get started. Thanks again, World of Warships. Imaginary begins with a man and a woman lying in bed together, and the woman, Jessica, has just had another nightmare where she's attacked by a spider, a big spooky spider. And in order to start combating these nightmares she's having, they decide to move in early to their new house, which actually isn't a new house, it's Jessica's childhood house. And she's forgotten her entire childhood, basically, talking about how foggy it is. She's got like amnesia, so she can't remember her childhood due to a bunch of trauma, which is a really convenient plot device. So she is the stepmom in this relationship, and the father has two children, two daughters. And they all move in together, and the older daughter doesn't like Jessica, but the younger daughter's more receptive to Jessica as like the new mother. And the dynamic there isn't really explored at all past the older sibling just going, "You're not our real mom. We were happier without you. We want our real mom back." And their real mom shows up in this movie for like 2 minutes for a jump scare. So the previous wife had some kind of mental illness that was never really explained or explored, but for one scene, the mom was having a tea party with the daughter late at night and then jumped at Jessica and fell over and then got taken away via ambulance. That was the like original mom's role in this film. That's it, and she's never seen again. This movie actually has a habit of doing that, where they just introduce these characters just for them to never be seen again for just a completely inexplicable reason. So like the father here, he barely has a role to play in this movie. So they move into this house, and within like 2 days, the dad's like, "All right, time to pack up. I gotta go on tour." So I shit you not, he puts on a fedora, packs his suitcase, and he's like, "All right, are you sure you guys are gonna be okay, Jessica?" And she's like, "Yeah, absolutely. Go on your tour. I know the Blood Farts are really killing it this year on the Billboard Top 100. Go play your hit song, fucking Drops of Jupiter. Yeah, get out there." So he's like, "All right, well, I'm going on my tour." and he is never seen or even mentioned again. He tips his fedora and then just falls into the back rooms, and we just have to accept that he's just gone. We lost him, and he will never be seen again. They don't even mention him ever again, actually. Which is, I mean, whatever, I guess. So then it's just Jessica and the two girls, and they're trying to get along. Jessica's making her best efforts to be like this superstar mother, and the youngest daughter has found a bear in the house named Chauncey. And she's talking to the bear. It's her new imaginary friend, and at first Jessica's really supportive of it, but then things start getting really sinister when Chauncey starts wanting to play a game with her where she's like hurting herself. She's about to like slam her hand on a nail, and Jessica has to stop her from it, and that's when she realizes that this imaginary friend is not good for her because it's making her do dangerous things. So that's like the main plot line there. This imaginary friend is real and trying to get the little girl to do a ritual to join him in the imagination land, which is a fucking stupid concept. But there's also a lot of other things that don't really matter in here at all. So, for example, the older daughter meets a neighborhood kid whom she's like in love with instantly. So she invites that dude over when Jessica's out one day. And the dude comes over and immediately makes enemies with the younger daughter. He's like, "You're a psycho." And then that was the end of that. And then for some reason, he's like, "So do you want to do these drugs with me?" So he pulls out a bag of pills, and then he has one on his tongue. He's like, just to show he's doing pills. And he was talking about how, like, last time he did these, his left eye could see 12 seconds in the future. And the older daughter's like, "Nah, I don't really want to do those pills. I thought we were just gonna like watch this movie and hang out." And he's like, "Fuck, this is so lame. Let's get some alcohol." So he breaks into like the dad's stash of booze and immediately breaks it, goes upstairs, and this is supposed to showcase the very first time horror in this movie. To this point, they hadn't had any elements of horror outside of that nightmare she had, which was super lame, where she gets attacked by a spider. I'm going to go ahead and mention the monster design in this movie is terrible. Aaron said it best, where he said the monster creature design in this film is just marginally better than Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey, but it's a close match. It's like I went to Party City, and they took costumes off the rack, and then just threw some mud on it, and then added some really, really quick Adobe After Effects VFX to it, and called it a day. It looks awful. It looks like Mummy 2, The Rock, Scorpion King levels of bad when it comes to how these creatures look. Ugh. I'll get to it more towards the end of the plot synopsis that I'm going down here. But anyway, so the dude's like, "All right, I got these pills. I'm going to go upstairs now since I broke the booze to clean it up." And he's taking a piss, and then all of a sudden, the bear's there. And he's like, "Ooh, spooky." So he pees everywhere, and he's like, "Oh, man, I'm just tripping because I'm doing pills." And then all of a sudden, the bear's back again. And this is like that scene in the trailer where the ring's going, and it's like playing the sound effects, and the bear's getting closer, and then it stops. And then the like fucking first jump scare of the movie happens where the bear pops out to scare him, and he goes, "Whoa!" And then he falls over and runs away. That's that whole scene, and that dude doesn't have any role to play in this film at all. It's not like he died there or anything. All it was here for was to deliver a cheap jump scare and nothing else. So, like, Jessica comes home shortly after, and she's very disappointed in the older daughter for bringing this boy over. And then the boy's mother comes over and is like, "I'm so sorry, my son did this." And then Jessica's like, "Yeah, and he also brought these drugs." And then the mom goes, "These aren't drugs, this is my allergy medication." Which is, I mean, okay, I guess. So the dude was tripping off Allegra, I suppose, Claritin, I guess. It's so stupid, and it has no role to play in the film, but it's here for some reason. And then you never see that guy again. He's never even referenced again. So now Jessica and the two daughters are once again just home alone. The imaginary friend situation's getting worse. She calls a therapist over to try and, do something about Chauncey, the imaginary friend. The therapist is kind of odd, where the therapist is trying to get her to explore, her feelings with Chauncey, which leads to a fight between the daughter and Chauncey. And then Therapist is like, has your daughter taken up ventriloquism? Jessica's like, fucking obviously not. My 6-year-old daughter hasn't been studying ventriloquism. Why are you asking? And the therapist goes, well, because, it was weird. Because what happened during the therapy session is Chauncey was speaking in the voice of the daughter, and eventually the daughter turns around while panicked and crying, and the therapist noticed her mouth wasn't moving, but words were still coming out, so she's like, oh, it must be ventriloquism. And then eventually the therapist is like, well, I've noticed some, in previous cases, when an imaginary friend gets hostile and evil, a kid disappears. So good luck. And then she leaves. She plays a video of like some other kid talking about her or his imaginary friend who made him chop off his thumb, and then like the kid went missing right after. So after playing that video, the therapist is like, all right, so I'm out ski. Also, don't forget to pay my bill. And she just leaves, never to be seen again. But this whole sequence was extremely important to the film because it delivers the big twist. So that bear that the daughter found and has been carrying around the entire movie, talking to with her imaginary friend, turns out wasn't real. It was all in Jessica's mind. No one else was seeing the bear. The therapist recorded the session and proved that that bear was never actually there. It was nothing. It was an imaginary friend. But Jessica's been seeing it this whole time because it turns out that bear was Jessica's original imaginary friend when she lived in this house. So only she is capable of seeing that bear. It actually wouldn't be the worst twist in the world if it wasn't in such a bad movie. I didn't see it coming. Neither Aaron nor myself expected that, because why would they even bother putting a twist in a movie that has this little effort in it to begin with? But, like, admittedly, it's not the worst idea creatively to have that be like a grand reveal, like, oh, that was never real. Like, it could work, but it doesn't here, because no one cares. By this point in the film, you're already so mentally checked out, probably snoozing, that it falls flat. It really does. But, man, my voice is cracking even going over this movie. But anyway, so then she starts realizing that this goes really deep. The reason she can't remember anything is because of her imaginary friend and whatever happened to her back then. So she's connecting these dots about the never ever, and then like a door, and then she's researching it, and then the daughter disappears. So the daughter vanishes, and turns out she completed the scavenger hunt for Chauncey, which opened a portal to the imagination dimension. She's joining SpongeBob and Patrick in the imagination box land now. So then Jessica and the older daughter are freaking out. They called the police to start looking for her. And then an old woman, whom we did see briefly earlier in the film, who was previously Jessica's babysitter, starts just exposition dumping everything here. Also, that old lady, her name was Gloria. She was seen earlier in the film, but kind of just as like this standoffish asshole. So, like, Gloria's talking to Jessica about being her babysitter, and then the little girl comes over, and then the old lady immediately gets combative with the little girl, where she's like, you shouldn't really interrupt us. We were in the middle of a conversation. And then the little girl's like, oh, okay, maybe Chauncey should eat you. And then Gloria actually laughs and goes, ha, oh, children and their imagination, it's so cool, until they get violent. Basically just like I thought Gloria was about to start beating this little kid's ass. Like, she was like about to throw up a set here and get pugilistic with her. Like, Gloria was just immediately weird. But then she's seen here during the vanishing of the little girl, and she starts telling the older sibling, like, look, imaginary friends are real. Usually they're benevolent, helpful spirits that kids grow out of, but sometimes there's evil ones that latch on to a child and feed off their imagination. And Jessica had such a creative, vibrant imagination that imaginary friend didn't want to lose her, so actually stole Jessica into the imagination dimension, and Jessica eventually escaped. But now it's lived in that house for all these years and has taken Alice, the little girl, to try and get Jessica back. So we've got to do something. So now they've recruited the Avengers here. They got Gloria, the geriatric old octogenarian. They've got Jessica, and they've got the older daughter. They perform the ritual themselves, open up the portal, and confront Chauncey directly, whom takes on the form of a real ferocious bear. And Gloria reveals herself to be a villain, where she traps them in the imagination dimension because Gloria said that Chauncey gave her the directions to where they'd be promised this land of freedom where they can be young again. Their imagination comes to life. Imagination has power here, this and that. And then she eventually gets slapped by Chauncey, dragged into a room, and then blows up into an explosion of blood. So that's how Gloria dies. She's also the only death in the movie, for some reason. Sorry, my nose was running because this shit is actually making my sinuses flare up. But yeah, so Gloria's dead now, and no one cares. So they just go on and keep looking for Alice. They eventually find Alice, who doesn't want to leave initially until Jessica starts breaking things. And then Alice is like, this is fun, I'll start breaking things. Okay, I'm ready to leave. Bye, Chauncey. And then Chauncey just kind of lets them leave, but then grabs Jessica and is like, you're not leaving, I like your imagination a lot, so you're staying here with me. And again, he's still in this giant bear shape, and it looks terrible. It looks absolutely terrible. I don't know, like, I understand these movies are supposed to be made low budget, but you can do better creature designs. Like, from a design perspective, you can do better than what this has to offer. And maybe just don't show it so point blank, because then you really see all of its flaws. So she's being taken by this goddamn fucking Five Nights at Freddy's throwaway animatronic looking bear, and then gets saved by the older sibling, who grabs her and gets her out of there. But then there's another twist, because it turns out she didn't actually save her. It wasn't a happily ever after. Jessica's still there. And then they just repeat it where the girl goes in and saves her again, and then they burn the house down. I've skipped quite a bit of the movie, but it doesn't matter. You're not going to watch it anyway. No one was planning to, but I already went there and saw it, so I just got to fucking talk about it because it's so stupid. It's so dumb. It's just, it's a movie that's made for the sake of just putting a movie out there to try and get some money in return, because it's so cheap, you will make a profit off it. Like, it's a smart business strategy, and I've always said that about Blumhouse. It's a really smart business strategy. And there's probably like some kind of tax write-off element for it too, I imagine. So, like, these movies, like Imaginary, they fucking suck. Like, this one was at points fun bad, I will say. There were definitely fun bad moments of it, but it still wasn't worth seeing in any capacity. But, oh well. Yep, so that's Imaginary in a nutshell. There's nothing good about it. Like, I guess there's a couple of decent ideas, and by a couple I mean one, where, like, the twist is the bear was never really there. And then, like, I guess the fake out ending, which was totally meaningless and didn't really do anything, I guess that was a creative idea too. But they also only let that twist sit for, like, 2 seconds, where they get her out, and then it's immediately a happily ever after, and she's like, no, I'm still here. And then they immediately get her out, and then it's the real happily ever after. It's just, I don't know, bad movie. Very bad movie. That's really about it. So, yeah. 2024 has been a remarkable year for awful horror movies. Every single month we're getting a brand spanking new disaster of horror delivered to the big screen and being charged over $10 for, which should be criminal for movies that are this bad, like Tarot and now Strangers Chapter 1. It blows my mind just how frequently they're putting out these revolting messes. No matter how you look at this movie or how generous you try to be with it, there is nothing to like. It is a pile of dog shit. It's actually worse than that, because real dog shit, like the tangible poop, it's at least free. This is dog shit you're paying $10 to sit through and be bored and miserable. It's just... Point is, Strangers Chapter 1 isn't very good. I'm sure, no doubt, most of you were able to sniff that out. I was trying to be very subtle with my critique off rip, be unbiased, but it's just hard with how bad this movie was. And it's made worse by the fact that I really like The Strangers, the first movie from 2008. I actually think it's a classic. The second one, I didn't like nearly as much. I actually forgot it existed until I went back and saw that they actually had one from 2018, and I was like, oh, that's interesting, I must have missed it. And then I watched the trailer and I was like, nope, I saw it. I remember this now. It, like, opened up a repressed memory. Anyway, though, Strangers Chapter 1 is far and away the worst in the franchise here, and one of the worst horror movies of the year. I don't think it's worse than Tarot, but Tarot was, like, genetically engineered to be the worst possible horror movie you could create. They had one of the writers for Moonfall direct that fucking thing. So, like, it's going to be really hard for any movie to be worse than Tarot this year, but this one certainly tried to give it a run for its money.
Now, Strangers Chapter 1 has a really interesting story, not in the actual movie itself, because the story is complete trash, but they actually filmed an entire trilogy for Strangers. And I don't mean like 2008 and 2018. I mean Strangers Chapter 1 is the start of their new trilogy that they've already filmed. Apparently they filmed all 3 movies, and they're going to be releasing this entire trilogy over the course of the next year. That's very ambitious, especially when you have something as weak as this to start with. I don't know how they're going to justify the existence of Chapter 2 or the final chapter, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious now. Because how could it possibly get better? I know it can't get worse. This is definitely the worst I think it can possibly be for the Strangers. But what could they do to make it better? I don't know. The film ends with a to be continued, and nobody wants to continue this. But now I have this morbid curiosity with where this might go. Like, I have half a mind to expect this to start bringing in aliens and time travel or something. Like, I think it's going to get really off the rails. But let me just talk about what makes this movie so bad. And I'll actually start with this quote from the director. "Nothing is too ambitious for me. If it had been a straight remake or sequel, I would have definitely passed because at this point in my life, I wouldn't touch a classic like the original The Strangers." Hey, pal. You just blow in from Stupid Town? What are you talking about? Strangers Chapter 1 is literally a 1-to-1 remake of the 2008 Strangers movie, except the characters are stupider, they're more shallow, like these are the dullest characters I've ever seen in a horror film, and that is saying something extraordinary, because I thought Tarot had the worst characters, but the 2 characters, the main characters here, are so unlikable and have no depth to them at all. Somehow Tarot characters had better depth. Like, what do you mean? That you didn't want to just make it a straight remake and you would have passed if that's what the assignment was. You did do that. Everything that was present in 2008 Strangers is present here, but worse. It's as if AI was tasked with recreating the Strangers 2008, and it just ChatGPT threw this together to try and make it a close emulation, but lost all of the soul and what made that one so good. This movie is that. If you've seen 2008 The Strangers, you've already seen The Strangers Chapter 1. It's the exact same story, the only thing that changes is it's an Airbnb. But everything else is completely intact, including some of like the iconic scares done 1-to-1 but worse. It loses all of the tension of the 2008 Strangers. It's trash. You did remake that movie. Whether or not you set out with that goal, ultimately that's what you delivered. The best thing I can say about Strangers Chapter 1 is that at least it's only 91 minutes. So it's nice and short. You get in there, you get frustrated, you get bored, you leave, and you forget about the movie entirely because it sucked. At least it's not long. So thank you for that, I guess. So the story revolves around a man and a woman. They've been dating for 5 years. The guy hasn't proposed to her, which is a plot point that really doesn't do anything. It never leads to anything except for like a single line here and there about that. They're deeply in love and they're on a trip. They're making their way out to Oregon, but they encounter some car trouble and they end up getting stranded in a place called Venus, Oregon, and they get directed to an Airbnb to stay for the night while they wait for a guy named Rudy to fix their car. And most people in this small town are real sketchy, so it puts one of the main characters on edge, the guy. I already forgot his name. That's why I'm just referring to him as the guy. I actually don't remember their names, and I really don't feel like looking it up because it's not even worth remembering their names. So the guy and his girlfriend, they go into a diner because they're hungry. And the guy immediately just starts rolling a 1 on every charisma check. So everyone he interacts with for the entire first half of the movie ends up hating him because he tries to be like quippy with everyone and nobody likes it. So anytime he makes like a little quip, like for example, one of the diner waitresses said like, "Oh, you've been dating for 5 years? Why haven't you put a ring on it yet? What are you waiting for?" And he goes, "Well, right now I'm waiting on my turkey melt." And nobody laughs, so he just says, "Tough crowd." And he does that like 6 fucking times. He's so annoying, and every character hates him. This guy has negative charisma in his stats. So, anyway, whatever. Point is, he's unlikable by everyone in the movie, and everyone watching the movie too, because he has nothing to do. Like, he's not interesting. He has no real writing around him. He is just this hollow character that spits out a couple of bad quips and makes terribly stupid decisions. So, they're now staying at this Airbnb, and things are getting a little weird because there's someone that knocks on the door. They're banging on the door, and they're asking for Tamara. They're like, "Not here. Go away, weirdo." So they go away, and they come back again. "Where's Tamara?" "Hey, I already told you there's no Tamara here. Fucking scram. Take a hike." And him and his girlfriend, they're like trying to make the best out of the situation. She seems to really like it. And the guy takes his 6-pack of beer and he tries to put it in the fridge. He's like, damn, fridge isn't working. So he takes it out, and then his girlfriend finds a number to call if they need assistance with anything for the Airbnb owner. And I shit you not, it's like 1 a.m. And she grabs this number and calls the Airbnb owner to leave a message to send someone out to fix the fucking refrigerator at 1 a.m. so they could cool their beer. What an inconsiderate guest. Why would you do that? You're there for like maybe 6 hours. Why are you going to have someone come out at 1 a.m. to fix your fucking refrigerator so your boyfriend can put beer in it? But they end up just drinking all 6 beers anyway without them being cold. Like, it's so dumb. This is so stupid. I'm all over the place in breaking this down because this movie just really sucks and there's a lot I want to complain about. But, okay, back to that person knocking on the door. Eventually, the boyfriend realizes that he doesn't have his inhaler. His girlfriend says that she forgot to put it in the car when they got to the Airbnb because someone drove them there. And he's like, all right, that's fine. I'll just scoot back into town on this motorcycle I saw outside. So this Airbnb has a motorcycle. I want you to make a very strong note of that. A working motorcycle that the boyfriend, with no trouble whatsoever, takes into town, which is like 5 miles away or something like that. So he goes to get his inhaler, and she is now left alone in the house, and creepy stuff's happening. One of the strangers is singing "Rockabye Baby." Like, all of the cliches you can possibly imagine for a horror movie are in this movie. Every single possible horror movie cliche. And they're done so much worse than you've ever seen them done before. So she's getting, like, on edge. She's hearing these things, and you see, like, the stranger creepy people are standing behind her, and she doesn't see them, but we see them. Whoa, spooky, frightening, and then jump scares out the wazoo. And it eventually culminates with them turning the power off, and she's got her phone flashlight out, and she sees one of the strangers in her mask standing right in front of her, so she runs upstairs and closes herself in, and then her boyfriend zooms back around on his motorcycle. He's got his inhaler, and he's got a cheeseburger. Well, I also want to make note, while he was in town, he actually encountered some not weird people, because the town was all sketchy. They were like really nervous around, outsiders, but when he went back into town, everyone was super friendly, like normal young people. And they were talking like, hey, why don't you just like hang out with us? And he's like, nah, I gotta get back to the house. So I want to make that clear that there are normal people there. He goes back to the house with the inhaler and a cheeseburger, and he's like, hey, what's going on, lady? What are you sitting on the floor for? What's going on, girlfriend? That's so weird. And she's like, no, there's someone in the house. I saw someone standing in the house. And he's like, someone in the house? Really? Have you been smoking? I shit you not. He says, have you been smoking? And she's like, well, yeah, a little bit. And he's like, show me where this person was standing. So she takes him downstairs to where the stranger in the mask, like, frightened her. And then he looks around and he sees a picture on a wall of a clown. And he's like, oh, I know what happened here. Does this look familiar? And he does this in front of her, blocking the clown photo and then unblocking it. And he's like, this is what you saw. It wasn't somebody standing in this house. You just saw the picture of the clown. And you're just so high that you fucked up. And then he goes, the Freaky Brothers is strong stuff. That's a line in the movie. He says the Freaky Brothers is strong stuff, referring to what she was smoking. I have to imagine the director was on the Freaky Brothers when he was making this movie, because it is so fucking stupid. It is so fucking stupid. How in the world would you be like, hey, listen, it was definitely this picture you saw, not a human being standing here. That makes a lot more sense. You could be on PCP and probably not mistake a photo of a clown for a human being standing in front of you. And yet this goober gaslights her and convinces her that that's what it was. So then they go about the rest of their night. And if either one of them was thinking logically, what should have happened there is they both get on the motorcycle and they ride into town and just spend the rest of the night around the normal people. Because there's normal people that invited them to just hang out. So they would have just rode back into town and be like, yep, Airbnb was fucked up. There's some creepy people scaring my girlfriend. Let's go back into town with these normal people and just stay there till the car's repaired in the morning. That would have been the logical thing, because they have a working vehicle that they just used, and it would have immediately ended the movie on the spot. But that's not how it plays out, because no one was thinking. So instead, they just sit there, they listen to some records, and then eventually one of the strangers wearing the mask, like basically the scarecrow mask out of Batman Begins, slams his axe through the door, and that's when it hits the boyfriend like, oh, my girlfriend's not crazy. Oh, we're in danger. So they run into one of the rooms, duck and cover, and just wait for everything to blow over where the one of the strangers with the axe just busts through the door, looks at them, and then walks away. And immediately after he walks away, like maybe 5 seconds, the boyfriend goes and he's like, "All right, they're gone. We're safe now." It's actually like an NPC out of like an Oblivion or something, where the second you break line of sight, they're like, "Oh, must have been the wind. Just cease to exist." So the boyfriend and the girlfriend are like, "Okay, we need to get some weapons. We need to like prep just in case they come back." Because fucking obviously, like, it's not like they just vanished. So they start looking around for weapons to no avail. Eventually, the girlfriend, like, busts off one of the grates. And man, there's another thing I want to point out. The room they were ducking and covering in, there was a window right behind them. They could have just went through the fucking window and then just taken their chances in the forest. But they don't do that. Instead, I also skipped something. When they do get out of the room, they immediately go to the motorcycle. Way too fucking late for that, because now all the strangers are there, and the motorcycle blows up. So, motorcycle's gone, they run back into the house, they go into another room, and that's when the girlfriend takes like the air vent grate off the wall, and they both climb in there. Now they're under the house, crawling around, trying not to make noise, and the girlfriend hits her hand on a nail, and a nail goes through. A scene that we saw 1-to-1 and done significantly better in A Quiet Place. So now she got a nail in her hand and she can't scream because obviously the strangers would hear them. So now she has to deal with that. He takes the nail out and they crawl around under the house and eventually make it to like this little door that opens up under the house. And they open it up, get outside, and immediately start talking at full volume. What the fuck? Like, they've only gone like maybe a couple of feet, and they just start talking at full volume. And obviously the strangers can fucking hear that. They just recognized that they needed to be quiet. They couldn't make a peep. She couldn't even scream with a nail going through her hand. And then 2 feet later, it's like, okay, now we can just use our outside voices. It's so dumb. They're so stupid. But what's even stupider is, now they're outside, they could just run through the forest, and their odds are pretty decent there since there's so much land. It'd be hard for just 3 strangers, to locate these 2 individuals who are both in fine shape to be running. But instead of just doing that, what they decide to do is go to the shed next door, which is something obviously the strangers are going to be checking for. The shed, right? But whatever. Stupid decision. Number 20 already. They go into the shed looking for a weapon. I don't know why they thought there would be a weapon there, because obviously if the strangers are there, they probably would have gotten rid of the weapons, or at the very least been guarding them. So they go into the shed, they start waiting, and the guy goes upstairs and finds a fucking shotgun. So the strangers are stupid too, because they clearly know the property, and there is a stranger in the shed who keeps stalking them, watching them pick up the shotgun and everything, just lets them have the shotgun, and then the guy starts like blasting at some of the strangers, of course missing every shot because it's a horror movie, so they can't have good aim. And now the boyfriend and the girlfriend start having a little more confidence, so they're wandering around, they're creeping around the house, and they hear someone banging on the front door. They're like, okay, we've got the jump on them. We've flanked them, and we've got a shotgun now. So the boyfriend says, "Stay here. I've got this." So he turns the corner, and just like out of Gears of War, he pops out of the corner and fucking blasts him. Literally, like, blind fires the guy. And he's like, I got him. And the girlfriend goes over and looks and is like, damn, that wasn't one of the strangers. You blasted Joe, the owner of the Airbnb. You remember earlier when they called about the fridge? Well, Joe got their message, scoots out here at fucking 4 a.m., starts banging on their door ready to fix a refrigerator, and gets hit with a shotgun in the face. Literally just blows his brains out. And then the guy's like, oh no. Oh, Joe, I'm so sorry, Joe. She's like, no, don't worry, you're trying to protect us, I get it. It's okay. And he's like, wait, his keys. He drove a car here. So they get into Joe's car over his lifeless, dead, fucking cold corpse and start trying to get out of there with the car. But one of the strangers happens to be in his truck, and he starts hitting their car with his truck, and then he pins that car against the tree and his truck, and he keeps hitting it. And then the guy's like, go, save yourself, girlfriend. Go, lady, please, save yourself. I've got this. I'll be okay. And then he remembers that he has a shotgun in the car because he took it with him. And then he gets the shotgun out and he's ready to shoot the guy, but the stranger's gone. Because he fucking waited until he stopped moving, like he stopped hitting his car with his truck to get the shotgun out. Why wouldn't that be the first thing he would do the second he got hit by that truck? The shotgun is next to him. Literally, like, as close to me, as close as I am to my mouse is where the shotgun was. And he gets hit by this truck like 20 times. He just backs it up like the scene in Austin Powers, backs it forward into his car. lets this happen like 20 times, and he's like, all right, just get out of here, girlfriend. I'll, save yourself. I'll sacrifice myself for you. Grabs the shotgun, and then when he's finally ready, obviously the stranger's gone because it's been so many hits, and the stranger got bored. But if he had just done that, like maybe 10 seconds sooner, he could have just easily had the cleanest shot ever and killed that guy with the shotgun. So anyway, eventually he crawls out of the car. The lady's running through the forest. She, buries herself under some sticks to hide. Then one of the strangers looks down, doesn't see her in the sticks, so the stranger walks away. And, immediately after that stranger leaves, de-aggroes, she gets a cell phone out and calls the police. While the stranger is still, maybe at best 5 feet away. She would hear that. But whatever, she gets the call off to the police and then starts running through the forest again, but now the stranger sees her. And the guy's wandering around the forest with a shotgun trying to find the girl. Actually, the guy flanks one of the strangers, puts the shotgun to the back of her head and says, Where's my girlfriend? Drop the knife. So the girl drops the knife, doesn't say anything, just starts laughing. And he's like, give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you. And she just keeps laughing and is shoving the gun in her face. And he doesn't fucking shoot her! This dude just blasted an innocent man in the middle of the night who was coming to repair a refrigerator, and he won't shoot the fucking people that are trying to kill them. It's painful. It's painful! So, he doesn't shoot her, and instead he gets knocked out by the guy. The girl gets knocked out by another one of the strangers, and then the strangers end up just stabbing both of them in the house, and then the police show up, and the girl survives and gives us a to be continued for chapter 2. It's so bad! It's so shitty! It's so shitty. There's so much more I'm sure I could vent about if I really stopped to think about more of the scenes, but it's just not worth it. It's just bad. And to think that they filmed 2 more of these, that's crazy to me. So yeah, anyway, can't wait for Strangers Chapter 2. If I was to plug this into the moist meter, I'd probably give it a 15% maybe. That feels a little high for this film, but whatever. It's just not good. That's about it. See ya.
I love horror movies and horror games, but not for the reason most sane people like things. I like them because 9 times out of 10, they're laughably awful, and that always puts a smile on my face. I'm built a little different, where when something is so trash, it becomes a treasure to me. I have the most fun watching or playing horrible garbage. And that sounds a little weird, but I've been thinking about it recently, and it's something kind of like color blindness. You know how some people process colors in different ways, they don't see them the same way? That's kind of me with quality. I'm quality blind, where when something is so bad, I perceive it as being a masterpiece. I have so much fun with bad movies or bad games. They always make me happy. Happier than a normal good game or good movie sometimes. And I know I'm not alone. It's a very real phenomenon. It's called fun bad. It is always enjoyable to just sit down and watch or play something that is objectively not good and just laugh at it, make fun of it. Point your finger at it, shoot spitballs, make jokes about it with your friends. It's a good time. And for years now, horror has been the main genre that's been pumping stinker after stinker, blessing us with some timeless classic fun bad content. There is more shit in the horror genre than there is in the scat fetish genre. Horror has just become the go-to cum dumpster of absolute abominations when it comes to entertainment in movies and games. But unfortunately, sports fans, I think we're starting to enter the dark ages of the horror genre, where it's no longer making fun bad content, it's just making boring bad content that's no longer got anything redeemable about it at all. And the best example of this is the newest Insidious movie, The Red Door, which I saw last night. Now, before getting into that, I want to thank today's sponsor, Call of Dragons. Huge thanks to Call of Dragons for sponsoring today's video. Call of Dragons is a beautiful new MMO fantasy conquest game developed by the creators of Rise of Kingdoms, and they've been working on this project for over 3 years now. It's huge battles, tons of strategic freedom, and it's PC and mobile crossplay.
Big coolest feature now is the behemoths. They're these massive beasts that you can use to crush your enemies in PvE and PvP. You can fight with your alliance in guild versus environment. So, to tell you about a few of them, we brought our whole alliance here with us today. Whoa!
Call of Dragons.
Yep.
The Thunder Rock.
The Thunder Ancient Magic Bear. Mighty Red Dragon, baby.
There we
Yep.
go. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Anytime.
It's contagious when it's Call of Dragons, baby.
There's ancient giant bears, thunder rocks, red dragons. There's actually 8 unique behemoths you can collect, and you have to enter their lair, take them down, and you can actually own 8 or as many as you want, and you train them up. They've got their own skill trees, so you give them the skills and powers you want so that you can take them into battle and crush your enemies with them.
Huge thanks again to Call of Dragons for sponsoring today's video. You can download it today by clicking the link in the description, or by scanning the QR code on your screen, or by using code CODMonster.
Yeah, if you use code CODMonster in-game, you'll get special rewards. So thanks again.
Magic, monsters, mastery.
This is the 5th Insidious movie, and it is long overstayed its welcome. The party's over, the music stopped fucking 2 movies ago, and yet it's still here trying to party, and it's just embarrassing now. The 4th movie was already overstaying its welcome, people were already fucking tired of it then, and now it's just sad and desperate. They've got this franchise propped up like Weekend at Bernie's. It's dead, and they're just like puppeteering its corpse right now. Insidious the Red Door has no story to tell whatsoever. It has no reason to exist other than try desperately to milk a little extra coin out of the property's name, because most people remember the first 3 movies very fondly, especially the first one. I remember that being like a phenomenon when that one came out. So the name still has weight to it, and they're trying their best to just get a little bit more out of it without anything left in the tank. So the reason I'm not making a moist meter on this is because I really want to dive into just what makes a horror movie no longer fun bad, and it just becomes a sad, worthless experience like Insidious the Red Door. So I will be getting into spoilers a little bit in this. I'm not going to spoil the whole thing or anything like that, but I do need to get into specifics in order to make the point that I'd like to make. Now, Insidious the Red Door is again the 5th entry in this franchise, but the beauty of that is you don't need to see any of the other ones to be caught up to speed on this, because it doesn't really tie into anything, and the only thing that it has is loose connections in the same characters from the previous films. You don't need to know anything about their history. You don't need to know anything about the world that it's in. It doesn't even really need to give you a refresher course on it, because everything that happens starts after a hypnotic memory erasing moment. So they get their memories sealed away, they get amnesia in order to forget all the trauma of their past, and then this movie is them slowly like realizing that something fishy happened. Why can't they remember like a whole year of their life? And then that's kind of what the movie picks up on. So you don't really need any of the other Insidious background information, which is good because I don't think there's a single person in the fucking world who remembers Insidious 4. I feel like we all got memory erased with how bad that movie was, because absolutely nobody I've seen online talking about this, or anyone I've talked to about it, like Tiana and I saw it together and I mentioned Insidious 4 to her and she had no fucking clue what I was talking about. I sounded like a crazy person to her, and I don't even remember a single plot point from it other than like a jailer jingling keys like he was trying to entertain like a Twitch audience or something. So this is one of the few compliments I can give to the Red Door. At least you didn't need to see the 4th movie in order to understand what's going on here, because everything that happens in this film is already nonsensical and self-contained to begin with. So the film is all about them getting their memories sealed away. You know, they've got it trapped, and then it's slowly getting back those memories. Dalton, the son in the franchise, is going off to college, and the dad, Patrick Wilson, he's kind of an absent father. He's been pushed away, and he's always foggy, as he calls it. His memories aren't what they should be, and it makes him upset. So he basically abandons his family in order to exist in this perpetual trance of confusion. So he's not a great dad anymore, and Dalton resents him for it. But he eventually lets his dad drive him to college. And he's an art student, and he gets a new art teacher who's a real hard ass. And she basically brings the demon out of him. He goes into like a meditative state under the instruction of the art teacher, and then he draws the Red Door. And once the Red Door is put on the canvas, all hell breaks loose. And by that I mean 2 jump scares happen, and pretty much nothing else. This movie is not even a horror film. That's the big plot twist. It is legitimately like a CW supernatural thriller at best. There are very, very few horror elements in here other than just very loud jump scares occasionally, but even that's pretty rare. They ordered a horror movie but forgot the scary. They said, hey, can we put the scary on the side? And forgot the side of scary. This shit is so flat and goofy. So, Dalton, after drawing the red door, a hand like slaps his hand. He's like, oh no! So then he rushes back to his dorm in order to keep painting it and figure out what this means, because now he's starting to see things. Also, he has a roommate, and her name is Chris. And she doesn't make any sense in this film because she is like the complete antithesis to a character you'd expect in a horror movie. She is constantly joking, and I think that's fine as a character trait, and I think it would work in other movies, but here, she does not stop joking. She doesn't take anything seriously. So when something that's supposed to be somewhat scary happens, Chris will immediately just get rid of all the tension with a joke like, hey, what are you doing on the floor? I just put a bottle rocket in the frat dude's toilet, and I think it went straight up his asshole. And, like, come on, get up. You gotta see this. He's walking around with a firework in his butt. And it's like, oh, wow, okay, so now there's, like, no tension left and there's no scares left. Like, I don't even dislike Chris as a character because she was entertaining, at the very least, whereas nothing else in the movie was. At least she was trying to make something out of nothing with this film. But it does not fit in what is supposed to be a horror film. Because when she's on screen, you know that it's just going to be a bit silly, because that's all she does, is just have fun. Even in the most tense of moments, she gets strangled by an invisible demon. And right after that, like within 2 scenes, she's back to joking and gets a bunch of like night lights and makes jokes about it. So it's just a character that doesn't take the movie seriously, so how the fuck is the audience supposed to? You have a character that is actually just like making fun of the film that they're in. But anyway, so Dalton paints the red door. Patrick Wilson's character's in his own home and he's trying to go through these like memory things. And he's doing like a matching game on the window, which is a goofy idea to begin with. And they're trying to do like subtle scares. So I'll like lift up one of the things and you see like someone wearing an orange shirt in the background by the tree and it's out of focus and you're like, oh goodness, that's horrifying. And then the scene will drag on for like 2 minutes of nothing happening. And then just like the glass explodes for a cheap jump scare. Like it doesn't even really build tension. All it does is it'll show you something a little out of focus in the distance. And then all of a sudden, a fucking cannonball goes off. Just a really loud explosion noise. And that's the scare. So then that, the glass blows up and Patrick Wilson's jogging around his house going, oh no! And then he like shuts a door. And then a ghost man pushes him against a wall and he finds a box of important lore tidbits. But not really, because the lore tidbits don't really mean much of fucking anything in this film, because there isn't a real narrative that they want to tell. But anyway, I'll just fast forward a little bit here. After learning about his dad, Patrick Wilson, he then goes to his wife, who has divorced him, and she reveals all the bad stuff, the stuff that he wanted to forget through the hypnosis. She reveals that while under the possession of the demon, he attacked the family and traumatized the kids, and his wife really couldn't look at him the same way anymore. She just felt fucking sick by his presence. So that's why they sealed off the memories. That's also why they divorced. And now, since Dalton has drawn the red door, everything's starting to flood back, and the family's getting those memories returned to them gradually, and they're seeing things. So Patrick Wilson keeps seeing a couple of ghosts, and that's when it's revealed that the reason all this is happening is because the dad, Patrick Wilson, and Dalton are able to astral project themselves into the spirit realm, like fucking Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender. So the entire half of this movie is spent astral projecting for the most part. And it's not like this is new for Insidious. We've known this for a long time. This has been a core component of the story. But here, it doesn't even bother to be horror. It is mainly like that astral projection in the smoky spot. It's literally just a room with a fog machine and that's it. It's not like very interesting to look at. It's just barren, empty wasteland. Dalton is the first one to realize that he can do this, and he does it at his college dorm in order to like scare Chris. I shit you not, when he learns that he can astral project himself out of his body, first thing he does is go to Chris's room, grabs her little mouth piano, the melodica, and he plays a little wonderful symphony. So he hits her with like the beep, beep, boop, boop, beep, like the actual electric zoo out of fucking SpongeBob, which startles her. And then she like goes downstairs and she's like, were you in my room? He's like, no, I was actually in the spirit realm in your room. She's like, oh, Interesting. So then he does it again at a frat party in order to talk to a frat douchebag who died from alcohol poisoning because he thinks that he has clues about the door that needs to be closed because he had seen him once before and he's like, close the door. He's like, wait, what do you mean by close the door? So he goes back this time in the spirit realm to ask him more about the door. And that's when Chris gets strangled by the big demon. So in the Insidious franchise, the main bad guy is the lipstick face demon, I think is what he's called. He's that goober goofball who's like kind of red but also just kind of silly looking. And his signature move in the spirit realm is he always puts a Tiny Tim record on the player. You know, the guy who sung the song like Living in the Sunlight? Living in the sunlight, loving in the moonlight, having a wonderful time. That guy. He always plays that music in the spirit realm, and it's supposed to be unnerving, but it is so cringe. That kind of shit is in horror movies and horror games out the wazoo. Tiny Tim, like the music from Tiny Tim, has become a horror movie and horror game staple for low budget, low effort productions. And I feel horrible for that. That's so unlucky for Tiny Tim's music. But yeah, that's what the demon does in the spirit realm. It's that guy. And he's breaking into the real realm because Dalton keeps astral projecting. And I don't want to get into like really deep spoilers, so I'm just going to be a little broad here. But eventually, Patrick Wilson learns that Dalton is in trouble because Lipstick Face Demon is taking over his body. So Patrick Wilson, astral projection to the spirit realm, tries to find Dalton. Dalton's struggling, and his body in the real world has now been taken over, and he might hurt Chris. So the movie, within the last like 20 minutes, very desperately wants to be over. It very, very much tries to speed run through everything in order to just end quickly and be done. It didn't want to be a long movie because it didn't have a story to tell. It was already running so thin. So they really just shoehorned in the most cliche shit imaginable at the end here. So basically, Patrick Wilson's spirit projects himself, or astral projects himself, somehow immediately finds Dalton. It breaks his chains with a fucking hammer. Also, I'm just getting into fucking full spoilers here. I'm sorry. I said I was going to be broad, but I actually just can't talk about how silly this is without just being specific. So major spoilers here for how the movie ends. I'm doing you a favor, though, really, because I don't recommend seeing it because there's nothing redeeming about it. It's not fun bad. But anyway, Patrick Wilson swoops in like a hero. Dalton has still hated him all the way up until this point, and now Dalton's memories have unlocked, so he remembers that his dad tried to hurt him. But Patrick Wilson breaks the chains with a single fucking hammer hit and frees Dalton from Lipstick Face Demon's control. And then they both run away and close a door behind them, to which Dalton then puts paint on it and seals it forever, like a fucking sarcophagus, just entombs the demon back in that record-playing realm. And that's so fucking dumb. Like, I think that is so lazy, because everything just is a plot convenience. Patrick Wilson somehow astral projects and gets to the exact spot he needs and finds Dalton, who is buried under a bunch of chairs, and is able to break his chains very easily with a hammer. And then the lipstick face demon, for some reason, is following them very slowly. And this is the worst fucking trope in horror films. The demon is always just so fucking lazy. He had unlimited opportunities to stop them and thwart their escape, kill them, anything, possess them. But for some reason, he's more than content to just watch and do nothing. And even when he has Dalton's body completely under his control, instead of killing Chris, he just does goofy smiles and bobs to the side like that, and nothing else. The horror movies of the modern age just make the big bad demon or ghost or whatever seem so fucking incompetent, like actual bumbling imbeciles. They have an unreal amount of time and opportunities to kill these people, or at the very least just stop them from thwarting their plan, but they choose not to. They must enjoy it to some level, because again, the demon in this movie actually watches him free Dalton, slowly waddle their way around this realm, and he just stands there watching, and he goes, ah, like just makes a loud noise, and that's it. Nothing else. And then when they finally close the door, then the panic sets in, so now the demon like punches a hole through the door, and he's like slapping him around like, let me out, even though he could have just stopped them fucking 5 minutes before that.
an unlimited amount of opportunities. It's just so stupid. Like, it's not fun bad. It's just kind of frustrating to sit there and watch it because it's boring. It's fucking boring. This happens a billion times in horror movies. Like, it is the most cliche shit ever. I'm so tired of seeing it. Like, I love fun bad movies, but Insidious the Red Door and movies like it are no longer fun bad. They're just copy and pasting the homework from other horror movies of the past and doing nothing different or interesting. And it's so lazy that it's not fun bad. And it makes me upset. It's just a waste of time. It is a cash grab off the Insidious name, and it has nothing to offer. It is just a waste of your money and waste of your time. So I wanted to rant about that a little bit because I'm a little concerned that horror movies going forward aren't going to be fun bad anymore. They're going to follow the Insidious Red Door formula of just doing the exact same thing a million times over. And it's going to lose all of its luster. Horror games have already been going this direction. A lot of horror games that come out these days are just the same old walking simulators that do nothing different. It's just the same jump scares, same walking simulators, so they're fucking boring now. It's very rare that you get a fun, bad horror game. But now it seems like movies are starting to go that direction too, and I think Insidious, The Red Door, has really set the bar for what I think a lot of these are going to look like, which sucks. So, just wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's really about it. So, yep. Not too long ago, Winnie the Pooh entered the public domain, meaning anyone's welcome to use him and the characters for their own work as long as it's somewhat original. The only character that still remains forbidden is Tigger. They're keeping that copyright under lock and key, but every other beloved character in the 100-acre wood you're welcome to go hog wild with. You can make your own Winnie the Pooh cinematic universe if you'd so choose. I absolutely love the public domain. Sometimes you get decent stuff out of it, but 9 times out of 10, something going to the public domain leads to the absolute most abominable, revolting creations humanity is capable of producing. And I think it's just delightful. And we're already seeing this effect in full force because there's a new Winnie the Pooh horror movie on the horizon called Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Let's go ahead and check out the trailer here. The plot, I think, is outstanding. Seems like something that'd be written by Stephen King himself. Christopher Robin has abandoned Pooh and the gang, and they're upset. So now they're coming for skulls. They've gone rabid. So one thing you'll probably immediately pick up on is the budget looks like it was $40. That's kind of standard for works that use public domain for some reason. You never really see huge budget works that borrow from the public domain, at least not as like the core focus. But that doesn't matter. You see, there's always a certain charm to these things.
We need to go. Laura's dead. There's someone else outside.
Now, there's no CGI here. This is all practical effects, if you can believe it. This is a real costume and someone underneath it, but it looks so good you probably thought it really was the actual Winnie the Pooh come to life. I love the costume design here. This seems like something they found in a Party City dumpster that vaguely resembled Winnie the Pooh and then hatched the idea for a horror movie centered around it.
What was that?
Winnie the Pooh out here looking like the original Sonic the Hedgehog design from the movie. It actually kind of reminds me of the SpongeBob porn parody, SpongeKnob Square Nuts. Now, you know me, I'm a real positive Patty, so I don't like to be the one to nitpick things, but if I was to critique this masterpiece here, I would say that my biggest problem with it is that it doesn't really look like Winnie the Pooh and the crew hunting down and murdering people. It just seems like people found things that vaguely resembled Winnie the Pooh's team, and they're dressing up in costume and killing people at the house. So it loses the effect of Winnie the Pooh, like the actual Pooh Bear, killing people, and just becomes like, oh, it's someone dressing up like him. So it's not as cool, I don't think. It probably would have been better if they just did shitty CGI or even like hand puppets. You know, that could be kind of wild. Claymation, even. But just having like regular looking like human bodies with a Winnie the Pooh mask, it's not really the same thing as like Winnie the Pooh's no longer addicted to honey. Now he's addicted to blood and cum, you know? It loses all of that mystique. I realize I'm not doing a great job of explaining what I mean. I just sound like someone that believes Winnie the Pooh is real. What I'm trying to say is, all they're using is a mask, right? Like, the body is still very human-like. Like, they just have normal clothes on. Like, Piglet's wearing a fucking trench coat, you know? He just looks like some edgelord from a video game, but he has a pig mask on. You know, nothing tells me that that's Piglet. I wouldn't see this trailer and immediately think it's Winnie the Pooh and Piglet. I'd think, oh, it's just a normal slasher movie and they're using a pig in bear mask. They should have done at least the bare minimum of giving Piglet, like, little hooves, you know, instead of just, like, normal hands. Because, like, when they have the sledgehammer or the axe, whatever it is, like, it's just normal hands. He's got gloves on. He's got fucking 5 fingers and gloves on. You know, instead of, like, little piggy stuff. You know, little piggy appendages. So, again, it just feels like it's normal people and wearing masks. It doesn't feel like it's fucking Winnie the Pooh's team, you know, that's come together to purge. And I feel like that's what they should have gone for.
Be friends, why are you doing this, please? I would have never left, I swear.
Overall, I know this movie's going to be a big stinker, but I can't wait for it because I'm thinking it's going to be, like, enjoyably bad. It looks like it's made with a high level of self-awareness that they know that it's fucking stupid, but they're fully embracing it, so I can respect that. I, again, just wish they had sold the idea that it's Winnie the Pooh and his friends a bit more instead of just having it be people with Winnie the Pooh cheap costumes from Walmart. You know, there's definitely a better way of doing it, I think. But I'll try and remain somewhat optimistic here. Winnie the Pooh is a property that's awfully close to home for me. I, of course, used to watch the cartoon. I even had a couple of the games. I had a lot of Winnie the Pooh merch, so I was a big Pooh Bear fan. And I'd love to see him really make the leap into the big screen in a big way. A way that I haven't seen him before, you know? It's time Winnie the Pooh adapt. Maybe they make this a really deep plot, like something really interesting, a compelling narrative where they ran out of honey in the 100-acre wood, and honey was the only thing that, like, calmed the mind of Pooh. Like, Pooh entered the 100-acre wood as a serial killer, piling up mangled corpses for years, like one of the biggest war criminals this planet's ever seen. But once he found that special honey in the 100-acre wood, it calmed him down, you know, simmered him down, and, you know, he became a really nice guy. But now that they're out of honey, he's gone back to those primal instincts, and he's back killing again. There's really just a lot they could do here. Maybe Christopher Robin revisit the 100-acre woods after Winnie the Pooh's killed his wife and his friends at the house, and he's trying to figure out, how do I beat this manic, fucking bloodthirsty demon? And that's when Eeyore falls out of a tree. He's missing all of his limbs, eyes popped out of the socket. There's blood, viscera everywhere. He's got tears in his eyes, and he says, as he's crawling his way there with his one limb, using it like a peg leg, he says, "Christopher, the only thing to stop Pooh is Pooh himself." And that's when it connects in Christopher's mind. The neurons start firing. He's like, the honey. That's what Pooh loved the most. So then Christopher Robin has to biologically engineer new honey and then beat Pooh with it. I don't know. There's just plenty they could do besides just use cheap fucking costumes and sledgehammers in a house, right? Like, they could get a lot more creative with it, and I hope they somehow do, but this trailer just seems like the most generic, low-budget slasher ever invented, but with Winnie the Pooh's mask. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that's exactly what we're going to get, something that just capitalizes off the shock of Winnie the Pooh being a killer. So just trying to use it as like a little marketing thing, like, here's a pretty standard horror movie gore fest, but look, it's Winnie the Pooh. Give us some money. And I'm sure they will be profitable, because if they sell more than 10 tickets, I'm sure they made back their budget. And I'm going to be one of the people watching this movie. So, you know, I'm going to give it a try. I love to see shit enter the public domain, especially something as influential as Winnie the Pooh. This is a huge one, so I'm excited to see the first use of it here, and hopefully it's a fun, bad movie instead of just like a boring one. Or maybe I'll be completely surprised and it's an amazing movie. We'll have to wait and see, but anyway, I just wanted to talk about it a little bit because it's pretty silly. That's about it. So yeah. Yeah, I saw Night Swim tonight. We'll talk about it. I don't think there's a single human being on this planet that saw the trailer for Night Swim and said, that looks good. I think everyone knew it was going to be bad. So I got excited. It seemed like it could be fun bad. Aaron and I went and saw it tonight. It was fun bad to an extent. So if you don't know what Night Swim is, it's a haunted pool. Family moves into a house, their pool is haunted, they got a demon in the pool. And it's... conceptually, I don't think you could come up with something more boring. That is such a lame idea for a horror movie. Just, ooh, spooky pool. I'd have to really struggle, like really try to think of a dumber concept for a horror film. Like a single haunted light bulb. Like over the staircase, one of the lights flickers because there's a demon. A lady fell down the stairs and died, and now she haunts the light because it was too dark to see, and now she can flick it on and off from time to time. That's basically the same fucking concept as this movie, in terms of how scary it is. It doesn't even really try. There's like 3 jump scares in the film, but they don't even bother setting up tension. They just make a loud noise 3 times and call it a day. It's so fucking boring. Does anyone care about spoilers? I don't know how many of you are planning on going to see Night Swim tomorrow. Just gotta hop in the car right now, scoot in sideways to check this puppy out. Don't want to ruin it for you, but it looks like most of chat is saying no. So, right away, we knew this was going to be special. We saw it in Dolby, which is basically like seeing it in IMAX, but with comfier chairs. It almost felt sacrilegious to even put Night Swim in the Dolby theater, the auditorium, because, man, it was something special. Aaron and I both love bad movies, so we both came to the conclusion that if we're going to see poop, we want it to stink. So we bought the extra, paid the extra price for Dolby to experience it. And I went in first, and I was like 15 minutes late, but usually that's fine because there's about 20 minutes of previews for most movies. This movie started instantly. They wanted to get you right into the action immediately. And Aaron was getting a drink because he thought he had time. And on his way in, he told me that a group of teenagers laughed at him on the way in to see Night Swim. And that really set the tone for the rest of the movie, honestly. It was embarrassing. It was shameful sitting there in Dolby watching Night Swim. So the story is, the dad was a former baseball star. Well, I don't even know if star is really the right word. He was a baseball player, major league player. He then came down with an illness, and the family relocates to this house that has this really nice pool. It's a really cool swimming pool, and they're super happy, and they get obsessed with the pool. But the pool's got a secret. It's got magic water, and the magic water is haunted by a fat guy. I'm not kidding. Like, that's the scare. The water has a fat, sloppy monster, and it's just a fat man that sometimes pop out, and he goes, and the reason he's there is because that pool was once a spring, a magic spring that can grant a wish, but it comes at the cost of needing a sacrifice. So you're led to believe that like seaweed monster guy is one of the people that was sacrificed, or basically he's kind of like the incarnation of the pool's evil. And so the dad is swimming in the pool and his illness is getting better, but his family starts seeing the fat guy. He's like in the drain one time, like the scene out of It, which you see in this trailer. And he's like the weakest monster ever. Like legitimately the weakest monster ever. This isn't even him, this is somebody else that came in for a single scene and never was saw again. Hold on. Wasn't it in the trailer where the kid sticks his hand in the drain? Because they borrowed that shot for shot out of It and did it significantly worse. And also, every single scare in the movie seems to be in the trailer. In everything it tries to do. And it doesn't even really try, to be fair. But yeah, it grants wishes, the dad starts feeling better, and he's kind of a douchebag. So his son wants to be a baseball star like him, and the dad wants his son to like bask in his glory, so he takes him to like baseball practice, and he's trying to teach his son to hit, and his son gets a hit and he's so proud, he's like, "That's a great hit, son, but don't worry, we'll work on it, because it could be better." And then the dad's like, "Let me show you how it's done." So he steps up to bat at the practice with these 8-year-olds, and he's like going through it. He's like, "This is my moment. This is my fucking glory." And he fucking cranks a heater. And he hits a home run. And then he comes home and immediately starts relaxing in the pool again, which, again, summons the demon to his family. I guess he doesn't know that, but it doesn't matter. Because it's still so fucking silly how they wrote this guy. You're supposed to care about him, but he's just kind of an asshole. So one of the kids ends up getting his home run ball and asks him to sign it. And he's so proud, he signs the ball and he's like, "Hold on to that. It's going to be worth a lot of money one day." Because he believes the pool's going to get him back into baseball shape or whatever. I don't even know why I'm so fixated on this, because it's not important. Really, none of the story is.
pool just summons a couple of dead people occasionally and they go boo. It sucks. Movie fucking sucks. I don't even know how to really talk about it without just describing all of the worst scenes. It also has that standard horror cliche where it can possess people by getting into their mouth. So one scene, the dad gets the pool in him, and then he gets possessed. So then he starts doing scary voice and like slapping his daughter. And then the daughter hits him with a baseball bat. And then it's just so dumb. I'm not going to spoil the ending, I guess, but it's fucking terrible. Thanks a membership, Josiah. It's so boring, too. Like, I'm making it sound much more entertaining than it is, because most of the film is just spent with them just idly swimming in the pool, or his dad reliving the glory days of being a baseball player. Spoil the ending, bro? Okay. After she hits him with the okay, I have to set up the scene. The dad's getting better, he's getting magically healed because the pool is actively drowning his son. The dad's possessed, so the pool is inside of him, the pool demon. And he's slapping his daughter around, trying to buy time so his son can drown. His wife is in the pool swimming to save her son. And it turns out her dad was a Navy SEAL and taught her how to be a Navy SEAL super swimmer, so she's swimming to the depths of hell, because inside the pool it goes to an alternate ocean dimension, so she's swimming to like the bottom of the abyss. Meanwhile, there's all these spirits of people that were sacrificed in the past for other people's wishes that kind of like yell at her, but they don't do anything to stop her. So she gets her son, brings him to the surface, and he's been down there for like 10 minutes by this point, but brings him to the surface and gives him CPR and revives him. And the dad comes out there after slapping his daughter a couple times, and then the daughter hits him with a baseball bat, and it makes him puke up the goo, this pool goo. And then immediately he delivers one of the worst lines I've heard in horror movies in quite some time. This had Aaron and I cackling. After doing his horror movie voice where he's talking about how Elliot, the son, has to die, and he gets hit by the baseball bat, then he just goes into like wimpy man mode and he starts whining and he goes, "Elliot, you okay?" Like, that's his last line pretty much too. And then he's like, "I know what I have to do. In order to save Elliot, I have to go back in the pool and die." So he just swims out into the pool and disappears. And then it rolls credits. It's so stupid. His line wasn't, "Elliot, are you okay?" He says, "Is Elliot okay?" But in like a really wimpy, whiny voice. You know, it almost sounds like he's blaming his wife for it. Like, what is going on here? What's happening? What are you doing to Elliot? I knew I couldn't trust him around you. But like really whiny. Just drain the fucking pool. You see, they thought of that though, because if they drain the pool has like a will of its own, so it doesn't stay drained, basically. It would fill itself back up with the original spring water. The mom visits the previous owner who sacrificed her daughter so her son could feel better, and she explains that the pool's water needs to kill, and then it'll sleep. So the only way to make it sleep was by the dad swimming out there and dying. Just sell the house. They can't leave because the pool won't let them leave. The pool gets into the dad's body, and then when they try and leave, he goes, he starts coughing and choking. So it would have killed him had they left. I made it sound far more enjoyable and action-packed than it is. Again, most of the film is just spent with them idly swimming in the pool and putting together the worst mystery ever. There's no reason why the pool doesn't just immediately drown Elliot in the first scene, by the way, because the dad goes in the pool instantly. The dad goes in the pool, his wish is to feel better so he can be back to being a baseball player, and then pretty much right after that, Elliot is the next one who goes in the pool completely alone. It could have easily just killed Elliot right then and there, but inexplicably it decides not to. It waits until the mother figures out that the pool is evil before making its move. There's no reason for it at all. They could have done it right away. If the dad dies in the end anyway, why does it matter if he dies if they leave the house? Well, because after he pukes up the pool goo gets inside of Elliot. So then he needs to kill himself to save Elliot. So the autograph wasn't that good then. No, the autograph won't be worth anything in universe. Also, the scene after he signs that baseball, man, I'm getting into like the more useless scenes, but they're just so bad I can't help but talk about them. So he's not like outwardly disappointed that his son Elliot isn't as good at baseball as he is, but when he goes to practice to show off, the coach's son is really good. And he like fist bumps the coach's kid, and Elliot's clearly a little jealous, and then they throw a pool party at their house, and for some reason, the dad, Elliot, his dad, the main character, well, I guess he's not really the main character,
but the baseball player, he starts talking to the coach's son as if it's his new son. Like, he basically adopts him. So he points at one of the other dads in the pool with a kid playing chicken, and he goes, hey, I don't remember his name. Hey, Junior, you think we could take them in a game of chicken? He calls him Steroid Shrek. He says, do you think we could take Steroid Shrek? And then he's like, yeah, we can take him. And it's like, why are you playing chicken with a kid that's not even yours? Elliot would love some father-son time, but instead, you're with the coach's son. So he straps the coach's son to his shoulder, they play chicken, and then he goes into the deep end of the pool, he starts drowning, and then the pool goo gets in his body, this is how it infiltrates him, and then he tries to kill the child by grabbing onto his legs during chicken and drowning him. It's so stupid, it's so fucking stupid. It's a horrible scene. And then, like, the coach's dad jumps in, he's like, what the fuck are you doing, Ray? Ray, what are you doing? Let go of my son, you're drowning him. Ray, stop it. You didn't appreciate the movie? It's a metaphor, peasant. Yeah, it's a metaphor for don't swim, I guess. Oh, God, you just reminded me, in the very beginning of the movie, there's a pool guy who comes out because Ray cuts himself in the pool, and he's like, this is a weird one. So he calls out a pool guy to get the job done, and he's a real character. He's so quirky. He comes out and he starts leaning on the diving board, and he goes, pools. It's weird, right? This one's got like a natural spring attached to it. Never seen one in person. Isn't it interesting how we evolved from water, yet there's something deep inside of us that makes us afraid to go back. Maybe that's why we're so obsessed with taming water. And that's his whole statement, then he leaves. Never to be seen again. It's like the worst line ever written to be profound. So maybe the whole movie is a metaphor, perhaps. This is just the annual Blumhouse super stinker. I mean, it's January. I can't imagine a horror movie coming out the rest of the year that's worse than this. I don't think it's possible. Because again, it doesn't really have anything scary about it. It's very, very lame. Like, super, super lame. I know it's fuck you, it's January, but even still, this one's pretty awful even by that standard. Who the hell made this movie and what was the budget? The budget was probably like $2 million, and who made it is actually James Wan was one of the producers. Night Swim box office prediction, will it flop or succeed? My money's on succeed because it's a low budget. It's definitely less than 15 million. They're just speculating. It's 100% less than that. It's like the director went for a record in how many eyes they could roll. I don't think your eyes wouldn't even roll. You'd just be falling asleep. It's just bad. It's just not very good. There's fun bad moments, sure, but overall it's just kind of uninteresting. But yeah, that's the Night Swim review. Trash. But which everyone knew it was going to be. That's not shocking, but just very, very bad. Worse than I expected it to be, for sure. What would I give Night Swim on the moist meter? Probably comfortably a 15%, I would say. I think 15% for Night Swim's fair. Without a doubt, the movie I just watched is the weirdest film of the year in the best possible way. It's called The Substance, and I think it's flown under a lot of people's radar because this hasn't generated nearly as much buzz as it deserves. I only heard about it because during streams, people were telling me I need to go see it. It's an incredible body horror movie. So right away, I went in this with pretty high expectations with all of the glaze it was getting. This shit was getting basted like a Thanksgiving turkey here in compliments. So I had high expectations of this film. I knew nothing about it going in, didn't even know the concept of it. I was blown away. I thought it was extraordinary. It's super self-aware in its campiness. So the concept of the film is a woman who's getting older is really struggling to come to terms with not being like the beauty standard, being the beauty girl, because she was a TV star for the longest time and she was used to everybody just suckling farts out her butt. And as she was getting older, people stopped doing that. Her ratings were starting to drop and she was really struggling to come to terms with that. So she gets this opportunity to try something called The Substance, which promises to bring a better version of herself forward. Prettier, younger, this and that, the whole kit and caboodle. Now, while this idea has been explored numerous times, the pursuit of perfection, unrealistic beauty standards, and all kinds of things that this movie thematically explores, it has never been tackled in a way that The Substance has done. It is so good. And I really think it's elevated by how self-aware it is. Very clearly, there's a lot of Cronenberg influence on a lot of what you see and a lot of what you experience with this movie, and I love it. It was so refreshing, it was gross, it was yucky, and I'll get into the nitty gritty of it for sure, but I really do think this was a pretty special film, but not everyone is going to like it. We went with a pretty large group, and I'd say 60% loved it, and the other 40% were repulsed by it. They hated it. Drew was livid. There was steam coming out of his ears. He hated sitting through this movie so much. He wanted to be neuralized by the Men in Black just to get it out of his mind because he thought it was just that trash. And I feel like that's going to be an experience for a lot of people. There are going to be people that can really appreciate it and those that are just going to be super put off by it. I guess another thing worth mentioning that some of the people that hated it pointed out is that probably a good 20% of this movie is spent naked. So there's a lot of titty and ass and close up of booby and ass. Sometimes it came out of nowhere like a jump scare with bang, honkers. And there is a lot of that for sure. I don't think it's needless nudity or something. When it's there, there's a reason for it, but there is a lot of it there that maybe some people might find to be excessive, because there were moments where it was actually softcore porn to a certain extent, especially because one of the big things is, I'm not going to get into that because I think that's probably too big of a spoiler, but the sexuality of things does play a role in the actual plot of it all. But me personally, I was smiling ear to ear from start to finish like there was someone tickling my armpits. It had me in such a good mood. It was so fun. It was silly in all of the right ways and at all of the right moments. It was serious at all of the right moments, and the body horror is so good. Typically when something tries to be body horror in 2024, the modern age, they just do the laziest, cheapest shit ever where it's CGI blood coming out of orifices and maybe an eye poke or something. This film, it goes hog wild. It was like watching a live action Meat Canyon film. I thought it was so good. And it also does play around with the blood too. There is eruptions of blood. There's tons of guts and gore and everything. But that's not the bread and butter. This whole film, from the way it's filmed to what it presents you with for the monster creature design, is stellar. I love how everything in this film feels like it's under a microscope. So even something as simple as the Hollywood big shot smoking a cigarette, it's super zoomed in on the cigarette and his pores, and he's got saliva dripping out of his mouth while he's smoking it. He's eating some prawns and it's really yucky sounds, the worst ASMR ever. And you just sit there and witness all the grossness of it. Even when it's not body horror, it's just filmed in a way that just puts you on edge effectively. And I just thought it was great. Now, like I said, a lot of people hype this movie up saying that it's one of the better body horror films and the best horror movie of the year. And I agree, it is definitely up there. And interestingly enough, there was a sizable chunk of people that thought I'd really appreciate it because it's eerily similar to a concept that I wrote about years ago. I had an idea for a short story that I put a tweet out about 6 or 7 years ago, and I had even told a piece of that short story on our album, The Evolution of Tears, for the Gentle Men, just kind of as a silly little track, so we put it to music, and it was just a short summation of the story. And fundamentally what it was just this dumb dog shit idea I had where a woman achieves immortality through birthing a clone of herself. So she gets to her octogenarian era, she's senile, she's about to buy the farm, but before she dies, she spontaneously gets pregnant and births an exact copy of her younger self with all of her current self's memories. And in the substance, it's actually kind of similar. So when she gets the substance, she collapses, her back splits open, and she spawns a young version of herself. So the big thing is she is the Matrix, and this new person, this new being, is actually her. You are one, but it is two separate people, the old you and the new you. And the thing is, you have to keep switching bodies every 7 days in order to not have any bad side effects from it. I'm trying not to spoil anything, but all of this I'm pretty sure is going to be in the trailers because it's the entire premise of the film. Now, if you've got your thinking caps on and you're using all the neurons up here, you're going to start to connect dots that my short story and the substance, they share some similarities. Now, I'm not necessarily going to be knocking on their door with a lawyer with some papers drafted or anything, because obviously my short story did not inspire this in any way, shape, or form, and they are drastically different. But I couldn't help but actually laugh once the birthing of the younger version of herself happened, which was a really good scene, by the way. But I couldn't help but laugh because I immediately drew that connection of, oh, this is like actually my short story that I'm watching right here, this one moment. Because that is fundamentally what I was writing about for it, in a much worse, stupider way. It's done significantly better in this film, but I just thought that was so interesting that it was like even remotely similar at any stage. So I just wanted to point that out. I'm not asking for royalties or anything, I just wanted to put that out there. Yeah, I just thought this movie slapped. As I mentioned, I think it is a very self-aware film in a way you don't really see that often. It's campy in the best ways. And let me give you an example. Dennis Quaid. Dennis Quaid plays this Hollywood guy. He has the television station that our main character was once the star of, and now the younger version of herself is now the star. Of course, no one knows these are the same person or anything. Like, to everyone else, they're two separate people. And he's a huge scumbag. He's a pervert. He's a bad weirdo. He's a degenerate. And Dennis Quaid leans into the idea of like Hollywood sleazeball so well. So, for example, when he's like just traversing the world, he's in these like steel-toed boots. When he like if he was walking down the hallway in any scene, it sounded like Sonny from iRobot jogging. Like it just sounded like metal clanking against metal every time he made a move. And the way he moved is like Vince McMahon. So he's always doing this. So every time he's walking, he's hitting him with some of this right here. And he, like, his mannerisms are so silly. So, like, towards the end, where he's like, pretty girls should always smile. And then he starts walking away doing this. Like, it's so over the top, but not in a way where I was like, damn, that's cringe. Like, he's doing too much. It was like, that's perfect. Like, that's so good. It had me laughing, which I'm pretty sure was the idea with it. And it's not just him, I just think he was the best shining example of it. They'd introduce characters sometimes, like Fred, and it's just so in your face, but not in a way where it feels dumb. Like, it just feels like, oh, they're in on this being a joke, and it's supposed to be campy. But I will say, there were moments where I think they expected the audience to be stupider. So, like, a big reveal, they did a subtle moment where it reveals it, and you're like, oh, I'm picking up on that. I see what they're saying with that. That's what that means. And then, once you have that realization, the movie immediately beats you over the fucking head with a hammer with what it is. They take all the subtlety away with, like, a flashback or showing you something, like, you know, behind the curtain with, this is what it is. This is it right here. Showing you, telling you, instead of just having any level of trust in the audience to piece it together themselves with what you've shown them. So that was a little upsetting because that happened a couple of times, and I just thought it was unnecessary in a film like this. Like, you set it up well, and you had a good execution of, like, this subtle reveal. I don't think they needed to take the extra, like, 5 minutes to give you, like, the monologue, and this is what it means, and this is why I did it, and this is who I am. I just thought that was a little much. But I just thought the film was super good. I love the monsters. When the monster stuff starts happening, again, not getting into spoilers, I thought they crushed it with the design. I thought it looked great. It did a good job of being unsettling and gross. People in the theater were audibly, like, recoiling, going like, oh no, you know, actually emoting during a film, which I have not heard in so long in a movie theater. So I think it accomplished its goal. And it's the perfect amount of weird. Like, one of the monsters pukes out a whole titty. Like, it actually pukes out a breast, a single boobie. It just plops onto the ground, a disembodied tit. It's like, whoa, wow, that was interesting, you know? I just think The Substance is a pretty special film. I thought they crushed it. I really did. But again, I think there's going to be a ton of people who hate it. This is not a film I think that's for everyone. It is a weird movie, and I think you need to go in there ready to accept that it's, like, cartoonishly over the top. And once you do accept that, I think you're going to have a ton of fun watching it. So, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah. If you call yourself a fan of The Nun, I'll call you a liar. Find me one person in the world who actually thinks The Nun is a good horror movie, and I'll find you a deceiver, a teller of fibs. I just don't think it's possible that there is anyone out there on this entire space rock that thinks The Nun was an actually good movie. Now, I'm sure there are plenty of arguments you can make that it's an entertaining one, like a fun, bad, enjoyable movie. I would agree with you there to a certain extent. But anyone that would actually think that the movie was good enough to deserve a sequel, I just can't imagine that being the case. I don't think there's a such thing as fans of The Nun. There's probably more fans of eating paint chips than that movie. And yet somehow the Hollywood soulless suits, these zombie husks that control the pipeline of big budget movies, deemed this franchise worth a new entry. So we got The Nun 2 somehow. I just came back from watching it because I'm a sucker for bad horror films, and I thought maybe this one stood a better chance of being fun bad than the previous one, which I wasn't a huge enjoyer of, even as a so bad it's good flick. I gave that puppy a 25% on the moist meter, so the sequel had some big shoes to fill. And unfortunately, the only thing that was filled was my water when I finished drinking all of it to keep myself awake. Every single scene in this film, except for maybe one or two, is a scene that they have literally used 1,000 times by now. In their own franchise, in the Conjuring movies, in the Annabelle movies, every scene in The Nun 2, I'm pretty sure, is copy and pasted with a different skin for this film. They're not even trying. There's not even an iota of effort put into this. I'll get my only compliments out of the way right now. There are two scenes that stood out to me as actually being creative. And one of them was about the main character, Irene, whom you'll remember from the first film, having visions. And the visions in this film work like Genjutsu in Naruto. So fucking Itachi here traps her in a Genjutsu, and she's seeing The Nun on a billboard. There's crows flying by. It's actually very much like Itachi. Maybe that's who the demon is. And so she's looking at this board that has all of these magazines on it. Wind blows in, it starts flipping the magazines around, and the magazines flip to a bunch of different pages that eventually form something that resembles The Nun. And then she jolts her arm out and strangles Irene. And it was pretty cool. I was like, that's very interesting. And the jump scare was pretty effective. Not that jump scares are something to be proud of per se, but if you're going to do them, at least do them well. You know, a jump scare is basically just like a quick, loud noise in the middle of quiet in order to trigger that brief little startle sensation, because our caveman brains are hardwired that way. It's the best comparison, and the one that always gets made, is a comedian going out into the crowd and tickling someone and calling it good comedy. It's just cheap for horror films, but if you're going to include jump scares, make sure that they're done well. And that one was executed decently. And then the only other scene that I thought was cool was actually the very first scene. It's in a big church, and then it ends with someone getting lit on fire. So the priest just gets cremated after encountering the nun. And it was very, well done. That whole sequence leading up to that, I actually thought was kind of a banger. And then it never reaches that level of quality again. It's like they put all of their effort into the intro, and then that one scene with the magazines, and nowhere else. Now that I've got all the compliments out of the way, let's go ahead and dive into the rest. I am super tired of every single story in mainstream horror films being the exact same fucking thing. I'm going to get into spoilers. I don't think anyone cares about the narrative of The Nun 2. This isn't exactly something that people are going to for a deep, intricate lore, I don't think. It does loosely tie into the Conjuring universe, but only because there's a post-credit scene that works like the Avengers, where the Warrens get a phone call and he's like, "How can I help you?" "I'm on it." That's the only tie-in. Other than that, there is nothing here that even connects it. So anyway, the film's narrative is the exact same plot to about 5,000 other horror films. Almost to a T. I'm confident now that these are being written by AI, because it's just taking the same DNA of everything else and doing nothing different with it, not even a unique spin. And like all other horror movies that have come before it, if you stop and think about the plot to this for even just 2 seconds, the entire movie falls apart. Let me explain how that works in this film. So the first scene that I mentioned, the one that I like, yeah, the nun lights that priest on fire, literally just burns him alive with no effort at all, and then never does it again. Falls into the same tropey horror garbage where once the demon is doing what they want to do, all of a sudden the extent of its power is opening and closing doors, or making a scary face appear to spook somebody, or moving some chairs around, or something like that. It's just, it becomes so weak, even though, like, at the very beginning of this film, which in real world time of the movie, well, that's the opposite of real world time, in movie time was only like a month ago, we saw it light someone on fire effortlessly. And now all of a sudden, all it can do is lightly push things around. It has about as much force as a light breeze in the summertime wind. Like, how? Like, what could have easily happened is the demon goes to the place it wants to go, lights everybody on fire, kills them instantly, and then gets what it wants. And what does it want? It wants an ancient artifact. So, the demon was able to find where the ancient artifact was, and it infiltrates a school. And at the school, it starts scaring kids. For no reason, really. Just starts startling children, and nothing else. And before doing that, it had actually just snapped the neck of a woman who gave a delivery to where the demon was staying. So the demon is still perfectly capable of killing people, yet for some reason when it comes to that school, with the main objective in that school, it decides not to kill anyone. Why? It easily can. It just demonstrated that multiple times, like, and now all of a sudden it's a pacifist? It just doesn't make any sense. There's no explanation for why the demon doesn't just kill everyone at that school and then get the artifact, because it knows it's there. It could just get it once everyone's gone. The only argument I can see for why it wouldn't want to do that is it doesn't know exactly where that artifact is, so it's trying to lead people on a wild goose chase to accidentally locate it. But I think that's kind of a weak theory, and it's one I'm just making up to try and justify bad writing here. But let's assume that is the reason. It's still fucking stupid, because if no one's around, there's no one to foil their plans. In every single horror movie, it seems like the bad entity, the bad thing, is always more than willing to just let everyone in the film stop it. Like, it wants to be stopped. It has a humiliation fetish, and it wants to be beaten for some reason. Because it just lets everyone solve the mystery and do the only thing that can defeat it. In fact, sometimes it just leads them to the thing that can beat it. For no reason. Like, why? Why? So, the demon is at the school now. It's incognito, and Irene from the first film, as well as a new character, are working together to try and track down the demon because the Vatican has been alerted to its presence, that it's back. It wasn't actually defeated in the previous film. The Vatican in this movie works like the Men in Black. They have like this really deep network of like intel and operatives that keep everyone up to date on demon activity. So they get the scoop, they figure out what the demon wants and where it is, and they go to the place. I'm just really speedrunning through all of this because most of the film is spent with just really lame, cheap jump scares and a complete absence of suspense or any real reason for what's unfolding. It's just the demon goofing around, scaring children at a school. That's it. So the good guys get to the school, they confront the demon directly, and the demon, for some reason, just starts walking off after they figure out what it's there for. And keep in mind, this demon has shown that it can basically teleport and be anywhere it wants. But at the end of the film, all of a sudden, all it can do is walk or jog a little bit very slowly, which is another trope in horror films where for the entire movie, the demon can be everywhere. And now all of a sudden at the end, all it can do is walk at the speed of like an 85-year-old woman. Doesn't make any sense, but that's exactly what happens here. And the good characters are trying to stop it, and the demon punches one of them, which sends her flying against some glass, and then force pushes another one and keeps walking. Why not just kill them? The demon has superhuman strength. That punch sent her flying. Could have easily killed her, finished the job. Like, there was no reason the demon wouldn't do that. And the force push, again, could have easily just killed her instead. But makes the decision not to. They catch up to the demon after getting pushed away. They all together get the artifact, and it's a big struggle between the demon and the humans. even though I don't know how that can even be a contest because the demon has superpowers. It could just push them away, but it scarcely uses that, and when it does, it's like a very light push. So they engage in this struggle over the artifact, and eventually the demon starts slamming one of the girls' heads onto the concrete, and I was like, oh, he's about to kill her. And then doesn't. After slamming her head on the concrete, the demon lifts her up in a chokehold, like he's about to perform a cane choke slam, and then one of the students grabs the artifact and runs away, and the demon looks, sees the girl running away, and for some reason just lightly drops the main character. When earlier in the film, he did something similar with a complete stranger and snapped her neck effortlessly. He could have easily done that to the main character and would have solved every single one of the demon's problems. Like, there would be no one left to stop him. But inexplicably just lets her go. And also, I forgot to mention this, a goat man gets summoned, which was actually kind of hype. This is another compliment, the goat man. I'm a huge fan of cryptids, and they legitimately made goat man here. And he chases people around on all four. It's really silly, and it made me giggle. So I did appreciate the goat being in here. That was cool. Actually looked like fucking Mr. Tumnus out of Narnia. It was a great character. So the goat's chasing some of the little children while one of the other nuns is there trying to protect them. And then the main character, and one of the other children are struggling over the artifact to defeat the bad demon nun. And it ends in an anticlimactic showdown where the demon finally once again uses the light someone on fire move, but instead of just immediately lighting up the main character in flames, slowly starts like a small fire on like her bottoms, which slowly goes up instead of just immediately lighting them entirely on fire like we saw the demon do at the beginning, which gives the girl just enough time to remember that her mother, whom she had mentioned a little earlier in the film, had superpowers basically, and thus the main character has the superpowers. And an explosion of wine happens, which is changed into the blood of Christ, and it melts the demon, and the day is saved. I've summed up the majority of the film there. I left out a couple of details, of course, but it's so fucking dumb. It's so dumb. It's insultingly stupid. There's not even really that many fun, bad moments in here. It's just such a snooze fest because it's every single horror movie trope ever rolled into this film. Unapologetically. Like, if you're going to do that, at least get creative when it comes to your jump scares and it actually builds some suspense and do something fun there. It doesn't even try outside of a couple of scenes. Damn it. So yeah, I don't know why they even bothered making a sequel to The Nun. The first one was terrible, and this one I'm actually going to say is a little better. Like, objectively speaking, I think this movie is a little bit better than the first one, but it doesn't make it enjoyable. Like, it's just slightly better than a piece of shit. It's like a less stinky piece of shit. But yeah, I just wanted to rant about this movie a little bit because I am still shocked that it even got a sequel in the first place. Yeah, hopefully the next Conjuring movie's good. We'll see. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. What's more brave, running into a burning building to save the life of a family trapped inside, or offering a controversial take on a beloved horror movie that just released? I think both are equally as brave, but there's only one that I'm courageous enough to actually do, and that's giving a horror movie that has the entire film world going gushing grannies mode over it a less than perfect score, less than 100%, which is controversial, it seems. Longlegs. I already know me name-dropping this film and stating that I'm giving it a less than perfect score has probably already had a few people spitting out their Budweiser while cracking their knuckles, turning to their keyboard going, no more Mr. Nice Guy. But I want to be clear up front, I think it's a good movie. But I don't think it's anything special. I think it is dreadfully overhyped. I went into it with really high expectations because all the reviews, it had like 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, and everyone that I was reading from was saying things like, scariest movie humanity's ever produced. This one's gonna keep you awake for the rest of your life because you won't be able to think about anything besides how frightening this film was. It's gonna have you looking over both shoulders anytime you pass a dark corner. Like, crazy praise, which is rare for a horror movie. So, I saw it last night, and I gave a little pseudo moist meter on stream last night. I'm going to play that for you here, but be warned, it's a bit of a hot take because it seems like not many people feel the same way I do about it. Now, I already know there's plenty of people that aren't actually going to bother hearing what I have to say about the movie. You've already made your minds up about me that I'm some brainless Cro-Magnon that just couldn't understand Longlegs, which is why I wasn't scared by it. I promise you that's not the case, because Longlegs itself is a film that I feel like you can't walk away without understanding at least the majority of it, because the very end of the movie drills into you exactly what it was all about and what was happening. So it's not exactly like the subtlety was lost on me. I appreciate the cinematography. The cinematography does so much heavy lifting in this film. It's actually beautifully shot. The performances are great, but it really felt like a ton of other horror movies I've seen with much prettier packaging around it. Especially... I'm not going to get into spoilers. This is completely spoiler-free. I want to make that clear up front. And also, I already know there's other people that'll use some other kind of explanation for why I didn't like it. Oh, Charlie only likes horror movies with jump scares, which is a crazy take, considering I hate most modern horror films. I think the vast majority are irredeemable dog shit, and a lot of that is because they have an over-reliance on jump scares. My favorite horror movie is Hereditary, and by all accounts, that movie is a slow burn. It's an unrelenting, eerie, tension-building film, and the jump scares don't really come in until like the last 10 minutes, which is my least favorite part of the film because it kind of just devolved into normal horror cliches in like a 10-minute montage. They just speed run every jump scare ever, which I thought was kind of silly, but I still think Hereditary is a horror movie masterpiece. So the pacing of the film being slower in Longlegs, I actually think is a very big positive thing. So that's definitely not any kind of complaint I have, and I hope no one gets that twisted. Anyway, I get into more specifics on stream, again, while avoiding spoilers, but I kind of just vomit out my thoughts a little bit more there, so you can really take in this hot take for you. I'm gonna give you a little live moist meter on Longlegs here. I was extremely excited for this movie. It had so much hype, like all the headlines were, "This is the scariest movie ever, you won't be able to sleep without a nightlight on, hope you got your mom to give you some warm milk on standby after seeing this one, because it's gonna scar you." It's the scariest movie in decades, certified masterpiece, 100% on Rotten Tomatoes, and all the trailers looked amazing. So it came out today, and I just got back from it. Overhyped. I'm sorry to tell you, it very overhyped. I don't know what the marketing budget was, but they must have really sold it in a big way to the critics. Because it is good, like it's not bad by any means. It's better than most horror movies, but that's like, you know, that's not a very high bar. Most horror movies are irredeemable slop. But it is better than most. But it's just, I don't know, it's not special. And I went into it expecting something like Hereditary level, where I'm like, I haven't seen anything like this. This is genuinely unnerving stuff. And the movie's shot beautifully, the acting's great, the story is good. It's just not scary. Like, really at all. I see tier 1 12-bit. Pretty much all of the scares are the exact scares that we've seen a million times in every other horror movie ever. They're just packaged a little bit better. Nicolas Cage was great. Everyone was great in it, but I don't think like a good performance can save a not scary horror movie. Like, there's a couple scenes that do a good job of building tension, but the tension never goes anywhere. They just let it peter out. So you'll have like a really long scene. It's like, oh, this is going to build to something like crazy. There's going to be something really, you know, eerie about this. And then it just slowly fades. I don't know, it never got under my skin. I never felt like on the edge of my seat or scared, you know, chattering fingernails on my teeth or anything. I just didn't think it was all that great. It's good, but it's not great. Why did they hype up what he looks like so much? Because Nicolas Cage looks like a super weirdo in the film. And he looks weird, but he doesn't even look that much different than... You know what he looks like in this movie? He looks like the grandfather from Holes in the flashback scene with Kate Bartlow, where she's like, "I'm tired of this, Grandpa," and he goes, "That's too damn bad!" That's what Nicolas Cage looks like here. It's not... like, it's nothing crazy. He looks exactly like this guy. So he just, like, progressively gets more and more like this guy as the movie goes on with longer hair. This movie also has a really lackluster ending because they treat the audience like they were too stupid to piece together what was happening throughout the whole movie. So there's like a montage that explains all of it and just beats you over the head with it. It's not bad. Please don't misunderstand me. Like I said, this is better than like 90% of horror movies that come out. But it is not the masterpiece that I thought it would be. Like, I was ready to like expect another Hereditary, which I guess is unrealistic. But it really wasn't close. So you just set your expectations a little high? Yeah, I think it's part of that. I definitely think that's part of it. And I think the hype around the movie does it a huge disservice once you actually see it. Because it's not the scariest movie ever made or anything. But it is a good movie. Why don't you like the ending of Hereditary? I think it's so unique. I think it's the opposite. The problem with Hereditary's ending to me is that it's not unique. The rest of the movie was. The final 10 minutes is just every jump scare ever shoehorned into a 10-minute speed run. The mom, like, banging her head on the attic. Then, like, a bunch of people coming out going, boo! 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 Like, the theater started laughing when the coat, or whatever it was, like, flew across the room. Like, it was so silly. So good as a film, but not scary, right? Yeah. That's kind of how I'd classify it. I think for certain people it will be unnerving, depending on how you respond to the themes. So, it just wasn't one that I personally found to be frightening. I have to know what Longlegs is about. I'm not going to spoil it. Like I said, I think it's probably best to go in not knowing what it's about, because the trailers do a good job of keeping that a mystery. So, I won't ruin that. What would I give Longlegs? If I was to put Longlegs on the moist meter, I'd probably give it like a comfortable 75%. Like, it's good, like I said. That's probably where I'd land. Somewhere in there. I don't remember if I mentioned this on stream, but I watched Sinister the other night, because it's one of those, like, horror movies that everyone gives a lot of flowers to. They're like, Sinister really is one of the best. And it's one of them that I hadn't seen before. So I watched Sinister for the first time. And the movie's pretty dog shit for the most part. But what it does really, really well is when it's going through the old home movies, the sound design is great. Like, the sound really fucking sells some of it. And then when it gets out of the sound, like when it gets out of the tapes, they just have like the really silly stuff with the guy who just goes up to the camera and does this. So, dog shit's being really harsh for no reason. It's fine, but it's not like, I would never say it's one of the best. Look at me. Do I look crazy to you? I didn't think so. So then, why does it feel like I am? I'm sure you've seen the headlines right now. Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 2 has a 100% on Rotten Tomatoes. And that really piqued my curiosity here. That really stirred my spaghetti. I had to wonder, how? How is such a thing possible? The first Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey is just a complete throwaway waste of time pile of garbage. It was purely banking off the shock of making a Winnie the Pooh horror movie since the property went public domain. It felt like they just speed ran to be the first ones to make a horror movie with it. It's a very low budget, and it seems like it was rushed out as quickly as possible, and there's just nothing redeeming about it past the silliness of its concept. And really, there's only one good scene in the film, and I'm using the word good very loosey-goosey. There's only one really entertaining scene in the film, and it's pretty much the opening scene. I mention this every time I talk about this movie. Winnie the Pooh rips some lady's top off and her titties start jiggling around like it's an NVIDIA physics demonstration, and then he throws her in a wood chipper. But not before giving her like an ooga face. It's like the most emotion Winnie the Pooh showed in that entire movie. But regardless, that film is horrendous. And yet, its sequel, which came out, has a 100% Rotten Tomatoes. Granted, it's only 7 reviews. Like, I didn't think such a thing was possible. Like, you know, I guess maybe there's 7 paid reviewers. They were shilling it. Maybe the director of the film gave them strippers and blow for the advanced screening, so they had a great time watching it. But that, I couldn't imagine that being real. But the audience score is also pretty high, and I've always said you can't trust Rotten Tomatoes, but still, this is interesting. So, I went and saw Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 2 today. And I have to wonder if I'm suffering from psychosis, because there's no way I watch the same film that they're reviewing. It's still bad. Now, I will say, it is an astronomical improvement over the first film. But that's like saying solid poop is better than diarrhea. Like, you're not wrong, but it's still shit. And maybe that's a bit too harsh. I wouldn't say it's shit, it's just not good either. Like, I know they're creating the whole
Pooniverse out of this. So they're making like the Twisted Childhood universe or whatever, where it's taking property like Winnie the Pooh, Pinocchio, Peter Pan, Bambi, and they're making horror movies out of it and tying it all together into their own horror cinematic universe with all of it. And I think that's like a really fun idea. Like I conceptually, that makes me laugh, and I think that's what they're going for here with all of that. But right now, they're just starting to find their footing on how to make watchable movies, because the first movie is unwatchable. This movie is definitely watchable. It's just not a great film either. The movie does try a lot harder. It's still low budget, but you can tell it's a higher budget and they put a lot more effort into it. So first of all, I'm going to get my compliments out of the way here. They actually do a much better job with the character design this time around. Winnie the Pooh looks a lot better. It no longer just looks like some kind of fetish costume with Winnie the Pooh. It looks like an actual character now. It doesn't look like just a man in a mask. It actually does look like a mutant abomination, which it's supposed to be in the universe. They absolutely did a much better job this time around with the monsters here. And they do bring in a new face, a new villain, Tigger. So they bring him in from the Winnie the Pooh property. And he is, he's probably my favorite part of the film, just because of how over the top they had this character play. They also bring in an owl, but Tigger was a standout because every time he's on screen, he just calls women bitches. So he goes on a killing spree at like a nightclub. It very reminiscent of like the scene from Blade, or even like John Wick, but if there was no one fighting back, just executing people in a nightclub, really. In fact, it has nothing to do with John Wick. I'm just thinking of scenes with nightclubs. But anyway, he goes to a rave and he starts just murdering every person there just because. He's piling up corpses. And every time he's about to murder a woman, he makes sure to call them a bitch. So it'll be like, hey, bitch. And then like slash their head off. Or if he's like going on like a stabbing spree with his long fingernails, his claws, he's like, I'm gonna disembowel you, bitch. To every single one of his female victims. Every single one of them. It's his most used phrase. And that definitely did have me laughing a little bit. It's not exactly the most highbrow writing or anything, but it also shows that the movie didn't take itself too seriously the entire time. And that's when the movie's at its best, when it's not being super serious. There's a couple of referential jokes and meta jokes that they make that I actually did think land. Like, I thought they did a pretty good job when it came to, like, some of the humor they interject in here. But unfortunately, that's all overshadowed by trying to tell a really serious, dramatic narrative. So, in the first film, there's no story whatsoever. It's just random killings, and they're not very creative either. It's like the most stereotypical slasher type killings, like getting hit with something in the head and they die, or getting run over by a car. Nothing too creative. In this movie, another compliment I have for it is the kills are significantly more creative. They definitely had more of a budget to work with, so they showed you some more interesting and more gruesome things. The very first scene, like Winnie the Pooh starts breaking every single one of this woman's appendages, and then puts her head in a bear trap and slams it on her, and it's fucking gruesome. And someone else is like burning to death in the background, and Owl is spitting like acidic venom on people as their face is melting. Like, there's a lot more creativity to the way that they kill. But I do actually have a statement on that I'll get to when I talk about the negatives. In fact, I don't even know why I'm alluding to it here. One of the things that takes away from that, though, is that because it's a low budget, they know that if you could see everything in broad daylight, you'd immediately tell how phony baloney it is and it'd take you out of it. So instead, they obscure all of it with like the darkest and most close-up shots imaginable. Sometimes when you're watching Winnie or Tigger or Owl kill someone, it looks like you're looking at it through a fucking microscope. Like you're looking at their goddamn cells. Like you can't really tell what's happening sometimes. All you know is someone is being brutally murdered. Because you can hear it, you can kind of see like inklings of something on screen. But it is so fucking dark half the time you can't make out what's going on. So that is a big complaint I have. Because they do try and get more creative, they do succeed in being more creative, but still they're betrayed by their budget because they have to keep showing you it in a really hard to figure out what's going on way. So shaky cam, super dark, cutaways, all this type of like nauseating like camera work ruins some of the scenes. And they do use CGI occasionally in here, and hooey, is it rough. There are some scenes that look straight up N64 era, like Tigger's tail, for example. Goodness gracious. Also, in the opening scene, when someone is set on fire, I'm pretty sure that was just JPEG fire that they moved around a little bit. There is a lot of times when they try and integrate CGI into this film that you can really see they did not have the budget for those special effects. That it was just not there for that. But when they're using practical effects, for the most part, it looks pretty good. Back to what I was saying, the first film didn't really have a story at all. Just random killings with things that vaguely resembled Winnie and Piglet. Nothing else. Just, that's the whole story in a nutshell. Here, they did bring on a real writer, and they wanted to tell a real story. But it just does not match the tone of the film. The film is at its best when it's being over the top and goofy. When it's trying to be really serious by telling the story about Christopher Robin, who his brother got kidnapped and he's going through hypnotherapy to try and remember his brother. Kind of actually reminds me of the plot to the Five Nights at Freddy's movie in a certain way. But he's trying to figure out what happened to his brother. If I could only figure out who this man was that took him, because I saw a piece of him in my memories, then I'll know what happened and I can get my brother back. So it tries to make you care about that story and care about these characters in a different way by giving you this emotional narrative about guilt that Christopher feels for not being able to protect his brother, and it sets up a bit of a mystery there on, what happened to him and how it connects to everything else. And it's not like a bad attempt or anything, but it just really feels out of place because it doesn't exactly land when it's fucking Winnie the Pooh and the gang just killing people for the vast majority of the runtime. So the emotional story that they're trying to weave in there, like jump scares to this killing montage, really conflicts with that because it just doesn't work. No one's gonna care about that storyline. Not that it's poorly crafted or anything, but that's just not the focal point of the film. The film is focused entirely on killing. And they established that immediately upon starting this film. They don't even really have a good reason for why Winnie the Pooh and the crew go on this killing rampage. Like the scene where they just start killing people at a rave, Owl just says, "I hope you're ready to party." And then Tigger and Pooh start executing hundreds of people. And the reason? Because fuck you. That's why. I mean, there is like a light reason that Owl sprinkled in like 2 sentences, where he's like, if the humans keep coming to us, eventually we're just gonna have to roll over and die. So let's take the fight to them and just kill them all. So that's why they're out here hunting everyone. But yeah, the story here, like, again, I don't even think it's bad. Like, the backstory is simple but effective. Also, the entire plot, like the actual story, is extremely predictable. I think you will figure out everything the second that it starts introducing those narrative plot threads, because it's very obvious where all of it goes. It's simple. It's not bad, but it just doesn't add anything to this film besides just being like this side quest outside of just surviving the killings. It just, I don't know. It's very underwhelming. Like, they could have just doubled down on the over-the-top goofiness of everything. Instead of making like a story that tries to take itself seriously, make a story that doesn't. Luckily, it's not a long movie, so even though a lot of time is spent with this story, which is a fucking snooze fest, it at least doesn't bore you to tears because the movie is so short that you're still mainly getting tons of, like, over-the-top violence in this film that keeps you engaged with it, because that's really all the film offers. It's just a bunch of mindless killing in creative, yucky ways. So while I may not agree with the experts at Rotten Tomatoes that this is a 100% certified fucking fresh, and I don't even agree with the audience score that it's an 80%, I still think that it's definitely better, just not good. If I was to put this film on the moist meter, I think I'd give Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 2 a 40%. And maybe that's being too generous, but I really can't stress enough how much better this one is than the first one. Which again isn't saying a lot, but I at least appreciate they're going in an upward trajectory here. It's showing that they're learning from previous mistakes. Their past sins are being rectified. They're trying to bury that and be better from it. But yeah, I think I'd give it like a 40%, I guess. Yeah. So, definitely not a 100%. Don't listen to that baloney. That's really about it. So yeah. I'm going to show you an image, and I want you to tell me how it makes you feel. What does it say to you? Now, I don't want to scare you. This isn't meant to be frightening, but it will be a bit distressing. Think of it like a therapy session, and this is a Rorschach. You ready? Here it is. BuzzFeed Studios jump scare. Don't worry, it's gone now. It can't hurt you anymore. I know that seeing BuzzFeed Studios elicits a feeling of sadness and despair. I honestly didn't even know BuzzFeed was still around. I thought we had eradicated that plague many years ago, but I guess it's still got a heartbeat no matter how faint, and they're going all in on this horror movie called Dear David, which is based on a Twitter thread. I shit you not. That is the most BuzzFeed shit imaginable. They're making a Twitter thread horror movie. A stunning, brave, and bold twist on the horror genre here. Innovation at its finest, and that's what BuzzFeed is known for. I really can't wait to see what's next for the creative minds at the BuzzFeed Studios basement. I want to see what else they'll cook up in that cursed kitchen. Perhaps a Netflix original thriller about a bubbly blogger who's now facing her worst nightmare when she goes to Starbucks and was served a grande instead of a venti. Fucking teeth chattering. Chills, I tell you, chills. BuzzFeed Studios, they're aiming for the fences. They're swinging for a big home run, and god damn it, I think they might just hit it. This trailer for Dear David is impressively awful. Before getting into the trailer itself, I'll just go ahead and show you what it's based on. It's from this thread in 2017 where a comic artist named Adam was documenting a series of hauntings he was experiencing from a dead child named David. And this is the police sketch of David, I guess. It looks like something out of Ed Nettie, but this was meant to be taken seriously. He tried to play it off as a very real thing, even though it's very clearly just a load of baloney, just some fish paste to have a bit of fun. But there were tons of people that were really, like, encapsulated. They were hooked. They tuned in every day for the latest update from Adam on David. You know, is David still trying to kill you? What's David up to? Is he out there playing with Hot Wheels again in the middle of the night? Oh my god, David's a menace! We gotta fucking kill David quickly! That kind of shit. Like, they were really invested in the story. And now BuzzFeed is doing what they do best. Striking while the iron is completely cold and everyone has forgotten about it. Not the most timely execution here. This is 6 fucking years too late. The whole world doesn't remember this thing, and now BuzzFeed for some reason is trying to parade its corpse around to make money off of it. In a very pitiful attempt at that. They chose something that was only popular on Twitter 6 years ago, and only lasted for a handful of days, really. And they're like, yep, that's the one. That's our horror movie magnum opus. Dear David, let's run it. Like, I just can't even believe it. Why even bother? You're already so late to it. If this had come out in, like, 2018, maybe, then you might have a chance of getting a couple ticket sales. But this movie, Dear David, might legitimately sell 0 tickets. It's just incredible how out of touch BuzzFeed is. This is a film that wouldn't even be seen by family and friends because it looks so awful and uninteresting on a concept that no one cares about from a fucking Twitter thread. And it's integral to the film itself, too. Twitter plays a large role in the trailer. Like, that is so embarrassing. No one wants to go watch that. Like, if you went to the BuzzFeed office right now, I'm very curious what you would find. Maybe it looked like a dungeon where, like, there's only one light on. It's like a single light bulb dangling from a string, and, like, maybe 3 people on a computer still writing quizzes. What Harry Potter character are you? What does your favorite sex position say about your favorite Disney princess? Like, I don't know who's there and who came up with this. Not even AI would generate something this out of touch. Like, it blows my mind. But anyway, let's talk about the trailer now. I can't show you the trailer because I don't want to get, like, DMCA'd by BuzzFeed or anything. So I'll just show you some screenshots of it and tell you what's going on. So, they immediately get into the cringe because everything with BuzzFeed is like this imminent natural disaster of cringe, like a fucking tornado barreling towards you and you can't escape the embarrassment. So it opens up with the main character posting his comic on Twitter and getting roasted for it, saying it's bad, yikes, your comics are shitty now that you work for BuzzFeed. A literal self-insert with BuzzFeed here. So they're making comments like, you work for BuzzFeed, now your art's lame. And then one of his coworkers is like, it's the worst thing to do to engage with trolls online. And he's still engaging with trolls, and then he commits the ultimate sin. He summons the demon, David, by telling someone to die in a fire, DIAF. After sending that message, he then says this verbatim. Sometimes you've gotta troll the trolls. So clearly this dialogue is written by actual 66-year-old men here, because Jesus Christ. So then, after saying die in a fire, this mysterious Twitter account pops up saying, "Why are you so mean?" And if you look at the name, it's from Dear David. The shameless goofballs at BuzzFeed even had the gall to say that it's inspired by actual events. Oh, brother, it's inspired by an actual Twitter thread, not actual events. These events are about as real as the Blitzball Championship in Final Fantasy X. It's just a silly horror story that they cooked up. Nothing else. Just because it's written down in a Twitter thread doesn't mean that it's evidence that it's true. The trailer then goes into the same old, tired, generic, formulaic garbage that we've seen a million times. So here's this scary child, David, being a little goofball in the chair. He's here because I guess he didn't like the main character trolling on Twitter, I guess. He didn't like the die in a fire line, so now David's here to teach him a lesson. And of course, there's a BuzzFeed article being written about it. And honestly, this just seems like a really desperate attempt to remind people that BuzzFeed exists. So the more I watched the trailer, the more I realized that they're putting BuzzFeed in as many places as they can, and I really think that's because they recognize that nobody gives a fuck about them anymore. So this is just like a Hail Mary attempt to remind people that this is still a platform that exists. And my god, is it just awful to look at. It's so pathetic. The trailer drags on with more normal, boring trash with tiny little jump scares here and there and little creepy images. And then we reach towards the end here where he's getting out of a shower and he notices in the mirror, D-I-A-F. Die in a fire. The same thing he said to troll the trolls on Twitter, if you might remember. And now he's being haunted by the D-I-A-F statement. So this whole thing seems like David's really trying to troll the troll who was trolling trolls. Leave it to BuzzFeed to break new ground. Pioneers, I tell you. Absolute fucking geniuses. There's really nothing else to discuss with the trailer. It is literally just all the same exact horror movie trope cliche that you've seen actually a billion times by now, shoved into one desperate attempt from BuzzFeed to remind people that they're still around. So yeah, this is already shaping up to be an extremely embarrassing endeavor from BuzzFeed here. It's not something anyone asked for, ever, really, and it's also 6 years too late anyway. I just don't understand the thought process. Horror movies are always made on a very low budget, and this looks like no exception. It looks like it's a very low budget movie, so most of the time horror movies actually turn a very sizable profit because, like Blumhouse, for example, will make a horror movie for like $2 million, and then if it only does like a $8 million box office run, it still did pretty well. Like, that's still a financial success overall. That's why Blumhouse keeps churning out like pretty low effort horror movies pretty often, because they're cheap. And it doesn't have to perform extraordinary in the box office, and sometimes it does. It goes well above what it should have. It punched above its weight class, like, for example, Paranormal Activity. Very low budget and made 9 figures. So there's always so much room for horror movies to be a financial success because they're so cheap, but in this case, I don't see that happening, because who the fuck wants to watch this? I love fun, bad horror movies, but this does not look like a fun, bad horror movie. Even I'm not that interested in seeing it. And that's saying something. That's a fucking statement right there. You have dreadfully missed if you're making a bad horror film that even I'm bored by. So I might still see it out of pity, I don't know yet, but it just, I just don't understand what their thought process was here. It looks like shit. It really does. I don't think it's going to save the company. I think it's only going to continue to push the company's head even deeper into the toilet, but I guess we'll see. That's about it. See ya. The time is finally upon us. Most people thought this day would never come, but it has. Mickey Mouse is public domain. Kind of, to a certain extent. Steamboat Willie is fair game now, and you're already seeing everyone with a pulse start to dogpile on it like they're trying to recover a fumble in the NFL. Everyone is scrambling to snatch up and use Mickey Mouse in the quickest things they can, like horror movies. We just saw one be announced with a trailer, horror games, and that's only the tip of the iceberg. Mickey Mouse is arguably one of the most recognizable characters ever created. So, obviously, this is a pretty big deal that now it's fair game for anyone to use them. You could use Mickey Mouse to promote whatever you want. You could have Mickey Mouse doing the foulest shit ever, a 2 girls, 1 cup official Mickey Mouse production. You could do whatever you want because now that Steamboat Willie version of Mickey Mouse is public domain. I'm not a copyright attorney, so I don't know all of the nitty-gritty. I can't really dive into the weeds of what is and is not permissible for Steamboat Willie Mickey, but as I understand it right now, and at least judging based on the horror movie that just got announced and the horror game, you can use Mickey Mouse Steamboat Willie variant for pretty much whatever your little noodle wants to cook up with them in there. Now, for those of you that don't know what the Steamboat Willie Mickey is, it might sound like a fucking SCP to you. That's like the original OG genesis of Mickey Mouse, so this is all the way back in the 20s, and that's what's now entered the public domain, that Steamboat Willie variant of Mickey. So, Disney did make a statement saying, more modern versions of Mickey will remain unaffected by the expiration of the Steamboat Willie copyright, and Mickey will continue to play a leading role as a global ambassador for the Walt Disney Company in our storytelling, theme park attractions, and merchandise. This is when they were going over what you can and can't use for this, because there is a bit of confusion since it is Mickey Mouse, but a certain version of him. It's not every version of Mickey. We will, of course, continue to protect our rights in the more modern versions of Mickey Mouse and other works that remain subject to copyright, and we will work to safeguard against consumer confusion caused by unauthorized uses of Mickey and our other iconic characters. So as long as you don't fly too close to the sun when using Steamboat Willie Mickey, you should be fine. It just can't teeter on a modern depiction of Mickey Mouse because then Disney is gonna fucking snap on you. That company is downright evil, and when it comes to enforcing their copyright, no expense will be spared. They will put you in an early grave if they so much as sniff that you accidentally used a modern variant of Mickey outside of Steamboat Willie. It's all fun and games until you put modern version of Mickey Mouse in your Facebook ad for your vape business, and all of a sudden you got the goddamn official Disney goof troop showing up at your doorstep, breaking your kneecaps and putting a gun to your skull. So just be careful. Steamboat Willie Mickey, fair game, public domain, but not all versions of Mickey. Now let's go ahead and go over what is already been announced. So let's talk about Mickey Mouse, huh? Steamboat Willie. It's free, and it's immediately being used and abused here. As I predicted, not to wiggle my finger and say I told you so, the first implementation is a bad horror movie. Just like Winnie the Pooh with Blood and Honey. I said one of the first things that's going to be made is some absolute schlock horror film in order to immediately capitalize off shock ticket sales. And lo and behold, a Mickey Mouse horror movie is coming out. They had this puppy ready. Why is that the default? Because it's extremely cheap to make. You can pump out a horror film very low budget. Great example. I actually talked about this today on the podcast. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey had a budget of $100K and it made $5 million in the box office. $5 million in the box office would be a death sentence to pretty much anything except for something like this. This made a killing. And Mickey Mouse will do the same, all just because of the concept. And this movie fucking sucks. It's not even fun bad. And they're making a sequel. Yeah. So Mickey Mouse is immediately getting the same treatment. I haven't seen the trailer, so who knows, maybe I'll watch the trailer and be blown away. My eyes roll in the back of my head like I'm just truly shocked by how great it looks, but I already know this is just going to be the most throwaway garbage. Let's take a peek. It actually even looks like the same kind of costume design for Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. And I'm pretty sure this knife he's using comes from one of the YouTube sponsors for like the knife company. It really seems like this was made very quick. I'll get to the horror game in a minute. I'm singing a different tune for the horror game, I'm not gonna lie. Well, let me pull up the horror movie, though.
These are the best party that we can throw.
Oh, actually, wait. I feel like this might have, like, titties or something in it. Has anyone watched it yet? Is this Toss? Because Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey did. The audio is really fucked up. It's like they recorded it with their phone.
What? Yes.
Exactly the same DNA as Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Make something for $50, pump it out, get a couple of curious ticket sales,
call it a day. But now on the flip side of that coin, this game actually looked kind of hype, I'm not gonna lie. So the horror movie, a pile of dog shit. That sucks shit through a crazy straw. But Infestation 88, we might have a little something here, I'm not gonna lie on this. Yeah, I already saw this on Twitter, so I know it looks good.
There's something else in here.
Okay, I think this could be a banger. Mickey laid eggs. They took some creative liberties with the public domain. Still milking the whole kid thing turned horror. Yeah, it still is. I know. But I guess the vibe I get from this is more Lethal Company than Garten of Banban. Not enough has come out to really showcase what exactly it's trying to be, but this trailer gets me at least interested. If Mickey takes off the Steamboat Willie hat, can Disney sue? If you're talking about like in the game or in the movie, I guess either one. Probably. I don't know the particulars of how exactly Steamboat Willie Mickey is public domain and all of that. I guess if in the movie he's like maybe he makes a noise that's not Steamboat Willie adjacent, they could probably sue. And knowing Disney, they'd probably fucking execute you for it, for stepping on their copyright. I have no idea. No, I don't think there's a release date for this game yet, is there? This is just an announcement that they're working on it. Again, Mickey Mouse just became public today. There's still so much time for people to mutilate Mickey Mouse's corpse. Steamboat Willie has only been off the leash for like 24, not even 24 hours yet. There's going to be some deplorable garbage that gets pooped out using Mickey Mouse. It's going to have Walt Disney die again. But this time of cringe. There's a really cool boomer shooter called Mouse. Oh, yeah, that's right. There is another Mickey Mouse game, isn't there? That's the one that looks like Bindi and the Ink Machine that I was thinking about. I saw this on Twitter today, but this was uploaded 2 weeks ago. So that can't legally be Mickey. This just happens to be Bad Mouse Guy. It's not Steamboat Willie, just same animation style. Oh, okay. I saw this on Twitter today, so I thought it was Mickey Mouse because of public domain. But it does look really cool. I want this. Yeah, it looks good. No, it looks like they did a great job with that. There's no shortage of YouTubers that try and transition from making YouTube videos into movies. A lot of channels have tried to take that plunge before, but almost every single time it crashes and burns and is always just a fruitless endeavor that is only good for pointing and laughing and shooting spitballs. But there is one channel that has done it extraordinarily well. Raka Raka. Danny and Michael Filippo. I hope I didn't butcher their last name. I'm never entirely sure how to say their last name. They made a horror movie called Talk to Me, which I think is an absolute slapper of a film. And now they've just released their second horror film, their second A24 horror flick, Bring Her Back, which I actually think is even better than Talk to Me. It's a very different film. It doesn't try and do the same things. It is still a horror film, but it's more akin to something like Hereditary, and I think a lot of people are going to be making that comparison with this film. And as all of you know, Hereditary is like my favorite horror movie. I think that is a masterpiece, all the way up until like the last 10 minutes where I think it kind of eats some major ass. It just goes into like really big horror cliches, which a lot of people really don't like my take on. That's a bit of a spicy take for me, but I just really don't like the last 10 minutes. It falls into just like a Blumhouse schlock fest at the end, even though I like the reason it happens, and I also like the actual final like last couple scenes. But where they just go through like the haunted house of like banging head on wall, naked dude with winky out, fucking wiener hanging. Like, I think that was a little lame. But I still think Hereditary is one of the best horror films in general. And Bring Her Back feels a lot like Hereditary did, where it's not trying to like jump scare you and get you with like a boo, you've been startled, get spooked, loser. It's going for like a very slow, constant anxiety building, tension, like unnerving, disturbing experience. It does it, I think, really, really well. It's a movie mainly focused on grief and coping with the loss of a loved one. I think it's actually like a really thought-provoking film, which I didn't expect at all going into this. Talk to Me I thought was a really good movie, but it's pretty simple. They have a haunted hand, basically, that they can dap up and take a addicting journey into the spirit realm and get possessed for a little while and then snap right back into it until something goes awry. This, though, was very, very different. And I really appreciate that they didn't just try and do the same thing again. You know, that was so good, I'll just try it a second time type deal. So to break it down, Bring Her Back is about a brother and sister who just lost their father in a very traumatic way. The sister is visually impaired. She can see shapes and lights, but not much beyond that. And they are now put in foster care of a woman who had a daughter that she recently lost. And she also has another kid staying with her in the foster program. And things are a little off about this woman, Laura. She's really sweet, like really nice, but in a way that's off-putting. The acting in this movie I actually thought was phenomenal. So when you have a character like Laura who's like really bubbly and like, oh, you got a boo-boo, do you need me to kiss it? I'll do anything to make anyone happy. Like it's supposed, like it's, everything she's saying is really nice and caring, but you can tell there's something very sinister about her. And as it continues to progress, she's very manipulative. So Laura... Hello, Io. I know. It was a good movie, wasn't it? You didn't get to see it. But I'm sure you can feel my excitement for the film. Point is, the acting is great and it helps you get invested in the characters. Like, that's what I'm getting at here, but I want to get into it more, like, deeper into the spaghetti and meatballs. So, spoiler warning here. I've been really enjoying doing these reviews while talking about spoilers, just fucking freeing the nipple and letting all the thoughts out here. So, Laura, I think, is a character. She's obviously the villain, but it's a villain that you can really kind of almost understand to a certain degree. She's lost her daughter. That is one of the worst things that can happen to a parent. And she will do anything for the chance to see her daughter again. What parent wouldn't? And she's stumbled across these videotapes that have some kind of satanic ritual that can transfer the soul of like a demon, or a demon can transfer the soul of a lost loved one into another body. So she's watching these tapes and learning how the process goes, which is why she has the other child there, Ollie. He's not part of the foster program, or at least he's not supposed to be, and she's putting the demon inside of his body so that way he can take her daughter's soul and put it inside the body of the sister. Her name is Piper. It's a plot line that we've seen explored before. Like, I have seen horror movies with a similar concept, but not executed this well. Because this film does what those fail to do. It actually makes you care a lot and has a lot to say about grief in general. Plus, it's shot really well, so there's some very creative scenes here and some really good gore and grossness to it that makes it just feel kind of like almost like squeamish at times, especially with Ollie. Like, there's a scene where Ollie's like biting on a knife and his skin is tearing as the brother Andy is watching, horrified, wondering what the fuck is going on with this kid. And it presents to you a good mystery. Though, I think most people from the title of the film and immediately upon seeing these tapes will connect the dots of what the mother Laura is trying to do here. It doesn't matter, because that's not the actual, like, big discovery of the mystery per se. I think it's pretty obvious from the jump once that's established, which is early on. It's a matter of how do we stop it. She's really good at gaslighting, manipulating Piper and Andy and putting them against each other, where she starts to like frame Andy for like abusing her and kind of separates the two of them, so it puts this barrier up, so it makes it hard for Andy, who starts to get the sense that something's wrong after seeing everything Ollie's doing. Like, it is just done so well. And it's not a film that's like super slow with like glacial pacing where it feels like nothing's happening except for like trauma dumping back and forth or anything. The film is constantly moving and it's showing you disturbing imagery and disturbing scenes. Like I mentioned, Ollie with the knife, or another scene where Ollie's getting like more and more swollen, like he's starting to like fucking puff up like he's about to explode like an Elden Ring enemy any moment now. And then he gets like really hungry, just gluttonous. So he starts like eating his own flesh, like tearing it from the bone. He starts like eating the wood countertop. And I think it was pretty great. There were a couple people in the theater I heard audibly go like, "Ooh," during a couple of those scenes. So it's definitely eliciting the response the directors wanted here. I really think another thing that helped them a lot when it comes to those scenes is how they're filmed. Like, it's just so meticulous, and it like they linger on it, just letting it like marinate, letting you stew on what you're seeing, and just how like gross and uncomfortable it is. I just really think this movie is like a full-blown banger. I was very impressed with this movie. I also think there's a lot to like chew on here, not even making like a joke calling back to like the countertop scene. I mean, like, there is really like a lot in this that isn't just spoon-fed to you, even though you know Laura's intention. She's studied these tapes, and she is now trying to put into practice this ritual of transferring a soul into another body so she can be reunited with her daughter that was gone too soon from her. There's a lot that happens that there's like breadcrumbs that you can start to piece together other things. For example, was Andy being drugged by Laura? We see like this creatine, she pours it out towards the end of the film when she's told, or when she finds out a social worker is about to visit, and we have seen Andy like passing out and like drooling all over himself in his sleep, and he's like wetting the bed and stuff like that. And you can write that off as like maybe trauma from seeing his father pass away in such a horrifying fashion. But then when you see that quick, literally like 2-second like blurb of her pouring out creatine when trying to clean up the place for the social worker, you start to ask, why would she do that? Well, maybe she drugged him. Like, there's just so much like that in this film. And it doesn't follow the path that you think it's going to follow. Like, I just think it's such a good movie. I was very impressed. I don't think it's perfect, though. And here I want to get into my biggest complaint. And unfortunately, just like Hereditary, it's a bit of the ending. At the end of the film, I do find that it was a bit underwhelming how, after everything Laura has done for this ritual, she eventually just decides she can't go through with it. Now, I think it's great that Piper herself like fought back and was like actively, defying Laura and trying to save herself, but ultimately what happens is Laura just can't do it because she's supposed to mimic the death of how her daughter passed, which was drowning. So she is trying to drown Piper, and then after getting scratched, she just can't do it anymore. It's too much for her. After she's already killed a bunch of people and done unforgivable things, she now at the very end backs out of it. And then Piper escapes, and then the ritual is kaput, the demon gets expelled, that kind of thing. I still think it's a nice conclusion. I think it's a great ending, but I couldn't help but feel a little underwhelmed to watch her just decide, all right, we're pumping the brakes, we're done. Like, it makes sense. The reason she did that makes total sense because she watched her daughter drown, and now she is actively drowning this girl that reminds her of her daughter. So it's a very hard thing for her to do, and you can see her struggling with that as she's doing it, but she's still like committed to doing it, and she has still done all of this planning for so long to do it, killed so many people for it, and then at the very end not going through with it. It just feels like, I don't know, I would have liked, Piper to overcome this obstacle and defeat Laura, or some kind of like karmic justice for Laura, which I thought they were kind of building to when it came to what happened with Andy. But I don't know, I just couldn't help but feel like that wasn't amazing there, but everything else around it was. So it's not like a massive complaint, and by no means does it ruin the movie or even take away from the film. It's just my only like criticism of it. But yeah, I think Bring Her Back is an absolute must-watch for horror fans. I would comfortably put this up here with something like a Hereditary. I did really like it a lot. I don't think it's as good as Hereditary, but I think it's definitely in a conversation with it, at least for my personal, horror movie top films of the modern age. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. I watched a movie called The Woman in the Yard. I was convinced that this was the lowest we could possibly sink for horror films by the title alone. But it's a Blumhouse film, which means it's going to make money no matter what. And I went yesterday, and it was a sold-out theater, basically. I had to sit in the front row. Do you understand how mad I was? I was sitting there steaming. I have had no problems for any release over the last 6 months, no matter how big. Yet somehow the fucking Woman in the Yard at 10:30 p.m., I can't get out of the front row loony bin. I'm just sitting there breaking my neck, staring straight up at it like I'm trying to catch a fucking golden shower with my mouth open. For the Woman in the Yard, I was livid. My eggs were scrambled. I sat there with my arms crossed pouting by the time the movie started. Which, it's not the movie's fault. I mean, good for the Woman in the Yard. It's putting asses in seats somehow. That shit is selling tons and tons. I bet it's gonna make a fucking fortune off of like $12 million budget or something, I imagine. Because Blumhouse, all they do is like really low budget horror films, so everything is a profit. I've said that is the smartest model, and I don't know why more Hollywood studios don't follow that model. They only ever make money. No matter how catastrophic or how boring, lazy, or generic it is, you make a low-budget horror film, you're going 3x on your budget plus marketing. So I have no doubt The Woman in the Yard is going to follow suit, especially considering the turnout I saw for it yesterday, which I am still stunned by. This had more movement than the Halo 3 midnight launch. I don't know what people are seeing in the trailer for The Woman in the Yard that makes them think it's going to be good. It's not. I thought at best it would be fun bad. It's not. It's just boring. It's not even bad, per se. It's not like a horrible film. It's not terrible, but it's not good. So it doesn't get to have the luxury of being enjoyably stinky. It just is mediocre, which I think is the ultimate sin. Because again, you can be bad and charming and memorable and enjoyable, or you can just be good. But if you're neither, you go right down in purgatory and you're forgettable and boring, and I feel like I wasted my time watching it. I want to give you my review, though. As the title would indicate, there is a woman in the yard, almost immediately. They name drop the title within the first 10 minutes. So the story is about a family that's going through a loss. The mother and father were in a car accident which claimed the life of the husband. However, the mother survived and is overcome with a lot of trauma, and the family still is, of course, feeling the loss of the father. It's only been a couple of weeks since that accident, and when they were downstairs eating, one of the kids, named Taylor, said, "Hey Mom, there's a woman in the yard." So the mother goes and checks, and sure enough, there's a fucking woman in the yard. So, as you've seen in the trailer, it's a woman sitting in a chair in the yard. So, the title did not lie. It is not false advertising. You get what you pay for right away. You get a woman in the yard, and she is posting up. She is slabbed up in the middle of the yard, and it's odd because she's dressed like it's like morning attire. It's very weird and concerning. So the mother goes and checks, and of course the mother is going through a rough time, and she's taking all of her anger and frustration out on her kids. She is miserable. And she goes out. She still has an injured leg from the car accident, so she's on crutches, and she goes out. So she says, "Hey, why are you sitting in the yard, lady?" And this leads to a short and odd conversation between the two of them, with the woman in the yard eventually revealing some blood in her hands. And that's when the mom goes, "Jeepers, this is a threat now. This woman in the yard is dangerous," so she goes back inside, locks all the doors, and it turns out her chickens have been slaughtered by the woman in the yard. So, do you care about spoilers? My guess is probably not. I'm going to get into spoilers so I can tell you why I think the movie's pretty fucking boring. So you have been warned. I'm going to get into spoilers for The Woman in the Yard. But before I do that, I will say there are a couple of things I actually think are pretty solid about the film. There are some really good shots, and I do mean that. There are some actually good shots in here that I did not expect from The Woman in the Yard. They had really cool shots, especially when it came to a certain sequence that involved glass. And the powers of the woman in the yard, I think, look cool and are at least something different than you usually see in horror films, and got pretty creative with it. I also think the acting was good, particularly from the mother. So, it's all the good stuff out of the way. Now, into the spoilers. This movie is the epitome of that SpongeBob meme. He's just standing there menacingly. That is the whole film. There is nothing that happens outside of the family bickering. The mother is terrible to her kids. She is going through some horrible things, and she is taking it out on her family. The entire, I'd say 70% of the film is focused on her being mean to her kids
and one of her kids, Taylor, kind of talking back and being like, Mom, you're not acting like yourself. And the mom's like throwing glass on the floor, even throws something at her kids. And then that's like the bulk of the film. Meanwhile, they'll just keep looking out the window and noticing the woman in the yard is getting closer. So that's it. There's not really scares. There's just occasional loud noises, but no scares. Eventually, as the woman in the yard gets closer, the kid, Taylor, decides to take matters into his own hands because his mother is completely incapable of protecting them at all. She has, like, no survival instincts. So, like, the power has been off all day, so they haven't been able to, like, call for help. The mother's phone is not charged, so they also can't call for help there. The Jeep battery is dead, so they can't go and, like, scram and get out of there. But Taylor is constantly coming up with other solutions. Like, okay, so the power's not working, we can't call for help. Well, what if we just start running to the neighbors to call for help to get this woman in the yard out of here because she's scaring us? And she's like, no, you can't do that. And it's like, well, why the fuck not? She's just sitting in the yard. We've established she's not going anywhere. This kid could easily run to the neighbors, which he says he can do. He even said I could drive the car there. She's like, no, you will not drive the car. And it turns out the car is dead. But, like, he's the only one offering solutions. He's like, okay, I'm going to get Dad's gun and I'll shoot her. And she's like, no, you will not do that. And it's like, what the fuck? He's the only one with any sense in the whole film. Now, of course, I think that's the point, because, big spoiler here, the whole film is about the mother and what she's gone through with the trauma after losing her husband in a car accident that she feels she is responsible for. That's the big twist. So, the woman in the yard mentioned during their conversation she had been summoned by the mother. The mother's confused on what it meant, and then we get to the last half of this film. So now we see the woman in the yard, she's standing up from her chair. Now she's using her powers, and her powers are shadow manipulation. And there's some cool shots with this, where she has, like, her arm as a shadow reaching up and she hits a wind chime for a scare. Or she's using her shadows in the house to pick up things and throw them around, which I think is the most cliche shit ever. I am so tired of that fucking horror movie trope where things just move around like, ooh, spooky, moving fucking plates and shit. But at least using the shadow powers to do it was cool looking. It really reminded me of Courage the Cowardly Dog with that episode where, like, the shadows fight each other. I love that. I love Courage the Cowardly Dog, and I can always find ways of tying it into movies I watch because Courage just had so much good shit to it. So it did remind me of that. But the shadows were a cool idea, and there was some creativity there where they started closing blinds in order to take away shadows so she couldn't use it. Like, it was good ideas that really feel worthless in a movie like this, unfortunately. So anyway, after she starts demonstrating her powers and they start countering it by getting rid of the shadows, it then goes into, like, a totally separate movie after they end up in the attic. After they've run away from the shadows and they're up in the attic. Where it just becomes a fucking totally different movie. It gets so trippy and surreal. It has, like, time-altering elements where the mother, like, she starts going to, like, the past where her husband is there, and we get to, like, see that, and it's like a happily ever after thing, but it turns out it's like the mirror dimension, so everything's like flipped. Then she comes back to reality, but now she's the woman in the yard, so she's sitting in the chair. So now we're seeing the movie play out in front of her as the woman in the chair from her perspective. Like, these are cool ideas and they look cool, but it doesn't fit with the rest of the film that's just been established. It just comes out of nowhere. Like, it seems like what happened is they had the woman in the yard and they wanted it to be like this really formulaic, throwaway, dogshit horror film. And then the director's like, this sucks. I really want to try something. They're like, okay, as long as we just get some tickets, some asses and seats, just put it to the end of the movie. Who cares? So he decided to get experimental. And I appreciate what he tried to do, but I just don't think it works for the movie. What ends up happening is the woman in the yard is there because the mother wants to end her own life. She's going through so much grief and she feels like her kids are going to be so much better off without her. So the woman in the yard is there to help her do that. And that's where you get to the ending of the film where she has like a gun to her head and the woman in the yard's like helping her pull the trigger to end her own life. And then she doesn't. She walks away, her kids come back, and it's happily ever after. But then it turns to one of the pictures and her name, Ramona, is backwards. Thus, the implication is she did take her own life and now she's in the mirror dimension of the happily ever after that's not real. It's a very bleak ending and it takes a lot of fucking balls to do that. So ultimately the message of the movie is she couldn't move on from her grief, thought her kids would be better off without her, so she shoots herself in the head. It's a pretty crazy message to send, really. And I can at least appreciate it tried to do something at the end here, but it takes the last 15 minutes and just crams so much shit all at once. Tons of different ideas, different imagery, all overloading you in like 10 minutes. It just doesn't mesh with the rest of the movie. So overall, Woman in the Yard is not a good movie, but it's also not a terrible film either. I really think it's just a boring film at the end of the day. That had some good ideas, it had some clever moments, it had some good acting, but it didn't really do anything. And it's hardly even a horror film in the first place. So yeah, overall, not a great movie. I just wanted to give you the little review on it. That's about it. There's a lot you can say about this film, but one thing that you can never criticize it for is that it lied to you. There was a fucking woman in that yard for over an hour doing nothing. That's pretty cool. That's about it. So yeah.
Still to date, one of the biggest surprises I've ever had going to a horror film was actually enjoying the first Smile movie. I went into that thinking that it might just be fun bad, but that it stood no chance of being anything even close to decent. Because it had like a TikTok influence and this and that. I thought the odds were stacked against it, but I walked out of that theater smiling. Like, I thought it was just so good. Like, it was such a pleasant surprise. It takes a super generic concept that I had already seen a movie like in the past. Truth or Dare did something very similar with like the smiling right before death thing. And I thought this would just be another one of those throwaway slop horror films that I'd forget about 15 seconds after leaving the theater. But nah, Smile stuck with me. It's not like those other things where they just throw together something shitty, a few jump scares, and call it a wrap, you know, something like The Bag Man, or any of those other awful premises. Because everything gets a horror film these days. Literally the dumbest ideas ever get horror movies because they're cheap to make and usually turn a profit. So you have some shit come out like The Backwards Walk Man. If you see his cheeks coming at you, it's already too late. If his butt's facing you, you're already dead. But all this to say, I liked Smile. So I had a lot of expectations here on Smile 2, probably unfairly so. Yet, it exceeded them. Smile 2 is actually better than the first one. And people in stream chat that had seen it yesterday were telling me that much. They were saying that Smile 2 is actually better than the first one. And I agree. There are things I liked more in the first one, but overall I think Smile 2 is just a stronger film in general. So let me just go ahead and start glazing it like a donut real quick, but I do want to talk about some complaints that do get a little spoilery, but I'll get to those towards the end. Before even really getting into the meat of this, I do want to make a mention up top here, because I have to know that I'm not crazy. Like, maybe I'm possessed by a fucking sound demon or something, but this is the loudest movie I've ever heard in my life. I saw Smile 2 in a Dolby screening, which I've done for tons of movies that have come out, and I've never had something be this loud. Like, I'm talking anytime something happens on screen, it's like 5 sticks of dynamite get shoved into my ears, like it's some kind of Tom and Jerry gag. Like, even something like the main character opening a can of mints sounded like 5 dump trucks being thrown off of a cliff into a pile of broken glass and nitroglycerin. Everything was so loud. Now, I think the sound design and the audio was great in the film. I think they did a really good job with it. Like, I do want to make it clear, like, I think they crushed it in the sound department, but like, maybe the levels were a little too high in the theater I was in or something, where it became, like, actually painful. Like, there's a scene in the very beginning where a guy throws a sword, and it was already really loud, but he throws that sword, and holy shit, it was like I was back at a club, standing in front of the speaker. Like, that sword hits the ground, and it was like someone clapped their hands against my ears. Like what Jackie Chan would do in a kung fu movie to stun someone. It was crazy how loud some moments were here. Now, first and foremost, if you haven't seen the first Smile movie, you should know that Smile is built upon tension and jump scares. It has an unapologetic use of jump scares. It's not ashamed, and it actually gets very creative with the jump scares. Most of the time, when someone tries that shit with like a boo and like a really loud noise, like I'll just sigh and roll my eyes. It's really not exciting, and it's kind of lame. And for a long time, people have criticized horror movies' reliance on jump scares for its scare factor, and rightfully so, because it is lazy. Smile 2, though, and the first Smile by extension, they take jump scares and they use them so well. So they build tension, effectively build tension. And instead of like releasing the tension with a jump scare, it just keeps building the tension, and you're like hoping for a jump scare, and then when it comes, somehow you're still not expecting it, and it hits. It actually hits.
their jump scares here are so creative. Now, they don't reinvent the condom with them or anything. The jump scares still have like the loud noise, scary face kind of thing going on. But the way that it's utilized is so good. It's like a pick and roll in basketball. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows pick and rolls are coming. But if you know how to use them well, holy shit, are they effective. And I think Smile 2 uses jump scares super well because it does the hard stuff of building tension and actually getting you invested and like kind of on the edge of your seat this whole time. So because of that, they're able to put a jump scare in there and have it not be cringe. And another thing that helps is characters that you actually care about. So when you're watching Smile 2, I think Naomi Scott does an incredible performance here. Like, she has mastered the teardrop coming from her eyes with like 1,000-yard stare in shock. And she just sells the peril and like the hopelessness and the fear so well. Really, everybody in the movie does. Like, I was really surprised by how good everyone's performance was in the movie. So I did want to make a special note of that. Like, the characters do have you invested. And it's not like they give you a ton of information about them. Like, they're not fully fleshed out characters, but what's there is enough. Now, the movie follows pretty much an identical storyline to the first one, almost beat for beat, which is one of my complaints. I wish they had done more with maybe giving us a little bit more on, you know, the actual monster itself. Like, I understand keeping it a mystery, that is the most effective thing you can do with it, but it really does follow almost the exact same roadmap that the first one laid out. It just follows it better, like it's a more exciting ride. But I do wish they had explored other ideas a bit more. So our main character is a troubled pop star who's gone through something traumatic in the past. She's had issues with substance abuse, and she unfortunately watches one of her friends kill himself with the smile demon possessing him, which passes it on to her. This is all in the trailer. This isn't a spoiler or anything. So now it's her battling against this evil. And a lot of the things that are in place narratively were the same things that were in place in the first film, which is fine because it works and it's good. But like I said, I wish they explored a couple of other ideas and maybe did a little bit more with the universe and world building. But to counter my own complaint here, like I'm in fucking debate club, they did do something very different for the intro of this movie. They did a single take, one continuous shot action sequence. Like, I'm talking guns blazing, knives out, blood, gore, like all of that action sequence that felt like I had wandered into the wrong film for a moment. It was good. Like, they did a great job with that whole sequence. And it's very interesting how it ties into the rest of the movie. I'm not going to spoil anything, but I thought that was exceptional. And that had me hooked immediately. I just wish they had more moments like that where, like, it didn't stay the exact same course as the first film. But it's not like the biggest complaint because it still worked very well. I still really, really liked this movie. And since I mentioned that intro sequence, I do want to just point out the cinematography in this movie, I thought stood out. Like, I thought there were some really creative shots. Like, there were some really good shots and some good spins on some, like, classic shots that you've seen a million times in other horror movies that you just wipe your ass with in those films. Well, here they take those same kind of shots and they put like a nice little creative spin on it that works super well, that helps elevate the whole thing. Especially considering that a large part of Smile is playing with people's perception of what's real and what's fake. Since the smile demon gets inside of the victim's brain and starts pulling levers and shit like that worm out of Courage the Cowardly Dog, it is changing what is real and what's fake, as well as just the flow of time. Like, how long has it been? Which is really fun as someone watching the film trying to figure out what's real and what's fake. Oh, that must have been real because of this. If it was fake, then how the fuck did she end up over there? You know, that couldn't make any sense if it was fake. No, how could that possibly be fake when I have a boner? That doesn't add up, you know? Like, it's a fun little game that the audience gets to play of figuring out, well, what's in her head and what's reality. And the film plays with that super well. And I think the way that it's shot helps with that too. And it's something I really appreciate. I really like the narrative to this, even though it is just kind of retreading the first one. I just still think it hits. And I like the pop star spin on it because then she's constantly surrounded by people in public. It allows for some really interesting new kind of horror scares that they try. Because in most horror films, you have the standard like haunted house shit or just like really dark shit. Smile 2, pretty much all the scary stuff happens in broad daylight, lights on. Almost nothing happens in the dark. And that's pretty fun. That's pretty cool. I also was a little worried that the pop star angle would be overplayed a bit in this film, where it focused too much on like pop music and like musical performances and stuff, and I thought it would take away from the rest, the shit that people actually care about, which is the horror. It doesn't. The pop music does clearly play a role here, but it doesn't like overstay its welcome or anything, and when the songs come on, like, it's fun, and usually something happens during it. So it's not like it's a totally separate thing. Kind of like in Trap, one of the big critiques I had of it is that it felt more like a concert first and foremost before like a movie. I was a little concerned that maybe this might have something similar. No. The pop music is there. It's a small portion, and it's not like overused or anything. It's not like the bread and butter of the movie by any means. So if anyone was worried about that, let me just go ahead and put your mind at ease there. I think Smile 2 is just really, really solid. I thought it was fucking great. But I do want to get into a few complaints now. I already mentioned the one where I feel like it was just kind of the same thing again, but better. That is still one that I have, but my biggest complaint is actually the ending. But I just feel like the movie's ending was the most predictable ending that you would have imagined when you saw that the character was a pop star. And it's something tons of horror movies have done in the past. That, well, now the genie's really out of the lamp and everyone's got it. The bad thing's everywhere now. And I just don't like that. I think that is so overdone. I recognize that when it comes to Smile, there's nothing necessarily new about it. It just executes everything better than what else came before it. However, in this ending, I don't think it did it better. It did it the same as tons of other horror movies that end with Pandora's box is open, now everyone's affected. It just did that, and not really in a new way. So I was kind of underwhelmed there. I get it conceptually, like it's a strong conclusion. I just couldn't help but feel less than satisfied. Especially when you consider that the ending of the film also nullifies a lot of the film's best moments. This is a big spoiler. I'm going to try and tiptoe around it as to not ruin this. But the way the movie ends, it kind of rewrites and undoes a lot of the best scenes from the film, like retroactively. And that kind of sucks. Like, it kind of takes the wind out of its own sail, which I just really didn't like. You know how everyone hates that trope, that cliche of, it was all a dream, that kind of thing? Well, I felt the same way with the ending of this movie. I just really felt like, man, that really kind of takes a lot of the impact away, what you've just done here. So, hopefully I didn't, like, say too much there that spoiled it for anyone, but I just felt really let down a bit by the direction the ending went. Like, I'm talking the very end, like the last 5 or 6 minutes, like not long. I think everything up until like the last 5, 6, whatever minutes was so strong. And narratively, I even think the last 5 and 6 minutes is a strong conclusion, like from a plot perspective, but from a viewing perspective, it just really feels like, man, that really does take away a lot of the fucking oomph with what we had been experiencing up until this point. So that's by far my biggest complaint, but I don't think it like makes this movie that much worse in my eyes or anything. I still think this is a great film. I still think it is better than the first one. So overall, I think Smile 2 is 100% worth seeing. I think it is so good. So I definitely recommend it. I liked it a lot. And yeah, that's about it. So, yeah. A couple of nights ago on off by starting with the Silent Hill movies.
To find your daughter, you must face the darkness of hell.
It's okay, baby. Mommy's coming.
There's one from 2006 and one from 2012. I vaguely recall watching them when I was younger, but I don't really remember shit about them. I just know a lot of people consider them to be an affront to God, like a huge insult to the franchise. There's a lot of people that really hate them, but as with everything, I approach it with an open mind and open cheeks, so I was going into this with a blank slate, ready to either be impressed or depressed. I started with Silent Hill 2006.
Marker?
It's directed by Christoph Gans. He was a fan of Silent Hill and pitched this idea to bring it to life on the big screen, and interestingly enough, he is still closely tied to Silent Hill to this day and is actually slated to helm a new Silent Hill movie called Return to Silent Hill. So is that hopeless or hype? Well, if Silent Hill 06 is anything to go by, I'm pretty fucking hyped for it.
The painting was done by a scenic artist here in Toronto. His name is John Fraser, and he probably spent 3 weeks working on the painting at night while we were building the set around him. He'd come in afterward as we went home, and he'd put the lights on and paint away. We'd come in the morning and there'd be a little more built. We actually took pictures of some of the art department people in some of the costumes of the and painted them into the painting. You probably wouldn't be able to pick them out, but there are a few art department people in there.
I don't know why people poo-poo and spit on Silent Hill 06. Like, it's not like Sonic 06, you know, where it's like irredeemable dog shit or anything.
What the hell is even that?
This movie's pretty good. It's got tons of flaws, sure. Tea for this movie or anything stupid like that. They just said, we know you guys like this music. I like this music. It's coming in the film. We're re-recording it, making it fresh. I really appreciated that. It was clear from the very beginning of this movie. So now let's dive into the actual spaghetti and meatballs of Silent Hill 2006. It is a film that's trying to loosely adapt the first game. Like, they are getting across similar characters, but used in different ways, and the story deviates pretty substantially from the games.
Oh, God.
It does use a lot of similar ideas and a lot of similar beats, and I think it does a decent balance of integrating. It's not perfect, and there's definitely some wonkiness to it, but it's a good attempt at blending these two things together. The film starts with Rose, and her daughter Sharon is sleepwalking, and
It's in West Virginia. I'm not giving up on her, Chris.
but I'm willing to write that off and give it a pass, because even in the games, that's become like a core part of their identity. Some of that like cheesiness in there, and the way they talk sometimes being very unnatural and odd.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
So I didn't mind it that much in this movie, though I don't know if it was fully intentional a lot of the times. Anyway, though, Rose and mimic that amazing atmosphere of a Silent Hill game, but the movie, I actually thought did a really decent attempt. Like, they have it be like ash that's falling on them, they have the fog, there's even ways they film it sometimes where Rose is going through Silent Hill where they do like a fixed camera section. So there's multiple times where she'll be wandering through with like the lighter out in a fixed camera, and you'll see her walk by and then like go to the next zone, wandering these tight hallways. I was really impressed. It was very clear that they played the games and had a deep respect for the games. I'll be totally honest with you, sports fans. For the first 30-ish minutes of this movie, I was scratching my head wondering what all the hate was for. Like, what's all the hoopla about this being bad? Like, yeah, it's not perfect or anything so far, but this is a 2006 video game adaptation. You wouldn't even use the word good in the same paragraph when talking about one of those from that era.
Well, I can't read.
And this one out here, feeling real decent right now. Especially when it came to the monsters. The monster designs, pretty close to how they appeared in the games, and this movie used almost entirely practical effects. They would have latex suits and makeup on like dancers and shit to do like the nurses and to do a lot of the other monsters. They did a great job in that department, I thought. It's 2006, of course. It's not going to be amazing in that department, but it's used sporadically. It's not like the bread and butter here. They really tried to use practical effects to make it as eerie as possible with the atmosphere, and I think they did a really good job with it.
The textures, whether they were slimy or dry or wet or crumbly or whatever. The game was like
the Bible.
Once they start really getting into their own story and their own ideas and characters, that's where things get very shaky. If you're familiar with the games, you know Harry, big role to play in the games, you could say. In this movie, he gets nothing. That man is on the bench. Played by Sean Bean, whom I'm a huge fan of. But I gotta tell you something, Mr. Bean here got nothing to do on screen, unfortunately.
Rose!
He has, like Pyramid Head in this movie. They don't do a whole lot to really make that work because it really doesn't.
It's all coming back! I don't like it! I don't like to think about it!
But Pyramid Head is here, and Pyramid Head doesn't look cool. Sybil and Rose, they're being, escorted by the church because they believe they had no reason to believe that they were, friends of Alessa's or anything like that, heretics. But when Christabella goes to give a locket back, she notices that the girl in the locket looks a lot like Alessa, and thus she concludes that they must be burned because they're evil. She only lasted like 10 seconds after shoving Rose in the elevator and it going down. So it's not like she bought her a lot of time anyway. She would have been fine to just go with Rose or just leave with the gun. She chose neither. Instead, she chose to just get her ass beaten by a bunch of pipes. After going through the nurses, Rose does meet Alessa. And I guess I should get into the narrative parts of this because it deviates so heavily from the game. Even though they have characters that are from the game, like Harry and Alessa, of course, being the main thing about this movie that moves it along. Alessa being this kid who has superpowers and basically traps everyone in this nightmare of Silent Hill. Well, her movie portrayal is very different than the game. In the movie, she's a witch. So she was burned as a witch. Burned by Christabella and all of the followers there of the Brethren. And while burned, she is getting more and more powerful because her hate is powering her, which leads to her basically trapping everyone in this nightmare dimension where she brings her nightmares to life to kill all of the people that had a role to play in burning her as a witch, or really just anyone there. And as her hate grew, she wanted to carve off a piece of her soul that was still innocent and could feel joy and love, and so she carved off that piece of her soul, which was Sharon, and Sharon ends up at the orphanage, which is then adopted out to Rose and Harry, which is how this all comes together. In the game, it's different. While yes, Alessa still does carve off her soul into Cheryl, that whole witch thing is never really a piece of it.
I'm no man, I'm a man. If you seen this shit...
That decision to go the witch route, I don't think is a bad call, but it's not really used overly well in this movie. It boils it down to constantly. Just wasn't a huge fan of that change. I don't think it worked overly well because then Christabella just becomes a really weak villain because she's so one-dimensional. Just always, burn it! Ah, I hit my fucking foot on this coffee table. Can somebody please come burn this? It must be a witch to have hurt me. Alessa wants to punish everyone. She hates everyone. Sharon is a piece of her that's not hateful at all, but they're still the same person. And this Nightmare of Silent Hill is Alessa's creation to punish them, but she can't get into the church where Christabella and all the others are because their blind faith repels her for some reason. Rose hugs Alessa, and then they fuse together, digivolve together somehow. Let's get towards the end, because that's where I think everything really kind of falls apart. I thought they did the ending terribly at the end of the film, and find Sharon that way. So now they've got Sharon, Dahlia, and Sybil. All of the demons are here now, and they're about to burn them all. And they start with Sybil, whom they lower over a fire, and Sharon, who is Alessa, leaving Silent Hill and going back home to Harry. But it actually has a really cool final scene where when they enter the house, Harry is in the house in the other dimension, so it keeps flip-flopping between worlds here. And it's actually pretty cool the way that they filmed that, the way that looked. And then Harry thinks he smelt Rose's perfume, so he gets excited. He gets up, but she's not. They never actually left Silent Hill. It's still all foggy, and then it becomes clear to Rose she never left Silent Hill. Roll credits. I actually think that was a pretty cool way of ending it, but the actual narrative that leads to that I thought was really weak. Its own path with the whole witch stuff
as well as the, new villain Christabella, and like abandoning a lot of the things from the game, that's when it really lost a lot of its momentum. But I'll defend this movie as pretty good. Like, yeah, it's not extraordinary, and it's definitely not the best video game adaptation, but it's a pretty decent one. I think it's definitely overhated. There are plenty of things to not like about it, sure. It has its flaws, but it really does try, and in certain cases, succeed. I think everything they did with, like, the practical effects was great. And you don't really see that these days either, by the way. There's an over-reliance on CGI, and especially back in 2006, you would have thought that they would have done that as opposed to put all of the extra effort into making, like, these suits, these costumes, and all this makeup. And I appreciate that they did that because they wanted it to feel like the games felt. Again, for 2006, this is a good video game adaptation. Now, how does Silent Hill Revelations 2012 hold up? Not well. Spoiler alert, that movie fucking sucks so much ass. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the video here. I'll just do another video for Silent Hill Revelations. That movie is horrific. That movie is terrible. Not directed by Christoph Gans, though. That was a different director. So right now, as far as Christoph Gans coming back to work on a Silent Hill movie, I'm pretty excited because I did end up liking Silent Hill 06. That's really about it. See ya. Oh, hey, wait, this is the same actress from, the other short. The Look-See. My immersion's broken. Or it's the same universe and this woman is getting haunted by the laundryman and the Look-See. And just has shit luck. Jesus, my room smells like straight asshole right now. But I didn't even fart, nor dogs aren't even in here either. Maybe the laundryman snuck in and blasted a haunted fart in here. Get the fuck out of there! He's doing laundry. Glory Hole Action 3? Is that a horror short? Okay, so she gets the... You know what, let's just get to the plot point. She gets the armoire, there it is. Now scare me. Imagine being afraid of a piece of furniture. The tension! Can cut it with a fleshlight. Like, god damn it, like what the fuck do you expect as a horror director? I'll make this whole thing about a haunted armoire. How can I show it's haunted? I'll have it very slowly open a sliding glass door. Dope. That'll send shivers down the spines of all 9-year-olds. Fuck! What happened? Did the armoire just eat her clothes? Oh, the hair on her neck is standing up. You know, again, she clearly suspects the armoire of foul play. Why would she still trust it to keep the clothes in there? Why not just immediately get rid of the armoire? Like, hey, you know what? Spit my clothes out. I can hear the tapping in there. I'll get rid of it. Yeah, honestly, she should just call Billy the Exterminator. The man's exterminated every pest on the planet. Might as well tackle a few ghosts. Why is he doing that? Ah, it must have been the wind. Imagine being such a pathetic demon that the only thing you can possess is a fucking armoire. Oh my god!
Hey, hun!
Hey, hun, you mind if I look hot in front of this armoire?
There's a man floating above us.
Hey, don't give away his hiding spot. What the fuck?
I don't see a man.
It's just Pro Jared's dick pic on a string.
It was that easy. Like, I'll be honest with you guys. If I saw a man floating above my bed, I wouldn't be able to just fall back asleep and be like, what the fuck are you doing in here?
Let's do it tonight.
And how are you doing that? Chris Angel, stop fucking floating above my bed. I've had enough.
Oh, I'm done.
Yeah, it was just Billy the Exterminator in the attic checking for rats. I like to imagine all of these horror shorts have a perfectly logical explanation if you look through it through the lens of it could have been Billy. That's not Maribeth. Don't fall for the trick.
I promise.
Well, what did you expect? The worst chef in Hell's Kitchen history?
In the blue kitchen, chef.
What do I need? What did I just call out?
He seems like a nice guy, at least. They must have brought him on for his personality.
I'm talking to.
I don't even know what the hell's going on or what happened or why.
He sounds like a cartoon character.
Please, kids. How dare you condescend to me? I'm 28 years old. I've been a professional in this industry 14 years. I work at a camp and I work my ass off.
I'm a Navy SEAL. I have 500 confirmed kills. You will respect me, Raj.
You stupid douchebag. No, bro! You're attacking me.
He's like Samuel Tarly right now, but with a worse attitude.
Man. You bitch! You're a waste of life, Raj.
He's a waste of life because he can't make pasta. I can't make pasta either, Boris. You want to come say that to my face? Huh? Huh, big man Boris? I'm on your side, Raj. Fuck these guys.
Listen, if you just too much. Shut up! Shut the up!
I agree. Trev could not take Raj in a fight.
Trev is at its
Fuck this Trev guy. Cause, I mean, Raj was done so fucking dirty, no respect for him. The man's 49 years old, putting nuts to butts in the kitchen, going toe-to-toe with Chef Ramsay. If there was a global leaderboard for horror movies watched, I imagine I would be in the top 50. And I say that sincerely. I think I have seen more horror movies than most people have seen movies in their entire lifetime. It's a genre that I am so passionate about because it's almost exclusively awful films. And by now, all of you know that I love bad movies. So bad they're good. I find them to be highly entertaining to just watch something that is objectively trash but in an entertaining way. So that means that I am constantly consuming horror films. Because bad movies and horror go together like cereal and milk. It's almost more impressive just how consistently terrible this genre is. It's just saturated with the worst throwaway garbage imaginable. Just this stinky pile of dog shit for horror films that come out in recent years. Now, it's not all of them. There are some bangers out there. There's some diamonds in the rough for sure. But 99% of horror movies that come out are just not good. And I've seen like 99% of horror movies. So last night I was just going through this big rant about like Blumhouse just pumping out trash, as well as like a couple of horror movies that I really like Hereditary and Martyrs. So it was this mixed bag of just ranting about horror as a genre in general, and I just wanted to show you all of that real quick because I have seen more horror movies than I imagine most people in the world have. Movies you've never even heard of, I have seen. In fact, my least favorite movie of all time is a horror film that I bet zero of you have ever heard of past the times I've mentioned it over the years. It's called Let's Be Evil. And the only thing scary about this film is when you recognize that your time was wasted and you were directly insulted by sitting down to pop this piece of shit on the television screen. It's a movie about nothing, really. Like when Squidward goes to that empty dimension to be all alone, there was more going on in that void than there was throughout the runtime of Let's Be Evil. The plot is supposed to be like these smart kids are in a bunker and then they decide to kill their babysitters, and that's like the scariness of it. But like that barely even really happens in the film. It's actually just these tedious chores that you witness with some kids solving like fucking three-dimensional Rubik's Cubes. It's so lame. It is indescribable how bad this film is. It's not fun bad or anything at all. It is actually one of the most miserable movies you can ever really watch. So, point is, I've seen movies in this genre that no one else has ever even heard of. This went on Netflix in like 2016, and I'm pretty sure it was taken off within the same year because I doubt anyone was watching it. I don't know if it's still there or not, but that would be my guess. If If I made this movie, I would be doing everything in my power to scrub its existence from the files. I'd be erasing it like that planet the clones were made on in the Star Wars prequel trilogy. I would be trying to scrub this from the fucking archives. It is that bad. But anyway, let me just go ahead and show you this full rant. Before getting into it though, I do want to just shout out Plague Seeker one more time. This is my newest comic series. Issue 1 just dropped. It is 80 beautiful pages of carnage, a wonderful story, and just the best art you'll ever see in your goddamn life. So Plague Seeker issue 1 is out right now. You can find it at badegg.co. I'll put a link to it in the description. Pick up a copy of this bad boy. Do it for me, huh? L take on Blumhouse. Brother, look at the... What take? They pump out some of the worst movies because it's going to make them money no matter what. Because the budgets are so small. What do you mean? Look at this list of almost nothing but stinkers over the last couple of years, except for, I think it's Black Phone, Five Nights at Freddy's, and they had one more that wasn't absolute abominable dog shit, and I can't recall off the top of my head over the last 3 years. So Imaginary, dog shit. Night Swim, super dog shit. Five Nights at Freddy's, fine. Exorcist Believer, dog shit. Totally Killer, probably 3 people saw that movie, so I'm imagining dog shit. Passenger, dog shit. Insidious Red Door, super dog shit. Unseen, I didn't see that one, so I don't know. There's Something Wrong with the Children, looks like dog shit. Sick, I think I saw that one. Probably dog shit. Also came out in January, so most likely dog shit. Megan, good. Nanny, dog shit. I don't think I saw Soft and Quiet. I didn't see that. Halloween Ends, super dog shit. The Visitor, super dog shit. And every single one of these movies has such a low budget that no matter how bad it is, it's going to make its money back. Well, actually, Imaginary has a higher budget than almost all of their films combined. Their VFX team went crazy on those awful monster designs, I guess. But it's usually like $1 to $2 million, $2 to $3 million. Jesus Christ. How did Night Swim have a budget of 15 mil? No, what? That movie was shot in 2 locations. That's it. That's gotta be some kind of tax fraud write-off type deal. That is not a $15 million budget movie. They didn't even use VFX, really. I don't know where that money could have even gone. Maybe they're counting in marketing budget, because it wasn't, like, highly marketed. But, I mean, look at the box office. These all make a killing, even though they're legitimately terrible. I don't know why more people don't... I've said this a million times. I don't know why more studios don't do what Blumhouse does. Just make cheap horror movies and pump them out. They will always turn a profit. Always. Go up to their early movies, they're capable of quality. They're capable of quality, absolutely. They fund some really good stuff. Like Invisible Man, I thought was a banger. Megan, I also liked. Like, even in recent times. It's not like they can't make good movies, it's just that they normally don't, because they don't need to. So they don't bother funding something that's going to be expensive and somewhat of a gamble. Jesus Christ, even Truth or Dare. Even Truth or Dare. The $3 million budget, $95 million box office. Oh my god, even Truth or Dare. That's crazy. See, like, they don't miss. They can't miss. These things are so fucking cheap, and yet they always can turn such a huge profit for no reason. Oh my god, even Unfriended. Unfriended. $1 million budget, $16 million box office. This would be a box office disaster for every other studio in the world except Blumhouse. This is a 16x return on investment. I don't know why more studios don't do it. I'll never understand why more studios don't do it. Oh my god, Ouija Origin of Evil. Fuck, this movie was terrible. $81 million box office. They can't not make oodles of cash. No, I still haven't seen Sinister. That's one of those movies I want to watch. I've heard nothing but good things about Sinister, but I've never seen it. Apparently the sequel's terrible, but I've never seen the first one, and then everyone praises it. So I want to watch it. I just can't imagine this movie, like, actually being scary. There's only, like, 2 movies I've ever seen that I would actually consider, like, unnerving to me, to the point where, like, I was like, damn, that was a pretty startling experience. Hereditary, which I think is the best modern horror movie up until the last 10 minutes, where it just becomes generic horror schlock, and Martyrs, which I just mentioned. I don't even know if I can type this in on YouTube and have it be terms of service compliant, because this movie is so extreme. This movie, I legitimately think, is one of the most disturbing films ever made. Elvis the Alien made the video on it, and he covers it.
And he doesn't even quite capture everything about it that makes it so powerful. It's a French film, right? Yeah, so it's part of a genre called extreme new age French, or extreme, fuck, what the, it's been a while since I've gone over Martyrs, but it's like extreme French something is the category, and it is haunting. Like, it's not a movie that's just shock for the sake of shock like some of that dog shit like Serbian film. This is a movie that has such a deeply profound story with incredible acting and like a really thought-provoking message to it. Like I mentioned, it's a movie that I still actively think about from time to time. It was a lot. Like, at first I didn't quite grasp it, I guess, fully when I watched it, but the more that I like sat on it, the more I was like, damn, wait a minute. It's so hard to watch. It is legitimately hard to watch, yeah. Martyrs is the best movie that I don't recommend to people. Yeah, I could never in good faith recommend this to anybody, because it is a lot. Is it scary? Like, horrific. There's no jump scares, or, well, actually there's like 2 jump scares, but it's not that kind of horror. It's like a very psychological, very hard to look at kind of horror. It's disturbing, and it's known mainly for its gore. It was weak sauce, to be honest. Now, Imaginary is scary. True, this has got nothing on Imaginary. You're so fucking right. Yeah. Have you seen The Autopsy of Jane Doe? Super creepy. I think I saw that one a while ago. Is that the one from 2016? 2017? Had a lot of hype online. Because there was one of those, like, Autopsy of Jane Doe, the possessing of Lily Manchester, the possession of Grim Cheeseburger. Like, I've seen all of those, and they sucked ass. So if it was during that wave, then yeah, I probably saw it and didn't like it. This was during that exact wave I was talking about, like the taking of Deborah Logan, fucking the haunting of Sally Bacon Ranch. Like, it was like all of these movies were pretty much the fucking same thing. Another like classic that I haven't seen outside of Sinister is It Follows. I never saw that one. And yeah, we already went over the Pooniverse. We were just talking about that a little bit ago. Barbarian was pretty good. I like Barbarian. Thanks for your snowman. Have you ever done a horror movie tier list? It might be a fun stream idea. That is a pretty good stream idea, actually. I'm gonna write that down. That's not a bad idea at all. It'd be kind of nice, because I saw every single horror movie that ever hit streaming services from I think it was like from 2015 to 2017. So like anything that was released during that period, I saw every single horror movie. So I've got a catalog of some of the dumbest shit none of you have ever heard of. So that's a pretty good idea. Maybe I will do that. Martyrs is torture porn. It's not, though. That is kind of what it became known for like all the gore and stuff, but it is a movie that has an incredibly unnerving and deep message and concept. It's so much more than that. If it was just torture porn, it'd just be another throwaway piece of shit schlock film, but it's not. Teeth. Teeth was another one of those movies that had such a mystique built up around it. I remember it was during the 360 era, when people were still watching like movies and shit from the Xbox dashboard. So you'd see, well, at least I'd see a couple of my friends watching Teeth, and then they'd hype it up like, man, that was so fucking disturbing. That shit was crazy. You're not ready for Teeth. You can't handle it. And then like, I never bothered watching it, but then a couple years later, I was like, oh, I remember Teeth. People used to watch that on Xbox dashboard and said it was like crazy. I'll have to check it out. And it was so fucking silly. Like, it seemed like it was self-aware in its silliness. And then there's like the gynecologist who's like, Vagina denta! Vagina denta! It was a very cool movie. And then it set itself up for like a sequel I don't think ever came. Where she was going to be some kind of vigilante superhero biting wieners off with her vagina teeth. Missed opportunity. It's not too late. They can bring the vagina teeth girl into the Pooniverse. She can fight Winnie the Pooh and Piglet by biting their cocks off. This is a super weird segue, but when I was taking a shit, I was closing some old tabs, and sometimes what I do is I write down things that I don't want to forget. And this is an older note, but I recognized I never talked about it. I went to a strip club like a little while back, and there was a stripper there who, like, during her performance, like, stopped everything, like stopped all movement around her, like the other dancers, and grabbed one of the dollar bills. And, and I was like, oh, she's about to do like some kind of cool magic trick. And then she got to the middle of the floor, put her legs over her head, put the dollar bill on her vagina, and shot it out like a rail gun with an air blast. She was like airbending it with, with her pussy. So I wrote down in my tabs, stripper dollar air blast, to remind myself of that, because I wanted to talk about it, because I was so fucking impressed with it. I was like, Jesus, the distance on that. And then she went for like round 2 on it, and I was like, fuck, Jesus, she's got a cannon. And Vagina Denta just reminded me of it. Did you tip her? Yeah, Caleb and I were just fucking like throwing ones at her. Do it again! Do it again! That's my favorite trick! Whoa! How far did it go? Through the ceiling. I thought she was gonna fucking blast a hole through it. Like, you know how... You remember like in Tom and Jerry when they're spitting watermelon seeds like a minigun? That's what she was doing with dollar bills in her pussy. Well, with a dollar bill, I guess. It wasn't multiple. Though I guess if she had like started stuffing them, she may have been able to. I think I can do the same thing with my butthole. Not without shitting. I don't think so. It takes so much force and strain, you'd absolutely just poop. That's talent, brother. Yeah, I saw this movie last night. I'm sure almost none of you had any interest in seeing this, but I still have to rant about it anyway. It's not a horror movie per se, but I think it kind of billed itself as one, so I went into it expecting it to be one, and I think most people are under the impression. It's one of the sillier films of the year. I don't think it's worse than Tarot. I don't think it's worse than The Strangers. But man, this was still so bad. And what's really cute is that it actually has the old lady from Tarot. So she now has an incredibly stacked 2024, where she has now been in 2 unbelievably atrocious stinkers. And that's kind of admirable. And she plays the exact same character in this movie as she did in Tarot for the most part. The premise is cool. So I actually like the premise. The premise is basically Dakota Fanning, she finds herself in the forest after a pet delivery gone wrong. And she stumbles upon this weird building with these 3 strangers in there. And every night, they have to lock themselves in and they get watched by mysterious entities on the outside that they can't see, they can only hear. And it lends itself well to some kind of cool mystery. But does anyone care about spoilers? I can't imagine anyone really gives a fuck. Like, is anyone gonna shake their fist at me like, how dare you? If I get into spoilers? Okay, most people are saying no, they don't care about spoilers. If you care about spoilers, my apologies. You can write a strongly worded letter to the manager. So, the film has a cool premise. And about halfway through the movie, probably not even halfway through the movie, they kind of just immediately show their whole ass and they tell you what the Watchers are. And you get to see the Watchers. And they're basically just like these generic tall slender men. And it turns out they're fairies. Like evil fairies. And then the movie dives into like actual Tumblr fanfic. Where it's like, before the war, there was humans and fairies living in peaceful symbiosis. We coexisted with the fairies together. But we feared their shape-shifting abilities, how they could become us. So we ripped off their wings and we forced them underground and we locked them under a stone. And now, they can't leave this forest because we asked them not to, basically. So, what they're being watched by is fairies that study them so that way they can take their shape better. It's so fucking dumb. This is not Oh, yeah. So it's not M. Night Shyamalan. It is his daughter. This is a Shyamalan family production, basically. And in classic Shyamalan fashion, it's a cool premise that they had nothing good to do with it past the idea, like the ideation. So let me just start breaking down some scenes for you. So, shit just happens for the sake of it happening without any explanation for why this shit is happening. So it starts off okay because the premise is fun. And then, as things start to unfold, Dakota Fanning is rebellious and she's got a dark and mysterious past. And she decides to start breaking the rules that the old woman has set. One of the rules is don't go into the burrows because that's where the Watchers come out.
And she goes into the burrows with the help of this guy. I forgot his name. She goes into the burrows and she sees like bicycles and like children's toys and stuff. And then all hell breaks loose because the fairies start shape-shifting. But they know this. Like, there's no explanation given, really, like a good one, for why the fairies can't leave the forest. They could just walk out of the forest. There is an explanation given for why they can't leave, the humans here, because they're lost and they can't be out at night because the fairies hunt at night and they don't like the sun. They're like fucking vampires. So they can't leave the forest. I get that. That makes sense. But the fairies, the only explanation for why they can't leave the forest is because they were forced underground 1,000 or like fucking thousands of years ago. But they could just walk out. Like, there's no magical force field preventing that. They could just walk the fuck out and then dig a hole. Like, they're afraid of the sun, walk out during the night, dig a hole, stay there during the day, get out of the hole, walk out in the night, dig more holes. It turns out there was a professor who built this building and who built this bunker underneath the building because he's been studying the fairies. And this was highly unnecessary to even include in there. They just wanted to make him like an evil guy. He's like, he recorded himself with this webcam. He's like, Sailor's Log, 2009. I started construction on the bunker. I hired locals from the town nearby for fucking 5 schmeckles an hour to build it for me. And I urged them to stay out at night so they'd get mauled and killed by the fairies. Lord, forgive me for my sin. But it's like, brother, you didn't have to do that. Like, you didn't have to just have them die. Like, that's highly inefficient, because then you have to go get more workers every single time and recycle over their dead fucking corpses. Like, you would have to walk over so many bodies for that to happen. You could have just, like, had them do the work, and then had them go home before it gets dark out, and then have them come back. Like, you didn't need that. But it's things like that. Eventually he catches a fairy, and he's, like, training it like a pet. So they're watching these videos of him training the fairy, like learning from the fairy, and then randomly in his last entry he's like, I've got to kill it. I've got no choice. I'm going to take it behind the barn and I'm going to fucking shoot it in the heart. And then I'm going to shoot myself. For no fucking reason. It's like he's spent like 100 days with this fairy in a cage, and then he's just like, you know what, I'm tired of playing with this toy. I'm going to kill it and then kill myself. So he does. Or so you think. So it turns out that fairy was actually a half fairy. Because thousands of years ago, fairies and humans used to fuck. And what happened is, they gave birth to halflings that live amongst us in secret. And that fairy that he captured was a halfling. One that could walk in the day. They called her the Daywalker. Her real name that she said was Arinthabuna or something. Arintha Rancor, Balrog, I don't remember. Something like that. But all this is just like getting vomited at you all at once towards the end of the movie. It's just like an overwhelming amount of just nonsense. Anyway, the professor eventually in one of the recordings says, hey, I left the boat over there. You can just like go this direction, get on the boat and leave if you want. So they do. And while they're going there, keep in mind, they're fully aware that all of the fairies can change their shape into human beings. This fucking goober here, this absolute imbecile, as they're running towards the boat, he hears one of their friends in the forest and, like, struggling. He's like, John, help! I think his name is John. He's like, John, I need help. Please. Please. And he's like, I'm coming! So he grabs the guy and turns out it's not John. So then he dies. And they take his shape. And then they sail into the town. And then, big plot twist, the old lady was a fairy the whole time. She was the halfling the professor kept as a pet. Because it turns out the professor had a wife. And the wife died. And the professor tried to train a halfling, or tried to train a fairy to shapeshift into his wife so he could keep fucking her. And that's who this is the whole time. It was a fairy. So, like, his whole thing was like, their shapeshifting abilities can bring anyone back from the dead. Which they can't. It's not resurrecting the dead. It's literally just cosplaying as the dead. It's LARPing as a dead person. So him having this galaxy brain scheme of bringing his wife back never had any water to it, like no salt, because his wife is still dead. You're then just... You have a puppet of your wife. That's it. At that point, just get a doll. right? Like, it's stupid. His plan is stupid from the beginning. And then she's mad because fairies hate humans because of what they did, which is why the Watchers watch them and, like, kill them if they break the rules. They study them and then kill them because they're mad. 1,000 years worth of bad blood and a grudge. But when old lady is confronted by Dakota Fanning in the climactic final battle, Dakota Fanning's like, I know what it's like to not feel like you belong. Because it turns out her dark and mysterious past is she got her mom killed because they were on a road trip and she was like a little brat who rolled down the window and the mom was like, can you roll up that window? And then Dakota Fanning's like, I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! I'm not rolling down the window! I'm not rolling down the window! So the mom's like, what are you doing? Why are you freaking out? And she's like, I'm gonna roll up the window myself. So the mom starts rolling up the window and Dakota Fanning's character puts her fingers out the window and gets them crushed. And she's like, ah! And then the mom's like, what happened? And then she crashes into a car and dies. So she carries that guilt with her the entire time. And she, like, trauma dumps that towards the end. So then the halfling gets all of that information, and Dakota Fanning's like, the professor never told you? You're half human. And she's like, no, I can't be. I'm so conflicted. And then she's like suffering from the revelation that she's half human, half fairy, and then her wings pop out of her butt, and then she flies away, and now she's looking for more halflings. It's pretty fucking bad. It's pretty bad. But it's not nearly as bad as some of the other trash this year. But I like, there was multiple times where I did this, like I gestured this emote, because it was they were just making things up out of nowhere with no real payoff or build up to it. They're just like, oh yeah, end this, oh yeah, end this, because of that, because I said so. Should watch a bad movie in the sub Discord with everyone. That's kind of a fire idea. But yeah, I just wanted to share that because I saw this last night. I just had to relay the information. No, I really think the Shyamalan family has great ideas. This is a cool premise for a movie. What they need, what the Shyamalan family desperately needs, is somebody to flesh out their premise better than they can. That's what they need. Like, this movie could have probably slapped. I don't think anyone out there is surprised to hear that the Until Dawn movie is not good. But I do think you'll be surprised to hear that I'm getting a little haircut soon. Nothing like drastic or anything, just trimming some of the dead ends, which I haven't done in a long time. But anyway, about the Until Dawn movie, from the very first trailer it was clear this is going to have pretty much nothing in common with the game that it's based on. I've been screaming it and creaming it till I've been blue in the dick, but if you're going to be making a live-action adaptation of a video game, you've got to at least try and make it somewhat respectful to the source material. There's endless examples to pull from of movies and shows that completely miss the mark because they just decide that they know what's best for the property and have no idea what the game that it's based on is even about, like the Halo TV series. I'm not here to just regurgitate that. I only mention that because Until Dawn falls victim to the same thing here. However, I will say, to this movie's credit, the concept they come up with, while not really present in the game, is still a fun idea, where these characters, they go into this spooky house and they've got to survive until dawn. And they just keep getting killed over and over and over again. And they try and piece together the mystery while trying to survive the night so they can finally break the loop. It's more of like a Groundhog Day or like a Happy Death Day kind of thing, similar. Not really like the Until Dawn game, where if you've played it, you know you don't just endlessly retry, dying over and over again. In fact, it's all about your choices, trying to keep characters alive, and if you fuck up, if you shit the bed, you could permanently lose the character. That is not really present here. The only thing they borrowed from the game is the idea of the butterfly effect. But how about for people that haven't played the game? Will they like this? I think they'll like half of it. And admittedly, I liked half of it too. It's the first half of the film, where it does try and do its own thing. They actually have Peter Stormare, I think that's how you say his name, in this movie in a role. He was in the game too. I thought that was cool. He's not really utilized that much. I'm going to have to get into spoilers. Spoiler warning. Alright, now that that's out of the way. The first half of this movie is actually enjoyable. Like, it is a fun film. So they spend the first half, and there's recognizable things about it from the game, but if you haven't played the game, I think you'll probably just think that it's cool. They go here, and now they're stuck in this loop where they're getting chased by all kinds of different bad things, Sometimes it's a slasher movie where they're being hunted by this,
basically fucking Bane, and he's like slaughtering them left and right, and then they reset, and then this time it's not that guy wandering around, like fucking Jason Voorhees. Then it's more of a supernatural thing where they're getting like flown around and, possessed and shit like that. And then there's another one where it's more of like almost like SCPs that they're being hunted by. Like, it's cool that it kept switching up what was hunting and killing them. The deaths were satisfying, sometimes even just shocking, but like in a silly way. So like one of the times they just start randomly combusting, just spontaneous combustion. And I mean that in the truest textbook definition. They just start spontaneously combusting like fucking meat balloons that are popping out of nowhere, which I thought, like, the theater actually laughed at that. And I'm sure they knew when they were making that scene that it would be silly and fun. And that's when the movie was at its best, when it kept doing these like wacky character deaths, being creative with the character deaths, and they were still getting like little tidbits of lore about what they're stuck in and what they need to do to get out of it, about needing to survive until dawn, otherwise they're trapped forever in like a permanent loop. They become part of the night. That's when the movie was at its best, and it was enjoyable. Yes, there were cheap jump scares. Obviously, there's going to be cheap jump scares, but the characters are absolutely horrible from start to finish. The characters are so one-dimensional. Like, they only have like one character trait, and that's it. And that's all they ever do. And now, let's get to the second half, where this movie completely falls apart, and I think even if you haven't played the game, you're going to hate the second half. This movie gets to a point where I think they just got really tired of making it, or maybe they started running out of budget. So they do like 3 nights, and it's fun. Like, it's a fun little horror flick for those 3 nights. They're showing you all these deaths and the things that they're starting to learn. And then, after the 3rd night, it skips to the 13th night, the last night. So it literally just goes, like, here's a death, and then they wake up, and one of the characters says, how many nights has it been? How long have I been out? You've been out for 5 nights. And then one of the other characters, Nina's like, no, it's actually been 13. Check the book. So they check, confirm it's been 13 nights. No one ever survives past 13, so if they die here, that's the end. That's game over. So it literally just skips through all of, like, the interesting shit it was doing to get to the very end, so that way it goes to a glacial halt. Like, now all of a sudden nothing is happening because it's their last night, and it is a slog. Holy fuck, it's horrible. And they had the chutzpah to have one of the characters be like, oh wait, didn't I record something earlier? Because one of the characters, Abe, had like recorded when they first got there. He checks his phone, it turns out he recorded all the other nights. So then you get all the shit you saw in the trailer with like that bug in Clover's face, and then like that giant, like, spirited away guy who's going like this at the camera. Well, all of that was recorded on his phone, and we get like a little montage of it for like 45 seconds. You don't actually see any of that throughout the film. So instead, it fast forwards through all of that. The only thing that was interesting about it, to get to the second half, where it tries desperately to throw this Hail Mary of somehow loosely tying it into the Until Dawn lore, like the game lore, and it does it really, really bad. If you haven't played the game, maybe you won't be insulted by this, but having played the game, man, why did you even try with what they did here? Also, on their final night, pretty much everything they had learned meant nothing. Like, this was never a gradual buildup of how they solved it and how they outsmarted and then survived. What ends up happening on the last night is they look at those videos, and then the final video there has one of the characters being like, I'm going to follow him, because Peter Stormare came through and she was filming him, and I guess he didn't see her, even though she was kind of just like out in the open filming it, literally like vlogging it. And so she sets the phone down and then follows him, and that was like the last video, and they're like, all right, let's go follow her. But they just like randomly start stumbling across the right way to go. Not because they learned anything or adapted or evolved or got better at handling the horrors. They just got really lucky and conveniently just ass over tomato cans fell into the right path. Like, even finding her who followed that guy, she didn't get very far, but they happened to stumble across her. So like, there was never any emotional moments at all in this film. Everything was so fucking flat. But the thing it was doing well with, like, the creative deaths and, like, being over the top and silly with the deaths, they completely abandoned for the entire second half. So then it's just really boring. And then all of its problems really start to show, because now all of a sudden it's trying new things that don't work. Because it's not building tension. You now know these characters, they might die for real, but they're not even really playing with that. It's very clear they're not going to. And the final confrontation with Dr. Hill, that's Peter, is so comical. So, you remember how I mentioned spontaneous combustion? Well, what causes that, the catalyst, is drinking the water there. So in the final showdown with the big bad, the big villain, Peter, he shows up with a cup of coffee. First of all, he's drinking the coffee with no problem. It's already been established the water makes you blow up. Why isn't he blowing up? I kind of mental gymnastics this explanation in my head, so take it with a grain of salt, but I just cooked up the theory that maybe boiling the water cooks out the explosive elements of it, or he completely leaves the town, like goes across state lines to get clean water and then brews his coffee there and brings it back. Anyway, Clover is talking with him and he's monologuing, the most cliche shit ever. He's monologuing and he's being all over the top and exaggerated with it. So he's turning his back to her and he's like monologuing at a wall. Trauma. It's a very powerful fear. Very powerful. And our main character Clover notices a leaky pipe dripping water, so she moves his coffee cup over it, gets some of the water in it, moves it back, and then he's done monologuing, takes a sip and blows up. And then they all escape and they live happily ever after. Kind of. During this conversation, there are things that they feed you narratively that kind of sets this movie up as a fucking prequel to the Until Dawn game, loosely. It's rough. It is so rough. I don't understand why they thought that would hit. I don't know what they thought they were cooking. It's just not very good. Like, the first half, I was having fun with. If they had just done that for the whole film's runtime, I think this would have been like an enjoyable movie. I think it would have been a fine flick. Nothing special, but it would have been fun if it's just these characters getting gradually better at surviving all of the different horror that's thrown at them until they can finally fucking survive the whole night. That would have been cool. I would have rather seen that as opposed to what they did here, where they did a few nights and then fast forwarded to the very end and tried to like fill in the blanks a little bit. It was just dumb. Like, the whole second half it's so boring. It's so excruciatingly boring. And like I mentioned, there's nothing emotional about it. Like, you don't care about any of these characters here. It's impossible to get invested in them because they don't do anything. They don't have any development. They're hardly fleshed out at all. They don't get anything to do except making bad decision after bad decision after bad decision and then eventually just getting lucky. So it's just, there's nothing to like about the second half. It was a huge fucking blunder, a big fumble, because, as I mentioned, the concept itself is fine. I don't understand why you'd even bother calling this an adaptation of Until Dawn in the first place, since you didn't do that. Really, the whole thing was just kind of a mess after the first half. That was a very weird set of decisions there for the film. So, not very good, but not as shitty as it could have been, I suppose. There's definitely worse video game adaptations out there, but this is definitely in, like, the bottom of the barrel, lower echelon of those, because we also get some very good video game adaptations from time to time now. This is not one of those, though. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yep.
This is another one of those special cases where a movie is so shitty that I don't want to put it on the moist meter because I really want to dive in and spread the cheeks apart even further and really get into the meat of what makes this fucking movie so bad. Like I did with Cats, I'm about to do it with The Grudge, the new Grudge that just came out. I get that it's January. January is when all the movie studios just collectively dump fucking hemorrhoids on the cinema screens, and they're all bad movies for the most part. But The Grudge is something a little bit special. I saw it with Jackson 2 days ago, and I felt so embarrassed. He's visiting from Australia, he's vacationing in America, and I show him The Grudge in theaters. I thought he was going to pack up and leave that moment. He probably would have rather been deported than finish that movie. It is a bad movie. The Grudge is horrible. And I also think The Grudge as a franchise is super fucking weak. I think it's not good. The only good Grudge movie is the original one, and it's not even good. It's only decent. It's okay. It's not great. But every movie that's come after has just been abominable. Especially the 2016 Grudge vs. The Ring. They did like a Freddy vs. Jason style movie with the Grudge and the Ring character. It was a Japanese release that I watched, and it was absolutely atrocious. But that movie, The Grudge vs. The Ring, was comically bad, so it was at least enjoyable in that respect. You know, when the little kid Grudge was coming around, he actually made cat sound effects. There's a scene where a woman headbutts a man so hard that his face turns into a fish, literally transmogrifies a human being's face into a fish because he got headbutted so fucking hard. It's a goofy, silly movie that's bad, like all Grudge movies, but
again, that was comically bad. The new Grudge is so boringly, insultingly, offensively bad and bland that I just need to really talk about it and warn you about how shitty the goddamn movie is. Also, I love that old movie trend of taking one character, making them fight another popular character, Alien vs. Predator, Freddy vs. Jason, shit like that. It's so goofy. I love it. I hope they keep doing it, fucking mix different genres. John Wick versus Mr. Bean. I want to get that out there. That is just some really fun stuff. All bad movies, but always enjoyable. But The Grudge, 2020. It is potentially going to be the worst horror movie of the year, if not one of the worst movies of the year, and let me explain why. Well, the first problem is it relies entirely on jump scares, as you'd expect from a modern horror movie, but it can't do that very well because the movie, as it is currently, has an audio issue, where during the jump scares, the audio actually gets quieter. Now, if you're familiar with horror movies, and I'm sure most of you are, or at least jump scares at the very least, if you've fucking played Five Nights at Freddy on your elementary school's computer at some point, you understand what a jump scare is. Things get loud, it goes woo, makes you kind of go, whoa, that was loud and startling. That's how a jump scare is supposed to work, but in The Grudge, it doesn't do that. Instead of getting loud, it's actually kind of like a lullaby. You'll see it coming because it's going to be really tense, music goes out, there's no sound effects, it's just ambient noise, total quiet, darkness, silence, and then all of a sudden, like a whisper, and that's the jump scare. It is weird. Like, I've never seen that because, that's what most modern horror movies rely on, and for some reason they fucked it up so badly that the audio just doesn't play properly. It's like it's being strangled by the Grudge character. It's like, no, we're not letting audio into this movie. When there's jump scare, the audio sounds like it's being farted through a walkie-talkie. So the jump scares won't even startle you, not even by accident, because they're so quiet you won't even register it as a jump scare, which is very unique, and maybe even a directorial decision, a very avant-garde design choice. I'm not sure, but it fucking sucks. The story is garbage. It doesn't even really pay respect to the original in any good way. It doesn't even use the main character from the original Grudge movies, the staple character. It relies entirely on a new little girl character, and it's so boring. The movie is structured in a way where in this house the Grudge is existing in, people are dying there constantly, but no one's ever really connecting the dots as to why or what's going on. So the movie is structured around a detective going in the house and getting the curse put upon her, and she starts digging in. So then the movie follows the stories that she's reading about in the reports, and the stories aren't very good. It's one chunk with these people, one chunk with another group, and then one chunk with fucking old Pop Wiggleberry's chorus who walked into the house by accident when their soccer ball got kicked over. It's really amateur rookie stories. Here's people that enter the house, and now here's how they died and why, and it just shows you that. But it doesn't contribute to the overall plot because the character you're supposed to be following is just reading about them. She's just reading fanfic about what the fuck happened in this house. Nothing contributes to the story, it just gives you a little background on what happened to that house at some point. And all of it's supposed to be used as scares. Primarily the movie's relying on, hey, this is supposed to be scary and you're supposed to care about these characters that have no real place in the overarching plot. And you never do because they're not well written and they're not interesting and their stories kind of suck. But that's where the movie spends the majority of its time, in these reports that she's reading. Then she'll take like a little coffee break, a little piss break, take a shit, and then you get, her seeing some scary shit because she's hallucinating bad things. And then she goes right back into reading those stories, so you're back to those uninteresting characters and that fucking old, reports that you don't care about. There's also a massive plot hole with the entire movie that throws the whole thing out of whack. So the whole deal with The Grudge 2020 is anyone that enters the house of the Landers, I believe their name is. I'm already fucking forgetting the characters because it's such a bland, forgettable, shitty movie. But whoever enters that cursed house gets the curse. And the problem is that doesn't happen. It doesn't follow its own rules. So every time someone died in that house, people investigated. The cops went in, they got the bodies out, they took forensic samples, they searched around, and all of these cops go into that house, but only one person at a time gets the curse, when that was never established. It's supposed to be anyone that goes into that house gets the curse, but for some reason the cops are above that law. So all the cops that keep going into this house for forensics and shit never get cursed. Only ever one person from that group, and it just happens to be the girl you follow, and then there was another cop in the past that she looks into. But it has a massive plot hole because half of the fucking police department, the whole police force should be cursed right now, and all of them should be losing their goddamn mind about it. But that's not the case. And I know when you go to a horror movie like this, you're not supposed to think very hard, but it's hard to overlook that detail when it beats that shit to death like go into that house, you're getting fucked in the ass. Unless you're a cop and you have a lot of numbers, because then the Grudge is scared of that. They don't want to get arrested with a fucking speeding ticket or something. It just doesn't make sense. And the biggest, most silly part of this movie is the ending. Again, I'm going into spoilers real quick. The ending ends with, I guess, what's supposed to be a shocking ending. So the solution she comes up with to beat the Grudge is something a 3-year-old could have sniffed out, and anyone in the theater knew it was coming. She decides to burn the house down that has the Grudge curse put upon it. And surprise, it doesn't work, but the end of the movie makes you believe it works. She moves out, she goes to a new house, new home, her kid's going away to school, and as she hugs her kid, she realizes it's not her kid, it's the Grudge, and then the Grudge lady pulls her away and kills her as the camera pans out to the outside of the house. That's how the movie ends, and then it just stays there for 5 minutes, making you think something else is going to happen, but nothing ever does. It's terrible. It's terrible. I guess it was going for like this huge twist, like, ha! The fire didn't actually work because it's never worked in a horror movie, you fool. And we pulled her away and fucked her off camera. Like, it's just a dumb ending, and the theater erupted into laughter when they yanked the girl away from the kid by the hair. It was so fucking dumb and poorly done. The whole movie was. And I haven't really dove into everything that makes it bad, because the main parts is that it can't even do its jump scares properly because there's a huge fucking glitch with it apparently. I guess they were speed running a horror movie and forgot to make sure the audio levels were correct, or they just didn't pay the audio engineer, so he fucked them by lowering the volume. But it's just so bland because nothing comes together and works. And I feel like the director is talented, because there are some times where I was like, that's kind of a cool shot and a decent idea, but it's just so poorly done and translated into the movie. Also, half of the characters, more than half, 90% of the characters are utterly useless in the overall plot of the narrative. There's an example, to give an example, there's a fucking detective who's supposed to be like this main strict-ass detective. I'm not going in that house because it smells like ass, and I don't like the smell of ass. I don't trust the smell of ass. I don't go in that house. So he doesn't get cursed, and he's supposed to be the rock to the girl who did go in the house and get cursed. So she keeps confiding in him all these things, and he's like, he's always smoking a cigarette, and he's just, some scary shit. That's his whole role in the movie, but they keep going back to him, and he never does anything. He never helps the girl. He never does anything for the girl, and eventually the girl just takes it into her own hands, and you never see the detective again. He does nothing. Totally useless, but from the very beginning of the movie, you felt like the detective was supposed to have a big role in this. He was supposed to help her or do something in the film, but he doesn't. He never does. And that's half the characters in this movie. It's just nothing works in it. It's a bad, bland, extremely boring horror movie. And I really do think it's going to be tough for any movie to be worse than The Grudge this year, which is crazy because the year just started. But I'm excited. Maybe we'll see like a Cats 2 come out of nowhere in the summer or something. I don't know. But it's a shitty movie, and I just wanted to really dive into it. I'll give you a moist meter rating. I'll give The Grudge 2020 a 10%. It's fucking bad. That's it. See ya.
Hi, I bet you can't even tell that I have a mental illness. And that mental illness is called an addiction to bad movies. I can't help myself. I see every new horror movie that comes out. I've seen every single 2024 horror movie except for one. The one good one, apparently, which is Late Night with the Devil. I've seen every single other horror movie, and I double-checked. And I at this point, I don't even know why. Like, I know they're going to be awful going into them. And you all know I love bad movies, but I also know going into most of these that they're not going to be so bad they're good. They're just going to be a genuine, complete waste of time. So you have to wonder, am I possessed by some kind of dog shit movie demon that just somehow deep in my soul compels me to go waste money and time to see these on the big screen? Today I subjected myself to The Exorcism starring Russell Crowe. This one was really interesting. Not the movie itself, that was the furthest thing from interesting, but the concept of this movie fascinated me because last year, Russell Crowe was in a movie called The Pope's Exorcist, where he played another exorcist. So I thought this was like the extended Pope's Exorcist universe, but these two movies have no relation to one another. He played the same role twice. He said like King Neptune, that was so good I think I'll have it a second time. He fucking said, hey, where's second breakfast? I love playing the exorcist role. And at the end of The Pope's Exorcist, they set up like a Men in Black style universe where there's this group that goes and fights the demons that are possessing innocent humans. And it all happens in the shadows, behind closed doors, where God refuses to look. Well, I'm going a little far there, but basically they set it up as I'm assembling a team of elite exorcists. We gotta go kill all the demons. We gotta go fuck them in the face. So they conclude that movie with like this almost pseudo montage of like exorcists getting ready and setting up like a network to track possessions and all of that. I have expected Linkin Park's What I've Done to start playing, like the end of the Transformers movie when Optimus Prime makes a call out to the cosmos for more Autobots. I thought that was going to happen, but for exorcists. So this movie I went into really thinking that it tied into that universe. And can you believe my surprise when it turns out he's just playing the same role in a different way? And the movie's bad. But here's the really crazy thing. The whole movie's not bad. I actually thought almost the entire first half of the film was pretty decent. Like, it's not amazing by any means, but with all the slop that you get fed, like the fucking pigs we are in the movie theater seeing these horrible horror movies, it was at least a step above most of that. So the film's concept is they're filming a remake of the original Exorcist movie, which they treat like Voldemort. They don't name it, but they keep implying it, and they keep using the similar themes and scenes from the original Exorcist in a modernized way. So Russell Crowe gets the role of the Exorcist, who's going to perform the climactic final moment there. And he gets the role because the person prior to him got attacked by a demon on set and killed, and it led Russell Crowe, who was an actor struggling with alcoholism and drugs and just a really troubled past, to land this big position. And throughout the filming of the movie, more and more creepy, evil things keep happening as a demon has infiltrated Russell Crowe himself. And I actually really like the set here, where they have like this dollhouse, this open dollhouse that they're in filming the scenes, and Russell Crowe's struggling with the material, and the director's saying some really mean things to him, actually just talking shit like it's a League of Legends lobby, getting real toxic to try and bring out the best performance of him. His daughter also hates him because he's an alcoholic drug addict who abandoned her and her mother when the mother had cancer, and he was out apparently just getting high, getting drunk, and chasing pussy, as the director called it. So they set him up as like some irredeemable piece of shit who's doing everything he can to just get this last great performance, and like he really wants to nail this role, but just can't seem to do it. So as he's trying, he just keeps getting worse and worse. The demon infiltrates him deeper and deeper, and the performance from Russell Crowe is pretty good. Like, it actually seemed like he tried very hard in this role. The daughter's performance was really good too. Like, they actually tried to put their best foot forward for this movie, and it's such a shame that it all completely falls apart and wasn't worth trying for in the end. So, like I said, I do think the first half is at least decent. Like, I find it to be a compelling story that I haven't really seen before like this. It started off pretty self-aware, and then it completely lost that and fell into almost a parody of itself. But I will say, even in the first half, which is definitely the best part of the film, which I guess really ultimately isn't saying much. That's like saying the best part of a poop is when it comes out of your butt. It's like, okay, I guess. So, like, the first half, they still don't set up scares very well. They actually do build tension okay, but there's no real scare that happens or anything that ever comes from it with all the tension. They usually just take the cheapest way out with like the lamest jump scare ever, where it's just like a really quick loud noise of something that just kind of appears out of nowhere. So, like, example, Russell Crowe's getting like possessed, the daughter sees him just kind of standing, like sleepwalking. She goes up to him, and they just stand there staring, or she just stands there staring at him for a second while he's doing this. And then all of a sudden he snaps out of it going, and it's like, okay, I mean, I guess. Like, they built up tension for like 3 straight minutes, only for that to be like the big payoff scare. And it's just very silly. Like, it just is. Like, that's silly. Like, you laugh at that, not go like, oh, geez, jeepers. No one goes like, zoinks, you got me with that. It's just, oh, okay, loud noise startled me. That's a really silly loud noise. There's also just a lot of things in this movie that they kind of set in place and then do nothing with. So, like the director, he's clearly a bad guy. He is a villain saying some heinous shit to Russell Crowe's character, Anthony, and he gets nothing for it. Like, the demon gets very upset at him, but then does nothing to kill him or, like, you know, give him any level of, like, comeuppance or anything, even though they really set it up like that was going to happen. It just doesn't. There's also a romance plot with his daughter that also just doesn't go anywhere. Like, I guess the only reason it's there is to show that not everything in her life is terrible, but it doesn't lead to anything, and they end up abandoning the relationship subplot. So, I feel like at some point, apparently this movie went through a lot of delays. I feel at some point they just said, fuck it, we're going to Frankenstein this, we're going to cut something together the best we can and just send it. And it does feel that way. It's just very rushed, especially at the end. Also, Sam Worthington's in this movie. Huge actor. He has maybe 3 scenes. Why even bother putting him in this pile of shit? Like, maybe this is something he wanted to do because he was bored. He's like, oh, I see you guys are filming. Do you guys want me to do something with this? I mean, I've got like 3 hours to kill. You might... Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you know, I'll come play that. Because he's actually on screen for maybe in total 45 seconds. And yet, in the beginning of the movie, they put his name there as like a prominent character. Like, I went in here under the impression like, oh, okay, maybe Sam Worthington's going to have a big role to play. He does not. Like, he has probably less screen time than I did in the Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 1. It's weird. Like, why even bother paying that amount of money for an actor of that caliber and that size? Now anyway, let's get to the meatballs of the spaghetti here. Let's talk about that final act of the film, the second half. Hoo-wee. Yikes. So I've only really been talking about the first half here. The second half goes into the most generic horror movie I think I've seen all year. Like, it is actually so unbelievably generic, I have to wonder if they were laughing while filming it, just being like, man, this stinks, but we're getting paid for it. Just fucking run it. It does every possible cliche as quickly as possible. So Sam Worthington's character I mentioned, well, when Russell Crowe's character is getting way too deep into the possession, he starts like puking and coughing, he can't even do his line reading anymore. Director eventually just says, look, Sam, his name's not Sam in the movie, I already forgot what his name is. I actually don't even know if they named him in this movie. They probably forgot. But he eventually comes up to him and says, look, Sam Worthington, listen, Anthony can't do this role anymore, we need you to take it. And he goes, okay, I guess I'll take it. And then the next scene after he takes it, he's practicing his lines in front of a mirror, and Russell Crowe blasts through the mirror, grabs him by the neck, and glass shoots into his eye, killing him. But whatever, so the two girls end up recruiting a priest, well, a former priest, who was actually like a consultant on the set of the film, and they've been kind of keeping him up to date on what's going on with Russell Crowe this entire time. And then he's like, okay, time to dust off this old suit here and perform an exorcism. So then the three of them go to the movie set and they confront Russell Crowe. He's got the priest in a trance, and he's got the daughter's girlfriend in a trance, and then he's just like playing like goofy little games with her. So like there's a Bible on the ground, and the daughter's walking up to the Bible, she goes to pick it up, and then it just magically fucking whips to the other side. So then she goes over and then picks it up. It's like that scene out of SpongeBob with the dollar bill, where they throw a dollar bill out and then like yank it back. That's what he's doing with the Bible. So he's quite the prankster, I suppose. His name was like Moloch or something, I forgot. And then she starts reading from the Bible, and then Russell Crowe sits there and he's like, you don't believe those words, do you? I know you don't believe those words. And he just sits there like lecturing her, goes on like a monologue about why Russell Crowe's not worth saving. Why? Like, why are you even bothering to have this conversation? This is my biggest pet peeve about horror films, where like the evil demon entity gives the tools sometimes to the people fighting him. To, like, why? Why? Like, there's no self-preservation from the demons? What, they'd go through all this effort, this elaborate plan of possessing someone in all of these steps, just to allow the good guys to get all of the necessary tools while they watch. Like, this demon could have killed all of them. Why put them in a trance? Why let her get the Bible? Why let them do that and you just sit there watching and sometimes laughing and giving a stupid speech? It's ridiculously dumb. It just shows that the writers have no idea on how to have like the humans combat the demon here. So they just rush through it with this cliche formulaic dog shit. So anyway, She starts reading from the Bible. He eventually goes over to her because it's not working, and he grabs her up, choking her. And then she puts a cross on his forehead, and he's like, ouch, oh, it burns, which snaps the other two out of their trance. And then eventually the priest is like, listen, take me instead. Give them Russell Crowe back. And the demon complies, so he then possesses the priest, and Russell Crowe snaps out of it. Russell Crowe then starts reading from the Bible, which bursts into flames, another classic horror movie trope. And he's like, the Lord forsakes you, clearly. You're irredeemable trash is what you are. But then the tables start to turn as he starts reciting the prayers from memory, and then the two girls behind him are saying, amen! And then the demon's like, no! Screaming. And Russell Crowe keeps his foot on the gas, saying all the holy words, and the two girls behind him going, amen, 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 and the demon's going, nah, just squirming around. And then it eventually culminates with Russell Crowe taking that crucifix, taking the cross, and stabbing the old guy in the head, fucking instantly killing him. But then he goes in for round two, and then stabs him up through the neck, literally impaling this fucking guy, which then sets him on fire and burns his body to ashes. You didn't even beat the demon, you just killed this guy. Keep in mind, he was, the priest was still there. Like, the demon was using his body as a vessel. They didn't just exorcise the demon, they murdered the man. In that case, you could have just called the police to come shoot him. It would have done the same thing. So they just fucking murder this guy, and that's their triumphant moment. It's so stupid. Like, the whole final act is so bad. It's so bad. But anyway, I just wanted to kind of talk about this movie since I saw another trash horror film. It's not the worst horror movie of the year, but it's definitely a bad one. It's another absolutely horrible one to put into this very impressive 2024 for bad movies. That's really about it. So yeah. Conjuring: The Last Rites, supposedly the final Conjuring film. Mainline film, I think. I'm sure they're going to keep the door open to spin-offs because this franchise prints money. Even the stinkiest garbage that spawns from it, like The Nun and The Nun 2. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. I saw both of those films and I couldn't tell you a single scene in them. I'm going to get off on a side tangent. I don't need to blabber about that. I'm here to yap about the final Conjuring movie. Is it a banger, or does it kind of go out sad with a little whimper? Well, sorry to say, sports fans, I don't necessarily think it's like a high note. I don't think it's bad. It's definitely better than the third one. The Devil Made Me Do It. Again, that's a movie I watched, and I couldn't tell you a single thing that happened there. Fucking devil came in and put poop in my pants. I have no idea. But I can at least say this one I will probably remember. So that's good. I don't think it's, like, amazing, though. It just follows the exact same formula every Conjuring movie has followed. It doesn't try to switch it up in regards to its scares. But where I think the movie actually does a good job is its character work. It has over a decade of building Ed and Lorraine Warren. So by this point, I'm pretty invested in these characters. I actually do care about them. I actually still remember seeing the first Conjuring movie in theaters, and it was a very good time. It was one of, like, the few horror movies at the time that I went to a movie theater to watch. I wasn't seeing movies as actively back in 2013 when that puppy dropped, and it was fun with my friends. So, like, I do like the franchise. I just think it kind of became almost like a parody of itself. It just is so formulaic at this point. It just feels like they do it because they know it'll make them money, not necessarily because they want to. But in this film, I can at least say it seems like they wanted to send this movie off as, like, a love letter to these characters they've built for over a decade, and I appreciate that. That is definitely the standout of this movie. Ed and Lorraine Warren get a lot of fleshing out. They get a lot of time devoted to just seeing them interact with each other, and their daughter, Judy, who is a very big character in this film as well. Given the circumstances of her birth with demonic entities nearly killing her, that demonic entity is the only one Ed and Lorraine had ever run from, and now they gotta square off again, throw up in some pugilistic combat. A biblical smackdown ensues to save their daughter's soul. They do make a weird decision, though, where the main scary center, like the headquarters of fright,
which is a Pennsylvania home of the Smurls, based on like a case from the 80s with the Smurls claiming that their house was haunted and all of that. They actually don't get involved in that until like, I don't know, 30 minutes, 40-ish minutes left of the film. Like, for the vast majority of this film, you just kind of see the Warrens hanging out, which is actually kind of okay because, like I said, I kind of care about the characters at this point, and seeing Ed come to terms with getting older and, like, them dealing with retirement and not being as popular as they once were and trying to figure out, like, well, what's next? What's this next chapter in our life? It was actually kind of interesting. Like, I found myself caring, which is good. But of course, it's a horror movie. Like, that's not going to be where they put all their eggs in. It's obviously going to mainly be about the scares, which they don't do anything different with. Every single scene plays out exactly the same when it comes to trying to get you on edge. They go into a room in the Smurl house, and something's a little off. Wait a minute. The doll's moving around, but I just set the doll over there. Why is the doll moving around? Then the doll stops. The music is getting tense. She goes to pick up the doll. Everything stops. No sound. They stare at each other. Sets the doll down. You're expecting a jump scare. No jump scare. Then she turns around. Bing! Bang! Boom! Huge noise! Big eruption of noise because there's a scary face there now. It's just lame. It's not scary. It's not even like startling anymore at this point. It's just kind of sad. Like, I get jump scares are always going to be integral to, like, a mainstream horror movie. I understand that, and it doesn't bother me. In fact, I've even argued in support of jump scares being present in horror movies, because I do think there is, like, that tension that builds up and a jump scare coming through to, like, cash in on it and even be, like, this release of all that tension. Like, it can be a very good tool. But here, it's just... I don't know, it just doesn't work. You've seen every single setup before. And even in this film, they do the exact same setup every single time with no deviation at all. I mean it. Every single jump scare is that exact formula I just laid out there. Like, to a T. It's just so played out. And it seems like they wanted to do something a bit more creative when it comes to cinematography. There are some shots in here that I found myself thinking, oh, that's pretty cool. I wonder what they're going to do with it. Oh, yep, no, here it comes. It's just going to be another generic jump scare. And it's a shame, because they do have some cool-looking shots here. But they then just, instead of, like, doing something unique with it, they just then start going back down the tried-and-true formula that is so played out with, like, a big boo moment. Another thing I am so beyond tired of, and it's not just The Conjuring that was guilty of this sin, it's a very standard horror cliche when it comes to possession films. They set up the demon, like this presence, as like a very powerful creature. Granted, all it ever really does is like show itself doing like a big smile in like a reflection or something to like startle someone, or it can like throw a chair or close a door or flicker the lights on and off like Nosferatu from SpongeBob. The point is, it's supposed to be like really strong. And in this movie, it does showcase some like real big power. It can trap people in a genjutsu, and it has people even kill themselves while like in this like fugue state it traps them in. Yet when it comes to like the final climactic battle, we're getting into spoilers, obviously. Big spoiler warning, here it is. Just like in other Conjuring movies, where it's like the big showdown between the Warrens and the demon, it always just lets it happen. It's not just in The Conjuring. Like, every horror movie with the demonic possession, it's like the demon is the most, like, bumbling fucking moron hell had to offer. Like, it just refuses to use its power to save itself or, like, stop the threat. It just lets it happen. It's like it enjoys being thwarted. It's just part of, like, the fun. It's like its favorite pastime is losing. Just being a colossal fucking loser. So, like, this demon has shown that it has the ability to trap people in these states. And it does it to the Warrens. It does it to someone else that kills themselves. And then, when the Warrens are, like, directly fighting it, it doesn't. It stops doing that. It no longer wants to trap them or isolate them or anything like that. It just lets them work together to read the scripture to beat it. And, like just stop it in its tracks. But not only that, let's say maybe they were just so mentally strong that it cast out the demon's ability to grab hold of their mind. Okay, fair enough. But it also showed that it had the ability to seal doors. Like, literally just stop doors from working, close things at will. in the scene where it possesses Judy, it takes Judy to the attic to hang her. And while they have Judy under their control and are hanging Judy, well, the Warrens just climb into the attic and stop it because the demon left the ladder to the attic down. Instead of sealing the attic, which would have 100% been checkmate, it just leaves it down there. And then after they free Judy, then it seals the attic. So after it has already lost hold of Judy and its plan stopped, then it decides to seal the attic. Why wouldn't it just do that to make sure Judy is as isolated from everyone as possible so they cannot get to her? It makes no sense. For these movies to work, they have to, like, nerf all of the demon's thinking processes at the end of the film, so that way the final battle can happen. Because if the demon just did what it was already doing throughout the film, which was basically just, like, tormenting and, like, making people miserable for fun, but even if it was doing, like, that, when it was trying to enact its plan of killing Judy, it would have succeeded if it just kept doing, like, sealing the attic, or, like, making people trip downstairs and confuse them on where things were or what's real and what's not. But it just decides not to. It just decides, who gives a fuck? Like, I just wish they would write a more satisfying fight with the demon that doesn't rely on just, like, pure luck that it happens to be a fucking imbecile that they're dealing with from hell. Like, the devil of dummies. Like, it'd be better if there was, like, an actual outsmarting of the demon or something, but there never is. It's just, like, Ed and Lorraine Warren, they go into this house with no fucking plan at all. They just go in there and they're like, oh man, there's definitely a demon here. Alright, let's just wander around aimlessly, all split up. That ought to do it. And, like, even when the demon is, like, fighting them, they do nothing to fight back. Like, he doesn't even, like, read scripture or anything until, like, the very end, and then the demon blows up the scripture. Like, why didn't it just do that in the first place? Again, why not just do it when they first get there or something? Or when, like, he was separated from the book? It's just, I don't know, it's so dumb. Again, you just have to fully suspend your disbelief and just stop thinking in order for, like, the final battles to be, like, palatable. And it's all, I also think it's just kind of cringe, too. Like, when the possession happens, now all of a sudden Judy can, like, force push people, and she just starts talking shit. That's, like, the big thing is, like, now they talk shit. All of them just, like, I don't know, treat it like an Xbox Live lobby. But, like, really tame. Like, they're not even, like, mean, they're just, like, you're ugly. People think you stink. Like, that's the shit talk here in this movie. It's like, okay, come on. Anyway, though, I'll drop that and move on to something else I'm really tired of from The Conjuring, Annabelle. Just let it rest. Jesus Christ, I'm so tired of Annabelle always playing some kind of pivotal role in every Conjuring film. Somehow it always ties back to Annabelle. Goodness gracious. In this film, narratively it makes sense because Judy's here. Obviously, given the history of Judy and Annabelle, I get it. But you didn't need Annabelle this front and center here again. It's just stopped being scary at this point. It's become almost like a glup shitto from Star Wars where, like, Conjuring fans are supposed to point at the screen, no, Annabelle's here. I guess it's not really like glup shitto because Annabelle's like the fucking Darth Vader of the Conjuring franchise, but, like, it's there just so people will point and be like, oh, Annabelle, yeah. And to me, I'm just tired of it. I'm so fucking tired of it. But now that you've heard a lot of negativity from me about this film, overall, I don't think it's like a bad movie. Like, I was entertained. I don't regret seeing it. And it did feel like, you know, somewhat emotional to know that the franchise, at least the mainline franchise, is done with this film here. Supposedly. I guess we'll see if they actually commit to it. Hollywood says that shit all the time, only to dust it off like two or 3 years later. But even still, it doesn't change that I actually did care about these characters. And I do think the movie tackled them in a very good way. I really liked seeing them try and, you know, work together to figure out, well, what's next in life, you know? Getting older. You know, this kind of thing. I thought they did a good job character-wise. And, like I said, overall, I was entertained. I guess I just really wanted this film to just, like, actually be a banger and make me feel the same way I felt with the first Conjuring movie. Where at the time, it did feel, like, fresh. It felt like it was doing something kind of special. This one just feels like it's walking the same path, and it's more than content to just do the same things again and again and again and again. When it comes to, like, the horror of it, I just would have liked to see it try and spread its wings and do something a little different, especially in regards to its ending. I'm really tired of, like, the anime battle with the demon but it's like the worst possible anime battle. Like I would have much rather they thought of a little different spin to do there for the conclusion. Anyway, though, overall, it was a fine movie. I enjoyed it. I think most people are probably going to be satisfied with it, would be my guess. Like, if you already like the Conjuring movies, you'll probably like this one. It is better than the last one for sure. That's really about it. So, yeah. Good Boy is a horror film whose concept I find to be really interesting. It's a horror film from the perspective of a dog. Not a POV, it's not Cloverfield from the eyes of a dog like that episode of Rugrats with Spike. It is a horror film where the dog is the main character and you follow all of what happens and unfolds from that character. And I just saw it. It's really good. I'm happy to say that it is a very solid film that I think utilized its concept really well. It's a gimmick that doesn't fall flat. It actually just feels like it elevates a very tense haunting. Now, admittedly, the story isn't the most, innovative piece when it comes to its narrative. It's not trying to reinvent the condom or anything. While it seems like it's just a pretty standard haunted house movie, it does have its own spin on it that changes. I've been getting into spoilers for so many of these things, but for this one I'm going to avoid it. It does do something a little different with the concept and caters it more to a deeper meaning, especially to a dog. I'm finding it hard to get the right words across without just spoiling it, but most of what you're going to see are things that you've seen in other horror films when it comes to like its scares or like its tension building, but there is a deeper meaning to it, albeit I don't think it's one that really is a game changer for a horror narrative or anything, but it's not like I'm disappointed by that. You get your jump scares, then your music cuts out, it's silent, then nothing. You get all of that, the same formula there, but using the dog as the main character and having that perspective does make it feel fresher. Like, it does breathe a little more life into it. And the way the movie is shot, I think, is extraordinary. I really like the cinematography here. I think they have some very creative shots that help elevate things that otherwise would be pretty stale in other movies. So, since you follow the dog, you never really see, the full face of his owner, Todd. And Todd is sick. Todd is very ill, and he moves back to the old family home where multiple generations of their family have died at a young age. And his sister really doesn't like that, so she's trying to convince him not to and tries to talk to him pretty often to get him out of there. He refuses. And he takes his dog, Indy, to this house to live with him, their new home together. The house is haunted, and there's a lot of spooky noises going on, and some kind of weird monster creature that shows up occasionally before disappearing and stuff, and it's trying to, get Indy and get Todd. And this entire time, you spend the whole movie following Indy. And since you're following Indy, you never really see, a full picture of things that includes Todd. So you never really even see his face. You get these silhouetted outlines of him pretty often. When he's watching TV, you'll see TV from a bigger perspective because to a dog it's much larger, and then you'll see some things out of the corner, and it's really cool. I love the way some of the shots look, and it makes it more tense. And I think the choice to follow the dog makes you naturally more emotionally invested, especially if you're already a dog fan. If you already have some pets of your own, you're going to feel, I think, a lot more emotional in certain scenes where the dog conveys so much. It really does seem fear and being frightened and analyzing the unknown. What does it all mean? And not fully understanding what's going on, with Todd and wanting to be there for Todd because he's so loyal to Todd. I think the dog actor Indy did an amazing job. And interestingly enough, at the end of the film, the director, Ben, is talking about how they made this. And Indy is not a trained dog actor. It's just Ben's dog. So him and his wife and his dog over the course of 3 years, filmed this movie in 1 to 3 hour chunks. Like, shoot days. They'd film for like an hour to 3 hours, depending on, how cooperative Indy wanted to be over the course of 3 years. And I think the results are extraordinary. I think that all that time they put into this, all that passion is very clear on the big screen. It was a joy to watch. And I think they really did a great job with Indy. And I think the fact that Indy is not some kind of like, Air Bud prodigy or something, like a protege to the Air Bud lineage or something, really helps. Because it does just feel like a guy's dog who is now experiencing all this paranormal shit around it while seeing its best friend struggling and going through so much. It just makes it feel much more real and a lot more sad in certain aspects, again, without trying to get into too many spoilers. I just think it really is a good movie. Though I think some people will probably find it boring. Because it's not a film that is like, fast-paced, nuts to butts, scares out the wazoo or anything, trying to have you on the edge of your seat throwing popcorn in the air. Like, it is a slow burn. And for me, I really liked that. It's not a long movie. In fact, it's a very short movie. But that's not to say that it doesn't deliver a full experience. I was very satisfied with this, but I do think there will be people that come out of it just thinking that it was all just a one-trick pony, relying on the gimmick of the dog perspective to sell an otherwise bland horror movie. I think there will be people with that take. I'm just not one of them. I think it did something different, and it tried something new, and I think it did it well. Would I have liked to see a little bit more in terms of horror? Sure. But I think what's here is executed well, and I think their spin on it is something that will resonate with people that bother to pay enough attention to it, especially if you are a pet owner. I won't yap about it too long, but I will also mention that I found it extremely cute that they did the behind the scenes at the end of the movie to show you how they got Indy to do certain scenes. And I just thought it was so cute. It's no easy feat being able to have a dog perform in a movie like this. And they didn't try and force it or anything. They just did these short work days over the course of 3 years. This is a longer development time than a lot of Marvel projects get. And so I really appreciate that dedication to it and just wanting to build something special. And as the director mentions, this was like a family project for them. And I think they did a great job. I also couldn't help but get some Courage the Cowardly Dog vibes for certain scenes, especially when it came to how they lighted certain elements of it. Like scenes where Indy would be roaming around the house and there'd be this strong moonlight illuminating some very, specific piece of furniture as darkness creeps up on it. I did get some Courage vibes. Maybe I'm just, picking up on something that wasn't there. Courage the Cowardly Dog is one of my favorite shows ever made, and clearly the concept here of a horror movie from the perspective of a dog kind of fits in line with, Courage the Cowardly Dog and that, but I don't know, it really did seem like there were moments where there was definitely some influence there, which I appreciated. Regardless, though, I think this was a good movie. I would recommend it. I thought it was something new and something fresh that I hadn't seen before and was done very well. Anyway, that's about it. See ya.
2025 is a year full of cinematic surprises. Movies that I thought for sure were going to be awful, like Hard Eyes, turned out to be good. And now, that same phenomenon has just happened again with The Monkey. It's as Darman says, you really can't judge a book by its cover, because with these trailers, I thought for sure they would be trash, irredeemable, putrid garbage that, at best, could become fun bad. But that hasn't really been the case. I've just been enjoying them. So The Monkey is a very silly premise. There's a haunted, possessed, evil monkey doll toy. But don't call it a toy. They make that the tagline in the movie sometimes. That's the slogan on the back of the fucking cereal box for it. So you turn the key in the monkey and someone will die. It'll raise its hand, it starts beating its drum, and then someone dies in a really gory, quick way. It's marketed as being based on a Stephen King short, which I feel like I see in every horror movie these days. I don't know how many shorts and books Stephen King has written, but by this point, and based on all these trailers, it must be in the fucking millions, because it seems like every concept ever Stephen King wrote. The mystery of the smelly pants.
It's a pair of pants once owned by Beelzebub, and now it's fallen into the possession of this unsuspecting family. And when you put the pants on, a very odd aroma starts to flood the atmosphere that makes people choke and die. A Stephen King short brought to life by the Longlegs director. So this is directed by the guy behind Longlegs. Good movie. I thought it was a little overhyped. I still enjoyed it. This movie, good movie. I think the glaze is a little too much. I think all the cream pies it's getting are a little over the top. The film, just from the trailer, you can immediately tell, knows that it's a little goofy. It's self-aware. But I thought it would still be a horror movie with some comedy sprinkled in, some tiddlywinks, some notes of comedy. But this movie is not that. It is a comedy with some slight garnishes of horror that are occasionally put in there. Because all of the kills and shit are simply used as a vessel for a joke. There is no real horror in The Monkey. It is just a full-blown comedy film. Which I think is fine. It can work if it was just better at it. Like, I don't think it's a bad movie by any means. As I said, I had fun watching it. But by the end of it, it becomes way too self-aware to its own detriment, where it just feels like everything is completely worthless. So, the monkey's beating the drum. Someone's dying. Someone's going to die. And they don't even do the bare minimum of building tension to it because they'd rather it just be a punchline. So, a quick example. In the trailer, there's the scene where the main character and that lady are walking through the house and she's about to open a closet and he's like, oh, wait, no. And then she opens the closet and a shotgun blows her to pieces. It fucking insta-gives her like it's TF2. That's the whole scene, and in the film, he's covered in all this blood and body parts and stuff, and he stands there and he takes off his glasses, cleans it, puts them on, his sunglasses, everything okay? And he's like, yep. And then he walks away. And it's supposed to be something like you laugh at, but they do that exact same gag like 8 fucking times. In all of the kills, I thought it'd be, like a Final Destination type of thing where you'd have like this crazy freak thing that they start building tension with, but it's not. It's just hits instantly for the sake of comedy. So like leading up to that woman getting blown to pieces, she's talking about all the people that are dying in really freak ways. And it just gives you a montage of like dead bodies. And that's it. Like it shows you like the very end of a kill to try and make you laugh at it. Like, there's a scene, Bill, don't turn that key. And he's like, but I might. No, Bill, don't. And then as he's saying don't, it cuts to a fucking funeral and it shows that the guy had been turned into fucking cherry pie by a stampede. Like, all of the kills are just used to have the character go, yuck. And then leave. Like, it's just, like, that joke loses its luster and it really takes away from the rest of the film because it's pointless. Like, every death, all of it, it doesn't do anything if it's not making you laugh. Because the characters in the film don't take it seriously. A good comparison I'd make is to something like Scream. Where, yeah, there's a lot of comedy in there, but they also do get serious. There's a lot of moments in this movie where I was like, okay, now it's about to get serious because, his brother is doing some fucked up shit. But no, even all that's played as a joke. There's never a moment in this film where anything gets serious. Like, he's about to lose custody of his kid, and even that's not serious. They'll just have somebody, like, blow up, and it'll be like, oh, gross. Man, Dad, why weren't you there for me? It's like, okay, that conflicting tone can be humorous for sure, but when you do it 20 times in a row, it stops being humorous. So really, the film only offers one thing. Comedy. And if it's not landing for you, you're not going to have a great time with the movie. There's some good shots, and, like, he shows he can film horror, but it's just not a horror movie. It's a comedy first and foremost that sometimes will dip its little tootsies into horror. But anyway, overall, I was entertained. I think it is a good movie. It's just, it really loses its luster in the second half. Like, I think the first half is strong because the jokes are landing. It's the first time they're telling the jokes. But when it gets to the second half, this shit's like Derek Zoolander. It's got one look. It's just the same joke over and over again. Here's someone dying in a crazy way with body parts flying all over the place and maybe some CGI blood and yuck. And it's not even crazy ways sometimes. Like, it felt like they were, like, running out of ideas for how someone should die. So you just have people, like, randomly blow up and it's like, whoa, they blew up. Dad, why don't you love me? And, like, you hear the same joke so many times, you see it so many times that by the end, it's just, like, it's tiresome. they wore it out. I really think what they should have done is keep the first half the way it is, because it is working. That is when it is at its strongest. But it should gradually get more serious as he's got his son here that, he's trying to protect by being an absentee father, but now he can't really protect him anymore because his son's been brought in on the family secret of the monkey that controls life and death. I feel like if they had played that second half more serious, it would have made everything work, and it would have elevated the comedy too, because then you can save jokes. You can make jokes hit harder if you're not just constantly having people blow up as your main source of comedy there. I do like the twin brother, though, like the one that's descended into madness because of the monkey. I think he was really entertaining. But his time is so brief. The star that burns brightest burns out quickest. He's only there for a little bit, so you don't get a lot from him. But I feel like they could have leaned into that more, where as it's getting serious, you have that more serious tone now conflicting with this very cartoonish bad guy. I think that could have worked better as opposed to just still once again relying on, oh, that person blew up. I don't know. I still liked it. I didn't dislike it by any means. It's just, by the end, it really felt kind of pointless. There's not even really a story to this movie at all. It's just kind of a series of deaths that people don't really react to. And that's the humor of it. Wow, that person died and they don't really seem to care. They're talking about where they're going to go eat lunch. What? That's so wacky. And I have to just mention one thing specifically because it really reminded me of the bad scary movies, 5, where it doesn't really have a joke it wants to tell, but it feels like it needs to have one. So in this film, that's the cheerleaders. So there's a couple scenes where, during all this death, you'll have these cheerleaders that are going, yeah, they're wheeling the body out, wee, woohoo, and it's okay, how zany. And at the very end of the film, the cheerleaders come back on a school bus and they're cheering because so many people just died. And as they're leaning out of the window cheering for all this death directly at the screen, which is a breaking fourth wall moment, which I'm never really a fan of fourth wall breaks. I think they're just kind of cringe. But they're cheering yeah, well, what a movie, all this death. As they're cheering, a truck comes by and it decapitates all the cheerleaders. Roll credits, that's the end of the movie. It just feels so dumb. I'm using that as an example of sometimes where the movie feels like it needs to try and make you laugh, so it just does the stupidest possible way of getting to that point. And the very end of the movie, it tries to send you off with a big smile on your face with laughing at that, but nobody laughed in the theater when that came on. I heard a groan. Because, that's just kind of... That's really lazy. That's fucking nothing. And that's just kind of how I felt towards the end of the film. Again, I don't think it's a bad movie. I enjoyed it. It's a fine film. I guess it's going to be very hit or miss depending on how much you like that joke of people blowing up and others reacting to it in not normal ways. So yeah, anyway, that's about it. So yep.
What? You looking at the purple stains on my shirt, huh, tough guy? You think I need some kind of bib from now on because I'm a messy eater that can't be trusted to not spill food on himself? Well, okay, Haas Delgado, sometimes accidents happen, and I could have easily changed my shirt before recording this video and you would have been none the wiser. You'd have no idea. But a real man's not afraid to own up to his mistakes. I'm not hiding away from it. So the stained shirt stays on. If you can't handle me at my dirtiest, you don't deserve me at my cleanest. But anyway, what we're here to talk about today is something everyone knew was coming because it's that time of the year. EDP getting caught again talking to minors and trying to be sexual with children. Who could have seen this coming, besides every single human being in the world with a pulse? The only two certainties in this world are death and EDP looking for cupcakes. Yesterday, it was revealed that he had once again been talking sexually with a minor. Now, I do need to say that this is all currently still just alleged claims here, though there is substantial evidence to suggest that it could be legitimate. I'm inclined to believe what's being presented here because it seems like it's been done thoroughly and through proper channels instead of just being like a YouTuber done investigation for clout. This really does seem like this could lead to real justice being served to EDP, who eluded justice over the last couple of years because of the previous investigation not being done through proper channels. So everything that's going on currently does seem to be legitimate, but it is important to say that they are all currently still allegations that he's been talking inappropriately with an underage girl. Apparently, he also sent nudes of himself to this minor. And I don't know if he sent any pictures of his poop in a toilet bowl this time around, which is his signature anime finishing move. Last time, a couple years ago, when he was caught sexting someone he believed to be a child, he sent a picture of his shit in the toilet. And this time around, in season 20 of EDP being a disgusting child predator, we don't have any hard evidence to confirm nor deny the existence of shit pics in his exchange with this child. So, I'm sure as the investigation continues, more information will come to light and we'll know for sure. Now, the victim in this situation has come forward publicly, and there are a lot of chat logs that have released from it. I don't know if it's every single exchange they've ever had, or if there's still more. If it is every single exchange they've had, it doesn't seem like there's any shit pics, but, you know, you can never be too sure when it comes to EDP's sexting. He really likes to send pictures of his poopy. So what happened? Yesterday, a very big YouTuber named Gideon released a set of pictures as well as a short clip that had him dressed in a cupcake costume while confronting EDP with somebody else there as well. EDP is very upset about it. I'll go ahead and play you the clip.
It's not a fucking joke, man. I'm just seldom at a loss for words. You know, 2 years ago you were caught kiss my ass in 4K trying to meet a 13-year-old. Really,
I'm not talking to you. He's talking to
really,
you.
My nigga, this is bullshit, man, that y'all pulling right now.
When I initially saw this, I thought there was a small chance that this could all just be some kind of prank video that was being staged here. But then I started to think rationally, and I came to the conclusion, what kind of fucking deranged individual would willingly lean into being a pedophile? Now, I know EDP has tried many bold tactics to squeak out of everything that's happened over the last 2 years. One of the most outrageous, outlandish claims I've ever heard is that all of it was just method acting for a role that he was playing. And I did think for a second this could be another example of that. But you'd have to be unhinged to like the highest level, like literally Arkham Asylum insane, to do something like this as a joke. Not only on EDP's part, but on Gideon's part, as well as the other YouTuber there. His name is Skeeter Gene. This would be diabolical to fake something like this. Skeeter is a self-proclaimed Chris Hansen impersonator who is a vigilante predator hunter. Now, I'm sure most of you are a little concerned hearing that because in the past, you may know that vigilante predator hunters usually stand in the way of getting justice for the predators they catch. Authorities can't often use the information or investigation that the vigilante predator hunters accumulated. It just gets thrown out, which leads to the pedophiles facing no consequence. They don't get arrested. It's why EDP isn't in jail right now, because the last time he was caught, it was all conducted by YouTubers and authorities wiped their ass with the entire case. But with Skeeter Gene Hansen, from everything I've seen on his channel, and keep in mind, I'm only just now being made aware of him, so I haven't seen everything he's ever done, but from the bits that I've seen, he actually does collaboratively work with law enforcement and has actually conducted investigations that led to arrests for some of the predators that he was investigating. So it seems like he's actually doing this the proper way, with the proper authorities, through the right channels, and getting justice. So I'm optimistic that this was all done the right way. An important thing to note is that the picture of Gideon and Skeeter confronting EDP directly, as well as the clips that are surfacing from it, are not part of a sting operation. They didn't lead some kind of, false narrative or anything, or try and bait EDP to meet them somewhere under the guise of meeting up with a child or anything like last time. They didn't try and catch him in Operation Cupcake Crusader 2.0. They just knew where he was going and wanted to confront him directly for the way he was conducting himself with another child with the sexual messages they were allegedly exchanging. So Gideon went there dressed as a cupcake, obviously making fun of him. Skeeter went there with chat logs and bringing those to him directly, and they weren't like entrapping him or anything. That piece, that clip and the pictures was just a piece of making fun of him to his face and confronting him. So they apparently are actually building up a real case with law enforcement against him. So everything in person that they did is totally separate from that, I believe. Gideon actually came on my stream last night when I was going over this situation to further explain it. So I'm going to let him lay down exactly what happened.
With this case, he actually talked to a 15-year-old girl.
Like a real one, not like a decoy?
No, like a real legit, 15-year-old girl.
Yeah, that's not super shocking. a lot of people don't remember this, but he had a history of communicating inappropriately with minors way before that sting operation. So if that's true, that doesn't surprise me in the slightest.
When we did this, like, we actually did this like a month ago. So I've been sitting on this for like a month and a half. But I was fully expected to like hold on to this for a year and then drop it. The only reason I dropped it today was because the victim, she went public with everything, and it kind of like threw me off because I was like, oh fuck, like I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But when I talked to her after she did it, she was like, yeah, the cop said it's all good and stuff. So I was just like, oh, okay. So I dropped it too, but I'm most likely probably gonna be going to court with her because
what? Wait, what?
Yeah, so like I'm kind of like involved with the case now. Like the authorities, like they have my number and everything. They haven't contacted me yet.
Okay, so was this like a investigation you conducted with like a team? Did you work collaboratively with the police? Like, what exactly is all of it?
I tried to do an interview with him back in early July, but he phase drugged me and he was like, oh, you gotta pay me. When we talked, he wasn't talking about paying and stuff. So I was like, bro, I'm not about to pay a fucking pedo. And so he left, but he joined my Discord. And the girl was in my Discord, and that's how he found her. And he messaged her because she had all of her social media in her Discord stuff.
This all sounds. Did you ever like contact authorities about it? Like,
yeah.
Okay.
Well, so the thing about it is like I can't do it. Like she did it. So what she did was she contacted my mods, and my mods told me. And then I hopped on a call with her. And the first thing I did was I was like, let me talk to your mom. So I talked to her mom. Her mom was aware of everything. And so once I got situated, she sent me everything. And then I gave it over to Skeet because, he's a professional with this.
Mm-hmm. The girl he was talking to, was she doing this to try and catch him? Or was she...
So he hit her up. So he
Okay.
hit her first. So that's the thing. Like, if she would have hit him up first, I don't know the legality of it. Either way, like he said, dick pics her, so he's fucked in that case. I'm not gonna lie, we caught him lacking at the dialysis center. Don't ask me how. I knew he was gonna be there, but we caught him lacking.
So that clip that you showed, that's not him going somewhere to try and meet that girl?
No.
Okay.
No.
I would just hope that justice would finally be served, because he's skirted away from that for a while.
And that's the thing that I wanted to do with this. Like, that's why I was so willing to wait like a year, because I was afraid that it would have messed up the investigation.
Yeah, I think the most important thing is actually getting justice as opposed to like the content of it. So hopefully this leads to a legitimate case against him, because he is not safe to be around children in any way, shape, or form. So that's pretty much all that's known about what is going on at the moment. It sounds like this wasn't a planned sting operation. This was EDP doing what he does best, talking inappropriately with children, and the victim alerted Gideon, who alerted Skeeter Gene Hansen, who alerted authorities, and are now all Jesus, I am really struggling with that word today. That shit is really making it difficult for me. I'm fumbling it. Collaboratively with law enforcement to build a case against him and hopefully pursue real justice for someone that is, for too long now, been allowed to continue preying on children. So, after hearing kind of the general outline of everything, I'm optimistic that A, it's all done properly, B, it's all real, that this isn't some big ruse, some kind of giant joke. Again, I think that would be extraordinarily evil and ridiculous if this does all turn out to be fake, which I don't think it is. And 3, the most important, that this entire investigation leads to real justice. So EDP can no longer keep preying on the children in his audience. It's just, for too long, he has been able to continue coming back like this reoccurring villain. How many times do you have to teach you this lesson, old man type shit? I compared him to the box ghost. Just this fucking cartoonish villain that keeps coming back, keeps getting defeated, but no real consequences. So just comes back again later on, making another cameo. It's been happening for 2 years. So hopefully this will finally be the case where EDP no longer gets to do these kind of awful things. So yeah, just wanted to talk about this, and I'm going to keep my finger on the pulse of this story to see what's going on with all of it. That's about it. So yeah. I have sworn multiple times that I would stop talking about EDP 445, but just like most people's New Year's resolutions about going to the gym, I'm going to have to break it. Every few months for the last couple of years, like clockwork, he will try and come back to the internet after his historic fall from grace after being caught in the now infamous cupcake sting operation that outed him as a predator. He'll come back with an almost cartoonish development. He has been on this non-stop wild and wacky roller coaster of crazy, goofy shit that he tries. He's this gift that just keeps on giving with the amount of unbelievable shit he tries, like an everlasting gobstopper of goofs. I've compared him to the box ghost from Danny Phantom, and I think that is just the most apt comparison. He's just this silly villain that keeps popping up every now and then just for people to laugh him off the face of the internet, but he'll always come back as a cameo in later episodes. And that's why we're talking about him again today, because it's that time of the year where EDP tries to make a claim that he's innocent. And this time, he's saying, actually, it was all acting. He was only pretending to be a pedophile. He was method acting as a child molester, as part of a movie production. I know that sounds unbelievable. That sounds like I just made that shit up in a game of Mad Libs, but I'm being serious. That is the angle he's trying. He posted an entire breakdown of his defense that this was all a setup, that it was supposed to just be improv acting, but they published it as a real thing and it cost him his whole career. Now, before diving into the fanfic that EDP tries to craft here like he's working on a fucking Tumblr blog, I do want to make it clear that even though the Cupcake Doomsday sting operation was the apocalypse that brought down the world of EDP, it's far from the only instance of him talking inappropriately and sexually with minors. This was just the only one where they actually caught him in video. You know, this was no longer just blurry photos of Sasquatch or rumors. They finally had him on video, flirting with, and then even going to a physical location to meet someone he believed to be a child. This followed sexually charged conversations as well as inappropriate pictures, including a picture of his poopy in a toilet, an actual shit pic. I make sure to mention that anytime EDP's name comes up because god damn it, that shit is crazy. And following all that, he went to the physical location to meet someone he believed to be a kid, and said the reason he was there was actually because his belly was empty, his tummy was growling for a cupcake, which is why it became known as the Cupcake Incident. But this is just focusing on that video and not any of the other numerous claims and evidence about the way he talked to children and all of that. So let's take it from the top here in the timeline of events. He lays out all the lore, and it dates all the way back to 2019. So he's laying out the goddamn Silmarillion here, preceding the Lord of the Rings events that take place later on. So in 2019, he flew out to Philadelphia for the world premiere of Maybe Next Year, which he was featured in. I suppose this was his acting debut, and that's crucial knowledge here because fast forward to 2021, he received an email from Chet Goldstein, who was the person conducting the investigation on EDP at the time, and he's claiming that in 2021, Chet Goldstein reached out to him, letting him know how impressed he was with EDP's performance in that documentary, saying that he was impressed with his work from Maybe Next Year and wanted to give him a shot for a different part in a film that Chet Goldstein was working on at the time. So he drops a receipt here of an email that basically just echoes that, saying, hey, you know, your work was fucking amazing, can't believe you didn't win an Oscar, would love to have you as part of this next production if you're willing to try out for it, get back to me. EDP responds, ecstatic to take this role. This was really going to blow up his acting career. He confirms an address with him, that it's a Rite Aid location they're meeting at. Chet Goldstein says that, their cameraman will meet them at the Rite Aid parking lot, and it's going to be a random scene that they're going to act out for 30 to 40 minutes to see if he's fit for filming. He says, the scene we may ask you to act out may seem a bit odd and I may crack some jokes and be rude in certain parts of the shoot that may seem offensive to you, but keep in mind, we have a protocol of situations we may throw at you to see how you respond and act in helping us determine if you're fit for the part. If selected for the part for the film we're shooting in Bakersville in October, we'll reach out in 7 to 14 business days for our meeting. Please message me back to confirm this date. So this is his bombshell, shocking revelation plot twist moment where you see Chet Goldstein actually was just wanting me to act, improv to make sure I was, up to snuff here with the role that I'd be required to play for his production. I was under the impression this was all part of the acting, which even upon hearing this excuse is one of the most unbelievable things I've ever heard. No, you remember that incident from 2 years ago. Keep in mind, he's just now posting this 2 years later. I'm guessing this idea came to him in a dream recently to try this garbage. But, why wait 2 years if this is all legitimate? But regardless, all of that pedophile shit, no, that's just because I was a very good actor. I actually fooled all of you. It was acting, but I'm really upset because, I was misled. I was instructed to improv. I had no idea this was going to be the result. But I know what you're thinking, Charles, he posted receipts, he posted emails right there. There's proof, there's evidence to support these outrageous claims. Sometimes reality can be stranger than fiction. And to that I say, I do not like those green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam, I am. These are fucking poorly photoshopped emails that he posts. He couldn't even Photoshop or crop it correctly. Look at Chet Goldstein's name. You can still see some of the black flakes at the top where Chet Goldstein was pasted on top of whatever this email originally was, and none of it's even centered in the first place. It doesn't even convincingly look like real emails. It is awful. It is terribly done. And to go even a step further, I can literally hear EDP's voice in the Chet Goldstein text here. He caps locked respond and act, as if that's supposed to drive the point home, no, look, it's real. This is super real because respond and act. That's a key word. I'm going to have to capitalize that one so that way people know that this is key. It's blatantly fake. These aren't real emails. But you know what? I'm always willing to play ball and suspend disbelief. Let's assume that this is real somehow. And the odds of this being even remotely real are beyond minuscule, incalculably low odds, but let's assume they are. It still doesn't explain away all of his other repeated behavior with the way he talks to minors or anything like that. And it doesn't even explain away the video itself. There's nothing in there that even gets corroborated with these emails he releases. Nothing checks out, even still, with the video itself and the claims he's making. He did an interview with an AI, I guess. I don't really know, but he's doing this interview with some kind of AI interviewer using some kind of fucking voice modulator. And the way he explains it is even more silly.
He had his business card attached to the email.
Okay, and that was shortly after the movie, maybe next year or so. You put kind of 2 and 2 together and everything aligned to this actually being an opportunity for you.
Correct, yes.
Okay, so Chet emails you and tells you to meet him at the apartment complex? I'm sorry, maybe I'm not understanding.
Well, again, the original meetup spot was at the Rite Aid.
In what fucking solar system would someone be so stupid as to get a random email from someone claiming to be a movie producer who just reached out to you with a cold call saying, hey, your fucking performance in this documentary was superb, spectacular stuff. Come meet me at a Rite Aid where I'm going to have you play a child predator. Would you think that that's a good opportunity? So let's assume he didn't know he was going to be acting as a pedophile. The second that they start spitballing this improv at him, okay, so all of these chat logs with this child, you're a pedophile. Why would he play along with it? What opportunity did you think this was? How would portraying a child molester be like this golden goose for you? You are already a successful YouTuber with millions of subscribers, but this was your ticket to the big time? This role you thought you were playing, the role of method acting a fucking pedophile? That makes no sense. That is inexplicably ridiculous.
You know what I mean? And then the camera guy, Javier, he actually walked me over to the apartment complex. So in the fucking email, It was just, boom, right here at the Rite Aid. And then camera guy is the one who walked me over to the apartment complex. This is the first time I ever seen this fucking apartment complex. You know what I mean?
This does absolutely nothing to help proclaim his innocence here. If it was at the Rite Aid or the apartment complex, it doesn't fucking change anything. The clips he's showing, the Rite Aid only comes in the frame when EDP is leaving after they're talking about calling the cops and everything. That is when he is actually, making his grand getaway from this situation. He starts by going up to the apartment complex and then leaves going out by the Rite Aid.
Do you have any indication on what you're walking into, what type of scene you're going to be acting out?
He didn't tell me shit, basically. You know what I mean? He basically just said, hey, we got some chat logs here. We're going to improv this bitch. Go along with it. I'm just like, all right, cool. So... And then again, you know what I mean? It's like, how the fuck was I supposed to know this was a goddamn, how the fuck was I supposed to know that this was a goddamn setup? Like, it's like, you have fucking business cards, you have the official wavelength bullshit, you know what I mean? Motherfuckers is emailing you and shit. It's like, anybody in their right fucking mind would have thought that this was legit.
I speak for every single living, breathing human being on this planet in saying that nobody in their right mind would have thought this is legit. At all. I will suspend disbelief yet again here to just toy around with this idea. Why the fuck would you even improv this kind of scene? Did you want the role of a pedophile? Did you want that to be your acting legacy? The follow-up to your magnum opus performance in maybe next year you wanted to be the child predator? What sense does that fucking make? This is the dumbest defense ever. And he doesn't even do anything to somehow explain away everything he says and does in the video itself. None of this explains any of it. And this fucking email screenshots are fake emails to begin with. The whole thing is so stupid. But it is laughable that he is actually trying this with a straight face. Obviously, this is yet again another desperate attempt to prove that he's never been a child predator, even though there is overwhelming amounts of evidence, even outside of this big video that came from it. There is still so much evidence against him, and really the only reason he never faced jail time is because the investigation was done by YouTubers and not done in collaboration with law enforcement, so he was able to squeak away based on that, which is something that has happened a lot, unfortunately. So it's crazy he's not even in jail, honestly. And he still keeps trying to come back to the internet. Even after all of this time and all of this shit, he still keeps doing ridiculously goofy shit like what you just saw there, with trying to say he's not a pedophile, he was only acting. Wild stuff. I just wanted to give a little update here and share that. That's about it. See ya. It's that time again, that special time of year where EDP tries to make a comeback and find a platform that doesn't immediately ban him for what he's done in his past. It's become an annual tradition now on the internet. EDP's kind of like this reoccurring villain online, kind of like the box ghost from Danny Phantom who shows up in a few episodes here and there and just gets laughed at. That's EDP. Once upon a time, EDP445 was an extremely successful YouTuber with over 2 million subscribers, but then got caught in a pedophile sting operation where he was sexually communicating with someone he believed to be a child, and even went to a physical location to try and meet that child, which led to the infamous piece of internet history where EDP tried to squeak his way out of a sticky situation when he was caught on camera at the physical location that they arranged for him to meet what he believed to be a child. He came up with the genius idea of claiming he was not there to meet a child, but was actually just there for a cupcake. It was an iconic moment that will go down in internet lore, etched into the tablets of time, and that's become his legacy. He was then banned off of YouTube, and every now and then tries to come back to hope that the heat's cooled down enough where he can make yet again a thriving career online. This is like the 5th video I've made about the EDP saga. It's got seasons to it. It's like the longest running series on my channel next to the Moist Meter. It's just wild how often he does these things and the way that he goes about them. But this time it's a little different, and I wasn't even going to make a video talking about it because it's become such a standard normal thing for EDP to try and crawl his way back. It's like that scene in Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull where he locks himself in that refrigerator as the nuclear bomb goes off and then he just gets out and walks away. That's EDP. Like, he comes out, the bomb goes off, where it's like, wait, EDP's back. The guy that did all that pedophile shit? And then he gets banned, he puts himself in the refrigerator, dodging all the nukes, and then comes back another time to try again on another platform. It's been like that for 2 years. He has streamed, he's made content on every platform imaginable. He's probably made a couple videos at your local university's goddamn book club. Like, he is going everywhere to try and make money again online, and it hasn't worked until over the last month on TikTok. Over the last month on TikTok, he made yet another account, and this time he hasn't been banned. In fact, he has over 730,000 followers right now and actively live streams on there to great success. But unfortunately, it seems like this success may have brought out the kitty diddling demon from within EDP once more. He has been accused of grooming a minor. Who could have seen that coming if it's true? You know, shocker. This guy has a history with evidence of him talking sexually to underage fans of his from back in the day, being very inappropriate with them, and then in the most recent one that cost him his whole career, literally saying sexual things about what he'd want to do to someone that he believed was a child, having these sexually charged conversations, sending a picture of his cock, sending a picture of his poop in a toilet bowl, the actual pioneer of shit pics. Like, who could have possibly imagined that on a platform predominantly used by children, he would then once again potentially communicate with children?
You knew what he looked like, right?
Yeah. I was just really trolling him. Like, in the group chat, like, when we made that group chat, we were literally just trolling him. And, like, he just took it too damn far. Like, he started, like, personally, like, DMing me. And, like, saying
he fell for it again.
Fly me out, and he's gonna like nut in me and shit.
So on here it says, "Don't let anyone ever tell you you aren't beautiful. Not even me. You deserve the best. Trust me. If I was in Louisiana, it'd be a beat down your door, smothering you with flowers and hugs. You just better prepare yourself because I'm showering you on the entire world."
That's the corniest shit ever.
This is part of a larger interview from this YouTube channel, Master at Work, and I'll be honest, I've finished watching it, but I'm still a little confused on the specifics of exactly what happened here. The best I can piece together is the girl in the interview was trolling EDP. They had like a group chat together, and while she was underage, was talking to EDP, but then she turned of age, she turned 18, and then EDP got more sexual with their conversations or something like that. I'm not entirely sure on the exact timeline of everything that happened or anything, but overall, it still seems like a very weird situation, at the very least. Assuming, of course, it's all true. There's not 100% irrefutable evidence at the moment here, and I'm sure EDP will latch onto that, claiming that it's all just fake haters trying to bring him down. Because even to this day, he doesn't really acknowledge what happened and what cost him his career. Though on TikTok, he did make a video taking a slow bite of a cupcake, which is the closest he's come to talking about it, and it's really weird that he still leans in to the pedophile stuff. Like, he knows the cupcake is associated with him trying to go to the physical location where he was talking about having sex with someone he believed was a kid, and yet he will openly eat a cupcake, thus tipping his hat to it. He's trying, like, for this level of self-awareness, like, yeah, you guys all know about the pedophile past, so here's that. And now let's talk about the Eagles. It's just so fucking weird. But yeah, I really didn't want to mention EDP again going forward since it's such a normal thing that happens now, like a little natural disaster that blows through with EDP making an account and trying to get popular again somewhere. And somehow it usually works out for him for a brief moment of time where he'll get a lot of followers in a short amount of time, like he has on TikTok. The guy's like a tardigrade, or as you might know it, a water bear, which is like this tiny little micro animal that can survive pretty much everywhere. In a volcano, in space even. Like, somehow EDP always just comes back and tries to find some place to live on the internet no matter how hard the internet tries to push him away. The tenacity is unreal. But yeah, the reason I was talking about it today is because of the accusations that now came out against him, which isn't a surprising thing if all of those accusations are proven true, given his history and his repeated pattern of inappropriately talking to children. The fact that he is now huge on TikTok, which is a platform that is predominantly a child audience, it isn't surprising that he would once again go back to that pattern of behavior that he's demonstrated while he was on YouTube. So yeah, that's the EDP annual update, and that's about it. See ya. Alright, fine. I'll finally address the cupcake in the room. Yes, I know EDP is back on YouTube. It's been about like a week and a half since he rose from the ashes like a phoenix and made a YouTube account again. And since then, people have been emailing me and asking me during streams constantly why I haven't talked about it, why am I not bringing it up. And there's a great reason for that, and it's a pretty simple one. It's because it's not going to last long. This is like my 5th time talking about EDP, so the recap for the last episodes of Dragon Ball Z are going to be really brief this time around. EDP, Eat the Pussy 445, used to be a massive YouTuber, and then he was caught in a Chris Hansen-style sting operation that brought to light messages that he sent to someone he believed to be an underage girl, and then also going out of his way to meet them, which led to the infamous cupcake excuse where he said he wasn't there to meet a child, he was there to get a cupcake. And he also sent pictures of his poop in a toilet bowl to the kid. That part's never as important to the story as the other stuff, but I always like to mention it because I find the shit pics to just be truly innovative. So since that incident, he got banned from YouTube and every other platform that he's applied to, which is pretty much every website on the internet that allows you to sign up with a fucking email address, because he has not only an insatiable appetite for cupcakes, but also internet points. He desperately wants to become a content creator again, so he's tried streaming and posting videos to every obscure platform known to man. I wouldn't be surprised if he tried to launch his own podcast exclusively through Team Fortress 2's voice chat, but no matter how small or unknown the platform is, they always ban him because of his past. But he does always try and come back, like most recently with the YouTube account. He did make a new YouTube account to post videos where he's talking about the Eagles, per usual, and he wasn't banned immediately, so people started panicking. People for some reason thought that YouTube was just gonna let this fly under the radar, which they haven't done any time in the past here, but this time was different. They thought like maybe EDP finally weaseled his way back onto the platform, like there was a handshake between Susan and EDP, like you're forgiven, you're welcome back. Which was obviously never going to be the case. He may not have been banned instantly, but he was going to get banned soon enough. In fact, he is banned currently as of me making this video, and the only evidence I have that he ever even came back is Mudahar's video on it, where he talked about EDP coming back, as well as some other YouTubers, but I think Mudahar had the best video covering the subject. This is the only thing left of his newest channel. It took like a week, I think. A week and some change, maybe. I'm not entirely sure, but it wasn't long. So the reason I didn't talk about it is just because there was no chance this was going to be him coming back to the platform in a big way or anything like that. So what's the point in really like addressing it or driving attention to him? It's just a nothing burger. It's not like his channel was really growing or anything. The only people there were the people that actively follow him to make fun of him every time he tries to come back. And they always alert the platform that he's there. So the proper channels were already notified, it was just a matter of time. And I'm confident in the week that it took YouTube to act, he didn't get any new victims to prey upon. This was just another attempt from EDP to try and post somewhere. It's just kind of like an STD on the internet. He's like a case of herpes that'll flare up every now and then with a new account, but then it goes away after a pretty short amount of time. So again, I haven't been talking about it because I didn't think this would be a problem that would last very long. I thought it would be something that takes care of itself, which it was. There's never going to be a future where EDP actually comes back to the internet. It's just not going to happen. Also, I guess this is just as kind of like a little PSA thing. Not every EDP account that pops up is actually him. This happens with pretty much every banned person anywhere. There's going to be a ton of fake accounts that are reposting content as like new things to make people believe that it's that person that came back. It's just a troll account most of the time. It's already happened with a lot of EDP accounts. Apparently this one really was him though, and it seems like it actually was him. But for the most part, a lot of them are just memes, that people just fucking around. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya. It's only been a couple days since I made the video talking about how EDP445's trying to make a comeback online with his Instagram account and live streaming on every obscure video sharing service imaginable. I swear to God, this guy would start streaming on AIM Instant Messenger if he could. I wouldn't be surprised if he hopped on as a full-time Omegle streamer and just tried to haggle people for money to tell them why the Eagles will win the Super Bowl and also send them pictures of his poop in his toilet. He is finding every possible means of broadcasting himself online in order to try and reclaim his former glory pre-cupcake incident. I'll briefly speedrun his lore again. I think most people already know. More people know about the EDP445 story than Hamlet, but just in case, he was busted last year in a Chris Hansen-style operation where he was fully caught trying to have sexual relations with someone he believed to be a child, and he tried to defend himself by saying, no, look, you got it wrong, you stupid assholes. Actually, I was just here for a cupcake, which is how the whole cupcake meme started. But this was just one in many documented cases of EDP having inappropriate conversations with people he believed to be underage. So as a result, he was banned off pretty much every major platform and hadn't been seen for about 8 months. Occasionally there were theories and possible sightings of EDP445 out in the online cyberspace wild, but it was kind of like pictures of the Loch Ness Monster. People didn't really believe it until it was confirmed recently that he was running an Instagram account and trying to live stream again, and then just yesterday, or 2 days ago now, he fully made his return, WWE style, fucking pyrotechnics going off. He's on TikTok, baby, and he is absolutely exploding on the platform. He's got a video with over 4.4 million views. He's gathered over like 150,000 followers in literally just like less than 48 hours. He's been going viral there. I keep seeing the comment of when the world didn't need him most, he came back, and that's super true. But EDP445 is like a natural disaster. For as long as cupcakes exist in this dimension, EDP445 will also exist too. On TikTok, he's getting tons of support from people welcoming him back with open arms and open asses. They couldn't be more excited. They're just wishing him the best and super happy that he finally returned to take his crown back, king. And it's really sad, but also not surprising, because TikTok has established itself as a platform where child abuse isn't even taken seriously. There's been so many creators on TikTok that have literally been outed for some terrible things, including being predators, including, in certain cases, sexual abuse, and they still have very popular platforms that are still thriving, because TikTok and the TikTok community don't take it seriously. And I think that's mainly because most of them are children themselves. So they're completely naive, and they don't take things like what EDP did or tried to do as serious as they should, which is really fucking awful. EDP was outed for some terrible things, and all of them regarding his behavior with people he believed were underage. So now he's gone to a platform that is primarily consisting of underage audience. That is a recipe for disaster. You have taken a man who would be banned from the majority of elementary schools within like a 5-mile radius, and now you're letting him run for class president of that elementary school because it's on TikTok now. Probably not like the best comparison, but what I'm saying is he is now very popular on a platform that is mainly consisting of younger audience. I'm sure you can see why that's a bit of a problem. Now, EDP, mainly the content he's made on TikTok is Super Bowl related because it had the most virality to it, since the Super Bowl is always highly watched and on TikTok highly discussed. So his channel grew a lot then. And he also made a video about me, which I'll show you quickly. I had to mute the audio because of DMCA issues, but you're really not missing much here. Basically, the words here pretty much describe what's going on. He's since deleted this TikTok, and I think the reason is because he's done everything he can to avoid ever mentioning the cupcake incident. He treats it like Voldemort's name. It just never gets said by him. Anytime it's brought up, the person is banned, and just does everything he can to pretend that it doesn't exist, hoping that he can just write out the controversy and people will forget or stop bringing it up. But this is his legacy. This is what he's known for. He is the cupcake guy. And he knows this, which is why he posted a video trying to be self-aware like, cupcakes, no, I understand what's going on. But that doesn't work with that level of self-awareness when what you're calling attention to is the fact that people know that you tried to have sexual relations with a kid. Like that's the self-awareness isn't like a, oh haha, he gets it, okay, now we can forgive him. It's not like when Darman became self-aware that a lot of the stuff that happens in his videos is goofy and people usually make jokes about it, and he became self-aware and became in on the joke, and that's like, oh, good for Darman, he has a level of self-awareness, I have more respect for that now. It doesn't work in EDP's case because when he calls attention to the cupcake thing, he's acknowledging that he knows he is a sexual predator, and that people know that he is a sexual predator. So the self-awareness doesn't help people have more respect for you. You're still disgusting, and what you did is pretty unforgivable, which is why no community's been welcoming him back onto the platforms, except for TikTok, because it is a platform that is notorious for not giving a shit about the safety of the kids on there. And make no mistake, a lot of the user base is kids, but they don't take it seriously there. There's been so many cases of horrible shit happening on TikTok, and the people that were behind it still doing just fine to this day. So I'm not surprised that EDP found TikTok as a place to call home, and he'll probably continue to do well on that platform, which is extremely sad to say. It really is, but it's just the truth of it. There's a good chance that on TikTok, EDP will thrive, and he'll be able to come back to form, and he'll be able to monetize again, and it's the fucking sad reality of it, because TikTok has a track record of not taking things like what EDP did seriously. And you can see it in his comment section. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of people that are riding on EDP's dick right now, like, yep, this is the good stuff. Finally, EDP's back. Thank you, TikTok. EDP, let's go, EDP for life. You can see it. And it'll probably continue. So obviously, a lot of people, myself included, have a big problem with EDP being back in general, but even more specifically on TikTok, since it's the platform that gives him the most access to kids, which are potential victims to EDP. He has shown multiple times, not just with the apocalyptic cupcake incident, but he has shown prior to that that he will talk to children and engage in very inappropriate behavior and conversations with people that he believes to be underage. So now that he's on a platform that's primarily in that demographic, there's obviously a huge conflict here. So yeah, just wanted to give a whole update on this situation. A lot of people brought this to my attention and definitely thought it was something that needed to be talked about. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. The title's not clickbait. EDP445, the world's biggest cupcake enthusiast, is back. I'm sure you don't need a lore update on who this is. I think his story is more well known than the Bible at this point, but I'll just give you a brief Cliff Notes version anyway. Eat Dat Pussy 445 was a massive YouTuber and last year was outed as a predator and was caught red-handed on his way to meet with a child, or what he thought was a child. And just like the Hamburglar, he got busted and was confronted full-blown Chris Hansen style. And when they brought this to him, like, why are you going to meet this child, huh? You know, they knew he was going to meet this child for relations because they had already set it up, just like in To Catch a Predator. And his defense was, no, I wasn't going to do anything sexual with the kid. I was just here for a cupcake. And then he extended his hand for a fist bump, which was declined. So he's sitting there all fucking sad with his fist out like he just threw down in rock, paper, scissors. And ever since then, he got banned off pretty much every platform on the internet. He literally got Thanos snapped off of the cyberspace, and his name lives in infamy, being synonymous with Predator. However, EDP did not go quietly into the night. He's like the boogeyman who just keeps trying to find his way back online to reclaim what he once had, before he started sending shit pictures to children, literal pictures of his poop in a toilet to a kid, and then trying to have sexual relations with them. He's trying to once again get back to that glory. Now in the last update, we had an incredible YouTuber named SunnyV2 bring us all of the updated New Testament of the EDP Bible, telling us where he's at and what he's doing and how things have been going wrong for him. And to quickly summarize on the last episode of Dragon Ball Z, EDP has tried to hold down another job as like a Lyft driver or Uber Eats, but people found him and recognized him, started clowning on him, and eventually his past made it to the higher-ups at the Lyft and Uber Eats and was fired for it. He's also been extremely irresponsible with his money, so he's been living out of a suitcase at various motels, and people have still found him there and have gotten him kicked out of those motels. I don't know how the fuck they keep finding him. They're like the NSA, and they're tracking EDP at all times. It's like that NORAD Santa tracker, but they're tracking EDP. Who's more closely related to Krampus, because Krampus would steal kids. Kind of like EDP was trying to do with cupcakes, and then having relations with kids. The point is, somehow people keep finding him every time he's going somewhere in the real world or doing something else. And throughout this entire year, he's been going to every platform on the internet trying to reignite an online career. So he's gone to super obscure sites that have live streaming or like video sharing capabilities. Dude would enter Club Penguin as a content creator if it had like live sharing of videos features. He is using everything in acts of desperation to have an online presence again because that's what he was used to. That's where he made all of his money. Before then, he was like a security guard, but now it doesn't seem like he can hold down a job because of everything that came to light about him. It wasn't just this one instance where he was directly busted for being a predator. He had had at least somewhat of a history of this kind of behavior in other circumstances with underage people. So it was a long time coming, and now as a result, he's having a very hard time in the real world and obviously can't really make it back online. However, over the last couple weeks, he has been able to stay unbanned on Instagram. He's had an account for quite some time now that hasn't been banned, whereas all his other ones did. And he started a video sharing live streaming career on something called Bigo, which I don't know anything about. I've never heard of it before, but like I said, this man will literally use anything that has video sharing live streaming capabilities. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets banned on Bigo, he just goes to like the Xbox 360 arcade to play Uno and use like the Xbox Connect webcam to just do live streaming to people playing Uno around on his table. It's fucking baffling. But he hasn't been banned on there, and he's been doing live streams and trying to make money that way. But the live streams are basically him just getting dunked on by the people that still follow him. He's like that clown at the carnival where you pay money to throw a ball to dunk him in some water. So that's where he's like making his living, I think.
OMG, EDP, I'm such a big fan of you. Like, I'm being so serious.
Thank you.
How's life been? Like, why did you come to Big O?
You said what?
Why did you come to Big O?
What the fuck is Big O?
This app.
Oh, you mean Bigo? Oh.
Yeah.
I know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah. Like, you can find some bad bitches on here too, bro. You can find some bad bitches.
Listen, man. I'm cool on that bullshit.
So you don't want bitches, but you want kids?
Block him. He's gone. Get him out.
You fat nasty big ass bitch. Just don't make nasty ass the fuck up. Bitch, you peanut head ass bitch. Bitch, you like touching on little kids. Bitch, you want a cupcake? Bitch, you want a cupcake face nasty big ass bitch. You fat nasty big ass bitch. You finna touch me next? You finna touch me? You finna touch me, you fat nasty big ass bitch? Bitch, you bald head ass bitch. You peanut head ass bitch.
Needless to say, the stream was overwhelmingly successful. The man's been to so many obscure apps and services he couldn't even remember which one he was currently on. His whole, from what I understand, his whole streaming career now is he brings people on and they just insult him. Like, it's like he is literally letting people line up to throw tomatoes at him, you know, as a public humiliation thing, but they have to pay for those tomatoes, so he makes a little bit off of that. That's, at least from what I understand, the whole business model now is just being this human punching bag for people to make fun of publicly. It's so fucking weird. He of course ignores everything that involves the entire cupcake incident, and when it's brought up, he just immediately goes for the block and ban approach, even though he has to know it's coming. So the whole, like, pretending it doesn't exist thing is super useless. It doesn't do anything. So I don't know why he keeps trying it. And his Instagram page is super sad. This is sadder than the ending to Marley and Me. It's just like a high school girl's Facebook status. Like, look at his description. Push through and overcome regardless of circumstance. Bro, you're not some victim of circumstance where you were an innocent guy dealt a bad hand or something. You were the criminal. You went out of your way to flirt and have sexual conversations, attempt to have sexual relations with people you believed to be children. You sent poopy pictures to a girl you thought was like 13. An actual photograph of your fucking turd in a toilet. You said you ate like a greasy pizza and took a fat shit and then proved it by sending this kid a picture of the poop. Like, imagine doing that and then still writing a Facebook status like, if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. It's so unbelievably goofy. And then his actual profile pic here, you know, the Iron Man filter or whatever this is, It's like some kind of, Tony Stark identifying cupcakes, location, targeted. Like, I don't understand at all what the whole vibe of this Instagram page is. It's just random memes, a couple of rants about football, and then he'll say or post some shit like this where he says he doesn't have enough money to afford anything besides hamburger meat, but that's fine, which is just an outright lie because the majority of the pictures on this Instagram page are pictures of him eating food or food that he is eating. And then in his Bigo live streams, he is always snacking on something. It's so fucking weird. His story is like in Harry Potter when Voldemort tried to kill Harry, but the Avada Kedavra spell that he cast when Harry was a baby backfired and blasted him instead, reducing him to this weird amorphous blob that attaches itself to the back of some dude's head in the Sorcerer's Stone and desperately trying to get his full body back. That's EDP. He's this hemorrhoid that keeps attaching itself to the most obscure video sharing services imaginable, desperately trying to return to full form. It makes no fucking sense why he doesn't just move on from the internet. It's clearly not going to work. Like, I've said this before, but the best thing for EDP and for children is if EDP just voluntarily goes to jail at this point. Like, at least then people wouldn't be tracking him down anymore out in the wild like it's a fucking Pokemon hunt. He'd be able to get meals because apparently he's been struggling with finding food, which I still think is an outright lie since every instance of EDP being spotted has him with food, like snacking on livestream or his Instagram showcasing a bunch of food that I imagine he's eating. But who knows, maybe I'm wrong and that's just like emergency food that he had stored in an underground bunker that he's tapping into and it's running out of supply. But again, I really think, unironically, the best thing EDP can do for himself and for the safety of cupcakes and kids everywhere is just to go to jail himself. Spend some years in there, he'd probably lose weight by the end of it, grow out a beard, people wouldn't recognize you, then you could find another job somewhere and just stay there and not go back to the internet. He was on YouTube for the better part of like 10 years or something, so he was obviously very used to it and accustomed to it. And when it was gone, he hasn't known what to do since. The whole fucking situation is so entirely goofy, and I just wanted to give yet another update to it because it is constantly evolving somehow. It's fucking baffling, but yeah, anyway, that's about it. See ya. What better way to kick off the new year like looking backwards to the magical year of 2021? Let's take you back to the past to talk about a man who loved ass and cupcakes. I'm talking about EDP445. For those that don't remember, EDP445 was a massive YouTuber who in early 2021 got caught by a group of predator hunters for trying to have sex with a child. He got Chris Hansened and then recorded at the scene of the crime where he defended himself by saying he wasn't actually there to fuck a child, he was just there for some cupcakes. And that kind of became his entire legacy. He's like the cupcake demon. Kind of like how the boogeyman was invented to scare kids into eating their vegetables. EDP is that cryptid, but for cupcakes. Like, hey, you better finish that cupcake. Your grandmother worked hard on it. If you don't, EDP's going to climb through your window tonight and talk to you about the Eagles or some shit. So his whole thing now is he's been disgraced and banned everywhere on the internet. And I can't even begin to tell you the entire lore. This was probably one of the wildest stories I've ever actually seen in real time on YouTube. It just had so many twists and turns. There's a fucking crazy chapter in this whole thing where EDP sent a picture of his poop in a toilet to the kid. He like said, I ate a greasy pizza and took a fat shit and then dropped a picture of his shit in the toilet bowl to them. It was a nutty ride. But anyway, since then, it's been radio silence for about 8 months. No one's really known what's happened to him. There's been tons of rumors, of course, that would start like he's in jail or, he's running for governor now, or he went to space and now he's a space pedophile, just all kinds of things with no evidence. And last night on stream, chat made me aware of a new video that had an update with accurate information and a breakdown of the EDP story and where he is today. So I watched it last night on stream. That's twitch.tv/moistcritical. I stream every day. I'd love to see you there. I'll put the link in the description. Just please come on, swing by. I'm probably streaming right now. So I'll go ahead and play that for you now, and then I'm going to go over a bit more afterwards because I've done a little more research this morning on the situation. But just be aware that in the clips here, last night was New Year's, so there's a lot of fireworks going off in the background, so that's that banging that you keep hearing. Chat kept thinking I was kicking my desk, which confuses me because it's not like my desk is made out of nitroglycerin. It's not going to make like that kind of massive bang. So yeah, just a quick heads up there. The EDP445 video we're watching comes from YouTuber SunnyV2, who did a great job of researching the topic and getting all of the information out there. Okay, let's check on the EDP situation. Apparently he got arrested and went to jail, but this would be the first I've heard of that. So, let's see.
EDP445 has been fired from 3 different jobs over the last couple of weeks as a result of people exposing his employment to TikTok.
What? Wait, really? Hold on, I didn't get a chance to read that Reddit thread. Did he actually try... Did he actually try and work at Chuck E. Cheese? There's no chance. Again, for those that don't know, EDP was the YouTuber who got exposed for being a pedophile or whatever, talking to kids and shit. He's most known for like the fist bump he tried to get from the predator catchers, as well as saying he was just there for a cupcake, even though there's like tons and tons of DMs of him confirming he was going to go there to try and fuck a kid. And then apparently now he's been fired 3 times, and one of the places was Chuck E. Cheese. I genuinely don't believe that.
From a few different properties, and he's now living out of a suitcase in a couple of unconventional crappy locations.
He had like 3 million subs. How is he out of money?
Update in the EDP445 tragedy is that
did he give it all to a 13-year-old or something?
One of his former YouTube 445 was caught in 4K on his way to pick up a cupcake. The topic was covered by almost everyone in the commentary community.
I'm sure by now many of you. Hey, let's go! EDP445 situation.
Creators who supported him in the past, such as Some Ordinary Gamers, would
Let's
upload a
go!
video titled
We did that on stream.
needs to be arrested
That was a
immediately.
wild
Why
stream.
has EDP been dropping hard? Because EDP is an individual that actually got Chris Hansen.
And after it was revealed of his banning, EDP was exactly 30 years old.
I like how it's being called the cupcake event.
When he was 19 years old. So the 179 million views deleted in the process meant that his entire portfolio of work completed in his 20s, 10 plus years worth of labor, was wiped out quite literally overnight. One mistake was all it took for YouTube to decide that EDP445...
It wasn't one mistake though, right? As he mentioned, there was a history of mistakes, but this was the biggest. Charlie from 24 Hours in the Future. I decided to look into the other cases because, as mentioned in the video, there was a lot of previous allegations, even before this one, of EDP engaging with minors in inappropriate manner. So I looked into all of those, and for about a full year, a lot of evidence was surfacing that EDP kept flirting with and trying to hook up with underage fans. But somehow, for all of 2020, it all kind of flew under the radar and wasn't made a big deal. And it's not because he did a good job of defending himself, like his defense wasn't bulletproof or anything. He's no Saul Goodman. When it was brought to light a few times during live streams, all he said was, a bunch of no-life, no-pussy-getting motherfuckers kept pretending to be girls, and my dumb ass fell for it. And that's it. Like, that's how he brushed it off. He basically just confirmed, like, yep, I've been talking to people I believed were underage girls. And then that was it. That's where it stopped. So I'm surprised it wasn't a bigger deal before this investigation, but this was definitely the most thorough with the most evidence and actually going there in person and catching him in 4K. But I'm just shocked that it took this long with all of these allegations out there. So, as mentioned in the video, it was not just this one mistake. He had an entire history of doing this kind of shit.
Vimeo account was deleted, another income stream had gone up in smoke. EDP445 then attempted to switch to Facebook. However, after gaining 6,000 followers...
Yeah, so that was real? That was really his page?
The same story over on Instagram.
Someone told us... Well, not someone. A bunch of people told us he made a Facebook page after the cupcake event. And I didn't believe it, because when you went to the Facebook page, like, one of the only things there was, like... what was it again? It was... Oh, God damn it. We watched the video. It was some, like, really goofy video. I think it was even just talking about football or something, and then he casually mentioned he wasn't a pedophile while talking about football. He's like, yeah, the Eagles are going to go all the way this year, not a pedophile. Yeah, I just really have a whole lot of faith in the Eagles. Or they're going to fly. I thought for sure that was, like, a joke Facebook page, but I guess it's real? Yeah, no, that was after Cupcake event. So, on the EDP timeline, there's BC, which is before Cupcake, and then AC after Cupcake, and this was AC with the Facebook page. It really seemed fake, but I guess not.
He planned on making his own website to which he would continue posting.
That was real too?
EDP445 announced over on Facebook that he will be making his grand return to the internet with his own website to return to his old video.
Man, EDP445.com. It's coming soon. Been about like a week, maybe 2
No
weeks
fucking way. That was
445.
again. So we've been in this lore for a minute, playing in the pig pen with all this exposition here in real time. The website, I also was told, was previous clips from older videos where he mentioned wanting to start a website. This was not after the cupcake tragedy, but I guess that was inaccurate. So he really, after getting banned everywhere, tried to make the EDP website. I don't know what the fuck would be on there besides, like, I don't know, baking recipes or some shit and then talking about the Eagles. But, man, my God. I guess all of that was real, and I was making fun of people who told me about it, saying, like, you're too gullible. No, I'm the idiot. Oh, yeah, I guess he could post shit pictures on his website, too, which is cool. Kind of like a new modern-day Rate My Poo, if anyone remembers that from the early internet. Rate My Poo was kind of lit. It was just this community project where a bunch of people would take pictures of their shit in the toilet bowl, and then you'd have a star system and give it a 1 out of 10. And then you'd get to the next piece of poop. It was pretty cool. That was big back in the Gears of War day. People would often like disguise the Rate My Poo link as something else and send it to people in the community to get them to rate shit pics.
In spite of how much of a scumbag EDP445 truly was, you have to give him credit for sheer determination, because he then began to upload videos on another third-party website called 3Speak TV, where his account would be met with the same fate. It was banned.
What is
He wrote,
3Speak?
for some reason, my channel was deleted. I don't have a clue what's going on. I didn't violate any guideline. Can you please tell me what's going on? EDP.
That just sounds like some kind of student server. Like a university project.
From each and every 5's profile.
Bro went from wanting cupcakes to driving for Lyft.
And his position.
Goddamn, man. Why? Like, even after all of this, he is still taking these pictures. This looks like a predator. Why? Just take a normal fucking picture.
Driving for Lyft.
And his position as a driver would subsequently be removed by the company. The situation would promote Reddit discussion, with one post stating EDP as a Lyft driver, how the mighty have fallen, which received commenting to a very basic unconfirmed source. EDP also apparently applied at Chuck E. Cheese.
Okay, so that is definitely a lie.
Didn't seem to get the position. EDP445 no
so that was
longer
definitely a fucking lie.
Make money online or in. The strange part about this is that when you try and search the court register from the Reddit post by typing in his name, Bryant Moreland, it now states that there are no results found, possibly indicating that EDP445's name change has been successful and he's no longer.
Oh my God.
Moreland.
As you can see,
He could be anywhere now.
Moreland Bryant. Submit. No results.
He could be anyone.
The problem with this, as outlined by the EDP445 subreddit,
imagine he just changed his name to like
spot. This idiot
Borland Myrant.
He will be spotted everywhere no matter
constant harassment the property owner has been getting.
Since then, EDP has been living out of a suitcase at various hotels. However, even then, his detractors have been going around trying to get him kicked out of wherever he happens.
How are they finding him?
Everyone in here.
What?
I will be more than happy to let them know. Thank you very much.
It's like when Shia LaBeouf put a flag in the middle of bumblefuck nowhere, and people on 4chan found it using star constellations and airplane routes. They're finding EDP in his suitcase across the country. A global game of Where's Waldo. They're passing out flyers and shit. Oh my God.
Less than a month ago, on the 3rd of December 2021, he'd uploaded a video titled, Is EDP445 in Jail? In this video, Felipe explained that while out having dinner, he'd get a call from a private number, stating that it was EDP445, who was being held at the Henderson, Nevada Detention Center.
So the third time I picked up, I was like, hello? And it said, yes, because I was like, I was just curious to see, like, holy shit, like, he got arrested, like, wow,
The issue is the only evidence that he's able to provide is 4 no-caller ID calls on his iPhone, which isn't exactly rock-solid evidence to say the least, and Felipe's character is suspect at best. He only gets views when he talks about EDP445, and without EDP on the internet to defend himself, anyone can say anything. Additionally, if EDP did successfully change where Henderson is, Kern County, which is where Bakersfield is, and Manatee County, which is where Bradenton, Florida is, which said that he was connected to online, no Bryant Moreland is in any of those prisons. In the end, it doesn't really.
That was pretty fucking interesting. Jesus. Yeah, I think there's a 0% chance he's in jail for what it's worth. Almost every single time when there's like a vigilante predator hunter that exposes a predator, the law enforcement throws out the case pretty much on the spot. The shit very rarely leads to like incarceration for the people that they catch. It's only in really rare circumstances. Like even that PlayStation guy that got fired from PlayStation for being outed, he's not arrested or anything. But I mean, even still, it worked really well here. EDP lost every platform that he could use to prey on children, so overall, net positive. Even if he's not in jail, like the video mentioned at the end, his life is kind of like a perpetual fucking jail, because people are still hunting him, I suppose. Still locating him. So, where does that put us in the Eat the Pussy 445 universe? Where is he now? What's true and what's false? From everything I've been able to gather online, what's true is he has not been able to hold a job because people keep making the companies aware of his past, so they let him go. He has been evicted from the places he's tried to stay. He is struggling with money, which absolutely blows my mind, because at 2 million subs and the amount of money that he'd be making at 2 million subs, he should have been set for life, so he must have a problem with spending money. Even though a lot of his content would get demonetized, he'd still have plenty, because demonetized content still makes money, and it's not negligible amounts of money. So those are all true. What is also true is he attempted to change his name, but what's unknown is whether or not that was successful. It seems like his name change has been successful, however, can't confirm nor deny that. And what also seems to be false is the claim that he's in jail. There's no real evidence to say that he's in jail. It just sounds made up, like the Tooth Fairy or some shit. The only source that says that is that YouTuber, and as mentioned in the video, he has incentive to like make EDP content and say things like that because it gets him views, so it's not the most reliable, and he didn't provide very good evidence or proof for it. It is also true he's been banned on every platform the internet has ever had, it seems. He's tried everywhere, so he's banned on like Facebook, Instagram, 3Speak, Cameo, fucking any website you could possibly imagine he's banned from. Club Penguin, Wizard 101, Discord, probably. I mean, God only knows. He's tried everywhere in order to try and get back on the internet, and it hasn't worked at all. Every platform immediately gets rid of him. So yeah, that's the full update on the Eat the Pussy 445 story. I just wanted to revisit this since this video was recently posted, and it's a story we followed from the very get-go. And yeah, that's about it. See ya. It's time once again for me to hop into the swamp and talk about one of the grossest bits of drama YouTube has seen in quite some time, with the EDP 445 situation. Last week I made a whole video going over everything, no stone left unturned. I was putting my cock into every briefcase full of information I could find, and now today, only a week later, a lot more has happened, and there's a lot of things that I'd like to follow up on and kind of update, because I streamed all of this, and if you missed the stream, you fucked up, big mistake, you're missing out. And so when I did that, it was still like a developing story, and now we're reaching like the conclusion here, the end of the manga. So I just wanted to go over this because it is a crazy story. The EDP 445 situation is like going to a water park, but all of the water has been exchanged for sewage instead. It's fucking gross and yucky, but it's also kind of a wild ride. Before I get into it though, there's something I want to mention. It's unrelated to all this. Today I'm doing a big charity stream for a charity I'm very passionate about called Cure Rare Disease. It's going to be a massive art stream, so if you want to see more masterpieces like this being made for charity, please tune in. It's at twitch.tv/moistcritical. It'll be going on when this video goes up and will be happening for most of the night, so please feel free to stop by. The link's in the description. I'll just hit you real quick with a brief plot summary here. EDP 445 was a massive YouTuber who got Chris Hansened by another group online called Predator Poachers. They pretended to be a 13-year-old girl who hit up EDP, and then the conversation got all sexual, and eventually they got him to try and meet with a 13-year-old girl, and that's when they really caught him in 4K. And there's a lot more to it, obviously. Like, there's even an entire saga here in the anime where EDP sent pictures of his shit, his actual shit, in a toilet bowl. He sent pictures of that to the 13-year-old girl. Not that that's like super crucial in the story or anything. Like, you know, the FBI is not going to see those shit pictures and be like, well, we fucking got him now. You know, we weren't going to press charges till we saw this awful loaf of shit in the toilet. But it's something that I find to just be so weird and wacky that I can't help but mention it every time I hear or talk about the EDP story. Because I've never even heard of someone like sending shit pics. He also does send dick pics too. He plays by the meta, but the shit pics was truly something innovative. But anyway, that's basically just the story. YouTuber gets Chris Hansen and gets caught as a pedophile in a sting operation here by the predator poachers. And in most cases, you would expect the person behind this to be someone good looking to do something great for the community, like they did a great act catching a bad person. So you would expect most people would be patting them on the back, you know, patting them on the ass, telling them good game. But you can't really do that for the guy behind Predator Poachers. His name is Alex. And since this big bust, a lot has come out about Alex. It's a lot of awful fucking shit. Half of it I can't even begin to show on YouTube because it is really deplorable stuff. Basically what happened is the Spider-Man meme where both Spider-Men are pointing at each other, but in real life. It was like a cliche scene from an action movie right before the villain dies. He's like, I'm taking you with me. That's what happened. So they bust EDP, but then Alex gets busted as well. Tons of clips surfaced from Alex where he was being extremely racist, dropping the N-word, hard R, homophobia. He was being really creepy to a decoy, asking them to do stuff for him, claiming it was a predator asking. It was really unsettling, disturbing, gross shit. He'd also make jokes about having children in his basement that he fucks. Like, he's a weird, gross fucking guy. And since all of this came out and the story blew up, EDP445 has been banned off YouTube, and Chet Goldstein has been banned off YouTube. Chet Goldstein was the channel that Alex would use from Predator Poachers for all of the content, and it's unclear whether or not he was banned for all the racism that was on the channel, or really what he was banned for. If I had to spitball a guess, it would probably be all of the fucking racist shit that came out, and a lot of it was on the Chet Goldstein channel. That would be my guess. But I know when I mentioned this during the initial video, a lot of people were mad at me for saying just because the guy behind it's a bad guy doesn't discredit the investigation or the work. And I never said it did. You're just actual stupid brain to think that because this guy is bad, I am now all of a sudden defending EDP. Nobody's doing that. EDP's bad, and so are the people behind it. It was a good thing done by shitty people. It happens. You can still point out the shitty people while still acknowledging the good thing. I don't know why all of a sudden that was controversial to say. And it's still controversial. Like when people point out how awful of a person Chet Goldstein was, people often get met with angry comments saying, who cares? Doesn't matter. Being racist isn't as bad as being a pedophile. But I mean, they're both bad, so you can still point them out as bad. Like, you're just fucking dumb. Anyway, let me show you some of the clips, because people were also downplaying the severity of how awful this Chet Goldstein Alex guy was. So let me just show you a little bit. Highly censored, though, because this kind of shit is awful.
Dude, you can't say fucking live stream. It's bad. Dude, then you're gonna get offended and report us. Oh, you're right. What the fuck is wrong with you? This guy just said racist creep. Where are you, black? Yeah. It's probably a fucking angry or something. Oh, you're right. I don't want to eat anything right now. What the fuck, racist for real? I have a 3-year-old in my basement that's like lacking vitamin D. I provide her with plenty of D, just not the vitamin part.
Oh no, that's not good either.
Oh, really?
Not if it's a child.
Well, I was tired of being a virgin, so what the fuck?
Wow.
Yeah. Fucking Nick. Oh shit, I said that in front of 216 people.
Yeah, the guy fucking sucks ass. Like, he's not a good person. He did a good thing, but he's not a good person. You can point out the good thing and also point out that the person is bad. It's not one or the other. It can be both. EDP's bad. Chet Goldstein, Alex, Predator Poachers Alex is bad. Now, there is one thing I'd also like to set the record straight on. The guy that was with Alex when they busted EDP on camera, the guy that was wearing the mask, he is not associated with Alex. That is a completely different person named CC Unit. He is not, like, affiliated with Alex and his shit. He doesn't like sign off on it or anything from everything I've seen from the guy. He just happened to collaborate with them on this case, and unfortunately, like a porta potty being rocked back and forth, got caught in the crossfire of shit. Which is unfortunate because, I mean, he was probably a good guy and probably had good intentions. He's been doing this for a lot of years from what I can tell. Whereas Alex was just looking to capitalize and make money off it. He was pumping merch through it. When you went to the website, all it was payment plans for like Predator Poacher merch, and him saying he'll come to your city to do like a stand-up routine and put like a finger in his butthole, smell it, and laugh. Like, all Alex wanted was money out of it, and he got like 100,000 subs. He wouldn't even post the video till it got fully monetized. But CC Unit is not affiliated with that. He's completely separate and just happened to be there and collab with him on the day that they busted EDP. So I actually really do feel bad for that guy, assuming that he doesn't have a past like Alex, but from what I've seen, he does seem to just genuinely want to help make the community a better place. Now, don't pump those brakes yet, because this ride is still going. You can't get the fuck out of here. This is Mr. Bones' wild ride. This is a never-ending adventure here. The biggest development is absolutely the authorities getting involved and saying that they are going to look into the case. But they also acknowledge that it could be a bit difficult given that this is not a very well conducted investigation by people that are less than professional, which is a remarkable understatement. Calling Alex less than professional is like calling a shotgun blast to the chest a minor boo-boo. It just doesn't really do it justice. It doesn't really capture the magnitude of the statement. Now, in the initial video, I showed you a couple different examples. One where the predator poachers made it much more difficult for authorities to move in and actually apprehend a pedophile. They said that the investigation was so bad that they couldn't really sanitize it and use it, and it just made it a lot harder for them to actually get charges against the predator. So we've seen examples where the vigilante predator hunters are really counterproductive to getting a pedophile behind bars, but then in the same video I also showed you an example where they were successful and helpful in getting a predator put away for at least a small length of time. So there's really no way to know where this is going to fall, if it's going to be like this investigation just fucked the case in the ass and now all of a sudden EDP isn't going to face any charges, or if this was actually helpful to the case. Overall, like I said in the last video, I think them going public with it isn't inherently a bad thing. Even if they were just trying to use this as like a spectacle for views and money, bringing it to the public eye was probably the right call regardless, because he was a public figure with a public platform using that platform to prey on kids. So coming public and getting that platform removed from him absolutely was the right call to combating this case in particular. But whether or not that's going to make it harder for authorities to actually put him in jail is what we're going to have to wait to find out. All I know for sure is there are no heroes in this story, but there was a good act done by a bad person. And what a fucking crazy week on YouTube it's been from all this shit. Actually, probably one of the like wildest things I've seen on the platform. And yeah, I just wanted to do a little follow-up to it. I don't know if we'll hear any more about EDP and all this, because I imagine from this point forward it's going to be between him and the authorities. So it probably won't be any more like public drama stuff on EDP, but who knows. Anyway, just wanted to follow this up, and yeah, that's about it. See ya. I'm sure by now many of you have at least heard of the EDP 445 situation. That sounds like some kind of fucking Call of Duty Zombies Easter egg, but for those that don't know, EDP 445 stands for Eat That Pussy. He was a big YouTuber. He had a huge online presence, and this week he was accused, and with a lot of evidence backing it, of being a pedophile. And with video evidence, him showing up to a meeting place where he believed he was meeting with a 13-year-old that was actually set up in very similar style to like a Chris Hansen investigation by a YouTuber, Predator Poachers. That name actually is shared by other people who hunt predators, but today this was done by one person, or one group in particular, and that person, the big face behind it, is not a good person at all. And that's why I wanted to do this little intro here, because I want to make it clear that there's no heroes in this story. You can't root for the person behind the investigation of EDP. They did a good thing, but they're a shit person. The main guy behind Predator Poacher has had a lot come out about him recently, showing his prank calls to a BLM hotline where he just says the N-word. He said the N-word, hard R, multiple times. Believes he's like an edgy troll, but his trolling is just saying the N-word. epic prank, and he's just not someone that I can really appreciate the work of. But he and his group were the ones that broke this story on EDP, who is a very bad person as well, who, with all of this evidence coming forward, which is pretty damning, have put together this whole case against EDP 445. And today I watched it all on Twitch, streamed it with the community so that way we could all be caught up on the internet lore together. I've heard it's really bad. So yeah, the general gist of it, EDP 445, a huge YouTuber, very popular YouTuber. I personally wasn't super familiar with his work. I'd always heard his name though. Stands for Eat the Pussy 445. So this came out a day ago, which was to hype this up. I think this is only reading text messages, and this is when he actually showed up. This is the only thing I've seen. This guy has a fucked up past. Like, even on this channel, apparently some videos that are still up from streams where he'd call BLM and drop the N-word to them or something. Like, he'd call organizations supporting BLM and just start dropping the N-word or some shit. Like, this guy is not a good guy.
So, everybody go subscribe right now. Go subscribe. And if you want to see the full chat messages...
I'm sorry to interrupt again. Another thing, the reason this video took so long for them to put out is because he wanted to wait for it to get full monetization. So that's why he kept hyping it up, and the reason why he kept pushing it back, because it wouldn't get full ads on it. So this guy's kind of a real piece of shit, if I'm being honest. Like, he does a good thing in the worst possible way.
And show interest.
Who starts a conversation like that?
You're old, so...
What?
Bit of talk.
Dropped a mean ass shit. Man, they say fucking chivalry is dead. This guy is suave. Now that is how you flirt. That's a good line for Tinder, I'd say. If you guys need any help on like your game, take notes from EDP. Dropped a mean ass shit. And then send an audio message. Do I have to go to the other ones in order to... He sent a picture of his shit? No fucking... Alright, hold on. Does this... We're gonna have to keep going back and forth. This is gonna be like an MLA formatted fucking research paper here with citations. For these text messages, if I want to see them uncensored, do I have to go to this stream?
For more people to...
So do I have to like cross-reference the uncensored versions with the stream here? I can't show a picture of literal shit on Twitch, but I need to confirm whether or not he sent a shit pic. That's very bold. Just ordered some pizza, about to fuck this shit up. Pizza sounds good. Hell yeah, I'm about to annihilate that shit. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Oh! He sent a picture of his shit! Dropped a mean ass shit, and it's a full loaf. This man, he's sending shit pics. And that is not a healthy shit. That's very runny. There's no solid foundation of the stool. That is alarming, considering he just annihilated a pepperoni chicken pizza. He also sent his dick. Yeah, but that's not nearly as cool as a shit pic. EDP was breaking new grounds. They were only just starting to talk. It had been 2 days, I think. And then he hits her with, drop a mean ass shit, and then sends a picture of his toilet bowl with poopy in it. Yeah, I'd show the other video, but I'm worried of how many pictures of shit he might have sent. Like, what the fuck is this? Hi, how are you? Good, how are you? Good, just having lunch. What did you eat? Tacos. That's cool, what are you doing? Just got done beating my shit. Now watching YouTube. Oh yeah, I just had some tacos. Also just beat the fuck out of my cock. What are you doing? Yeah, he sent a picture of his actual unedited shit. He didn't even put like a cute little emoji over it, so I'm a little concerned to show it. I think we're right here. How is this possible? I just went to a random point in here. How is the bathroom trip going? Going great. I'm fucking this bitch up. What the fuck? Are you sure he only sends one shit pic? Like, it seems like that's all they talked about was him shitting. I went a little too far. I skipped ahead in the lore. I was at 14 minutes, not 20. But I accidentally spoiled chapter 2 here, it seems. I like this part. Relax, I'm not a weirdo or anything. When literally 5 days ago he sent a picture of his actual shit in a toilet. No, we're doing both videos. The only reason I'm going back and forth is because these are censored and I want to understand how we got here. Oh, he seems bothered that she's 13, but then for some reason continues to talk. Oh, okay, here we go. So he has like a realization here. Not enough to go to jail over. Okay. So how does he continue to like fall for this then? I was eating a corn dog today and the bitch burned the roof of my mouth. I spit that shit out so fast. Alright. Just a little PSA, don't take pictures like this. These kind of pics just never really work. It's just kind of a weird pic. Make sure you get some good flattering angles. You don't need to put like a ton of thought into it, but just enough to know where it doesn't look like you're crawling under someone's bed. Where are you ticklish? On my back and stomach. If you ever want something from me, and you want it, the easiest way would be to tickle me. Okay. I hope you don't tickle me, that's my weakness. If EDP was a boss battle, tickling would be his weak spot. That'd be your DPS phase. One of these days, I'm gonna surprise you, put my hands over your eyes and be like, guess who? That's like the worst surprise ever. That'd be like the last way I'd want to be introduced to somebody. Ugh, this is so fucking weird. Want your first kiss to be enjoyable. This really does remind me of To Catch a Predator, like the chat logs that they'd show. So he was like super into nibbling on her ear and being tickled and shit. Started talking about sex, and then here he had a realization like, that's fucking illegal and wrong and bad. And now we're caught up. No, we're not. Oh my god, this is still not it. Cute little fingers. Oh, how did this... Okay, what? How did this happen? Literally, like 10 messages ago, he's like, this is bad. Can't do it. We can be friends. Cute fingers, by the way. So you want to have sex? I can go easy, of course. Wait. Nah, EDP doesn't go easy. He goes ultra nightmare mode. There's no slowing down there. Man's just a fucking machine. I honestly enjoy doing what my YouTube name says. Eating the pussy. Yeah. Munching down on those beef curtains, baby! Yeah, there you go, EDP. What's the 445? Just a random number I chose, nothing to the meaning. Definitely has meaning now. I think the 445 absolutely has meaning. The amount of years he'll spend in jail. Well, probably not. You guys, I didn't know this. I learned this the other day. You guys remember Jared Fogle? The guy who had like 15 quadrillion quadruple bytes worth of child porn on his computer, as well as like openly admitting to abusing kids. You know he only got 13 years in jail? Did you know that? I thought he got life imprisonment. This man had so much child porn they had to invent a new way of measuring how much he had. And he only got 13 years in jail. This had to be like a full-time job texting this guy. Putting in 9 to 5 hours here on the text messenger. Can't wait to hug you and kiss you. On the lips. On the cheek. On the neck. And I'd kiss and taste you down there. The vagina. The old vagina. Man, EDP really does just have a way with words. I love to kiss and lick the top of the foot. I love the toes, actually. Huh. So I can lick and suck your boobs. Pretty incredible. How does it feel? Pretty incredible, to be honest. The nipples get hard and really sensitive. I'm telling you, this is a lie. EDP went full fanfic here. He didn't fuck a school teacher. He didn't suckle on her nipples. This doesn't sound like anything a school teacher would say. I'm gonna know more about EDP's fucking life than his therapist does. There's so many text messages. For a virgin, the vagina is tight. Oh, here we go. Getting a health ed course from EDP, the man who just sent a picture of his shit. Basically, when intercourse happens, the penis is stretching open the vagina and forcing those muscles to temporarily stretch apart from one another. That's where the pain comes from. Ah, yes. She should have quizzed him. And what exactly does the potassium pump do in the body, EDP? You seem very knowledgeable on anatomy and physiology. Can you complete my homework? You used the wrong form of your, EDP. Some teacher you are. Your body is full of excitement and anticipation. You're wrong, your again. Your body, I'd anticipating the sex. Poetic. Shakespearean, in fact. I also like roleplay. Hey, that's where you dress up and pretend to be Chris Hansen arresting me. It's a big fetish. Babe, 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 babe. My cute ass little baby girl. How many days have passed since he said, we can only be friends. This is illegal. This is bad. This will fuck me up if it ever got out. I can't do this. And then he immediately goes into, babe, 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 let me suckle your nipples. Man, he really knows what to say. I ran out of toilet paper while taking a shit at the auntie's house. Hey, now I'm starting to get a little hot and bothered if I'm being honest. This guy's just smooth. The amount of times he's told me about his shits that he's taken, sent me a picture of his shit, how can I not start to fall in love, you know what I mean? Such a sassy little shit. I love it. Come to your house, climb through your window, and kiss your cute ass passionately. That's the only solution. Alright, climbing in like the tooth fairy, but instead of leaving money under the pillow, he leaves a little kiss. A little nibble on the ear. Maybe suckle on the toes a bit. Whoa, what the fuck? Handcuff you, throw you in the back of my car, and bring you back to my dungeon. That got really intense super quick. What's brewing? If I'm being honest, it's that I can't wait to feel how tight your vagina is. Cock is really hard. That's how it gets when guys get horny. Ugh. He's really gone in hard now. He's fucking firing in the turbo boosters here. Before it was like, oh, I can't wait to just put my hands over your eyes and say, hello, surprise. Right into, fucking how tight is that pussy? My rock hard dick is about to burst. Ugh, you even have me jerking off. Damn you. He's shaking his fist in the air while he's jerking off. And God damn you. Fuck. Why have you done this? Oh, okay, hold on. I just read that. Let me just make sure there's nothing there. Hold on. I'm not taking any chances here. Oh, he actually sent his cock. Oh, God. What is happening? He's going wild in the text messages now. Fuck. He's busted nuts twice in a single text string? Lord. I'm gonna come. I'm gonna send it on Instagram. It's not letting me send videos here. What the fuck? That's cum, babe. I hope he, like, came into a glass or something, or like a petri dish and stirs it around like a whole lesson. Ah, madame, this is splooge. Also known as semen. Many other names. Basically, whenever it feels so good to the point where I can't take it anymore, that's what happens, yes, the milk, the cream. Holy shit. You weren't kidding, this is really, like, fucking bad. And then the fact that he actually shows up, this is actually horrible. Oh no! He's becoming self-aware! He starts to recognize, like, shit, these could actually be screenshotted. Oh, and then from that concern, immediately back into, like, playing the health teacher. I know your body is growing and starting to develop. That's why I agreed to this. I want to be your first little cute ass. Want to bend you over my table and oh! Just want to throw you on my bed and lick you up. Oh! What the fuck? This is worse than like 50 Shades of Grey writing, and that shit's horrible. They unironically use the term like sodden panties in that book. What do you think about that? I like that conclusion, as if you just dropped the mic. Yes, I want to fuck your fucking butthole. I want to butt fuck your pussy. So what do you think? Will you invest in my company? Like it's Shark Tank? That's probably the face he made when he went to meet her in person, and it was just two dudes with a camera. That's probably the exact face he wore right there. That's like a YouTube shocked thumbnail. Of course, real vaginas don't produce lube. Is he a virgin? It's not like vaginas are just dry. It's not like sticking your cock into, like, sandpaper. Maybe he just means, like, it doesn't produce Astroglide or something, like a specific lube brand. Like, they don't have, like, it's not like Spider-Man's webs, like in The Amazing Spider-Man, where you have to, like, put new web slingers in there for vaginal lube. But vaginas actually do get lubricated themselves. They're like a self-lubricating apparatus, really. Kiss your daddy goodnight. Sleep tight, princess. So this is when he finally started to believe this could all be a fucking setup. As if there wasn't an entire fucking 3 seasons of an extremely popular show all about this exact same thing. Even being fully aware of this very real possibility. Literally for like the 10,000th time in this conversation. Yeah, I guess every time he busted a nut, he started to realize this could all be fucking fake and a setup. But then after post-nut clarity faded away, he went right back to the, let me suck your fucking toes and take a shit.
Here, he doesn't want to be. Let's go have a talk. How about on that bench right there? Okay.
Can we give him a lav mic so we get better audio? Let's really go in here. Put this on, EDP.
Coming out here to...
Glasses off.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake and then go back home.
Oh, okay.
There was...
Do they sell cupcakes in this driveway?
Oh, okay. So you should title a video instead of, your video almost threw hands with a 13-year-old. You should title your video almost hands with a 13-year-old. I think that'll get a lot of hits, EDP.
I think so.
Yeah.
Oh.
So this is you.
Good one. So he's got like a whole little routine
So,
prepared.
What made you? So you initiated conversation with a 13-year-old knowing she was 13, yes or no?
Correct.
Okay. So is that a good?
That guy in the background's trying so hard to seem like he's not listening.
You've been exposed for this before.
Correct.
And you called them, but this is damning.
Right.
This is. I had to make sure myself.
Right.
Do you recognize me?
No.
Okay. I had to make sure myself.
Well, that didn't really work. You don't have the Chris Hansen prestige yet.
Me and my friend Keisha.
Do you know who I am? Nope.
Hilarious, man.
Okay, that hurt.
What I don't understand, why are you attracted to like 13-year-olds? Like, why are you attracted to underage?
That's a good question, yes. Why do you like children?
In one of the
asking the hard-hitting questions.
You've always wanted to be with someone younger. Like, you like cops.
Right.
Like, what goes through your head?
They should have rehearsed a little bit like what they want to ask.
Real, man.
What goes on?
So why are you a pedophile?
Is loneliness, dude. I'll be completely honest with you, man.
Do what Chris Hansen does. He does a really good job with interviews.
Like, we're not like that. We're not like that. We're not attracted to minors.
Bro, come on, man. You know exactly what it is, dude. Okay?
No, we're attracted to female our own age, dude.
Let this be known. Let this be known. I am not a.
So what are you? If you're here to meet up with a 13-year-old girl after sending...
He hit it up like it was a catchphrase. Hey, not a pedophile.
A guy that is...
But we can forward this to cops because most definitely this is not your first time either, right?
Right.
This is absolutely...
Whoa.
This actually is my first time.
You just said it wasn't your first time.
Yeah, that was a bit rough on that one, EDP.
First time was...
You've done this before, yes. I mean, no, though.
Right?
Yeah.
So, now, as far as the whole fantasy goes, you know what I mean? Let's be real, okay? You know what I mean?
Like,
what does that mean? Stop saying you know what I mean.
I don't know what you mean.
Sexual fantasies, that's what I mean.
Okay, so, I'm not calling you the P word, if you know what I'm talking about.
Look at these screenshots.
I'm not calling you the P word.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
Do you fantasize about females under the age of 16, yes or no? Sometimes.
Yes.
Okay.
What are you doing? Holy shit.
You fantasize about a 13-year-old, correct, yes or no? Correct. Okay.
Holy shit. This is fucking rough. Holy shit.
I know, but you said earlier it was your first time.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so we'll get to that. So you said, so 13 is the fantasy. Like for me, okay, 18, I think there's hot 18-year-olds. I wouldn't do anything with a 17-year-old, but there's hot 17-year-olds. But I don't go, yeah, when I see a 17-year-old. I'm just like, I can't do it. Like it's just not right.
What are you going on about?
Maybe about 7, 8 months ago.
This is just an extremely long confession. He's not fighting any of this.
What was it that made you realize?
Holy
like,
shit.
For example, it's a bad analogy. You know, like if there's a hot 19-year-old into me, I'm like, oh, awesome. But if there's like, I shouldn't say there's such thing as a hot 12-year-old. But if there's a 12-year-old into me, a 13-year-old.
Jesus Christ.
I would never. So what makes it okay to you for you to come here?
It doesn't make it okay. I'm just being honest with you. The screenshots, of course, I did. I mean,
but like, why would you send it to a 13-year-old? Like, and that proves that you were turned on by it.
Well, he said that a million times. We know that.
Because you were hard when you were doing. Obviously, yes or no. So
he said that millions of times. I read it.
What were you gonna do when you came here?
I felt like I knew his cock pretty well by the end of those messages.
Honestly,
Chris Hansen did it very well. Chris Hansen was a beautiful weapon against pedophiles, but YouTubers are not. Like, the only reason this video even surfaced is because they were finally able to get full ads on it. If this video never got ads, this wouldn't have even come out. They would have just let it ride, or let it die. They're really just in it for, like, views to exploit bad people like EDP. This one seems staged. Okay, I can tell you this one is definitely not staged because his entire YouTube career has ended. This one is definitely not one of those fake ones. I can assure you of that. Like, even the interview it's not even an interview. The questions are, so you're a pedophile, why? I also like hot girls, but if they're 17, it's like, they're hot, but, you know, I can't do that. It's like, what are you fucking talking about? Like, you should have just taken Chris Hansen's script. You know, not this. Did they call the cops? That's what I don't know. Like, I don't know if they even get law enforcement involved. If you take their word for it, they do, but I don't know. I don't know enough about them, so I couldn't tell you yes or no. I would hope so. Like, if they went through all this effort, did a full investigation, and didn't give it to authorities, they should also be at some level responsible for, like, endangering minors to allow someone like that to continue doing their shit. So I would think that it would go to law enforcement at some point.
Okay. But this isn't the first minor you've talked to before, correct?
Right.
And there was more than one minor.
Holy shit.
Last summer I've had all these females reach out to me about you, and you know, at first I was like, okay, attention. Honestly, I was. But then I see more and more and more, and I see you saying if anybody finds out about this, you're
Oh, what a good way of looking at that. Hey, I was manipulated and abused by this guy. Attention, whore.
Ballpark number of how many minors you've talked to. Like, you know, obviously it's been 5, so after 5, what would you say the number is?
6.
6?
Sure.
6 minors. 6. Name them.
6? Holy shit.
There's, what was her name?
Is he just making this up? Because he's, like,
No.
actively making everything worse. I feel like he's just making up names.
Like, yo, what the dude? Like, real talk, man.
Obviously, you didn't go what the F because you're talking to a 13-year-old.
Right.
I believe you did know her age before, yes or no?
Wrong.
How old was the girl?
Which one?
This is unreal.
About right now.
What about the cameo?
I believe. Oh, you in the cameo one, right?
He
The one where you talked about
the boyfriend hit you up for the cameo.
Send you private.
Thanks the prime, Matt.
Probably 14, maybe 15. I'm not sure. But that was
number 2.
So, seeing this really makes me appreciate Chris Hansen's work even more.
You do explain why you find her attractive, but I was just trying to...
I guess I never even stopped to consider how hard it must be to do something like this.
Girl number 3, girl number 4.
This is so long for no reason. They're saying nothing. They're not actually interviewing him.
In all these situations where you're in
Okay, I'm just gonna skip a little bit. Do you guys mind if I skip a little bit? This is really bad.
Like I thought it was last summer.
You're soliciting child photos from this girl.
Right.
That's another charge, you know that, right?
No.
Do you know how many charges you did here today?
3.
More than that.
What, you counted them like Pokemon cards? Three charges, collecting them all?
2 counts of graphic photos. You asked for graphic photos from this girl, and you came here to engage in sexual activity with a 13-year-old.
Well, hold on. This is like an actual question. Like this is actually hitting him with something. Actually something.
They're not misdemeanors. They're not infractions.
Hold on, let me see where this goes.
They're felonies. So
then, you were also a little bit submissive to her, yes or no?
So well,
you were a little bit submissive to her, yes or no?
I was.
Do you like being? Do you have a fantasy? So you did admit you fantasize about 13-year-olds, yes or no? Right. Okay. Do you also fantasize?
This guy's like the only guy that's actually trying to go somewhere with this.
What about a 13-year-old?
And you have the audacity to say, please don't do this. Are you serious? We should be asking you, please don't do this to minors.
I
We
mean,
should be not doing this to minors.
he's like that guy or the girl in Game of Thrones walking around with the bells. Shame. Shame.
Apartments?
He's calling a friend right now.
Yeah, he's at the apartments.
Well, yeah, he needs to get picked up.
Right now, Philip.
Just please come.
What are you panicking for? He's clearly calling a friend to get the fuck out of there. He's trying to get extracted from the mission.
Right by the jacket.
Okay, please come quick. He's calling. It looks like he's calling some backup.
Okay, all right.
Oh, this guy sucks. Looks like he's calling some backup.
So be sure to subscribe to the channel, turn on your notifications. We have a ton of new viewers. It'll help us a ton. We flew.
I knew there
all
was
the way
going to be a
California from
subscriber
Houston,
call to
Texas go get
action.
EDP. So be sure to subscribe.
Yeah, I knew that was coming. Okay. So, that is fucking rough. That was a lot worse than I thought it'd be. EDP got fucking blasted. Yeah. The investigation, I think, was a very good thing done by very bad people. I did also see this one. The things this guy says are really bad. Like, racist, all kinds of horrible shit from this guy. And a lot of people have taken note of it, but not everyone. I don't think this guy should be gaining so many subs for this shit. He did a good thing, and he tried his best to make a lot of money off it and capitalize on it, constantly calling for subscribe actions, refusing to post the video till it has full ads. So, I think the guy sucks, but what he did was good. And when he's talking to this guy in particular, he keeps talking about how... So, I'll break it down. The guy here is suicidal. He gets caught and he starts talking about how he's suicidal, he's tried to kill himself a couple of times, and in response, this guy says, you can't kill yourself because you're Jewish. That'd be a hate crime. What are you, some kind of Jewish Nazi? And then he keeps saying that for like 5 minutes. Like, that's his whole joke. He has like a little stand-up routine about why this guy shouldn't kill himself because he's Jewish. It's horrible. I actually, before finishing this up, I do want to look them up one more time. They claim that they've done this before, and the chat has told me that they've had people arrested. I want to see that. Okay, let me just immediately show you why I doubt that these guys actually care and are doing this for a good cause. Just going to their website, this is the first thing. Before you get anything else, you get payment plans. This is fucked up. So now where can I find out their track record? Have they actually gotten bad people off of the streets? Or do I have to pay to get that information? Holy shit. Making merch for hunting pedophiles. That's so weird. What does that merch even consist of? It's gonna be like one of those, like, cool dad shirts, like, I'm a veteran, I didn't fight in wars for you to look at my daughter, I'll put you in the ground. It's gonna be like one of those. I hunt pedophiles for views on YouTube. Or for money on YouTube, excuse me. At least Anxiety War, I do know the channel, at least they seem to actually want to do something good, and being successful is just, it came with the turf for them. Like Chris Hansen. Though I wouldn't really compare Anxiety War to Chris Hansen, but what I'm saying is at least they seem to be in it for a good reason. And there's also no information on the site except for buying things. I just wanted to know, do they have any proof that their investigations and this content they've made has actually gotten anyone arrested, put away, off the streets, anything? A lot of you said that they did, so I'm just wondering where you found that information. Who wouldn't want to walk around with a shirt that says Predator Poacher Hunters Club? That'd be pretty cool. Ah, so the first thing that comes up when I look this up, vigilante investigation creates issues for prosecuting cases. Talking about the Predator Poachers. Ah, wonderful. There's not a lot that the police can do to sanitize a bad investigation from a legal perspective. So they actively made it difficult to prosecute a pedophile. They're doing the opposite of helping. Yes, here's the main difference. Something I talk about. Things like To Catch a Predator is done in collaboration with the law enforcement. So that way it's done in the right way so that they can actually face legal ramifications. Okay, so here's a positive one. I don't know if this is the same group because the guy behind it asked to be uncredited and unnamed, which does not sound like the Predator Poacher guy at all. But a vigilante predator hunter got 2 people arrested, and one of the charges stuck. I don't think this is the same group though because the guy explicitly asked to not be named, whereas this guy wants all of the limelight possible for as much money as possible. So I don't even know if that's the same guy. But if it is, something has really changed along the way. That was in March of last year. Yeah, the benefit here is, as opposed to the other ones, EDP was a public figure that was preying on children. So even if he doesn't get any legal charges, which I think the evidence is there that should work, even if he doesn't, he's now lost the platform where he was preying on kids. So that in and of itself is a good thing. I would normally agree with that, No Bud, but the thing is he was using his public platform to prey on people. So he should be publicly shown in this light, so that way people can avoid him. I think that is very much the right way of handling this case in particular, to make it all public. I don't think anyone's sympathizing with the Predator. It's really just a matter of the person who caught the Predator is so unlikable that you can't help but mention it when talking about the story. I really don't think there's anyone on EDP's side. Everything he said and did is deplorable. But when you have the guy who caught the Predator saying, like, quickly get here, he's calling for backup, you can't help but be like, holy shit, not only is the pedophile evil, but this guy's also evil. Like, you know what I mean? It's hard to just focus on one guy when they're both bad. Today started like most days for me. I consumed a healthy breakfast conducive to muscle gain and good for a growing boy's metabolism, and then I innocently hopped online, only to be met with shock and disgust when I learned that my reputation is being besmirched and my masculinity being challenged. But my pride is not wounded. I hopped on Reddit and discovered that I'm being cooked like a Thanksgiving turkey right now. It all started with this post. It's a screenshot from a comment on a video I made over a year ago that says, Charlie looks like when Deadpool gets torn in half and he grows back a baby's bottom half. And then in the comments they all start dogpiling on me. I'm getting attacked from all sides. I'm surrounded. But you know what? It's like Hulk Hogan said. Hulkmania is gonna run wild anyway, brother. Okay, yes sir. I'd never tear a shirt this high quality. This is a moist white tee from moistglobal.com, so that's the reason it didn't tear. You couldn't tear this thing apart with a fucking chainsaw, it's so well made. So that's what happened there. But yeah, anyway, I wanted to come in here and tell you exactly what's going on here because I feel like the comment section was misled by this photo. This picture is just a bit misleading. The perspective on it's all cattywampus, and you know, they say a picture's worth 1,000 words, and all 1,000 words that this picture's saying are lies. So I just wanted to give you the truth and tell you what's going on here. And you know, I think I know you think you're so tough from behind your keyboard, talking that shit, but you wouldn't say it to me on the playground. Yeah, but anyway, let's get into why they're wrong and my legs don't look like baby legs. So I think it's pretty clear here that the comment section doesn't understand light refraction. So as we all know, light refracts whenever it travels at an angle into a substance with a different refractive index. This is called optical density. And what's gone on here is it's around 6 p.m., maybe 6:30 p.m. The sun's starting to go down a little bit. So the light's bending in all kinds of weird ways as we know it to do around that time frame. And what's happening here is as it's entering in through that glass door, it's bending around my legs, and as I'm doing this pull-up, I'm very slightly leaning forward a bit, so it's changing the angle of azimuth, And when the picture was taken, the aperture was all over the place as well. We didn't set it up properly. It's kind of like when you look at a helicopter blade and the shutter speed matches the blade speed, and it looks like the helicopter's blades aren't even spinning. That's what's happening here with my legs. So just causing all kinds of optical density problems, which is why my legs look so cartoonish here in this frame. I also distinctly remember there being a weather balloon lingering overhead, which is of course known to cause all kinds of problems when it comes to light refraction, so it was causing the light to do all kinds of weird gymnastics, which threw everything out of whack here, leading to this, disaster of a photo. So let me show you what my legs actually look like, because it's clearly not represented appropriately or accurately here in this photo. I'm giving you OnlyFans content for free right now, but look at these fucking thighs. I can crush 15 watermelons in between these tree trunks. And let's not forget about the calves. Take a peek at these sledgehammers. My god, looking like two fucking pristine filet mignons. Hopefully this debunks those rumors that I have puny little toddler legs. Yeah, I'm not tall at 5'6", but I'm built like a fucking dump truck. So hopefully that puts all of those comments to bed, because now I think I've set the record straight. But like I said, this was only one of many. I'm only going to show one more here that's also quite laughable and has a reasonable explanation. This is on the same subreddit, the Rare Insults subreddit. This was them criticizing my cooking, which is baffling. If you know anything about me, you'd know that I'm a culinary expert, so it's really weird that they'd go after something that I'm actually proficient in. This is from a video where I tried to make Gordon Ramsay's grilled cheese sandwich because it was a pretty bad grilled cheese and I was certain I could do it the same, if not better, which I absolutely succeeded at doing, by the way, spoiler alert. But one of the comments here said, "Charlie cooks like one of those bad dreams where you can't throw a punch because your arms are like jelly." I don't even know what he's referring to here, because when it comes to cooking, I have the hands of a skilled surgeon. I've been known to serve up some of the most delectable cuisine on this planet. I cook with efficiency, speed, precision, and violence, and it makes my flavors really pop. So I'm not exactly sure where the disconnect here is. They didn't try my grilled cheese, so they couldn't possibly tell you if it was good or bad, but I can. I can tell you that it was scrumptious. Probably one of the best grilled cheese sandwiches that's ever graced this planet, if I had to wager a guess. I exceeded Gordon Ramsay's rudimentary recipe. I was able to make it something truly special and unique, and for some reason I was still insulted in the comment section for it. Yeah, anyway, I just wanted to tackle some of these insults today. There was quite a few more, but these two were the ones that really jumped out at me as being very misguided and perhaps just misinformed, so hopefully I've been able to put these accusations to rest about my cooking being bad or my legs being baby-like. So anyway, that's about it. So yeah. This is a video I've debated making for years now, but I always just assumed that it was too personal and serious to be worthwhile. Like, you're not my therapist, so why should you care? This is quite honestly a didn't ask plus ratio moment. But I figured since I already kind of popped the seal off of this kind of content 5 years ago when I opened up about my OCD, I figured why not let this genie fully out of the lamp and talk about a mental problem I've struggled with since I was a kid. It's called hypochondria, and it's basically health anxiety but to an extreme level. It's health anxiety going insano style, fucking turbo mode, and for me personally it's had a massive impact on my life. It started when I was around 13 or so, roughly the same time period when my OCD tendencies really started to manifest. And as you can probably imagine, puberty was pretty miserable for me. While you were jerking your meat, I was studying WebMD. I knew about prion diseases before I knew about algebra. I would just stay up all night scaring myself with medical information and shit. Instead of like ghost stories and campfire spooky tales, I just read like PubMed articles on really rare diseases and death. And of course, this led me to believe that every little ache and pain and upset tummy was related to some life-threatening illness. And I'd force my parents to send me to doctors and get all kinds of tests, x-rays and CT scans and shit done that were obviously unnecessary, highly unnecessary, but they indulged me. I got so many CT scans done when I was a kid, I'm surprised I didn't turn into the fucking Hulk with all the gamma radiation or something. And of course, not only were they unnecessary, but it was highly dangerous getting that many tests and shit done. So it was counterproductive to my overall health as well. But I just couldn't help it. I had convinced myself that because I ate 2-day expired peanut butter, I had contracted toxoplasmosis and I was panicking. I couldn't sleep. I'd just be in a constant state of anxiety, and it's all I would think about. And it's still like that to this day. Granted, it's a lot better now than when I was a kid. I no longer go to doctors for every single small ailment, because obviously I can rationalize it to myself now, but it's still something I battle today. In fact, the reason why I decided now is the right time to bring this up is because it's been getting fucking bad. I've been getting dump trucked by my hypochondria over the last week. I talked about it on stream last night, but I saw Jurassic World in theaters on Thursday. The movie's stinky, it blows ass, it's not great, but what was really awful was going to the theater for me. You see, what happened is, the movie was so boring in between the parts where the dinosaurs were doing things that I dozed off twice. Which is really rare for me, by the way. I usually never fall asleep during movies because even when they're super bad, I still find them enjoyably entertaining to make fun of. But this one was just excruciatingly uninteresting. It was like ASMR, but also with the Sandman throwing sand in my face and putting me to sleep instantly. This shit was just unbearable, so I dozed off twice. Not for long, obviously. I didn't get the blanket and pillows out and just call it a night. I had only, dozed off for, maybe 2 or 3 minutes total. But when I had woken up, it was during a scene in the snow, a plane had crashed, and I was pretty sure I saw a bat fly across the theater and go into the curtain next to the screen. And this sent me into an absolute fucking panic because I'm terrified of bats. And this isn't some Bruce Wayne origin story, Batman shit. I'm afraid of bats because of rabies. I don't actually have a bat phobia. In fact, the videos I see of baby bats and shit are kind of cute, but I'm afraid of bats in the wild because of rabies. I think rabies is one of the scariest diseases on the planet. Once the symptoms start, you're already dead. And there's nothing they can do about it. They have a vaccine that's a series of shots over the course of however long in order to prevent the rabies onset, and it's 100% effective as far as I know, but they can't test if you actually contracted rabies. So they only do that if there's a good reason for an exposure, like if you got scratched by a potentially rabid animal, bitten, whatever. But since I'm a goofy goober suffering from hypochondria, I have been constantly replaying the scene in my head for the last 48 hours and am convinced that while I dozed off, the bat may have bitten me, and I just didn't wake up from the bite. Because bat bites are invisible. When you get bitten by a bat, most people don't feel it because their teeth are so tiny and they don't leave any noticeable marks to the naked eye. So there's a chance that, and I've read stories of people who have been bitten by bats without waking up, and bats are the #1 transmitter of rabies. Most people who die from rabies are from bat bites that they didn't even know that they had. It's super fucking horrifying. So since Jurassic World Dominion was so boring it lullabied me to sleep, and I'm pretty sure I saw a bat, I have convinced myself that the bat must have gone full-blown Agent 47 Hitman and bitten me while I was asleep and has given me rabies, and I've been freaking out ever since, wondering if I should just go get the shots to be safe. But even then, I don't think there's any self-respecting doctor that would hear this story and think, yep, that's rational. I'll set you up right now with the shots. They'd probably just admit me to a psych ward. They'd lock me up in Arkham Asylum if I told them this shit. I know how ridiculous it all sounds. I even had to be talked out of going back to the theater, getting tickets to the theater, and trying to hunt down the bat myself like I'm the goddamn Ghostbusters. I was even thinking full-blown Looney Tunes where I disguise myself as pest control to try and find it for the theater. I know how outrageous it all sounds. I also tried to alert the theater to the bat by calling them, but their phone, I guess, doesn't work because it never goes through. I understand how unhealthy it all is, but I can't help it. I can't stop myself from it. That's the absolute curse of being a hypochondriac. I can recognize how unlikely this whole situation is, this wild fucking fanfic. Less than 1% of bats even carry rabies in the first place. The bats in Florida are predominantly fruit bats, so they're not even like carnivorous. They're not even going for humans or anything like that. It's mainly insects and shit. I understand that. And it may not have even been a bat in the theater. The scene, I managed to find the scene online. The scene has a bunch of snow fucking rushing across the screen horizontally. And since I was waking up from like fucking 2 little cat naps, there's a chance where I was still a little woozy and not processing things correctly and got confused with a big chunk of snow being a bat that flew into the curtains. Also a possibility. I know all of the stats and how unreasonable all of this sounds, but I can't help but be afraid of it. It is awful being a hypochondriac. It is at times debilitating. I just don't think people realize how awful hypochondria can be, because that's a word that gets tossed around a lot, a label that people use pretty often, super loosely, kind of like OCD in a certain way, like, oh, I put all of my tax documents a certain way in my drawers here, I guess I'm just OCD like that. Hypochondria kind of has something similar, where it's shit like, yeah, I wash my hands every time I finish going to the bathroom because I'm a hypochondriac. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is like the most basic shit ever. Hypochondria is awful. I cannot stand it, and I've worked on it my whole goddamn life since I really started to develop it. I've been working on like mitigating it and making it not as, you know, awful and controlling. And I really have made a lot of strides over the years, because it used to be a lot worse. But it's something that just doesn't fully go away. It's just one of those things that sometimes will just flare up, like it has for me this week. Now, I haven't rushed to any emergency rooms or anything to tell this tale. I do have people who know how awful my hypochondria is, like, calming me down about it and, like, bringing me back to reality. So I think I'm just gonna muscle through it and really pray that my theoretical series of events that I've concocted is wrong, entirely wrong, and pray that I haven't actually been bitten by a rabid bat. Now, like I mentioned, it used to be a lot worse. I do think I've gotten pretty good at managing my hypochondria tendencies, except for this week. Obviously, I've really fallen off the wagon, but prior to this, I really do think I was doing a great job of it. And the way I accomplished, like, getting over a lot of it, since I've had it for so many years, what I found most effective is distractions. I don't know if it's the healthiest way of doing it, since it doesn't actually tackle the core problem, but distractions have just been invaluable. Whether that's distracting yourself with projects or things that you're interested in, like passion projects, whether it's developing a game, for me it's making shit, streaming, whatever. Being around friends, doing things with friends, being active, working out, playing sports, whatever. Just distractions in general, I've always found to be extremely, extremely helpful with things like hypochondria or OCD for me. Because it pushes them to the side where it's not like the only thing that I'm thinking about, to the point where I almost forget about it, or completely forget about it. And I truly believe that with hypochondria, it exacerbates every possible issue, so every little thing that may be out of whack, you immediately think is the worst thing ever. So like a small pain in your foot is the worst pain you've ever felt in your life, and something must be dreadfully wrong with your foot. But then, with distractions, you stop thinking about it as much, and you realize, it feels better now. Maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought it was. Maybe it was nothing, because now it's gone. So I just really feel like distractions are invaluable in helping with things like hypochondria and OCD. So yeah, up until this week, that's basically been my main strategy, and it's worked super well. And I'm sure it'll work with this too. It's just I haven't had a whole lot to distract myself with over the last couple days. So I just still thought it'd be worthwhile to make this video, like, in the height of a hypochondriac episode. Just for the sake of, you know, opening up about it a little bit, since it's something I don't think a ton of people talk about, and I've already talked about serious shit before, so why not again? Maybe this will help somebody, I don't really know. Hopefully it does, but anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. I've been on the internet a long time, I've seen a lot of shit on here, but there's one video in particular I will never forget. It's a video that's permanently burned into my psyche, and it's not an old video either. I only saw this like 8 months ago maybe, and I've brought it up I think twice now. It is a cock ring removal surgery. A man wrapped a steel cock ring around his nutsack and penis, and it got stuck, and it was cutting off the circulation, so his nuts were swelling to an absurd degree, like something out of a fucking cartoon, or like in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory when the girl gets blown up, like the blueberry girl. It gets absurd how big that ball sack went. And the way that they got the cock ring off was they used a circular saw and bolt cutters. For obvious reasons, I can't share even a single frame of this video with you, but I was talking about it on stream. I'll go ahead and play that clip just to kind of paint it a little better for you. And then I want to talk a little bit more about this video and why it's probably going to be a video that will always live on in a special place in my heart. I also agree with that, and I'm no medical expert. I did, however, see a video of a guy who trapped his ball sack and penis in a male chastity cage. The short of it is his balls swole to such a crazy degree that it swelled to such a crazy degree that they looked like my ass cheeks. So he had like giant fucking balls. And when I was watching this, it reminded me of it as it kept expanding. Because his balls, the chastity, or no, it wasn't a chastity cage, it was a cock ring. He wrapped it around his balls and his dick, and it was too tight, and it was made out of steel. So they just kept swelling and swelling and swelling until they were the size of basketballs. And I was watching the surgery to get it taken off. They had to use a circular saw on it, which was pretty hardcore. His dick was unrecognizable because all of the blood kept going to his balls, and it just kept going and going and going. And then when they finally got the steel cock ring off, his balls just started flopping around, and one of the nurses gave him a squeeze. I just thought it was really cool. I've never seen balls get to that level. Like, it was fucking nuts. Like, it was huge. I wish I could show that video. I wish Twitch wasn't so strict. I mean, it's educational. You know, be careful with your cock rings. Like, it was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. And they used a real circular saw, like the kind of shit you use for carpentry. They used a real circular saw on his penis where the cock ring was, like, most vulnerable. They put a popsicle stick in between the cock ring and his flesh and ran the circular saw up the popsicle stick. Yeah, here we go. Well, it's actually a whole article. Penile and scrotal strangulation due to metal rings.
2018.
Yeah. Let me try a little more specific. Big nuts.
Okay, Charlie, because that...
and it worked!
That was the second one already.
And
Also,
it
that's
worked.
Daily Mail.
That's fine. It's a video. Daily Mail's wrong about everything, but this is literally a video. Oh, okay. Ad blocker. Yeah, but if you type in, like, swollen nuts, big balls, cock removal...
Cock removal?
Cock ring removal, you'll find it. Here, do you want to watch it? I can't put it on stream for obvious reasons. Well, actually, you're wearing glasses. I don't want it to reflect off the glasses. Never mind. It's cool, though. I bring this up pretty much any chance I get.
Why have I not heard of it before then?
Because by every chance I get, it's only happened once. This is the kind of incredible content you're missing when you don't go to my streams at twitch.tv/moistcritical. Stop being a loser, just come on over. There's not enough words to describe the strength of this cock ring. It wasn't made out of steel, it had to be adamantium or vibranium or something because they were struggling. They had that circular saw fucking on top of it for like over a minute and couldn't get it off. But they did get it close enough where they brought in the bolt cutters, and that's what finally broke it in half. It was so intense. And like the whole time, you're just sitting there as the spectator on the edge of your seat like, is his fucking scrotum gonna explode? Like, it's like out of Halo Combat Evolved with those like giant flood that fall over and blow up into little tiny flood. That's what I was expecting to happen with his scrotum. It was so intense. And the way they do it was so goofy. Like, there's no way in a standard hospital they have a circular saw and bolt cutters for medical reasons. Like, I just find that so hard to believe. What probably happened is they're like, oh my god, we have no tools for this job. Quick, go to the fucking janitor's closet. Go to the custodian or something. Is there any construction workers nearby? We need to borrow some power tools. So they just hustled and got all of that together and just started going to town. Now, this video doesn't start at the beginning of the surgery. It comes in at the middle when they've already broken out the circular saw. I like to imagine they've already gone through like 100 other tools. Like they're using a hammer and chisel trying to get it off. And then they upgraded to like maybe a jigsaw. And then they got even further to like maybe a belt sander. Then maybe they just started shooting it with a gun, trying to pierce it that way. And then eventually settled on the circular saw. It's so wild. It is a video that it leaves a lot to the imagination despite showing you full cock and balls, which is impressive. It's like an entire movies worth of entertainment in only a 3-minute video. And I can't talk enough about it. Like, everything about it is almost perfect. The job is well done. Like, he is freed and he made a full recovery. Everything went back to normal human proportions. And then everyone was happy. Like, when they finally did bust off the cock ring, and he probably busted a nut as well, everyone was kind of celebrating. Like I said, one of the nurses went over and just gave it a big squeeze, like a celebratory squeeze. I'm sure there was a medical reason, like trying to get blood flowing back to it or something, but I like to imagine that they were just so happy they couldn't resist the urge to just squeeze on that bad boy. I mean, it's just such a good video that I just wanted to make an entire video talking about. And I can't even show you anything from it, which is an absolute shame. The video somehow fills you with more questions than answers, despite giving you basically the whole story in that room. The main question I had for this is, how did he get that cock ring on in the first place? Because typically a cock ring goes on the penis, you know, right on the wiener. But somehow he was able to stretch like a very tiny cock ring that was made out of like 15 pounds worth of steel. It was like a vault door cock ring. He was able to stretch that not only across his penis, which maybe was a small dick, I'm not sure, because it was so swollen that it may have appeared bigger than it was. But he was able to wrap it around not only his penis, but squeeze his entire sack through it. Which I just don't know how that's possible. Clearly this isn't like a cock ring that's like snaps on or something, because if it was able to snap on and off, they would have had no problem doing that. They would have absolutely found a way to snap it off and free it. He probably wouldn't have even needed to go to the hospital if he could just snap it off, unless of course like a catastrophic malfunction occurred, like a hacker went in there and sealed it shut. But I don't think that was the case. I'm pretty sure it was a single solid steel unit that he stretched his penis and balls through. Which is incredible. Like, how is that possible? That's like an octopus squeezing itself through like a tiny crevice in a ship. I don't know how that could happen, because even a single testicle probably wouldn't fit in that ring. The ring is very, very small. When they finally freed it, I was shocked by like how minuscule it was. I was expecting it to be something like, you know, fucking you'd find on like mining equipment, you know, like a conveyor belt or something, like one of the gadgets and gears in there, but it wasn't. It was like something you'd find in your iPhone that just plopped off. It was really small, and somehow he's able to fit all of his shit in there. Like, all of his junk was able to get right through there, all of his meat. And I don't know how. This is like almost a paranormal video in that respect, because modern technology and science tells me, and like my understanding of physics tells me, there's no reality where he was able to squeeze everything in there. There had to be something more at play. Like, I don't get it. Maybe he was born with the cock ring, and then everything just kind of grew around it until eventually it reached this, you know, meltdown point, and, you know, it couldn't get blood anymore, so then he finally had to go to the hospital to get it removed. I don't know. But I just find it hard to believe that he was able to squeeze all of it through such a small ring like that. But anyway, again, I'm getting lost in it again because the video is just so baffling. But yeah, just again wanted to talk about it because it is still, to this day, probably the most memorable, wildest video I've ever seen. That's about it. See ya. Good afternoon, class. It's me again, Professor Wetty and Ready. So please put away your fleshlights and take out your notebooks because it's time for another lesson. Today's topic: is monosodium glutamate the worst thing human beings have ever created, 10 times worse than the invention of the atomic bomb? Was the Manhattan Project actually a government cover-up to hide the truth from the people, that the government was cooking up monosodium glutamate in those laboratories? So let's just get right into this shit. MSG, I'm sure you've heard of it, monosodium glutamate. It's become the boogeyman of the food industry. If you've ever looked at a food package, even glanced at it, there's a good chance you've seen MSG free on it. For some reason, the general population believes that you need to stay far, far away from MSG. It's the bully on the food playground that's gonna kick sand in your ice cream cone. It's gonna give you headaches, heartburn, cancer. It's gonna throw you in prison. It's gonna fuck you up for the long term if you eat even one thing with even the littlest trace amount of MSG in it. So food companies have come to understand that people will not buy products with MSG in it because of this fear of it. So what they do is they say, we've taken the MSG out. This is an MSG-free product. But now I'm going to throw this cold water on you and hit that tip of your penis with this lightning bolt of facts. The MSG is still in those products. They just hide it in other ingredients. So on the package you'll see MSG free on it, but if you turn it over and look at the ingredients and see tomato powder or yeast extract, that's MSG. They're hiding MSG in those ingredients, and that's totally legal, that's totally by the books. Now, if you've already thrown up because you've ingested MSG and now you're panicking, don't, because the fear of MSG is pretty unfounded and I want to talk about it. So let's start with the basics. Monosodium glutamate was created in 1908. Why did it make its way into food? It wasn't an accident. It's not just because they wanted to make it unhealthy or something like that. A lot of people seem to believe that a lot of the ingredients in modern food are useless and they serve no purpose other than making them unhealthy. But that's bullshit. Everything in there has a purpose. It's not like they're just mindlessly tossing shit in there for no reason. Like, oh, hey Gary, why don't you take that handful of mulch and just toss it into the Lay's formula? Righto, Frank, would you like this Windex bottle in there as well? Why not? Everything in the modern food has a purpose. Monosodium glutamate has a purpose. Its purpose is to enhance flavor, mainly umami, which is one of the 5 basic tastes. Umami is savory. So now you know why it's used, but what is MSG? Well, its name implies it's the product of sodium and glutamate. What is glutamate? Glutamate's a non-essential amino acid, and that's found in fucking everything. You can't go outside without basically breathing glutamate. It's in all your foods, 100% in all of them. MSG is made from the fermentation of starches, and speaking chemically, there's no difference between the glutamate in MSG and the glutamate in just every other food. Only difference being MSG is a little bit easier for your body to access. Now let's get to why everyone seems to think MSG is the worst thing in the world for your body and that you're better off just popping cyanide capsules as opposed to having any amount of MSG in your body. It all stems from the fact that glutamate is an excitatory neurotransmitter, meaning it excites nerve cells, and that MSG leads to an excessive amount of glutamate in the brain, which can cause damage. Thus, it was given the name an excitotoxin. Then in 1969, there was a study conducted to show that MSG was harmful by injecting MSG into newborn mice, and it showed neurological effects that were harmful, as you would expect from fucking injecting MSG like a heroin addict. In 1996, there was a book called Excitotoxins: The Taste That Kills, published by Dr. Russell Blaylock, and in this book he basically just says that an excessive amount of glutamate can destroy nerve cells, and not just in your brain, just in general. And that's a true statement, yeah. But that's kind of fucking obvious, because if you megadose on anything, it can cause harmful effects. You can fucking die from drinking too much water, so obviously megadosing on something is going to cause some harmful effects. However, dietary MSG, the MSG that you ingest through eating shit with MSG in it, has little to no effect on the human brain because it can't cross the blood barrier in large amounts. So then why, when you tell someone MSG isn't bad, that they damn near slap you in the face because they have had a personal experience with MSG where their entire family was eradicated due to that MSG menace? Well, actually, that's kind of true. It didn't kill your family or anything. It didn't do anything super harmful, but it is true you can have a sensitivity to MSG. There's studies that have confirmed that some people just have an inclination to have some negative effects to it. Nothing too severe, just a bit of nausea and headaches and some flushing of the face, but enough to where you'd be like, alright MSG, that, fuck you. Another thing that's often associated with MSG is obesity. If you even touch MSG, you're gonna gain 5 pounds immediately. And really, there's just no decisive conclusion on this one, because some studies say that it fills you up faster, thus you're not going to eat as much. Others say the exact opposite, so it's really split. However, if you want my opinion on it based on the research I've read, I think it does increase the likelihood of gaining weight because the foods with MSG are typically the junky foods that you're going to have a hard time putting down. Thus you're going to eat more of, thus you're going to gain weight. However, one thing's for sure, MSG itself doesn't put pounds on your body. It just makes things taste better. Now just to wrap it all up, MSG is not fucking bad for you. The fear of MSG is completely irrational and based on pretty much nothing in my opinion. For some reason it's just become the accepted norm in our society where if you don't recognize what's on the ingredients label that it's inherently bad for you. Oh, green grass is in this bag of seaweed. Okay, I've seen green grass. This must be healthy and natural. Oh my god, what the fuck is this monosodium glutamate? Jesus Christ, it's the root of all my problems. All of a sudden you get fired from your job and you go outside screaming, God damn you MSG, as you shake your fist into the air. It's not inherently bad just because you don't understand it, so I hope I've helped you understand it a bit better. All of this being said, I would say avoid MSG. Not because MSG is bad, but just because the food it's found in is bad for you food. And even if you do swear off of MSG, but you're still going to eat like some shitty junk food, just know you're still ingesting MSG. It's just not labeled as MSG. I'm not trying to send you to bed with nightmares of the monosodium glutamate menace or anything, I'm just letting you know. Again, a massive thanks to Xeno for this animation. The dude is an unmatchable mountain of masculinity, so go check out Xeno's channel, subscribe to Xeno, all that good shit, because the man truly deserves it. He's mastered the art of animation. He had to turn down Pixar 100 times because I wouldn't stop begging for him to be on board, but you know what he said? He said, no, I'm too good for Pixar. And he is. He's actually got animating down to a science, so definitely go check him out. See ya. It's been a couple of years since I've done one of these, but welcome to Season 2 of Man with a Useless College Degree Teaches Shit He Learned While Obtaining His Useless Degree. Starring me, Professor Wetgood. Now please, class, take your seats and get ready, because I'm about to make your minds ejaculate. Today's subject, keto diets. What are ketogenic diets? How do they work? Can you do a ketogenic diet while playing Fortnite? Will Fortnite run for president? All of these questions will be answered in today's lesson. I'm sure the majority of you are at least familiar with the name keto diet without maybe understanding exactly what it is, but it's really been quite the fad. It's been all over the media. It's just been lighting that bitch up. People have been promoting the health benefits for a couple of years now, and it's really starting to catch on. So let's go ahead and start. Keto is short for ketogenic. I'm sure every third grader in the world could put that fucking puzzle together, but it's worth mentioning. Ketogenic is referring to the state your body enters when you go on this sort of diet. Your body goes into a state called ketosis. Ketosis gets its name because your body in this state produces something called ketones. Now, how do you get your body to the state of ketosis? You severely restrict your carb intake, you keep your protein intake moderate, you don't want to go too high, but you do want to go hard on your fats. Now let's say every morning you get up and you just can't function properly without your breakfast fettuccine alfredo to jumpstart your morning. For lunch you get a Subway sandwich, and for dinner you chow down on some fried rice. Well, A, you're a fucking monster for going to Subway for your sandwich. You might as well pick up a scoop of dirt on your way to work and eat that. There's more flavor there than in one of those sandwiches. And B, you'd have to cut that shit out. You'd have to completely change the way you eat, because that right there is far too many carbs. The sweet spot for a ketogenic diet is anywhere from 20 to 50 grams of carbs per day, depending on what research you're looking at. Some people can get up to 100 grams a day and still get into a state of ketosis, but that's very rare. It all depends on your body type, but typically 20 to 50 grams a day is that golden spot where you're getting some nice rim jobs and seeing great results. Now you know how to get into the state of ketosis, but why would you want to? So when your body's in this state of ketosis, it produces what's called ketones. And in the absence of carbs, your body can't use glucose as its main energy source anymore. Thus, it starts producing ketones to replace it as the main energy source. Is glucose bad? Is it the worst thing in the world? Did it shoot your parents and fuck your wife? No, it didn't. Fuck no, it's fine. But the problem is when you eat something like, let's say, a fucking coconut and Nutella birthday cake, I'd rather eat asshole than that, but let's say you took a bite of that, what this does is it gives you a lot of glucose that your body now needs to use, and if you don't use it all, like let's say you don't run fucking 5 miles to burn all that shit off, it gets stored because your body didn't need it, so it stores it as adipose, which is fat. So now you know that using glucose as your primary energy source is fine, but if you don't use all the glucose, there's a good chance you're going to start gaining some adipose tissue. So how are ketones different, and why do we prefer to use them instead of glucose? Well, first of all, ketones come from the breakdown of fat in the liver. So instead of using glucose, you're using fundamentally fat. You're using your fat as your energy source now. Now the next natural question becomes, why doesn't our liver naturally just break down fats? Why do we have to be in ketosis to really kick that shit into overdrive? It's because of the insulin levels. When you take something in, like the example I gave earlier, a coconut shit cake or whatever the fuck it was, your glucose levels go up, but so do your insulin levels, because insulin is responsible for transporting the glucose throughout the bloodstream. When your insulin levels are high, it makes it very hard for your liver to break down fat, if at all. So when you enter ketosis and you're not digesting coconut stinky shits, your insulin levels are dropping as well, which in turn makes it so your liver can break down the fats more easily. So once again, just to wrap that all up and put a pretty bow on it, in essence, you just start using fats, your fat, as your energy source. Now you know what ketones are, why they're a good thing, now you know how to enter ketosis, but now let's talk about some of the things a lot of people make mistakes on when doing a ketogenic diet. The biggest one, and definitely for me personally, this is where I fucked up big time doing keto, is your protein intake. It has to be moderate. It can't be super high. And the reason for that is when you have so much protein and you don't have any carbs coming in, your body starts breaking down protein as its energy source, and this process is called gluconeogenesis. This is the last fucking thing you want. You'll start looking all noodle-armed and noodle-dicked because your body is literally eating away your lean muscle mass. So you have to be very careful when taking in your protein. You have to be very mindful. You keep it at a middle ground level. I can't really give you an average number because that's going to vary from person to person drastically, depending on a lot of different characteristics. Another big common mistake is eating fruits. Fruits are pretty damn high in carbs. You have to pretty much avoid fruits when on a ketogenic diet, which not a lot of people expect or really know how to adapt to because you grow up being taught that fruits are some of your best friends, but sometimes you gotta leave your friends behind so you can chase your dreams. And in this case, that's exactly what has to happen. And the last huge mistake people make on a keto diet is not getting enough of the right fats. If you're not taking in enough fat, you're not going to be burning fat. You're just not going to really be succeeding in a keto diet. So you have to make sure that you're eating a lot of fat. And for some people, that's pretty hard because you grow up being taught that fat is the schoolyard bully, the playground bully that's just going to shove your face into the mud pies and make you fat. Which, I'd like to say right now, is 100% bullshit. Fat does not make you fat. That myth was started about 50 or 60 fucking years ago when obesity really started to become a problem because of all the sugar in the food, and people started to take notice. So then companies that used a lot of sugar in their shit-ass products started to shift the blame onto fat instead of the sugar to keep sugar looking innocent, and for some reason that still persisted where people think fat is an inherently bad thing. So to put it in Harry Potter terms, the Harry Potter universe, fat would be the Professor Snape. Everyone thinks he's bad and evil, but he's not, and he's had a pretty sad past. And that's really keto in a nutshell, what it is and how it works. I know I didn't dive too deep into exactly how every process starts, finishes, what enzymes are breaking down what, because I don't think many of you give a shit about that. I think what most people want to understand is exactly what it is and how it works. Now, depending on what research you look at, some of it's just bullshit like, keto will not only make you taller, but it'll also make your dick 10 times bigger. Do a keto diet now and buy my book so you know how to do it right. Obvious scams, don't fall for that kind of shit. But there is a myriad of other health benefits besides just fat loss. Insulin levels are reduced, and then there's other studies that say that, you know, your mental focus is improved, blood pressure is improved, a whole bunch of different shit. I highly encourage anyone out there that's curious about a keto diet or thinking of starting one to do your own research and learn how to do it the right way. But yeah, that concludes this lesson, so class is dismissed. Big thanks to Zeno for the professional as fuck animation to really take today's lesson to the next level. You were just walking around being all human and shit with your tendons and ligaments and muscles when all of a sudden you got hit with a strong gust of wind which fractured your arm. This is commonly referred to as breaking your bone, but in the medical industry it's called an ouchie bang bang. After one experiences an OBB, the potassium cells in the body flock to the scene of the break and fill the hole with a red substance known as hemahobgoblin. Let's take a closer look inside of this substance. Now that we've cannonballed inside, you can clearly see that there's a fucking ton of dots in here. That about covers it for its composition. But I'd have my teaching license revoked if I didn't mention the osteoblasts and the osteoclasts. We'll start with the osteoblasts, who have the leading role in repairing broken bone, the Robert Downey Jr. to your body's Marvel Cinematic Universe. On the surface of every bone in the human body, you'll find the osteoblasts. I'm just kidding, you fucking nerd, it's the osteoclast. Did I have you going? Are you that fucking stupid? You just got osteo outclassed. These boring losers here are the osteoclast. They look like a tomato-covered ditto from Pokemon. They break apart the bone, they gobble it up, they eat it, they have an insatiable appetite, they're fucking gluttony incarnate. Then there's the osteoblasts, which are the cool one. That's these blue Roombas that just go across the surface of your bone, leaving behind a trail of cum behind them, which helps repair. This process is known as segagenesis, the suffix genesis meaning creation of, prefix sega meaning bad games. Now here's a picture of a melted marshmallow. Does that answer all your questions? Now everything we've just learned about and discussed all comes together, works in tandem, and starts to repair your bone and make it stronger than it's ever been in its entire fucking life. Now as we zoom out here, you'll notice that you don't even end up being the same person anymore. After this process is complete, you become Homer Simpson. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I want to talk about something super important today. Now, when people think of an event that changes the human species, many people think of nuclear bombs or other weapons we build to destroy each other, or maybe something religious like a meteor strike or God jerking off onto the planet causing a mass extinction bukkake. But let me tell you the most realistic thing that may change the course of the human species. Antibiotic-resistant bacteria. I'm sure many of you have heard of this before, but for those who haven't, it's bacteria that becomes resistant to all of our antibiotics. Antibiotics were first discovered by Alexander Fleming in the early 20th century when he identified penicillin, and that and vaccinations led to a lot of diseases becoming pretty much extinct. But within the last couple decades, people have gotten a lot stupider and a lot more comfortable and taken a lot more things for granted. So now you have these stupid people like the anti-vaccination troglodytes who claim that vaccinations are going to cause their kids autism and have small tits and nipples, and they just don't want that, so they don't vaccinate their kids. Then this allowed for a lot of diseases that hadn't been seen for 50 plus years to come back even stronger. And then you have shitty doctors that'll prescribe antibiotics for pretty much fucking anything. If you glue a popsicle stick to your nose and then your nose gets stuffy because of it, you can ask for antibiotics and it'll give you them. Then you have people that don't finish their antibiotics when they're given them, which leads to the infection becoming more resilient to that type of antibiotic. And now a lot of farmers have been using antibiotics on their animals because they don't just want normal animals. They want chickens that can bench press 400 pounds, so they give them fucking antibiotics. That way they get bigger and beefier, so they get more meat per chicken and cow. It's incredible. And all of this coupled together leads to the bacteria becoming more accustomed to the antibiotic, which leads to them evolving to be more resistant to it so they can continue to survive. It's basic evolutionary shit. Now, I know a lot of people sitting out there like, you know what, I don't give a shit, it doesn't affect me right now, this is something that might happen in the future, why should I care now? Well, you homunculus, it's actually going to affect all of us right now, because it's happening at this very moment. A woman in Nevada just died today from a superbug that was resistant to every type of antibiotic. So these antibiotic-resistant bacteria are in the world now. So, why is this so bad? Before antibiotics, people would die from the most basic shit. If you got a cut on your finger, that could basically kill you if it gets infected, because there's not much you can do about it. And it's not just injuries that might get infected and kill you. Surgery would be completely off the table. There would no longer be any surgery allowed anymore, because when you get surgery, you're given antibiotics to prevent infections from getting cut open and doing all this and that. And if these bacteria are resistant to the antibiotics, you will die from getting surgery. There will be no more life-saving surgeries because the risk is just too high. And it's not even just huge, big surgeries that would be out of the question. The smallest shit, like getting your wisdom teeth taken out, boob jobs, those would all be off of the table. Porn star titties would be small again. Most people out there probably are hearing what I'm saying and going, you know what, it doesn't really matter. We're so smart, I'm sure we'll find more antibiotics. Maybe, but there's a really small chance of that. There's a really good chance that there's just no more antibiotics to be found, that this is the limit. I don't think the majority of the 7 billion people overpopulating this planet understood just how important antibiotics were. I'm using it past tense because it seems like they're not going to be effective anymore. We're already seeing a lot of bacteria that's resistant to certain antibiotics, just not all of them yet, until today from the Nevada woman who died from one who was completely resistant to all of the antibiotics. So what's the point in me telling you all this scary shit? My channel's dedicated to playing shitty video games and making weird videos. Well, the point is, maybe it'll help open some of your eyes. When you get antibiotics in the future, you'll finish the fucking dosage so you don't contribute to the problem. If you have friends or family that don't finish their antibiotics, tell them that shit's not gonna fly. Hey, Grandma Ruby, you sit those saggy ass cheeks down, I'm gonna watch you take these antibiotics each day until they're gone. Stop buying meat from places like Tyson that use antibiotics. I'm really not doing it justice illustrating just how big of a deal this is, but hopefully what I've said so far will help some people out there and contribute to the efforts to not all die from antibiotic-resistant bacteria. Also, if any of you out there listening to this are part of the anti-vaccination crowd, I strongly urge you to never reproduce, and to please keep yourself locked inside of your house in total isolation. I've been reading a lot of scientific reports recently that claim too much air can cause herpes, so truly it's for your own good if you just stay locked inside of your house. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this PSA. Remember, it's not too late to stop being stupid, so yeah, that's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical, also known as Professor Steelmeat, and today's lesson topic is prions. Now, if you're like me, a hypochondriac, you hit your hand on the edge of a table and you instantly think you've contracted fucking gonorrhea or something, then you've probably done some research on prions since they're being talked about a lot more recently. So since they're becoming such a popular subject, I'd like to teach you all what they are, how they work, etc. So go ahead and turn your textbooks to page Go Fuck Yourself and let's begin. Now, what is a prion? Fundamentally, a prion is a misfolded protein, but it's infectious and there's no nucleotides, which means there's no DNA and there's no RNA. And it infects the properly folded prion proteins, and once there's enough of this misfolded protein, it causes cell death in the brain, which leaves holes in the brain, which is what I'm illustrating with that drawing right there that just looks like a really badly drawn chocolate chip cookie, and then eventually the person dies. It's the cause of what's known as TSEs, or transmissible spongiform encephalopathies, and it's just some very shitty shit. Now here's a brief history of its discovery. In 1950 there was an outbreak of what's known as kuru in Papua New Guinea. Those infected with kuru lost the ability to walk, chew, and swallow, so obviously since they weren't able to eat, they died. About 10 years later, this kuru outbreak, as well as scabies, was studied. Scabies is another TSE, but it only affects goats and sheep. This head of cauliflower represents a sheep. It was studied by 2 London researchers, and they hypothesized that these TSEs were the result of a protein-only pathogen. Then, in 1982, a neurologist named Stanley Naughty Nipples Prusner came forward and announced that he had proven the hypothesis correct and named them prions, which is short for proteinaceous infectious particles. Now, that's a brief history of how prions were discovered. Now let's really get into what they are. Now there's 2 things here. There's PRPC, which is normal, and PRPSC, which is the misfolded version. PRP is just short for prion protein. Now everyone's body has PRPC in it, although no one understands exactly what PRPC does for the body. And I clearly don't know how to draw the fucking thing. It looks like a wacky waving inflatable tube flailing arm man or whatever they're called. But that's the best I can do, and that's basically what PRPC looks like, and there's usually no problems with it, and it's completely normal, although no one knows its exact function. Maybe it makes you shoot cum further, maybe it makes your teeth whiter, maybe it's fucking Maybelline. No one has any idea, really. Your guess is as good as everyone else's. And then there's the abnormal version, which is the prion disease-causing one, PRPSC, which is the misfolded protein. And it's also poorly drawn. I'm not very good at drawing shit, but that's kind of what that looks like. This shit causes a lot of scary shit, like fatal familial insomnia. This is another really bad drawing, I know. It looks like he's laying his head on a bar of soap. I'm sorry, I'm a horrible artist, but I'm doing the best I can. Now, fatal familial insomnia affects the person's ability to sleep, eventually making them completely unable to sleep, which leads to extreme weight loss. This giant shoe is supposed to be a scale, and then eventually death. Now, it's not just them wide awake and not able to sleep. They beg to sleep. They are just perpetually exhausted and craving sleep, but their body just will not let them. It's a horrible disease, and there's a lot of other horrible diseases that this causes, such as Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, which I'm drawing here, and also the one most of you have probably heard of before, mad cow disease. It also causes something in deer called chronic wasting disease. It just causes a whole bunch of shit. That's a very sad cow. Mad cow disease was a very sad time for cows, and everyone else. Actually, you know what, real quick fun fact, there's only 2 things in the entire universe. There's cows and everything that isn't a cow, so that really affected a lot of shit when that was going around. So let's talk about how this PRPSC spreads to the normal prion proteins. This is very haphazardly drawn, I just wanted to quickly show how it does it. So the misfolded protein comes in contact with the normally folded protein, and it's able to actually infect it and turn it into another PRPSC and completely get rid of the normal folded one. And it does this numerous times until they all form a long chain called an amyloid fiber. Now this amyloid fiber is toxic to the surrounding cells in the brain, so what happens is it starts to kill off all the cells surrounding it. Yes, I know this looks like a tit with tentacles coming off of it. It kills all of these cells, and then these cells get cleaned up, but the amyloid fiber stays. And once these cells are cleaned up, it leads to holes in the brain, and those holes obviously aren't good, and that leads to diseases. But the amyloid fiber continues to multiply until there's pretty much nothing left of the brain. Now, how do you contract one of these TSEs? They've identified 3 ways. You consume contaminated meat where the animal had a prion disease, thus you would get the prion disease. They also believe that there's just a genetic mutation that can occur that can cause the prion protein to misfold. And they also believe that there's just a random chance that the prion protein will misfold, thus giving the person a prion disease. Now, I'd like to point out that contaminated meat isn't an issue of ill-prepared meat. You could cook that motherfucker to a block of charcoal and it would still not get rid of the prion disease if the animal the meat came from had it. So, let's talk about that. These prions are extremely difficult to get rid of. Dynamite wouldn't blow that shit up. Here's a prion taking a bath in a volcano. It would survive that and spit in the volcano's face. Alcohol and bleach doesn't kill prions. They are extremely difficult for scientists to get rid of. Autoclaving, boiling, alcohol, radiation, none of the standard methods work on prions. But in all honesty, the volcano thing and the dynamite was a bit of an exaggeration. You can actually burn prions and get rid of them. It breaks the peptide bonds and the prions are destroyed. But that's not exactly practical. You can't light someone on fire or light an animal on fire and say they're cured of the prion disease. It doesn't work like that. So yeah, they are extremely difficult to get rid of in an organism. Now, one last thing I wanted to touch on the subject of prions is a lot of scientists and researchers don't believe prions either exist or exist in the way that they are said to. Since prions don't have any nucleotides, DNA, RNA, they believe they can't possibly exist by themselves and be causing these as solely proteins. There must be something else at play, so they discredit a lot of the prion research and say it's hogwash. They say it's poop shit. They say a lot of shit about it. So I just wanted to point that out, that there is a debate on whether or not prions A, exist, or B, exist like they're said to. And yeah, that's about all for prions. Some really horrible shit. And that's all for today's lesson. Remember to wish Professor Steelmeat a good day, and class is dismissed. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I'm going to be teaching you all about carbohydrates, what they are, and how they're used. Now, this is something I've never done before. I've never taught a lesson or anything of that nature, but recently I've been reflecting on all of my college courses and all of the useless knowledge that I have. And it's not really useless, just useless to me. I've completely lost interest in my field, which was exercise physiology and basically anything biology related. So I have a lot of knowledge in that area, but I know I'm never going to use it, so I kind of thought, well, maybe I could pass it on to all of you and it might be useful to you in some way. So I decided to make this lesson about carbohydrates because there's a lot of confusion surrounding them and a lot of conflicting information regarding carbohydrates, so I figured I'd take that shit and turn it into a nicer shit. So here we go. That's my hand right there. It's held my wiener more than a few times. Now, the incredible thing about hands is I can write words with them, like carbs. So carbs are your wheat, your bread, your pasta, your rice, shit like that. That's a bowl of rice, in case you couldn't tell. I know it looks like a fucking Jackson Pollock, but I'm not the best artist, but I'm trying my best. Then you have your fat, which is things like peanut butter. Your protein, which is your meats, like chicken. This is obviously a picture of a chicken. I know it looks more like a dinosaur without arms, suffering from extreme scoliosis, but trust me, it's a chicken to represent protein. And these three make up your macronutrients. And these are crucial to your survival, pussy fart. Now let's break this down a bit further. Carbs will give you 4 calories per gram, fat will give you 9 calories per gram, and protein will give you 4 calories per gram. They're not all digested the same, they're not all absorbed the same or used the same way, but we'll get into that another time. I'm going to focus on carbs for this, I just wanted to give a brief overview. Now, what is a calorie? Well, a calorie is the amount of energy required to raise the temperature of water by 1 degree Celsius. Now, I don't want to go into too much detail on all this, I just wanted to briefly touch on it. So carbs are the primary source of fuel for the human body. They're the most easily used nutrient for energy. They should make up anywhere from 45 to 65% of your daily amount of calories. As clearly indicated by this drawing, it gives you some fucking energy. I know it looks more like this man's eating bread and is about to be hit by a surprise tornado, but trust me, he's eating bread and he has energy. That's what I'm trying to represent here. Now, carbs are the first thing your body uses for energy, but if you're lacking in carbs, it'll turn to fat. Fat will be the second thing it burns for energy, much in the same way it does for carbs. It goes through a very similar process. Now, if you don't have a lot of carbs and you don't have a lot of fat, your body will resort to using protein for energy, which it does not want to do. It is very bad at using protein for energy, and it's very dangerous to do that as well, so the body does not want to do that. Something I wanted to mention, the body only burns carbs for about 30 minutes on average before it goes, oh shit, need to save the rest of this, and starts burning fat for energy, which is why those fat burning workout plans typically have you doing low intensity exercise for a long period of time, like lifting a toothpick for 5,000 reps or throwing a beanbag at a wall for 68 hours. And it's also why the ketogenic diet is so successful, because they have you eating 0 carbs and just have you chow down on buckets full of almonds and cleanse your palate with gasoline. So you have this high amount of fat, with no carbs to burn, so the only thing your body can burn is fat, which is why people get real fucking shredded when they go on the ketogenic diet. Just wanted to explain the logic behind those two things. In the words of Julius Caesar, not all carbohydrates are the same, but they're typically going to be one of three things. A monosaccharide like this glucose right here, a disaccharide like this sucrose here, or a polysaccharide like this starch I'm drawing. The body jerks these carbs off in different ways. It takes a lot less effort to digest and absorb a monosaccharide than it does a polysaccharide like bread, which is why doctors recommend that most of your carbs be complex carbohydrates, like my asshole. Let's talk about the breakdown of these bad boys. So this right here is you. It's gonna look like a methed out Pac-Man, but for all intents and purposes, it's you. And this is you eating the bread. Apparently you eat the bread by smacking yourself in the face with it. I'm sorry, I'm not a good artist. So when you're chewing the food, it's a mechanical breakdown, but an enzyme is also released called amylase, which helps break it down further. Once it goes through your mouth, it goes into your stomach, continues to break down in there. Goes to your small intestine after that, where most of the breakdown is going to happen because more amylase is released. It eventually gets broken down into monosaccharides, glucose, fructose, or galactose. Once it's in this monosaccharide form, it undergoes something called glycolysis. After glycolysis comes the Krebs cycle, and the product of this is ATP, which is adenosine triphosphate. If you're taking notes on all this, remember to write this down. Fuck glycolysis and fuck the Krebs cycle. ATP is alright though, he's a pretty cool guy. Glycolysis and the Krebs cycle are just extremely complicated, and it's really not worth understanding how they work. But ATP, that is the main source of energy for your body. That's what your body uses for energy. The cells love it, you love it, everyone's happy with ATP, as this drawing is clearly showing. So, adenosine triphosphate is used everywhere. It is what the cells use for energy, basically. So, you need ATP, and you just need it. Now, I bet you're wondering why I'm awake at 4 AM talking about adenosine triphosphate and carbohydrates. Well, it's because I love this shit. No, I'm kidding, I hate this shit. But you're probably asking yourself why you typically gain weight when you eat a lot of carbs. Well, that's because the energy you don't burn gets stored as glycogen in your liver. But once you run out of storage space there, that fucking Tom and Glary, that glycogen will get stored as fat in your cells when you run out of space in your liver. That's the point I'm trying to make, except I really fumbled the word, sorry about that. So yeah, that's basically carbohydrates in a nutshell. It's been a long time since I've gone over any of this information, so it might all be wrong. Not really sure. I don't think it is though, I think it's accurate, but it could be. Who knows, it might be entirely wrong. But if I was an actual college professor, I wouldn't let my students leave until they said, "I hope you have a great day, Professor Steelmeat." Steelmeat's obviously not my real last name, but that's what I want the students to address me as well as faculty, and pretty much anyone else. I think it'd be really fun to be addressed as Professor Steelmeat. But yeah, that's the end of today's lesson, so see ya. Hello, you're watching Hot Feed, your #1 source for celebrity gossip, relationship advice, and the lowdown on all the hot stuff. On today's episode of Hot Feed, 4 surprising things you don't know about yourself. Number 4. I bet my nipples you didn't know your attractiveness could be accurately and scientifically rated on a scale. Here at Hot Feed headquarters, we've constructed 2 mathematical formulas to accurately represent your attractiveness. For females, we use the Cox score, or CS rating, which is a 1 to 100 numerical indication of your attractiveness. It works as follows. Your picture is shown to 100 men, and we count how many of them get a boner. For example, if we show 100 men a picture of Anna Kendrick and 83 get hard, she has an 83 of 100 CS. Here's a graph to help better understand the system. As you can see, our complex algorithm for assigning a number to your hotness is bulletproof. The green line represents the number of stiff wieners upon seeing the picture of the girl being graded. As the hotness goes up, so does the number of penises. For males, we use the moisture meter, or rating. The moisture calculator is a little more complex, so I'm going to need to explain it a little bit more. We show 100 women a picture of one man and then weigh their wet panties. We then weigh them again after they've dried. Then we subtract the initial wet weight from the dry weight and multiply that value by 100, which gives us the moisture percent. Now, we have to get the average of all of this, and then we take that average and then put that on the graph. Now, anything 90% and above means the panties were fucking soaked like they were caught in a tsunami, but reaching 100, that shit's impossible using our formula. Now, I know I'm showing 100% on this graph, but that's just for shits and shitting. But it just can't happen because you need the panties to weigh nothing, so you divide the initial by the initial. But panties are always going to weigh something. Even the driest, dustiest old pair of panties, your grandmother's old undergarments from 1814 that haven't seen action since the Prohibition, are still going to weigh something. So you cannot reach 100 using this, but it's still probably the best way to assign a number to a man's attractiveness. It's not as bulletproof as the cock score, though. Number 3, the third thing you don't know about yourself. It is not only possible, but extremely likely that you and everyone else in this world is living in a computer simulation run by a much more advanced species on the outer rim of space. This theory has been getting more and more attention recently because it keeps getting harder and harder to prove it false. In fact, most of the new things we're learning about the universe actually point to it being the truth. Now, I don't want to dive too deep into this, but if you want to learn more, you can just type in simulated universe theory and there's thousands and thousands of documents and sources that cover it. Here at Hotfeed, we just like to open your eyes to some real heavy shit. Or maybe it's not real, and maybe it's not heavy, maybe it's not even shit. If this is actually a simulation, none of that actually exists. Maybe shit is a really different thing in the actual reality. But for now, this is still real, it's heavy, and it's shit. Number 2. I bet you didn't know that men can also lactate. It's been reported a number of times throughout the years, but recent studies confirm that the phenomenon is not only possible, but in fact quite easy. There's 2 main things that cause male lactation. Number 1 is certain medications. Toronto-based Dr. Jack Newman confirmed that an antipsychotic drug interfered with the pituitary gland and caused it to overproduce prolactin, which is the hormone necessary for lactation, and that's not the only drug of its kind that causes that side effect. And the second thing that causes male lactation is overstimulating the nipple. That's right, so if you assault your nipples like I do, there's a very real chance that you could start to lactate. Now I know you female viewers out there are wondering, well, this isn't about me, so this isn't a surprising fact I didn't know about myself. I can already lactate. And that's where you're wrong, because now you know that you're not alone in the lactation business, and if that's not surprising, then I simply don't know what is. Number 1. I guarantee you had no idea that being able to do a headstand is so unique to our species. In fact, there is no other living thing on this planet that can do a headstand other than the Asian elephant. And now you know how similar we are to the elephants. So if you were ever thinking about challenging an elephant to a breakdancing competition, I'd think twice. It might just break out the headstand and make you look silly. Well, this has been the very first episode of Hot Feed, and I hope you all learned some very new surprising things about yourself. Thank you for tuning in. Remember to feed yourself and stay hot. According to the first result when I googled average male and female body, this is what I was given. Not the model, I'm using a body visualizer, but the numbers. I plugged the numbers I was given into this body visualizer. So this is what your average American female looks like without clothes on. She wouldn't necessarily be blue, and she'd probably have nipples and hair. The man would probably have a penis and whatnot. But this is the body composition of your average American male and female. Now let me ask you, do you find these bodies beautiful? If you were trapped in a cave with these bodies, would you rub up against them for heat? Most of you would probably say no, they're average bodies. So what do you find to be beautiful? Is this your ideal male body? Another wienerless man, but it does represent a muscular man. He's in good shape. Is this the ideal male body? Is this beautiful? Is this what people want? What about the female body? Is this the ideal female body? Sorry, the picture's a little big, so I've got to scroll up and down to show it. But is this the ideal female body? I don't think so. I think there's more to the human body and beauty than what society has told us is beautiful. Let me show you something here. Is this alien-looking physique not appealing to you? Is this not beautiful? If you saw this thing on the streets, would you stop and say, oh my goodness, one of the Greys from Area 51 escaped? Or would you stop and say, sir, you look very cute today? I would say he looks cute. Now let's adjust a little bit. Let's really push the boundaries of beauty. Let's see if we can make this... Oh shit, it's female. I completely forgot. Nevertheless, male, female, does it really matter? Why does this person have to conform to society's gender roles? This is a beautiful woman. Look at those legs. You see how they're corkscrewing around each other? Look at those tits. Those are huge tits. Who doesn't like huge tits? But focus on the legs. The legs are important. Do you notice how the patella is the only thing left there? Beautiful. If a woman wants to look like this, she should have every right to look like this without fear of ridicule and being deemed not good looking. I think any woman should be able to look like this right here. No strings attached, no judgment. Look at those legs though, they are really wrapping around themselves. And now she looks like a rotisserie chicken. Who doesn't like rotisserie chicken? This is a gorgeous woman. But I bet the majority of you don't think she's as stunning as I do, because of what you were taught growing up. Well, let me tell you. She is flawless. She's healthy at least, if nothing else. Whereas those supermodels starve themselves to look good, this woman didn't do that. She put all of her weight strategically targeting her legs. Now she can probably run faster than most automobiles. This is really fucking cool, watch this. When I deflate the titties, the mouth closes. When I inflate them, it opens it up again. It turns this completely normal looking woman into the Green Goblin. I've created a new member of the Ginyu Force. Oh my goodness, this is incredible. This looks like Siddhartha. Oh shit. Shrugging his shoulders now, getting some trap work. I've now moved his asshole up to the middle of his back too. I'm still using the female, I keep calling it he. This is a female. Alright folks, get it through your thick skulls. This is a female. Got a tongue sticking out from underneath her tits too. Belly button got moved up about 12 inches. Absolute beauty. Let's fiddle with the average male. Kinda pudgy, right? Not your ideal body type. But what's it fucking matter, alright? This is a good looking man. He exercises 0 hours a week. Not everyone has to try that hard to look good. Like this guy, this is a good looking human being. Got a little shark fin sticking out from his gonads. Parasite about to bust out of his gut. Asshole has folded into itself. The ass cheeks have collapsed into some type of vortex. Scrotum's formed a propeller. This gentleman's got the body of a Greek god. Now I'm getting a little sidetracked here, showing you all these good-looking things. But the point I'm trying to make is there's more things that are beautiful than just what you see in magazines and on TV. For instance, what I'm showing you here. And if I had the option, I'd be putting hair on all of these models. I'd have this bitch right here covered in hair. I'd have his eyeballs with hair all over them. He'd be the hairiest thing you've ever seen. Well, let's make him belly dance. Why, you like that? Do you like this belly dancing? Do you like that? Perfect. Another great looking human being. His head is held up by that toothpick in between his shoulders. His body resembles Play-Doh that's been stepped on. He's got a piece of skin floating behind him, because it has nowhere else to go, I guess. Perhaps this man is a bit too skinny. Behold, the old Bowflex salesperson. You too could look like this if you exclusively do the bench press and eat cottage cheese. I believe I've pushed the boundaries of beauty a bit too far. This thing is wearing football pads. It looks like a freshly opened oyster. Look at that, like, puddle of mucus in front of its face. It's got like a seagull's beak underneath him too. All things considered though, this is still a good looking man. Now the point I'm trying to make is society should not mold your definition of beauty. It should not give you glasses that tell you what's beautiful and what's not. You should break those glasses, shove them in your asshole, and shit them back out just to break them again. Beauty is a lot more than you think it is. I'm not TMZ and I'm not your school's local newspaper, but I do want to actually talk about a news story today that I'm sure you're all aware of by now. Alec Baldwin fatally shot cinematographer Helena Hutchins on the set of his new movie Rust. He also caught the director in the crossfire as well, who was shot and injured but is okay. Unfortunately, Hutchins died. It was a tragic accident where a prop gun Alec Baldwin was handling actually had a live round in it, which ultimately ended in someone's death. I first heard about this minutes after it happened. I was streaming at the time, and I swear to God, the people in my chat are like the fastest on-scene reporters to everything. If there was a nuclear missile launch somewhere in the world, I would probably know about it before the US government because my chat would fucking tell me. Somehow, they just have like the cutting-edge information the second it happens. It honestly felt like whoever was telling me about this in Twitch chat was actually on the set when it was happening. So I've been following this very closely over the last couple days, and this is more than just a tragic accident. This is gross negligence and a disturbing look into how little movies care about the safety of the crew. I'll get into that in a minute, but just in case you don't know what happened, Alec Baldwin is in an upcoming movie called Rust, and I don't know what the movie's about. I haven't looked that up because I think that's the least important part about this whole thing, but I guess in the movie he plays some kind of gun-wielding badass. He's playing fucking Doom guy, so he's running around akimbo guns and going crazy because guns are a big part of the movie, it seems. And in one of the shots they were doing, He was handling the gun, and he shot and killed the cinematographer and injured the director. It was supposed to be a prop gun without live rounds, obviously. Sorry to hit you with a cold water and tell you Santa Claus isn't real, but movies are fake. Those guns you see in the movies aren't shooting real bullets or anything, at least they're not supposed to. But in this case, the gun Alec Baldwin was handling had a real round in it. Now, a lot of people immediately compared this to the tragic death of Bruce Lee's son on the set of The Crow. Brandon Lee died because of a malfunctioning prop weapon where a projectile actually did come out of what was supposed to be a blank and it killed him. A lot of people compared it to that, but this is totally different. This is so much worse. So I read this article today because this is still a developing story. Everyone's trying to figure out what the fuck happened here. Like, the Tooth Fairy came in and delivered a real round into a prop gun. How did this happen, you know? And so the investigation's been launched, and apparently the entire filming of this movie was a fucking disaster. Crew members weren't allowed to stay nearby, so they had to drive 50 miles each day just to get to set. The conditions were abominable, which is obviously leading to them being miserable. So a lot of them wanting to quit and just wanting better conditions, and in response to that, they just started hiring non-union workers to replace the union workers. The fucking prisoners on Alcatraz Island were treated with more respect than the crew on Rust. It sounds like working on Rust would have been worse than working as a custodian in hell. At least maybe in hell the demons would have treated you better than the Rust team did. I would have rather been licking gas station toilet seats clean than go work on Rust. But not only were the conditions absolutely horrible and unacceptable to a damn near criminal degree, I would argue, but it was also like going to an active war zone every time you stepped on the set of the movie. Because this wasn't the only time there was an accidental discharge of the firearms on set. It happened 3 times, allegedly. Now, I don't know if it means that a live round was fired each time, or if it just means the gun wasn't fully cold. When they called cold gun, it was supposed to mean like there is nothing in there. So it could mean like the other 3 times it was like blank rounds that fired. But even still, that is a massive mistake to make. You call cold gun and a blank fires is still very dangerous. You have to be in control. You have to know what the fuck is in the guns. There were multiple discharges of firearms throughout filming. So it's like that scene in Zoolander where they're having like a fucking gasoline fight. Like, they didn't care. They were using like real guns, it seems. It wasn't even like props at that point. They just went to like the local, gun store, just purchased a lot and like, yeah, this will be fine for the movie. We'll just dodge the bullets or some shit. So I guess you just show up to set and every time there's a scene with a gun in it, you have to like be ducking for cover just in case. People just wandering around fucking dual-wielding pistols, firing them to the air like that guy from Looney Tunes, what's his name? Wiley Sharterton, the fucking guy with the beard. Yosemite Sam, just over there fucking blasting into the sky. So obviously the crew didn't feel safe, which led to half a dozen of them leaving just hours before the fatal shooting. Like, all of the signs were there for a disaster, but they were ignored because apparently they were trying to really rush the movie out, so they just didn't care. So I don't know how the fuck like a firearm discharges one time and you're not like, holy shit, this is something we really need to, take a hold of, grab by the fucking nutsack and fix. Because that is just that's a recipe for disaster. That is asking for a tragedy, and that's exactly what happened. They were begging for it. Just read this again. Alec Baldwin's stunt double fired 2 rounds in a gun that they said was cold. That shit is not cold. That is clearly not cold. If that's cold, then my cock is 16 inches long. Like, it's unreal. They had so many chances to fix the problem. They had 3 discharges according to that quote there. That means they had multiple opportunities to get things under control and they just didn't. Dude just kicking back, smoking a pipe saying, surely it won't happen a 4th time. Like that was their solution. Like, okay, now that we've got all the bad luck out of the way, now it's smooth sailing here. And then, of course, what happened, Alec Baldwin during his scene, he's supposed to unholster his weapon, and they said the gun was cold, as they did the last time, and it wasn't cold, as it wasn't last time. So he brought it out of his holster, and it fired a live round, which shot and killed Hutchins and injured the director behind her. A completely avoidable tragedy if anyone on set bothered to give a shit about safety. Now, of course, the crew cared about safety, clearly, because they were protesting and they left because they felt so unsafe. But I'm talking about, like, the higher-ups that were in charge of making these decisions and making sure things were safe. They clearly didn't give a fuck. They just kept rushing and cutting corners. And then their solution to everything was, okay, let them leave. We'll replace them and keep using these fucking actual guns. You know, if you can dodge a bullet, we can dodge a lawsuit, so let's really get out there and do our best. I'm obviously not part of the Trust and Safety Board of the United States of America, but I think if while filming a movie, 3 times your prop guns are called cold even though they're shooting even blanks, I think you need to really take a moment to reevaluate your crew and get everything under control and maybe start to think like, so there's a problem here. Clearly we're not all on the same page. This department's kind of lacking. Let's fix that. But hey, that's just me. You know, I'm not a director, you know, part of a film board. It's just so fucking sad. And what's even worse is the people on Twitter who are saying Alec Baldwin needs to go to prison for this. Why? It's not his fault. He was told the gun was cold and was just doing the scene as he was instructed. It's not like he went in there like the spirit of vengeance and took the gun and just started shooting people. He was told the gun was cold and he was filming a scene. And unfortunately, the production didn't do a good job of making sure there wasn't a real gun with real bullets on set. I don't even know why that would be there. You know, again, I'm not like in the film board or the film industry very much, you know, apart from being the world's best actor, but I can't imagine why during any movie you'd need a real magazine of real bullets next to all of your blanks and empty guns. Why is that there? You know, like, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It seems like something out of like a fucking hitman mission where you're trying to assassinate someone. Why the fuck would there be real bullets mixed in with all of the fake ones? And it blows my fucking mind. It's crazy. Such a sad and yet entirely avoidable tragedy. I just wanted to talk about it because this story has been truly wild. And I feel horrible for Alec Baldwin. I feel horrible, obviously, for the family of Hutchins and everyone on that crew. Because what a sad set of circumstances and an awful thing that happened. So yeah, anyway, I just wanted to talk about this. That's about it. See ya. I'm becoming more and more convinced that TikTok is actually a weapon used to weed out stupid people. Because this story is not the first of its kind. This is not an isolated incident where a TikTok trend or challenge leads to a lot of fatalities. It's honestly getting to the point where these headlines feel like they're AI generated. Like the one we're talking about today feels like a fake story put into Grand Theft Auto as a joke. Just something they slid in there as something silly. But it's apparently legitimate. There's a TikTok trend called the boat jumping challenge, which is responsible for at least 4 people's deaths recently. And the challenge, as the name would imply, is jumping off of a boat going extremely fast. You don't need a master's degree in physics to figure out why this is dangerous, but just in case, I'll lay down the brass tacks. So I'm gonna sit you down in the classroom here for the lecture, so spit out your gum. Since the boat is moving so fast, when you jump off of it, you hit the water hard as shit. You generate a lot of force behind that impact. It's a goddamn wallop. So, what's happening is, when people are jumping off of the boats, they're hitting the water and then snapping their necks and drowning. It's an easily preventable and probably the most embarrassing death imaginable because you killed yourself for a goofy-ass TikTok challenge. And I also hate that everything in the world is called a challenge these days. That word has lost all meaning. There's nothing challenging about this. Jumping off a boat doesn't have any level of difficulty or skill to it. The only challenge, I guess, is surviving it. Like, avoiding being banished to the fucking Shadow Realm for it. But I'm so fucking tired of everything getting called a challenge, you know? Here's the poop without wiping challenge. You take a shit and you don't use any toilet paper or a bidet to clean your anus. Expert difficulty, ultra nightmare mode, impossible challenge. You won't last 5 seconds. It's so dumb. I'm so tired of everything getting labeled a challenge. But anyway, this trend of boat jumping is responsible for at least 4 deaths. And like I mentioned, that is just the saddest way of going out. Not only is it like an agonizingly slow, painful death, but that is just, you're probably getting made fun of in the afterlife for that. Dying for a stupid TikTok trend, you know the angels are shooting spitballs at you. Like, that is, like, it's just a shameful way of exiting this corporeal realm and shedding the mortal coil. That is so fucking sad. Like, I feel horrible that, you know, people have, you know, perished from it, but I honestly am stunned by just how quickly the human brain is devolving. This is like human instincts 101 shit. Like, this is common sense. This is an instinct you're born with. Not to, like, jump off of something going fast because it'll create bad ouchie boo-boo moment. Fucking cavemen probably would know not to jump off of, like, a speeding vehicle like this. I just don't understand how anyone would see this challenge and think that it was somehow safe or wasn't dangerous. Like, you'd have to know. You would have to know. And another thing is, it's so traumatizing, like, dying this way, not only because it was extremely avoidable, but because it's most likely done in front of your family and friends. Like, if you're on a boat, you're probably not on a boat with strangers. That's not exactly like you can call up an Uber to do this with. You can't just call up, like, a boat service, right, to pick you up and do this TikTok trend. So you had friends and family around you filming you, and then you did the TikTok suicide challenge right in front of them, and they watched you die and fucking filmed it. That is scarring. That is incomprehensibly nightmarish. So, like, this whole thing is, it's shocking that anyone would actually even do this. Like, 4 deaths from it is surprisingly low, actually. I imagine that's only the reported ones so far, assuming this is a popular trend. And I decided to look it up myself on TikTok to see how big the trend was. And it seems like it was pretty big, and there are still quite a few surviving videos of people doing the challenge, but all of them seem to at least had the foresight to recognize that, you know, pushing that bitch wide open on the boat going like 60 would have been a complete disaster and led to a Mortal Kombat fatality. So the ones that are on there right now are slow boats. They're going slow, so that way they don't hurt themselves doing it or, like, get seriously injured from it. Whereas most people, I guess, didn't recognize that and amplified the danger, fucking Evel Knievel, and actually just warp-drived their boat and jumped off, which led to these 4 deaths in Alabama. This whole situation proves to me, with my fucking tinfoil hat conspiracy theory, that there has to be some kind of shadow organization, the puppet masters pulling the strings of TikTok, that are in this think tank coming up with the most dangerous trends and challenges, knowing that stupid people will die doing it as a way of, like, population control or something. Like, not only is TikTok legitimately rotting the brains of so many people, but they're not satisfied with that. They're gluttonous for more punishment of the human species. So they're coming up with challenges like this knowing that people will die doing it. Because like I said, this is far from the only one. There's also, of course, like the blackout challenge, which was literally suffocating yourself, and some people died doing that. Which, obviously, but that was the whole fucking challenge, basically. You just strangle yourself until you're about to pass out, and some people died from it. But point is, there's so many of these challenges now. This is just the most recent one. And what's even crazier is I think back to the Tide Pod challenge, how everyone all at once recognized the stupidity and the danger of it, and yet that didn't have nearly as many deaths or injuries as any TikTok trend that comes out. Like, every big TikTok trend has, like, at least a handful of deaths associated with it at this point. And even extending further beyond Tide Pod Challenge, many people forget this one, but it's one I look back on with a big fucking smile on my face that someone even tried it. There was something called the Hot Coil Challenge, which was only ever done by one person. It was a dude who just turned his fucking stovetop on and then put his bare forearm on it and let it incinerate his flesh. So he just slams his arm onto the stovetop and lets that motherfucker simmer. He is in there just letting it cook. So he holds it there for a little bit, obviously just melting the flesh off, fucking cremating his forearm, and called it the Hot Coil Challenge. And that would have been less detrimental to human health than fucking TikTok trends like the boat jumping challenge. There would have been less deaths in the Hot Coil Challenge than there are in things like the boat jumping challenge and blackout challenge and all of that. That's so crazy. Now, this isn't exactly related to the boat jumping challenge, but I want to illustrate just how dangerous water speed is. There is a record for the fastest water speed ever achieved, and it was set back in the 70s. And you'd think upon hearing that, like, oh, we've advanced well beyond that with technology. How have we not been able to beat a record from the 70s when it comes to water speed? And that's because it's considered the most hazardous thing to ever engage in. It's the most dangerous record to ever try and break. There's a whole Wikipedia page dedicated to it. Of the last 13 attempts to break the water speed world record, there have been 7 deaths. and the two most recent attempts both ended in catastrophe and death. It is a record that most people don't really want to challenge because it is so fucking dangerous. I feel like a lot of people just don't recognize how dangerous water can be, which is a silly thing to say, because I feel like most people should be able to, but we're living in clown times right now where people are just, they're not thinking anymore. They see internet engagement and all rational thought goes right out the window. So it's fucking dangerous. Obviously, this boat jumping challenge was going to lead to serious injury and death. And yet, people were blinded in the pursuit of clout. A story as old as time now. Well, not really. A story as old as 3 or 4 years now, with how desperate people are for clout, that they are actually killing themselves for it. So yeah, just kind of wanted to talk about this a little bit. That's about it. See ya. Going to a gender reveal party is like taking your family to Chernobyl. Everyone's at risk of dying. Gender reveal parties these days is basically just acts of terrorism to reveal the gender of your upcoming baby, whether it's starting legendary wildfires in California or just straight up killing your relatives with pipe bombs. It's just absolute chaos. I've been very outspoken against gender reveal parties. I'm like mothers against drunk driving, but for gender reveal parties. Fucking gamers against gender reveal parties. I feel like people should know by now that they're not that special. Your family, your friends, and especially the internet doesn't give that much of a fuck about the gender of your upcoming baby. So just give them the news plainly so they can pretend to be excited and happy for you like everybody else. And if you want to get real wacky, goofy, and silly, bake a cake of pink or blue if you want to. I mean, that's simple and it's harmless. Except with gender reveal parties, I guarantee they'd use like fucking rat poisoning for the food dye and end up killing their whole family revealing the gender with a cake. You can't trust someone that wants to reveal the gender of their baby in a grand, dangerous way, because they're psychopaths. In fact, I even looked this up. You are twice as likely to die at a gender reveal party than you are swimming in shark-infested water. There have been 2 shark attack deaths in 2021, whereas there's been 4 gender reveal deaths in 2021. This is becoming a big statistic. Like, you know, you used to read that shit about a vending machine falling on someone and killing them, and it turns out, like, well, this happens quite a bit, like, 15, 20 deaths a year. Gender reveals are about to make that look like child's play. People are fucking dropping like flies at these parties. And the fucking worst part about it is, the deaths are always like this Looney Tunes fucking Wile E. Coyote kind of thing. Like, one of them this year was a family shot a fucking cannon at their friend and killed them. Like, it's terrible stuff. The reason I'm talking about it is because yesterday there were 2 more deaths at a gender reveal party with a plane crashing. A family hired a plane and a crew to fly around doing an aerial acrobatics show while dropping colored smoke in a banner to reveal the baby's gender to the family that was watching from a boat. And while doing these stunts, they nosedived into the ocean, and the one person on board died on impact, and then someone else died after they were picked up by the rescue team and given first aid. I'll show a clip of them flying around. I'm obviously not going to show the crash, but you can see just how fucking dangerous this shit is.
¡El niño! ¡Rosa!
It's absolutely horrifying and extremely sad with such an easy to avoid circumstance. Just don't do this kind of crazy dangerous shit to reveal the gender of your baby. It's so fucking trivial. People don't care. Your friends that go wild pumping their fist, whoa, good work, you fucked your wife and now you got a girl on the way, woohoo! They're just putting on an act to make you feel better. They don't care. They're not gonna go home and talk about it for the next week like, man, I can't believe they're having a girl. This is fucking incredible. And the way they revealed it with the magician making the Statue of Liberty disappear and then reappear covered in pink dust, man, I'm gonna be thinking about that for months now. People don't give a fuck. It's this narcissistic attitude, like wanting to be this center of attention, like, look at this, we're having a boy. So we're gonna burn down all of California to celebrate, which is what happened last year. Well, fucking one of the largest wildfires in history was started because of a gender reveal gone wrong. Like, the amount of death and destruction these fucking stupid parties hold is wild. Woo! Ooh, our baby's gonna have a penis, he's gonna have a fucking dick. To celebrate, I'm gonna fire this fully loaded cannon at Great Aunt Mildred. Brace for impact. Like, to be honest, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if the fucking meteor that took out the dinosaurs was actually just an alien revealing the gender of their baby and using Earth as a way of doing that. Like, it's crazy. Like, they keep ramping up in danger. Like, pretty soon, gender reveal parties are just gonna be families open firing on each other using pink or blue guns. It's fucking weird, it's stupid, and it's so easily preventable. You don't have to kill your friends and family revealing your baby's gender. You can just bake a cake if you want to get real wacky. Like, it's that simple. It's gonna have the same effect. And I can promise you the internet doesn't fucking care how big your gender reveal party is. No one gives a fuck. Like, a lot of them do it for internet points because for some reason some people cheer them on just trying to make them feel better, but don't. You're encouraging awful behavior. It's so fucking sad. It's so dumb. So just a little friendly advice to anyone considering throwing a party for the reveal of their baby's gender. Maybe just use pink or blue lollipops. Be like, surprise! The lollipops are blue, it's a boy, and then people clap, and then, no one dies. Unless, of course, you've dipped those lollipops in the fucking cyanide or something, but you probably wouldn't do that. Like, there's just play it safe, Or just don't bother at all, because again, people don't give that much of a fuck about it. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. This is another one of those sad situations where I have to admit Twitch chat was right, and I look like a bumbling imbecile now. About a month ago, chat was trying to convince me that there was a viral TikTok challenge that was getting people to steal cars and sometimes crash them for views, and I wrote that off as a bunch of baloney. I said, I doubt that's an actual trend, probably just one stupid asshole did it, called it a challenge, and no one ever followed. But it turns out I was wrong. Not only is this boogeyman real, but it actually has led to the death of 4 teenagers this week. Somehow, the challenges continue to get more and more brain dead and dangerous. This generation of Tide Pod eating and hurting yourself for views on TikTok is reaching an absolutely absurd level of wildness. So, it's called the Kia Challenge. It's also not really a challenge, it's more of just a ruin your life speedrun tutorial. Basically, the only goal to be completed with the Kia Challenge is to steal a car and post yourself stealing the car on TikTok. It honestly sounds like it's something made by the CIA to catch potential car thieves. You're fucking instructing them to post evidence of their crime online, making it the easiest slam dunk arrest ever. But anyway, the Kia Challenge was videos that were teaching others how to steal Kias and Hyundais specifically because of a massive vulnerability in many models from Kia and Hyundai. For Kia vehicles, many of them built from 2011 to 2021 have this problem, and for Hyundais, those built from 2015 to 2021 also have this problem. I'm not here to teach you how to do it, I'm not your Thieves Guild sensei, but I will tell you, it is shockingly fucking easy. It's mind-blowing how stupid and simple it is. These cars are more insecure than me going through puberty. They basically steal themselves, honestly. It takes seconds, like actual seconds. Not even like mini seconds, like maybe 2 or 3 tops. It's fucking baffling, honestly. So, since this challenge went viral, there's been this massive increase in thefts with Kia and Hyundais. And this week it led to 4 teenagers dying. In a few of the Kia Challenge videos that are still available online, the people in them are driving recklessly, and in a couple of them even crash. However, this one happened to be a fatal single-car accident, killing 4 of the passengers here, and now the driver's facing a felony charge. Pretty sad story all around, and it all stems from a little TikTok trend. Just when you thought we'd seen the dumbest trends from that platform with like devious licks and shit like that, they've gone even harder now. But I think it's very important we discuss what a massive fuck up this is from Kia and Hyundai. How in the world, 2,000 years after the death of Jesus, with all the technology we have now, how can you have this massive vulnerability? It's obviously a massive problem here, so much so that they have now been served a class action lawsuit as of late September because these vehicles that they manufactured during the time periods I listed don't have immobilizers on them, which as I understand is standard among pretty much all the other automobiles out there, I'm not much of a car guy. I don't know too much about that shit. I know more about the anatomy of a fucking alien than I would a car's engine and what goes into vehicles. But according to the lawsuit, the engine immobilizers are crucial, and they've come at Kia and Hyundai for not having them, stating that they valued profits over safety and security of their customers. And it also outlines just how big of a problem it's become. It is just an absolute epidemic with all of these car thefts with the Kia and Hyundai models here, and it all ties back to the lack of engine immobilizer, as I understand it. And it seems like this was a massive blunder here, because all the extra doubloons they were able to squeeze out of their profit margins is all about to whittle away here and probably end in some net loss with this class action lawsuit. It's a huge deal, obviously. And just a really sad trend all around, since it ended in the death of 4 teenagers who probably wouldn't have stolen this car if they weren't fed the information on how to do it, as well as also fed the idea that by doing it, they'd gain TikTok clout. I believe at the time, and according to this article, the Kia Challenge category on TikTok, like the trend where all of these things lived, had 5.9 billion views across all of the videos there. Now, of course, not all of them were views on videos of people actually stealing the cars. A lot of them were people talking about how dangerous the challenge is. But there was, of course, quite a few videos actually showcasing just the blatant theft of Kias and Hyundais in there, in the Kia Boys area. And just fucking awful stuff. TikTok cracked down on it and banned those accounts and shut all of the Kia Boys, Kia Challenge stuff down, but even still, you can still find quite a few of them, and it clearly does still exist in some capacity because this only happened this week. So it's still a rather popular idea, even if not like a direct trend on TikTok anymore. So just wanted to talk about this a little bit, since this was just a situation where I was just absolutely wrong when Twitch chat was bringing me some new information here that I just refused to believe. It was so outlandish, I didn't believe it. I didn't think anyone would ever actually start a trend of just crime, and I was proven wrong. And it's very sad. Not sad about me being proven wrong, just the actual subject matter here being sad. That's about it. See ya. I've said for years now, one of the most evil companies on the planet is Disney. I imagine the board of directors is a who's who of supervillains. You probably got Mickey Mouse right next to Lucifer in that seat. It is always shocking to see just how low they'll stoop for the sake of a couple extra doubloons. They're like a real-world Umbrella Corp, but instead of manufacturing the T virus that turns people into zombies, they manufacture the D virus that turns people into Disney Defenders, where they'll always fight their PR battles for them and constantly empty their piggy bank for anything Disney slaps its fucking logo on. It's sickening, even when they are completely in the wrong. I've been following a story for the last couple days, and I imagine some of you have as well. It's a very sad story about a woman who had an allergic reaction and died after eating at a Disney Springs restaurant. And the holly jolly old assholes at Disney are arguing that because the husband signed up for a Disney Plus trial in 2019, he agreed to terms that would basically turn this lawsuit into toilet paper. To any sensible human being on the planet with a functioning frontal lobe, you're probably asking yourself, how does a Disney Plus trial at all have any grounds for this lawsuit when the allergic reaction happened at one of Disney's parks? It's not like his wife had an allergic reaction to the dog shit Disney Plus is feeding them. She passed away because of a complete failure from the restaurant. It is entirely their fault. So the couple chose to eat at a restaurant called Raglan Road Irish Pub, and they told the waiter that she had severe allergies to dairy and nuts, and she was unequivocally assured the food would be allergen-free, and they chose this restaurant because it is apparently very accommodating to people with allergies. So when the order arrived, there was no allergen-free flags, so they inquired again if it was allergen-free, and were once again assured that they were safe for her to consume. 45 minutes later, she had an allergic reaction. Even after administering an EpiPen, she had difficulty breathing, collapsed, and later passed away. And the husband is rightfully trying to sue Disney for this because it is a colossal fuck up here. And Disney's just dancing on her grave. They're just spitting on her memory by trying to toss out the wrongful death lawsuit, by trying to say that the husband signed up for a Disney Plus account in 2019, which has language that prevents them from being sued in this manner. It'd have to be through arbitration, meaning it's overseen by a neutral third party and not a judge. And also, He had apparently agreed to similar terms when purchasing a park ticket online in September 2023. So this opened up a massive can of worms here about all of the sneaky, scummy shit companies sneak into their terms when you sign up for services or if you purchase things online. You know that shit that every human being on the planet skips through with agreeing to terms and conditions? Yeah, it turns out sometimes there's some really awful shit in there. I wanted to wait before talking about this because I've been talking to a lawyer about it because I was very curious if there is any legs at all for Disney to stand on here. But I just couldn't wait because I've already seen a couple of conversations about why it's entirely this couple's fault for gambling with their food allergies. The state of the world is so fucking saddening. How is it a gamble? So she was allergic to dairy and nuts, and this was made abundantly clear to the staff of a restaurant that is well known for being accommodating to allergies. Apparently this restaurant has a commitment to being very conscious of allergens. So they chose this restaurant for that reason and made it very clear multiple times that dairy and nuts were a problem. And they were assured multiple times that the food they had ordered was not going to pose any problems for that allergy. They did everything they could. That's not gambling, you absolute Cro-Magnon that are arguing that it's actually their fault, Disney's blameless. This is what I'm talking about with the D virus. People falling over themselves to try and take bullets for Disney. It is a fuck up from the restaurant and by extension, Disney. I know they have more money than God, but even still, this is such an outrageous claim to be making because signing up for a Disney Plus trial should have no effect on what happens at a Disney park. That's not related at all. It shouldn't extend to that. Just imagine if that was normal. Let's say you're on a Boeing flight and all the screws on the flight all of a sudden just spontaneously pop off like a water balloon exploding, and all of a sudden your plane just disassembles itself in the air and you die. Everyone dies on board because the Boeing flight malfunctions, as Boeing flights are known to do these days. Well, what if Boeing said, that's a real shame about that, but, you know, we can't be held liable for this because every single one of them, when purchasing their tickets online, agreed that no matter what happens, it's going to have to go to arbitration. So, sorry about that, but really condolences. I am super confident that wouldn't work. You can't just have this blanket statement of, whatever happens, not our fault, and you agreed to it. See, you said right here, doesn't matter. You're fucked. Like, that can't work. And from what I've heard from a couple of lawyers that have talked about it online, as well as a couple conversations I've had, this doesn't really protect Disney, but this has become so common in contracts as a way of trying to weasel big corporations out of liability. But it's still scary because it does give them some leverage to fight on. It gives them an angle, and with the amount of money they can pour into defending themselves, it's going to make it very hard for normal people to fight back, even when Disney is 100% responsible for the tragedy that occurred. But at least Disney's very apologetic here. We're deeply saddened by the family's loss and understand their grief. Given that this restaurant is neither owned nor operated by Disney, we are merely defending ourselves against the plaintiff's attorney's attempt to include us in their lawsuit against the restaurant. They're fundamentally going, we don't know those guys. They just use our land. We're kind of just like a landlord. We are not associated with those scoundrels over there at all. No, not us. Nope. You're coming after the wrong guy, bub. Go after them. Not our fault. And if you do want to go after us, you can't really because your Disney Plus free trial from 2019. Did you forget about that? Eek, sorry. Now, the lawyer representing the family called it absurd and preposterous, saying that the case is based on the incredible argument that any person who signs up for an account, even free trials that are not extended beyond the trial period, will have forever waived the right to a jury trial, which is pure insanity. And they also argue that Mr. Piccolo, the husband, agreed to the terms of use for himself, but he's now acting on behalf of his late wife, who never agreed to the terms, which I think is a really strong point. I think the lawyer is right here. His wife never signed up for the Disney Plus trial, thus she shouldn't be subjected to the fucking shackle and chains that apparently every Disney Plus subscriber is now succumbed to. The lawyer then goes on to say, the notion that terms agreed to by a consumer when creating a Disney Plus free trial account would forever bar that consumer's right to a jury trial in any dispute with any Disney affiliate or subsidiary is so outrageously unreasonable and unfair as to shock the judicial conscience. It really is exceptionally evil, and from what I've read here, it's not exclusive to Disney. So apparently there was even a time where they were going to get close to protecting consumers from this kind of shit with like these arbitration clauses that get snuck into contracts that you sign up for unknowingly, because it is unreasonable to expect anyone to read all 65 pages of every terms and condition for every service you sign up for. There's no human being on the planet that has the chutzpah to sit through and read all of that. But apparently that ruling that was going to protect consumers got fucked in Congress. So it's just, corporations really do operate on a different level than everything and everyone else. So no matter how much they are pushed to stop this shady shit, they can always pay their way out of it so it never actually sees the light of day and they can continue to do the scummiest things. Another quote here is, most of the companies in the U.S. require mandatory arbitration and allows them to, by and large, cut off much relief. Companies love it, but individuals who are harmed by these corporations really don't have any access to any form that would give them relief, as that's a real problem. It just limits consumers' options. It protects companies by fucking consumers in the face. The Supreme Court's view is, if you don't like it, don't sign it. Which is a super easy position to have for all the troglodytes in Supreme Court, because they're so ancient and archaic that these geriatric fossils don't sign up for anything or any service because they don't even know what a goddamn computer is. They're still learning about that mystical, magical thing called the cyberspace and the internet. So they don't even know what the fuck this is. All they need to know is what the corporations tell them they need to know. But every normal person in the world all has different services that they have to sign up for. I'm not talking about just like entertainment services. Like, no one needs to have like a Netflix account or anything, or a Epic Games account or something. But even just like, I remember 10 years ago when I was in my apartment, there was an online sign up I had to do that had pages upon pages upon pages of terms and conditions. And I didn't read through all of them. I feel like most people don't read through all of them. Banking online, all types of services that are literally required for most normal people all have tons and tons of terms and conditions, and they are probably sneaking in some truly heinous shit. And this story right here helps shine a light on some of it and how unreasonable it is. And the Supreme Court saying, if you don't like it, don't sign up for it, is just, that's not realistic. It's just not at all. But yeah, anyway, this shit is super horrible. Disney super sucks. That's about it. See ya. I know this gets said all the time, but it's true. And it's sad. People will believe in anything. Today I just learned about slapping therapy, which I'd never heard of before. And you would think me, of all people, someone who has covered slapping tournaments for years, would have heard about slapping therapy, but even I couldn't imagine something so stupid. And today, a practitioner is being jailed for 10 years due to the death of a 71-year-old woman at one of his slapping therapy workshops, and it turns out he's also responsible for the death of a 6-year-old boy at one of those slapping therapy workshops. Now, when I first read the headline, I thought he was going in there and just like KOing people with slaps and trying to convince them that it was a good thing. He was healing them through like, you know, slapping the soul out of their body temporarily, like in Doctor Strange when she like fucking palms his whole spirit out. Like, I really thought these workshops were basically just like a fucking fight club where he was throwing frying pans at people's faces with these big meaty slaps and saying like, all right, all of a sudden your cold is healed. But that's not the case. It's actually far more ridiculous than that.
Catching cold. Once you catch cold, you may have different symptoms. If you're weak, you got a runny nose, easily find a big bone sticking out here. So you can just, whole area, just do slapping here. Either with this hands or with this hands. Or on both sides, also with this way. Or you can do this way.
That's the entire healing method. If anything's going wrong, start slapping yourself. I'm not shitting you. That's actual baby brain stuff like, ooh, I got a tummy ache. Let me slap the tummy ache away. Oh, geez. That's the entire method. It's called Paix de Lagine, I think is how you say it. And this is like their preeminent expert in it who now has 2 corpses under his belt from it. Now, if you're wondering how this killed people, it's because the 71-year-old woman had attended one of his workshops, and she was a type 1 diabetic, and for years she wanted to find an alternative way of healing herself without needles. Then she eventually met Turbo Goober Zhao, and attended one of his slapping workshops where she called him a messenger sent by God, starting a revolution to put the power back in the hands of the people to cure themselves and to change the whole system of healthcare. It is frightening how people could get that impression through someone just slapping themselves and claiming that it'll cure your diseases and make you healthy. But just like V-Bucks on Christmas Day, she bought it. She was fully on board, hook, line, and sinker to the self-healing slap technique, the forbidden jutsu, and she stopped taking her insulin, instead just slapping it away, and Zhao said, well done, congratulating her on it, and eventually she started vomiting, got tired and weak, and then was howling in pain, unable to respond, and passed away. The 6-year-old boy passed away in similar fashion, where his parents stopped giving him insulin after they attended his workshops, because his workshops claimed that they would slap away the poisonous waste, which is the same nomenclature, the same verbiage you hear from all of these con artists that promote this absolute ridiculous dog shit that doesn't work. And now he's killed 2 people as a result of it. This one I think is one of the more baffling alternative healing methods that people buy into, because you can immediately see it doesn't work, because he's saying that it basically does everything. This is like a fucking fairy godparent that Timmy Turner would have that would make all of your wishes come true as long as you can slap yourself for it.
I would guess 80% of the problems or the symptoms will be gone after doing those. If that is still not enough, you can do the whole chest here, like this. You can do it by yourself here. Here, see. This side, see here, here. Then the whole area right in the middle. If you have someone around you, you can ask them with both hands here, and also at the back. After doing what we call carpet bombing, all these areas.
This asshole watched Patrick Star ham bone in an episode of SpongeBob, and then said, I can make an entire business out of that. So now his whole thing is that you can cure anything through slapping yourself. So he calls it carpet bombing on your chest when you're slapping a cold away like this. But what's crazy is, anyone who would watch this and maybe think for even a fucking millisecond that this might work would try this when they had a cold and learn that it doesn't work. You can't fucking slap away a cold. But that's not enough proof for them. Even though it doesn't work, they still believe in it. He actually made a video addressing the death of that 6-year-old where he doesn't actually say anything, he doesn't actually address anything, he just keeps saying, it's an accident over and over. And the comment section is nothing but swallowing his meat.
Know more about the accident happened in Australia for that little boy. What I want to say is, first of all, this is an accident. When I say this is an accident, that means this has nothing to do with the workshop. It is purely an accident.
It actually has everything to do with the workshop, because he encourages everyone to just slap everything away to get that poisonous waste out of their body, all that toxic sludge that's infesting their body through some of this, some of that. And then the parents who got brainwashed into believing it took their child off insulin as a result of these workshops. Now, of course, the parents of the boy are brain-dead idiots that should never see the light of day outside of a jail cell again. They are too stupid to be reintegrated into society. But that stupidity was manipulated by this scam artist, and it led to the death of that 6-year-old. Now, the comment section here is people supporting him. And I do mean every single comment is just down here practicing their own brand of slap healing by slapping his meat into their mouth. So they're just talking about how this isn't going to stop them from spreading the gospel of Paida Lejeune and changing the world one slap at a time. This guy saying this is not in any way your fault. You're actually trying to help heal people. How? By slapping them and putting them into an early grave when they inevitably get too brainwashed and take themselves off life-saving medication like insulin. Like, it's crazy to me that even when someone dies from this, and even when every single person in this comment section can confirm it doesn't work, they still latch onto it, this fucking fantasy that this is somehow the secret that's healing everyone, and they're going to be an immortal being because they slap their chest 5 times a day. Now, I do understand why people seek out alternative healing methods, because medications and normal doctor visits are unbelievably expensive. And everyone knows how corrupt the big pharma is. Everyone knows that. I get it. So I'm not confused as to why people will look for other means of helping themselves and maybe fixing whatever ailments they might suffer from. But what I don't understand is why people will choose the most blatantly fraudulent practices to believe in. There are other healing methods that do actually have some benefits, but a lot of them are trash that you can just research yourself and confirm yourself don't work. But people will still just, for some reason, become this lifelong believer in it based on nothing. I don't know how someone could sit there and watch this dumb asshole slap a guy's arm and say that it's healing him.
For 1 minute, ask me to stop, okay? One minute. Look, see? Just in 1 minute. It's like more than double the color. Let's show to the doctors, the professionals.
Wow! Just like Jesus turning water into wine, Zhao just turned skin into bruised a little bit. He basically claims that Paida Legine can solve everything. And I mean everything, even baldness.
Want to circulate the energy inside.
But this way is okay, is it?
Yeah, this is okay.
Not so fast. Slower and the
slower, better.
let the energy penetrate inside.
Okay, that's how I do.
Man's actually teaching the Homer Simpson dough as a real method of curing your baldness. Brother, you're still bald. You should immediately be able to sniff out that this shit is not working. How? He can look in the mirror and recognize that his slapping head baldness therapy isn't working, yet still believes in it. I know it's overused with people saying this, but it is the truth. People will believe anything. Absolutely anything. Even something as comical as slapping therapy. And this is only the tip of the iceberg. He has so many videos and so many workshops and so many seminars where it's the same thing every time. Like there was one I saw for leg pain where he was saying, well, just slap the leg. That'll free it up. Just slap it a lot. It's everything. He's actually teaching people to fucking do like a knee slap when you hear a good joke, and it's gonna fix your fucking, sore muscles. Or, well, not sore muscles. What was it? I think he was looking to cure some kind of like, chronic pain. I can't remember now. But the point is, even something as over-the-top absurd as this has people believing in it and worshiping Zhao. It's actually fucking crazy. Just sitting there playing people's head like drums. And they're like, oh yeah, he's curing him. He just fucking cured him. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Extraordinary work. In fact, actually clapping is a form of slapping. So every time you clap, you're actually cleansing your body of toxins. Did you know that? I bet you didn't know that. I just figured that one out through Zhao's teachings, actually. And the most pathetic part is no one will ever be able to get through to people that have already bought into it in this way that it is fake, that it is bogus. Even the death of the 71-year-old woman and the 6-year-old boy is not enough. That will only strengthen the believer's resolve in it, saying things like, oh, they must have done something wrong with the Paida Legine teaching. Zhao would never have misled us. He's healing all of us. He's a messenger sent by God. And the fact that they're jailing him now for this only proves to us that his teachings are a threat to the established medical order. So it must be true. His slapping techniques must be true if they just threw him in jail for it. There is nothing you can do to get people out of this. It sucks, man. Like, it's actually so sad. I'll stop ranting about it now, but it's fucking crazy. That's about it. So yeah. Raise your hand if you've ever heard of the restaurant Panera Bread. Now, I hope none of you raised your hand, because if you did, you'd be an absolute buffoon, you straight up imbecile. I can't see if you do that. But I'm assuming a lot of you have heard of Panera Bread before. It's very popular. But did you know that it's now responsible for at least 2 deaths because of its menu item, charged lemonade? This is a fascinating, concerning, and pretty sad story that I just had to talk about because with 2 deaths under its belt, the charged lemonade is almost as dangerous as just eating Tide Pods. Now, while 2 deaths doesn't seem like a lot, statistically speaking, that's from 1 menu item on just innocent people whose only crime was looking for a tasty beverage. Like, this is very alarming stuff. So yeah, it may not be like piling up corpses to the sky or anything, but 2 people dying from just drinking lemonade from the menu is a problem. Now, when I first saw the headlines, I assumed it was like contaminated product or something, like something must have gone wrong with the lemonade. I thought it'd be like a, turns out in their charged lemonade, the secret ingredient was pink sauce, so people were dying of botulism and cringe or something. But it's actually not that. Their charged lemonade is a caffeinated drink that was improperly advertised, so people that shouldn't be consuming caffeine or like huge amounts of caffeine were consuming the charged lemonade, and unfortunately 2 people did die from it. And it is a lot of caffeine in the charged lemonade. It's not like just a couple tiddlywinks worth of caffeine, it's a lot. Now, the most recent death is that of a 46-year-old man from Florida whose family has now filed a wrongful death and negligence lawsuit against Panera. Now, his name is David Brown. He had high blood pressure and didn't consume energy drinks, but in the lawsuit, he said he believed the charged lemonade was safe since it was not advertised as an energy drink. It was offered in the same place as the restaurant chain's non-caffeinated or less caffeinated drinks, which is obviously a huge problem because there are people with underlying conditions that should not be consuming a ton of caffeine. This is the perfect example of that. That's why you need to properly label these beverages because they can be legitimately dangerous to people that aren't aware of what's in them. According to the lawsuit, on October 9th, Brown had the drink 3 times during a visit to Panera Bread. Apparently this was part of like their endless sipping offer. I don't know what it's called at Panera, fucking Super Sippers Deluxe something, the sip package, where you can get like refills, multiple refills. So I'm assuming he got this refilled 3 times in Florida, and on his walk home he suffered cardiac arrest and died a short time later. He had ordered a Panera charged lemonade at least 7 times over the course of 2 weeks from September to October. An extremely sad situation that was easily avoidable. David Brown knew about his underlying condition and did everything he could to avoid anything that would cause him problems, but he simply didn't know that the Panera charged lemonade was a highly caffeinated drink. And unfortunately, it led to his death. Now, I do think this information is worth sharing here. Brown had a chromosomal deficiency disorder, developmental delays, some blurred vision, and a mild intellectual disability. He had worked at Publix for 17 years and would regularly go to Panera after work for meals as many as 3 times a week because, according to the lawsuit, he said the chain advertised as being a healthy alternative to other restaurants. This is something I see a lot of people say. This is a sentiment shared by many that they perceive Panera as being a healthy restaurant. And unfortunately, I too once believed this, but that's just not true. Panera is not healthier than most other chains. It's just genuinely not. If you actually look at the nutrition facts of what they serve, it's just as unhealthy as pretty much anything else you'd find elsewhere. You could probably find a Wendy's meal that might have more nutrition than some of the macros that Panera's offering. It is not necessarily a healthy place. It has some healthy options, sure, but so does fucking McDonald's too. Panera is not a healthy restaurant, especially not its soups. Its soups, some of them still have trans fat. I thought that shit got outlawed by the Geneva Convention, but no, like their broccoli cheddar soup does still have fucking trans fat in it. So it's not a great place to be eating if you're looking to be eating healthy, and it's certainly not a safe place to be drinking, I guess, with the charged lemonade out here like a fucking assassin taking people down. So I did want to just briefly mention that. Now let's talk about the other death that is being blamed on Panera's charged lemonade. A 21-year-old university student named Sarah Katz died of cardiac arrest after drinking the beverage in 2022. She was diagnosed with a congenital long QT syndrome type 1 when she was 5 years old, so she had an abnormal heart rhythm, which could be life-threatening. And according to the lawsuit, the charged lemonade was not advertised as an energy drink at the time that Katz ordered it. So Katz's family claimed that she didn't know that the drink had high levels of caffeine because it was inadequately labeled, and alleged her death is a direct result of drinking it. Which I think is a very fair assessment. I imagine that a highly caffeinated beverage like the charged lemonade would be extremely bad for someone with her condition. So I do think that is a huge component of what led to her death. And according to this lawsuit as well, Panera just wasn't advertising the charged lemonade as being like a super caffeinated drink when they should. According to what I can find, the caffeine levels on the small are about 260, whereas if you get the large, it's 390 milligrams of caffeine, which is a fucking ton. And once again, the claim is being made that it was offered side by side with all of the store's non-caffeinated or less caffeinated drinks. It was not advertised as an energy drink, nor were there any warnings to consumers, which is completely unacceptable, because again, there are just people that can't drink that. But they wouldn't know that they can't drink it if it's not properly labeled as being a highly caffeinated drink, thus led to these situations, allegedly. It's just so easily avoidable if they had just said, hey look, charged lemonade, packed out the fucking wazoo with caffeine. Have your entire week's worth of caffeine allowance in a single sip. A goddamn chug jug of rat poison would do less damage to your body than the Panera charged lemonade. And especially with like the refills, what a diabolical combination. Now, Panera has responded with the most expected response. Panera expresses our deep sympathy for Mr. Brown's family. Based on our investigation, we believe his unfortunate passing was not caused by one of the company's products. We view this lawsuit, which was filed by the same law firm as a previous claim, to be equally without merit. Panera stands firmly by the safety of our products. It's not so much the safety of the lemonade, because most people can have 1 or 2 lemonades, though if you go to like 3, 4, even 5 charged lemonades, God rest your soul, it's gonna look like a crime scene. Your fucking heart will explode with this amount of caffeine. If you have like 5 charged lemonades from Panera, you better start writing down like your last wishes, because you're not making it out alive. So it's not so much like the product is unsafe to consume, it's that it wasn't properly labeled or properly conveyed to consumers how much caffeine was in there, so people that are sensitive to caffeine or have underlying conditions were drinking it, and it potentially led to these 2 deaths. Now, in the case of Sarah Katz, her friend said that she was very aware of her health and was very vigilant to avoid caffeine. She never drank coffee, so this indicates that she would be very much in tune with avoiding the charged lemonade had she known that there was so much caffeine in it. So Panera told ABC that there is still an ongoing investigation, but they did say we were saddened to learn last week about the tragic passing of Sarah Katz. While our investigation is ongoing, out of an abundance of caution, we have enhanced our existing caffeine disclosure for these beverages at our bakery cafes, on our website, and on the Panera app. Which is the whole point. You didn't do enough to make sure consumers were educated on how much caffeine was in there, or even if it was a highly caffeinated drink in the first place, if it was surrounded by other non-caffeinated or less caffeinated drinks. Like, you can't just fucking sneak it in there in between, like, the orange juice and the water. People are going to make the assumption, like, oh, this is probably just some kind of wacky lemonade. Most people wouldn't draw the conclusion, like, oh, this is probably a 400 fucking milligram bomb of caffeine. So it's just a matter of you needed to more effectively communicate to consumers that this is extremely caffeinated because it's dangerous not to. So yeah, buyers beware out there for any Panera enthusiasts. Maybe avoid the charged lemonade just in case. Just wanted to go over this a little bit. Pretty sad situation all around though. That's about it. So yeah. I just saw a crazy story I have to talk about. A woman working at Wells Fargo died at her desk, and her body wasn't discovered for 4 days, despite co-workers being in the building as well as 24/7 security. It's not like she went to some condemned building all alone like Squidward when he goes to that void place. Like, she was in an occupied space, working, surrounded by other people, and nobody noticed that she had passed away. Until her body started to rot and decay, and they started to smell it, and then someone became alerted and realized, gee willikers, we have a corpse here. That is baffling to me. Like, this is the perfect illustration for how little these companies care about their workers. Like, they are not your friends. They do not give a fuck about you.
A Tempe Wells Fargo employee died at her desk. And 12 News is now confirming that it may have taken as many as 4 days for anyone in the office to notice.
That's so sad. Now, according to workers, she was in an underpopulated area of the office because a lot of workers for Wells Fargo work remote, but there still were co-workers there as well as 24/7 security, and I imagine there were other higher level, like, Wells Fargo executives that have to be in the building at least once or twice over the course of 4 days, you would think, to, like, manage it, and nobody found her. Because I imagine they treat employees just like faceless cogs in the machine and not human beings.
A Wells Fargo employee went to work the morning of Friday, August 16th and never went home. Tempe police tell 12 News 60-year-old Denise Prudhomme scanned into work at 7 o'clock in the morning. 4 days later, police responded to the office building near Washington Street and Priest Drive for reports of a subject down. Prudhomme was declared dead. The Tempe Police Criminal Investigation Bureau is investigating, but do not suspect foul play.
I saw a comment that really put things into an interesting perspective. It said, be 5 minutes late to work, get reprimanded and maybe fired. Die in your cubicle and nobody notices. It's super upsetting. These employees just numbers on a page for executives to try and exploit, figuring out how to get the most juice for the squeeze for as little amount of money as possible to get the most amount of return on it. It's all about profit. And it doesn't matter if an employee dies at their desk, you don't even notice. And the people working around you also won't notice because they're also part of that machine and too wrapped up in their own personal experience with it.
A Wells Fargo employee exclusively spoke with 12 News, but asked not to be recorded or identified out of fear for their job. They say a colleague found Prudhomme dead at her desk in a cubicle while walking around the building on Tuesday, August 20th. Prudhomme's cubicle was reportedly on the 3rd floor and away from the main aisle. This employee says several people had smelled a foul odor, but passed it off as faulty plumbing.
It's so weird to me how if something's off the main aisle, it basically just falls to the fucking back rooms at Wells Fargo, I guess. So if someone's not at like one of the main front and center cubicles, they basically cease to exist, I guess. So for 4 days, people walking down this main aisle never saw her cubicle and noticed the body. It reminds me of in Dexter's Laboratory, the back of the bus where that kid was like a gum monster because he was like, you know, glued down to the seat from chewing gum and no one goes to the back of the bus. Like, that's kind of what I picture for this Wells Fargo office now. Oh, well, she wasn't in the main aisle, so what were we supposed to do? Go over there and check? We don't do that. We don't go over there. That's a forsaken realm. That's like a fucking different dimension over in that ballpark.
They say while most Wells Fargo employees at this Tempe location work remote, the building has 24/7 security, and someone should have found Prudhomme sooner. The incident left several employees feeling scared and uneasy. This employee wants to see new safety protocols in place, telling me, quote, it's negligence in some part.
So a good chunk of the employees at that Wells Fargo office do work remote, but not all of them. There were other colleagues there, and of course 24/7 security as well as like custodial staff and everything, so it was not like an empty building or anything. I am extremely curious to see what protocol changes Wells Fargo might make here. I'm expecting some like really cringy dogshit solution from some out-of-touch Silicon Valley type that just tries ridiculous garbage. Like they might integrate like a jingle. If you're feeling kind of dizzy, if your stomach's feeling shitty, go somewhere else. If your heart starts to pound and you might fall down, go somewhere else. Die off the premises, please. We're begging you. It's bad for our PR, so just die somewhere else, please, instead of in our cubicles. They're not all of a sudden going to start treating their employees like human beings. That's not going to happen. No shot. These fucking elite level zombies that control all this shit, that's never going to happen. There's a higher likelihood that aliens will come down right now and suck my flaccid cock. But I do think they'll do some kind of like desperate attempt at trying to spin this in a positive way. Like, this was a huge wake-up call for us here. We were all shocked and disgusted by what happened, and we want to make a big change. And that's why we're the first office to require hourly health check-ins, where we send around a healthcare professional to check in on each cubicle to ensure that the employee is still breathing. And they'll just have like some dude walk around to each cubicle going, hey, Janet, just making sure, are you still alive? Okay, let me check your pulse real quick. All right, great news. Hey, keep up the good work. You're a valuable team member here. We're a family. Don't forget, we're more than a team, we're a fucking family. Fist bump. All right, I'm gonna go check on the next one.
A different worker also spoke with 12 News anonymously.
It was just uncomfortable.
Again, calling on the company to do more.
Body was there about 4 days before anybody found it, before anybody walked up to her and just to say hi, make sure she's okay. She was just laying on her desk.
Just a really sad thought that this woman died completely alone. No one in the office going to say hi or anything like that. I don't know about like back home, you know, if there was anyone there wondering where she was. You know, it'd been 4 days since she returned home and no one like called to check in and see what was going on or where she might be. It's just really upsetting.
A Wells Fargo spokesperson previously sent 12 News a statement saying, in part, "We are deeply saddened by the tragic loss of our colleague at our Tempe office," adding counselors through our employee assistance consulting service are available to support employees. An employee tells me their direct management offered those services, addressed the incident, and told workers the building was thoroughly cleaned.
We here at Wells Fargo are deeply saddened by the tragic loss of what's her name. It's shaken us to our very core, and we're looking to do more to ensure this doesn't happen again. In the meantime, though, we'll see you at work tomorrow. And if you drop dead, we probably won't notice, so do your best not to do that. We'd hate to go back to back on this. Anyway, though, yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit. It just made me sad. Like, it's just a really awful thing to see, and it serves as a rough reminder that corporations really do not care about you. They are not your friends, they are certainly not your family, and they are absolutely not looking out for your best interests. They barely know you exist. Unless, of course, you're not performing up to the standards that they want you to, then they notice immediately and you will be fucking canned on the spot. But if you actually just die in their office, they have no clue. And that's terrible. It's just bad. So I wanted to talk about it a little bit. That's really about it. So yeah.